All right, boys, welcome. It is fantastic to have you here. Standing here, recording the intro to this actually feels quite surreal to me. It's a moment of reflection looking back over the last few months, and what we've been able to accomplish here is really quite significant. I want to make this clear. What you're about to experience over the next 15 or so hours of video content has never been done before in this space.
And this isn't just another SMMA course. Here's why. We're standing at a pivotal moment in history. There was the original social media marketing era, what I like to call SMMA 1.0. It worked well, but it had its limits. Now we're entering a new age, the AI marketing agency era, or SMMA 2.0. This next era changes everything. With AI tools, you can charge more, do less. If you're a beginner, it's never been easier to get started because these tools handle so much of the work for you. I've spent the last year obsessively studying and preparing for this shift. Now that it's here, I'm sharing everything I've learned so that you can stay ahead of the curve and reap the rewards of this massive opportunity. Right now, you're here early. This is your chance to take action before the window of opportunity starts to close. Don't let this moment pass you by.
Now, I won't name names. You guys know exactly what I'm talking about when I say this, but a lot of these so-called free courses are just the top of the funnel for somebody's high-ticket coaching program, or you get a little bit of the content, but most of the source is on the other side, an affiliate wall or a paywall. In the entire course industry, but as I said, especially in this space, I have not seen one course that is as comprehensive or goes into as much depth as we do in this course. Now, I don't make statements like this lightly. To put into perspective how much has gone into this, the filming of the content alone has taken more than 3 months, not to mention the planning. I've hired multiple employees to help me get this all together. Putting the templates and the scripts and all of those resources has taken me countless hours, not to mention the thousands and thousands of dollars that have all of that gone into getting this in front of you today. Now, the result of all of that is nearly 15 hours of value-packed 4K video content where I'll be going step by step and showing you everything that I used and learnt when building, starting and scaling my own AI marketing agency to 6 figures at just 18 years old. Now, not only will I be going through the theoretical knowledge and all of the skills that you need to learn, but I'll actually be starting an agency completely from scratch and walking you through step by step, A to Z of everything that you need to do, not only for your own agency, but for your clients as well. Now, with that being said, the video content inside of this course is broken down into 4 separate video modules. In the first one, we will be setting the foundation. So I'll be breaking down this business model for you so that you fundamentally understand how it works, why it's so effective, and how it genuinely provides value to people. Then we'll be going through all of the things necessary for having your own agency set up and ensuring that all of the internal operations run smoothly. Module number 2 will be who and how to sell. Module number 3 will be all of the steps that go into delivering exceptional results. And then finally, module number 4 will be how to actually find clients and how to retain them. Now, we'll also add content based on your feedback. If you go through the entire course and you decide, hey, I need clarity on X, I need more information on Y, we will provide that to you. Now, let's quickly talk about value, because I would be a fool to think that you will associate this course, which is 100% free and has 0 barriers to entry, with as much value as a course you just paid $5,000 for. Let's say you walk into a watch store, let's say it's a Rolex store, and there is an entry-level Rolex for $10,000 and then a $100,000 higher-end Rolex. Which one are you going to associate more value with? Obviously the higher-end watch, right? It may be completely the same. The mechanics of it might be exactly the same. In fact, it might even be worse, but simply because of the price tag, you will associate this one with more value. So I want you to pretend that you've just paid me $5,000 for this course, because at that point, you will be more likely to actually invest the time, the energy, and the effort required to actually making this work. I want you to have that mindset, because if you do have that mindset and you watch the content and you take action, you will likely succeed and you will change the trajectory of your life in that process. Now, what we've created here is not just a course with the templates and the scripts like I mentioned before, but there is a community as well. And this community, in fact, the course in general, might I add, is perfect whether you are a complete beginner who's looking to start your first online business, or whether you are already in the SMMA space. Maybe you're an established agency owner and you're wondering, how do I take things to the next level with AI? Now, if you are watching this in the community already, fantastic. It's awesome to have you in here. If you're watching this on another platform like YouTube, you will see a link below this video to join the community. I'm looking forward to seeing you. Inside this community, you'll have one-on-one access to me via DMs, workshops, and Q&A calls. You'll also join a group of like-minded people all pursuing the same business model, innovating and pushing the boundaries together. Now, if you are serious at changing the trajectory of your life and becoming an entrepreneur, Whether you're motivated by the fantastic positive perks that come with that, the time, the location, and the financial freedom, or you are motivated by moving away from a crappy situation, there is seriously no better place than inside this course and inside this community. And yes, the community is absolutely free as well. Now, I hope that you can feel my intentions and my purpose in creating this. I know a lot of people in my situation or a similar situation with the skills and the knowledge that I possess would choose to charge thousands and thousands of dollars for this information. And honestly, I don't blame them. I know I could make a lot more money structuring the course this way, but I was actually able to start my entrepreneurial journey and change the trajectory of my life because of someone else's generosity. I didn't have thousands of dollars to invest in the information and the knowledge required to start a business. I learned from someone providing information entirely for free, and I want to pay that forward. So I hope you guys realize and are aware that the opportunity in front of you is immense. Instead, I've partnered with some of the software platforms that are essential to succeeding with this business model. So they essentially pay me so that I can give everything away to you guys for free. Now, to be clear, you will still get access to all of the video content, all of the scripts, all of the templates, even if you don't sign up to these platforms. But for those of you that do, I'll be giving you some pretty special bonuses just to say thank you. Now, that's enough from me because you're about to hear a whole lot more. If you're on YouTube, simply just continue watching. If you're inside of the community, go and find the next video. I'll see you in there.
All right, guys, welcome to the first lesson here inside of the first module. It's fantastic to have you in here. Now, at this point, I know you're probably quite excited to go and start setting up your own agency. I completely understand. But before we go and do that, you need to first understand exactly what this business model is, how it works, why it's so effective, how it provides value to people, how we leverage AI, all of those things. In a similar manner, you need to understand the rules of a sport before you go and play it. Now, as I'm sure you've noticed by this point, it is literally just me and, well, a ladder at this point, but a Figma board more generally. So the reason I'm saying that is because, unlike the intro, all of the content from this point onwards is just raw, unedited value. There's no high stimulation edits or crazy B-roll footage like there was in the intro. So if you have the attention span of a fence post, this is going to be very, very, very difficult for you. But please, and remember, come back to this, keep this at the forefront of your mind as you're going through this content. When you have the urge to go and doom scroll or do some other dumb shit, do not let your fried attention span and your TikTok brain get between you and your goals and the life you're trying to create for yourself. Because yes, you guessed it, starting and succeeding with the business, might I add, is going to require you to sit at your computer for prolonged periods of time doing boring, mundane tasks. So if you cannot focus on one thing at a time, there's really no hope for you. I'm not going to sugarcoat that. You're absolutely doomed. So you need to fix that. I'm watching this video where it's just 30 minutes of me just explaining business and business principles and foundations without the crazy edits is a really, really good place to start. Now, whilst I'm on this topic of discipline and mindset, let me, just over 2.5 minutes, make a quick point. I know what you're thinking. I came to this course for value on AI and business. I didn't come to hear someone yap about how I need to fix my mindset. And quite frankly, a lot of you are going to click off after hearing this, but I feel it's important for me to say it anyway. So cue the motivational music. If you decide to watch the next 15 hours of content and you take action where I suggest, and then beyond that, you genuinely try your best when pursuing this business model, it is undoubtedly going to be one of the hardest things that you've ever done. If starting an online business was easy, everybody would have one. It's not going to be a walk in the park, but it will be very, very simple. I say it's going to be simple because I'm giving you a pickaxe, I'm telling you where the mine is, and I'm showing you how to mine for gold. But it is up to you to go out there and mine for gold yourself. So let me put you on a little secret that entrepreneurs all over the world use to get relentless discipline and unlimited energy to work their absolute hardest. And that is becoming aware of your why. Why did you click on this video? And no, it's not because it had an interesting title or a cool looking thumbnail. That's a shallow answer. The real answer is much deeper, and you may not know this yet. Maybe in your subconscious. Is it your desire to travel the world, get out of a dead-end job that you get zero fulfillment from, make enough money to provide for someone you love? Maybe you're chasing status. I don't know what that why will be for you. I want you to have a think about it and keep that at the forefront of your mind as you're pursuing this. Because if you do have that at the forefront of your mind and you're always cognizant of it, you will have, as I said, unlimited energy to work your absolute hardest. So if you've got a strong why and you're up for the challenge, then you've come to the right place. Let's get started. So what we've got here is a ladder. You're probably wondering, why is there a ladder on screen? That's a tremendous question. This ladder represents what I like to call the problem solution ladder. There's a few different names to it, but this is one of the most important things that you need to have at the forefront of your mind when starting any business. Now, the three main problems, the three main pain points that exist for anyone, not just the people that we're going to be targeting with this business model, but in general, is health, wealth, and relationships. Now, the main customer avatar that we're going to be focusing on, and this is consistent with the SMMA model in general, which is business owners, but more specifically for this, the customer avatar that allows us to provide the most value is local businesses, but more specifically ones that have appointment booking for services. And as I said, that type of customer avatar, the systems and the tools that we offer allows us to provide the most value possible. Now, the pain point for that customer avatar, and when I say pain point, I don't mean back pain, although that may exist if they're like me and sit at a computer all day. The pain point is more specifically in relation to their business, making money. They need more customers, they need more money. So I'm going to draw that here. This is the money pain point. And yes, that's a dollar sign. Now, the reason I've mentioned this problem solution ladder here is in order to make money, there are a bunch of different problems and a bunch of different solutions that you can solve. So I'm going to go through all of them now and break down how we actually make money for this customer avatar, which, to repeat myself, is local businesses that have appointment booking and are service-based businesses. So the first step in actually making the money is getting them sales. Now, how do we get them sales? We get them sales by getting more people walking in the door. Now, how do we actually get more customers walking in the door? We need more appointments for these businesses. Might need to make that smaller. Now, how do we get more appointments? We need to book more people into their calendar. Book people in. How do we book people into their calendar? Well, in fact, before how do we book people in, we need people who are ready to be booked in, so they need to be qualified and they need to have their questions answered. And how do we actually get people who have questions and are ready to be qualified in the first place? We need to get people interested in this business's services. Now, the reason I've written all of these problems out in front of you is when you solve one problem, you get someone interested in this business's service. This next problem is then created, the qualifier questions. And then if you can understand the next pain points that are going to exist and you can create solutions toward these pain points, this basically just opens the door to continuous upsells. And this is how you genuinely stack recurring revenue. Solving an existing problem, knowing exactly what that next problem is going to be, building a solution around it, and then continuously upselling this business owner into those solutions. So this business model that I teach in here, the AI SMMA model, uses AI to solve all of these problems so that you can provide the most value and by extension make the most money. Because again, what making money comes down to, and this is obvious, is making money is providing value. You provide value by solving problems, and you solve problems by alleviating pain. These are all pain points that exist. The more solutions that we can offer, we solve the most pain, alleviate the most pain, make the most money by extension, which is what you want to do, I assume, make the most money. So how do we solve this first problem, which is getting people interested? Here. So we advertise, you can see it there. That's obvious. Now there are a bunch of different ways that you can advertise. Let's think of some methods of advertising very quickly. You can advertise in newspapers, on TV, radio, flyers in the letterbox, word of mouth, and social media. So why do we choose social media? There are two main reasons we choose social media. One of them's bigger, or more sort of significant than the other. This reason is macro tailwinds, which is essentially just nerd speak for bigger picture trends. Now, the trend right now is we are in an attention economy. That's pretty obvious. Everybody is on social media scrolling like a zombie. So you can either You can either be a scroller or you can be selling to the scrollers. Pick your poison. And the second reason, which I said is less significant, is tracking return on investment, which is crucial to actually scaling ad campaigns, which for beginners is sort of just mumbo jumbo at this point, but that is a reason. Social media allows us to know exactly the return on investment that we're getting from our ads, but also metrics like what's the average watch time, how many people are clicking through, all of those different metrics that something like a newspaper doesn't offer. Now, the reason is not because it works. You can make any advertising channel work. Those are the two reasons that we want to look for. So we use Meta. There's a bunch of different social media platforms that you can use to advertise anything. YouTube, Snapchat, there's a bunch of different ones, right? Meta is Facebook, and then they acquired Instagram in about 2012. And these platforms, basically, they're the most dominant ones in the market right now. This is because Mr. Mark Zuckerberg, the Zuck, is stealing all of your data. It's not nice, but, you know, he's watching you watch whatever you watch. That could be some funky shit. He has the microphone on your device at all times. He can know exactly what you're listening to. He's got the front camera on so that they can sort of detect micro expressions as you're scrolling and then refine your algorithm from it. Really, it's frightening stuff. So because of that, we get our ads placed in front of the eyeballs of exactly the people that we want them to. And Zuck gets to watch what you're watching. So I'm sure he probably enjoys that, so it's a win-win for all of us, kind of. Okay, now the 1 and the 2 here, these are the two ways that we can actually leverage AI. And how does AI make a difference in regards to advertising on Meta? Because people have been advertising on Meta for yonks. This is what a traditional social media marketing agency does. It's not letting me click on the letters here. Okay, that's helpful. Thanks. So, reason number 1 is it shortens the learning curve. Now, the learning curve for advertising on Meta is pretty small in the scheme of things. It's like riding a bike. But this becomes even shorter when we have AI on our side. Now, what do I mean by that? Well, traditionally when learning to advertise on Meta, you'd need to learn marketing psychology, how to write effective copy, so that's the text that goes on the ads, how to construct good creatives, the targeting options, campaign architecture, all of that jazz. But now, all you really need to do is be able to prompt ChatGPT, for example, to do that work for you. Now, there's obviously a spectrum of that. You can't just be a complete vegetable and expect ChatGPT to do everything for you. You need to still understand at a base level how to actually do these sorts of things. But for the most part, you don't need to be a genius at marketing at all. You can be a complete beginner, and AI gives you the opportunity and makes this accessible to complete beginners. So I'm going to write in here, decreases barriers to entry. And then the second reason, this is getting messy, bear with me. I'm just going to copy this. The second reason is provides leverage. Now, what is leverage? Well, leverage is an increase in output without a corresponding increase in input. So in relation to advertising on Meta, we can get leverage with AI by having the output, the ads, be better. And by better, I mean they convert more effectively without a corresponding increase in input, the amount of human work required. So traditionally, with a normal SMMA model, a lot of time in human hours and effort and calories would have to go into writing the copy, writing the creatives, all of those sorts of things. But we can now do that with, for example, ChatGPT writing our copy. We can get Midjourney, a text-to-image model. We can get Sora, which actually just dropped the other day, is now available to the public for text-to-videos. So we can get those two most significant things, and I suppose the targeting as well. We can get ChatGPT to decide what audience we're going to show our ads to. You don't have to do any of the thinking, any of the manual work. You can get AI to do all of that stuff, and it gives you a more effective outcome. Again, that being ads that perform better. So this is leverage. Now, another thing, and I'm going to relate back to this numerous times throughout this video, is when you're learning any skill or putting a system in place for your business, you need to think about how this will evolve. Now, the next iteration of, or I suppose the next evolution of how humans interact with technology will be the ads, and the brain rot is injected directly into the Neuralink instead of you having to scroll for it or something like that. But that's far off. So for the most part, if you learn the skill of advertising on Meta, running social media ads on people's phones and stuff, that's a skill that's not going to be made redundant anytime soon. Now, the next part of this equation is the qualify and answer questions issue. And again, we're moving up the problem solution ladder. So we have just got people interested in this business's services. Now this next problem is created, which is how do you qualify these people and how do you answer their questions? Now, there are three traditional ways you can solve this problem. Number one is with a receptionist. Now, there are a few main issues with the receptionist. Number one is they're very, very expensive. Number two is they can't work 24/7, right? An AI, on the other hand, if it was to do this, and I'll explain how it does that in a second, the AI doesn't go on long service leave, doesn't need sick days. I suppose unless the power goes out or China decides to EMP the electrical grid, which at that point, the AI going out is probably the least of your worries. The only other issue with a receptionist is that they take a bit of time to respond to leads. They don't get to them within a few seconds every time. Maybe they're on lunch break or something like that. But the receptionists, the pros of a receptionist, so those are the cons. The pros are they work inside the business, so they can answer questions. They know about the business, which is where the second option comes in, which is VAs or virtual assistants, who this is, if you don't know what a VA is, it's someone who is basically outsourcing this process to a team in a third world country, usually because wages are cheaper. Inside a call center, these people will call up all of the leads, answer questions, things like that, but they can't do it to the extent that receptionists can because they don't work inside the business. They don't have all of the answers. VAs, these guys also need to eat and sleep. They can't work 24/7 like a receptionist. They're bad for business reputation because there's sometimes an accent barrier there or a language barrier, but they are cheaper than receptionists. Now, the third option is just traditional automated software messages. This is significantly cheaper than both of those. It can work 24/7. It responds to leads instantly, but it can't answer questions. It's not personalized. Nobody likes just talking to a one-size-fits-all message. Now, the four that you can see here represents the solution, which, if you've been paying attention to this point, is of course using AI assistants to do the qualifying and answering the questions. Now, I'm sure you're putting two and two together here. The AI is a fraction of the cost of a receptionist. Unlike a VA, it can actually answer questions. We can give the AI information about the business. Unlike automated messages, it's not a one-size-fits-all message. It's hyper-personalized. It works 24/7. It can answer leads within seconds, 100% of the time. All of those fantastic benefits. There's a lot more that you can think of. They're all there with little downside. Now, what we put this AI over is texting and calling. These are timeless communication channels. Different communication channels have come and gone. Like email, texting and calling are not necessarily permanent, but they're not going anywhere anytime soon. So if you learn the skill of setting up AI texting and calling agents, it's going to be a skill that will provide value into the near future. Now, on that note, the next iteration of setting up these AI agents is agent operator or something similar. This is a assistant that OpenAI announced will be released early next year. You can go and look it up if you like, but it is essentially giving an AI access to your computer, and it can, in theory, I suppose, set the AI itself. It can just do general functions on your computer, which is kind of frightening, really, having an AI set the AI up itself without your permission. I'm not really sure to what extent that will work, how capable it will be, all of those things, but that is sort of the next iteration of this. But for the most part, if you get the skill or you learn the skill of setting up these AI agents over texting and calling, it is a skill that will provide value for a long time to come. Okay, now that is that part of the problem solution ladder done. Now the next part is booking people in. We've got them interested in the business's services. We've qualified them. We've answered all of their questions. How do we actually book them in to this business's online booking system? So this has been able to be done by AI for a while. So again, instead of needing that human input, you just get the AI to do it. The issue is you would need a software developer or someone who's good at coding to be able to facilitate this connection. But now it is actually accessible to people like you who don't have any coding skills. The market has caught up. These software platforms have actually got sort of sophisticated enough where these actually integrate with businesses' common and popular booking systems, because as you can imagine, if you go to a local business and you try pitch them AI, you say, hey, we've got this AI, it does X, Y, Z. They're going to say, fantastic, awesome, I'm really keen. And then you're going to have to explain to them that they need to change their booking system and their software to actually use it. They're going to suddenly remember that they're not interested, because that is a massive pain point. So now the market's caught up, these platforms have caught up. You can now get the AI to directly integrate with the booking system, and it integrates with a lot of the common booking systems that businesses use. So when you go to this business, you say, hey, we've got this AI, like I said before, but you don't need to change anything. You can use your existing booking system, your existing SOPs, your existing just everything. You don't need to change anything at all, and we can just integrate seamlessly. That is a fantastic piece of value that you can provide. Now, next part. So again, going up the problem solution ladder, we've now booked people in. How do we actually get these people to show up to their appointments? Because believe it or not, this is actually a big problem for business owners. People book appointments and then they never show up, and it's a waste of time for everyone, really. So there's three main ways we can do this. Number one is with deposits collection. Now, similar to what I was saying about booking appointments, you can do this with traditional automated softwares or just via payment window. But the AI can now do this in a personalized manner. We basically give it, well, not this part. I'm saying that personalized manner in relation to the next point that I'm actually going to write, which is appointment reminders. So this also has been able to be done by software devs, things like that. AI can now get access to the whole conversational history, everything this lead has said, the whole interaction, and make sure that every message is personalized. So if this isn't clicking for you, appointment reminders is basically just saying 24 hours before the appointment, or a day, or whatever the case may be, 24 hours in a day, same thing. 2 days, 3 days, whatever time you want, even an hour before. Appointments at this time, you had said this XYZ before, just want to remind you of your appointment, whatever the case may be, right? Now, the third one is via no-show, what I call a no-show lead nurture campaign, but it is essentially, if this person didn't show up to their appointment, we send them a reminder. If after that reminder they don't show up and they also don't respond, they're probably dead. So in that case, another follow-up is unnecessary. And again, we can do this with AI in a personalized manner. Instead of just generic one-size-fits-all messages, we can give this access to the whole conversational history. So it can be done with no human input, but it also can be done with a personalized manner, making this customer feel valued. So that is the next part done. People have been booked in, we got the appointments, now we increase the show up rate. So, and now they're in the door. So if you increase the show up rate, they walk in the door, that is basically your job done. That's all you can do. And again, I'll reiterate this one more time because it's very, very important. We have basically, we know exactly what all of the problems are going to be for this local business. We've thought about them in detail. I've prepared all of the solutions for how we build these tools, everything like that. But right now, all you need to understand is this is the problem solution ladder. We have solutions for all of these different problems, and by extension, we can make the most money. I know I've repeated myself 5 or 6 times there, but that is the most important thing about this business model, about any business model in general. How do we actually provide value? Now, at this point, I can imagine you have a protruding question. If you've been locked in, if you're switched on, you're probably asking this question, which is, why not start an automated AI agency, or an AAA, which is basically just the same model, but, you don't do the social media marketing, you just do, whether that's AI receptionist or just AI infrastructure in general. So why am I teaching, and why do I think it is much smarter to start an AI SMMA, which is what I teach here, instead of this model here, an AAA? Well, I can give one very, very simple answer to this, which is the market isn't ready. In 2010, in the TV advertising era, social media marketing did not resonate with business owners. The market wasn't ready for social media marketing in 2010. Now, because of that, if you tried to sell social media marketing services to a business owner, your cost per lead would be too high and it would be cost ineffective to get clients. Now, right now, AI is the same. AI is in its infancy, and the value of AI does not yet resonate with a business owner. If you just try to pitch AI to someone, they don't associate that with value, solving their problems, alleviating pain points, right? Now, over time, social media marketing has started to resonate with business owners. It took a few years, but now, 15 years after 2010, people, business owners, the market in general associate social media marketing with value. So now you can just lead with social media marketing when you're trying to pitch something. Now, in a similar manner, AI will start to resonate with people. It'll take a bit of time, a few years, but the market will start to catch up. Now, before that actually happens, we still want to sell AI because the potential is massive. And as I said, you can get a ton of leverage. But how do we actually sell AI even if the market isn't ready? Well, that is exactly why we have social media marketing in here. What we do is when we're pitching a business owner and when we're articulating the value of our services, we lead with familiarity. We lead with social media marketing because they already associate social media marketing with value. And then watch this. And you got to do this very specifically, right? There's really only one way you can make this work. You show them the social media marketing like I just did for you. You spell out to them the next problem that then exists, going up the problem solution ladder here. There's this next problem. You go over the 3 traditional ways of solving this problem. You spell out to them why they're inadequate for receptionists, too expensive, not 24/7, etc., etc. I explained this to you before, and then you pitch them the AI as the solution. Notice how I did that. Lead with familiarity, social media marketing. Here is the next problem. Here are the 3 ways you can traditionally solve this problem. Here is why they don't work. And then here's the AI. If you just try to sell it any other way, it is not going to be nearly as effective. If you just say, hey, we've got AI solutions, their brain's going to turn off. They really don't care, right? It's like trying to convince an old person of anything, right? They're set in their ways. It's possible, but expect resistance. If you try, say, here's the problem, here's AI, that's also not going to work as well. Here's the problem, here's why traditional ways of solving that problem are inadequate, here's the AI. Now, with that being said, this will vary niche to niche, and I'm speaking in generalizations. How easy it is to sell AI to business owners will depend on the tech-savvy ability of your customer avatar. As you can imagine, if you try to sell AI to Chad, the 25-year-old finance bro, he's probably going to get it a lot more than Rhonda, the 65-year-old retiree, right? It depends on how tech-savvy your customer avatar is. But I'm speaking in generalizations. For the most part, the market isn't ready for AI. Now, the wonderful thing about, there's many wonderful things, I'm sure you've noticed at this point, about starting this business model is not only are we putting ourselves in a position where we can sell AI because it's ridiculously high leverage and makes us a lot of money. So not only can you make money right now, but you will also be perfectly positioned for the AI wave. Now, the AI wave is the next big thing. This is Bitcoin in 2016. It's the internet in the early 90s. It's going to be absolutely gigantic. And yes, right now, it's not ready. Hence, we're doing the social media marketing side of things. But if you can do this and pursue this for even just a few months, you will learn the skills of setting up these AI callers, building AI infrastructure, how to sell AI. So you'll have the skills, you'll have the experience with actually dealing with clients, doing this for real businesses. And more importantly, you will have the testimonials. You'll have the results, whether that's a written testimonial or a video testimonial from a real business owner saying, hey, I worked with this company. I used AI. It provided me value through XYZ. And that is enormous because when this AI wave does come, and it's coming in a massive, massive way. Pause. Let me rephrase that. The AI wave is going to be the next biggest thing. So when that wave does come, you will be perfectly positioned compared to the average Joe who has just jumped on the AI wave bandwagon, essentially, because you have the experience, you have the skills, you have the testimonials, you'll have all of those things, and you can make an absolute killing over the next, the whole future, kind of. Like I was going to say next 10 or 15 years, but AI is going to be around for much longer than that. So you basically are setting yourself up for a future of abundance and prosperity. Now, what if I told you that you could very, very easily turn this business model into an AAA? That's a mouthful. I'm going to stick with AI agency. You can very easily turn this into an AI agency because when your client, the business owner, sees the AI infrastructure doing its thing in action, whether that's the chatbot, but more likely the calling agent, they're going to go, hey, this is fantastic. This is providing me a ton of value. The conversions are up and I don't even have to do any of the work required. This is fantastic. Can it do X? Can it do Y? Can it do a whole range of things? They're going to start asking those questions, and then you've got your foot in the door with social media marketing. You've built trust. You've shown them how AI provides value in the context of the outbound agents here, and then you can just continuously sell them into AI infrastructure, because they're going to be more pain points that exist here, and you can offer them AI solutions. And you, as I said before, not only have your foot in the door, but you also have the skills to do this. I'm going to be teaching you the AI infrastructure in the context of a few different things, following up with leads who've opted into ads, etc., etc. But you will have the skills and the knowledge from the lessons, the videos in this course, so that when these clients come along and say, hey, I want to pay you $5,000 to set up a reactivation campaign, for example, that's something that I've done, you have the skills to actually go and execute on that. Now, you probably have a bunch of different questions about this business model. I've lost my square, there it is. Bunch of different questions about this business model, whether you are a beginner or you're more experienced. I'll try and address all the possible questions that you might have. The first question, very common one, is how much does it cost to get started? Now, the fantastic thing about this business model compared to something like a dropshipping, for example, I'm using that as an example because it's a very common business model. Dropshipping has substantially higher, more expensive overheads because you have to pay for things like inventory. Because you are offering a service, you don't have to pay for a product, obviously. In fact, let me actually just break this down for you. You pay $20 per year, not per month, per year for a domain. You pay $10 per month for a professional email via Google Workspace. You're going to pay $97 per month for a CRM platform that we're going to use. It's an all-inclusive platform. This is a must-have for your agency. It is the best piece of software on the market by far. I'll be yapping about this in a lot of detail at a later stage. But this is, to put it simply, a CRM called High Level that we're going to use for our own agency, for all of our internal operations, but also we're going to give it to our clients as well and resell that. The second platform is the AI platform that we're going to build these AI chatbots in, which is also $97 per month. And then there is another third-party platform for building the AI callers, which plans start at about $30 per month and then increase. Now, to be clear, they're not going to be, for example, CRM, the AI platform's $97 per month forever. That's only the starting plan, and then they're going to increase as you get more clients, but only once you, as I said, get more clients. And when you get more clients, you'll get more cash flow. So as your overheads increase, your profit margins do as well, or your profits do as well. So when you're starting out, the total comes to about $200 per month. Now, at no point in history has it been this cheap, and there have been so little barriers to entry to start a business. There's really no excuses. Now, if you're not willing to invest that $200 per month to start this business and change your life, and you'd rather spend that money on V-Bucks, that's your prerogative. That's okay, but be honest with yourself about what you genuinely want. Now, on top of being just $200 per month, I've spoken about my affiliation to these platforms. That's why I'm providing everything for free. But essentially, if you do sign up with the links I provide, you will get the 2-week free trial to all of these platforms. The CRM, both the AI platforms. So not only is it incredibly cheap, I'm providing you access to these platforms completely for free. So that means you can actually follow along with me as I'm teaching you these things in the coming videos where I'm going through step-by-step how you set these things up. You can do that for zero cost on a complete free trial. So that is cost to get started. Now, another question you probably have is, how long does it take to see results? How long to see results? Now, this will obviously differ for everyone and comes down to 100% how much effort you actually put in. I was able to hit my first 10K month in 50 days. Now, that's not achievable for everyone because I'm built different. Most people, if you actually put the effort in, can expect to get to that point within 3 months, probably, maybe a bit longer. Now, when I say 3 months, I mean outreach stage. So you're going to have a learning phase first, and that learning phase will be how long it takes you to get through this course and actually take the action that I suggest in here, setting up your own agency, figuring out what your niche is, all of those things. So that's that learning phase, which could be a few days if you really speed through this. It might be a week, it might be 2 weeks. And then you're going to start that outreach phase of when you're actually reaching out to businesses and actually start getting clients. And if you use the principles that I teach you in this course, you can get there absolutely within 90 days. It is super, super achievable. Now, if you're thinking getting to 10K per month with an online business that has very high profit margins, very low risk, seems too good to be true, I can understand where you're coming from, and I thought sort of a similar thing. I can give one very simple answer to that question and assure you that it's not too good to be true. And that answer is that you are genuinely solving problems that already exist. It's really that simple. All you need to do to actually make that money is actually just solve problems. And that is exactly what we're doing with this business model. It's not about the AI. It's not about how your chatbots interact or how the social media marketing is. It's not about the shiny objects. It is about fundamentally, how can you actually solve problems? And that is why I assure you it is not too good to be true. Now, the third question that you probably have is profit margins. Now, I'll touch on this very quickly because it kind of goes back into what I was saying. But when I did my first 10K month, my overheads were less than $1,000. So that brings the margins to about 80 to 90%, 90% on a higher end. Now, as time has gone on and I've matured and become wiser, I've increased my overheads, and you'll probably do the same thing at some point, where I'm paying for a lot of other platforms, significant amounts, but I'm not even making money off these platforms. I'm not giving these to my clients. I'm simply paying for them, using them, learning them, getting familiar with them, all of those things, so that, well, that's the game, right? You continue learning. You're a student forever, but that is a factor that will go into it. And I'm sure you do that. Your overheads will be a little bit more expensive as you continue to just learn stuff. So that is profit margins. Now, will beginners have any more questions? Probably not. Those are probably the biggest things that you want addressed. If you're more experienced, maybe you already have your own agency, or you're just in the online business space in general, you're probably wondering a few different things. Number one is leverage. For the beginners out there, I said exactly what leverage is before. And the second one would probably be scalability. Scalability. Now, how does this business model, starting this SMMA AI model, give you future leverage? Because as an entrepreneur, this is something you should always be thinking about, is what am I doing now? And if it makes me money now, fantastic. If not, how does it provide value to me in the future? In fact, more importantly than that, what am I doing now? How does it set me up for success in the future? Forget the money part. Now, this business model allows you to, I mentioned this before, perfectly position yourself for the AI wave, but more generally, you get the perfect skill stack for being an entrepreneur in the future. So what do I mean when I say that? Well, let's compare this to something like day trading, for example. What skills do you learn as a day trader? I'm hearing crickets. Maybe you could think of a few. Market understanding, being risk adverse, whether that's Forex or crypto, or now I'm not trying to shit on trading, but I'm just trying to give you a juxtaposition here. With this model, you learn, let's actually go through them because there's a whole lot of them. Marketing psychology, funnels. If you don't know what a funnel is, I'll explain that at a later stage. So let me actually go here so I can have a visual as I go through this. So you're learning marketing psychology, more specifically how to run ads on Facebook and Instagram. You're learning how to set up AI texting agents, AI calling agents. You're learning workflows inside of high levels, how to build out all the automations, CRMs in general. You're learning all of the other different software tools that go into that. You're learning sales. You're getting on sales calls with these people. You're learning graphic design and doing these ads. Copywriting. You're learning essential skills with these text to image and these text to video modules. All of those things. And the list goes on. In fact, I'll name two other very, very important ones. Communication skills, being articulate. Sales is, I said that before, that sort of goes into communication skills. If you can sell, you are set literally for life. If you can just print money from the sky by making other people want to buy whatever you're selling, that is phenomenal. And communication skills as well. This business model has allowed me to refine and improve my communication skills over time. I guarantee when I was starting this journey, I would not have been able to come on screen on video like this in front of a camera for half an hour or however long this video has been without a script and talk compendiously and concisely without making a fool of myself. That is something that you learn. The sales calls, communicating and talking to clients on the daily has allowed me to refine that. I'm going on a bit of a tangent here about the skills you learn, but I just want you to be thinking about that. So that is leverage. Now, scalability. Scalability is for the beginners here. I want you to think about, well, it's similar to leverage. It's can I get an increase in output without a corresponding increase in input? But to give you a raw example of this, how a business that is extremely scalable would require maybe one extra employee, an increase of $500 per month, and 20 extra human hours of input required to go from 10K to 50K per month. A business that has low scalability would require 10 extra employees, $5,000 in overheads, and 600 hours of increased work to take that from 20 to 50K per model. Now, the agency model is very scalable. This is no exception. And in some ways, it's actually more scalable than any other agency model, social media marketing agency model, for example, because instead of having to hire VAs to do the calling of leads, you can just get the AI to do that instead, which is of course much cheaper. You don't have to manage more people. So it is more scalable than a traditional SMMA. So that is it for this video. In the next coming videos, we are going to be breaking down how to actually set up your agency, going through all the steps, which will be slightly more enjoyable than this because you'll actually be constructing something tangible. So I hope you have got a lot of value from this, and now you're actually going into this course fully knowing and understanding how all of this works and how we genuinely provide value, and to some degree the roadmap ahead of you. I'll see you in the next video. Welcome to the second lesson here inside of the first module. It's fantastic to have you here. In this lesson, we're going to be covering Go High Level. What is high level? Maybe you've heard of it, maybe you haven't. Quick tangent about high level. I truly believe that if you can learn high level and get familiar with some of the many features that it has to offer, you can build a skill set for yourself that ensures you never go broke again. Now, what do I mean when I say that? Now, fundamentally, what making money actually comes down to, and I said this before, it's obvious, is your ability to provide value to other people. And high level has so many different features. You can provide value in so many different ways. It's largely automated, which means you can do that at scale. And it's of course on your laptop, which means you have complete location freedom whilst you do that. So you are building a skill set for yourself that is very high leverage. It's in demand at the moment, and it will be in demand for years and years to come. The second thing we'll be doing is importing the snapshot into your high level account. So I'll explain in a lot of detail what a snapshot is, but to put it simply, it is all of the settings that I've used in my own high-level account with my own agency. And I've used all of these successfully, and I've spent a lot of time, energy, and resources into improving and refining all of these settings. And I can basically give this to you, and you can upload it into your own account with the click of a button, which means you don't have to do any of the thinking or spend any of the time doing the setting up yourself. The last thing I'll be doing is pointing you in the direction of where to best get tech support, because the reality of a business model like this is that there's lots of automations and there's bits and pieces with the software, and something will unfortunately go wrong from time to time, whether that's you not fully knowing what to actually do, how to configure things, or there's genuinely a bug. So I'll be pointing you where to actually best get support for that when that does unfortunately happen. And tell anyone you know who you think might be interested in either starting this business model or learning some of the many skills that we teach you inside this course. As you know, everything in here is absolutely free, and I want to provide as much value to as many people as possible at zero additional cost. So please be a G and spread the word. Also, down below this video, you will see links to various social media platforms. I'll be posting updates there regarding this course and the community, so feel free to check them out. Also, watch in 2x speed to save yourself a significant amount of time. Let's get into it. Okay, the first point that I want to touch on is go into a little bit more detail about high level if you're not already familiar. Why do we use it, and why does it provide so much value? Very quickly though, if you're already an established agency owner, or not even established, you already are familiar with high level, you've already got your own agency set up, but you want the source in relation to how do we leverage AI in this model, I'd recommend going to probably module number 3. That's where the service delivery stuff comes in. You might need to watch a few of the videos in module number 2, specifically the onboarding video, so you know how to actually get your client set up for that service delivery. But I just wanted to make that point very quickly. Obviously, if you're new to this space and you're not using high level yet, or maybe you are, but you haven't got your agency set up, this is the video for you. If not, go to module 3 and that onboarding lesson. So the value that we get with high level is substantial. Now, I'm sure you know where I'm going with this based on what's on screen, but when starting an online business, especially the agency model, you would need, or you do need, a bunch of different features. And you can see some of them listed down the left-hand side. CRM and pipeline, sales funnels, surveys and forms, email marketing, SMS marketing, booking appointments, workflow automations, the list goes on. And these platforms are anywhere from $29 per month, one of them's that cheap, all the way up to a few $100s per month. And if you're paying 10 or 15 different platforms that much money per month, it starts to add up. Could be, upwards of a few $1,000s per month. The second issue with using all of these different platforms is it's very difficult to actually have stuff integrate and work seamlessly. Whereas with something like high level, I'm sure you get where I'm going with this because there's ticks down all of these features. You get them all in high level. Everything is included. That's why it's called an all-in-one platform. So that's the first benefit. And then this is crucial because when you're a beginner, you want your brain space to go to learning, service delivery, finding a niche, all of the important stuff. You don't want to have to worry about setting up, these tools in your funnel and your automations and all of that stuff. So as a beginner, if you can get that headache taken away from you just by using one platform that has everything, that's massive. And the second thing is cost. And this is, again, important for beginners because you are likely to not be in a fantastic financial position. That's probably why you're looking at starting an online business in the first place. If that's not the case, great. But if it is, this means that an online business is financially accessible to you. Because the plans start at, well, first you get a free trial, then $97 per month. And then once you've got more than about 2 or 3 clients, it is $297 per month. So it's very, very affordable. So the other biggest thing that you need to get your head around before you actually start using high level is the difference between agency view versus sub accounts. So to put it simply, and you'll get a visual of this once we actually go into high level, which will help you understand. But essentially what happens is you have an agency view, which is the admin. Only you will have access to the agency view. And in the agency view, you basically manage all of the sub accounts. Now the sub accounts, they represent your individual clients' businesses. So there'll be one sub account per client. And in those sub accounts, they will have all of the automations, the funnel, the pipeline, all things like that. And you will also need those features for your own business, the pipeline, the funnel, things like that, right? But those features, they aren't accessible on agency view. They're only accessible in sub account. Hence, you will have a sub account set up for your own agency. And then of course, ones for your clients as well. Mobile and desktop. So you can get high level obviously on your laptop, just on your browser, but you can also get it on your phone. So you can download an app, log in. It's called the Lead Connector app. That's the gray labeled version of it. And you basically log in, and then that means if you're, on the go, you don't have your laptop with you, you can still manage things, check in with clients. It's very, very convenient. I'll give you the directions on how to actually download that. If you want to, you can just go search up Lead Connector in the App Store or the Google Play Store, whatever device you have, and download that now. If not, we'll do that at a later stage. We can also white label high level. What does that mean? Well, per the text next to that point, we can put our own domain in there. We can put our own logo and our own brand colors. So when we give this to our clients, which we will do, we'll give it to them on desktop and on mobile. It'll have all of our own branding colors and things on there. So they'll think that it's our software, which to some degree it is. And why are we giving high level to our clients? Well, they need to see all of the leads, the conversations that the lead is having with the AI. They need a pipeline to have an overview of, what prospects are in different stages, and then a dashboard as well to see how much they're spending, how much they're making back, all things like that. So you're going to create that sub account for your clients, and then you're going to get them to log into it, and then they'll be able to manage everything from there. And again, you're going to give them the mobile app as well. So signing up to high level. So now's the time to sign up. You'll see a link down below this video that says sign up to high level. Before you go ahead and sign up, a few things I just wanted to make clear about that. When you do sign up, I will send you the snapshot for your agency. What does that mean? I explained a little bit about this before. A snapshot is all of the settings that I use in my own agency's sub account, pre-built website for you, pre-built automations, pipelines, all of those features, as I said, that I've spent time, money, energy refining, improving, and that I've actually succeeded with, and I can give them to you. You upload them into your account in an instant, and that means you can hit the ground running. You don't have to do any of the thinking yourself or figuring any of that stuff out. I basically just give it to you. So if you do use that link down below, you will get that in an email. Now, unfortunately, I can't automatically send you the snapshot when you sign up. But when you do hop on that 2-week free trial with High Level by using the link below, please send me a DM on Instagram. You'll see my Instagram will also be linked below this video. In this DM, please just say the words High Level or Go High Level, something like that. And then in a separate DM under that, have the email that you used to sign up to High Level. When I see that come through, I'll just check on my end and then I will send you the snapshot via email. If you don't have Instagram, it's a bit weird. No, it's really not. I respect it. I wouldn't if I wasn't playing the game. So if you don't have it, I don't know, send a Raven or something, or in fact, send an email. I'll actually put my email below this video so that if you don't have Instagram, you can still reach out to me and we can get that sorted. Also, if you sign up for High Level, you'll get an extra 5 entries into this month's giveaway. I'm sure you'll have seen some information regarding the giveaway and what that entails in the community discussion. The reason I'm saying sign up to High Level now is not only will you get the free trial, but you'll also have that snapshot in your account, which means you have all of the necessary resources to actually follow along with me now. Because what I'm going to be doing in the following videos is setting up the sub account for your agency and also teaching you how High Level works in the process. So definitely don't watch this whole video and then re-watch it while setting it up. That's a complete waste of time. It's not very efficient. And yeah, so that's the best way of doing it. I was going to say the alternative is you don't set this up at all and you watch all of the videos, the whole course, and then only once you start getting clients, you set up your agency sub account. Also not a good idea. So those are the 2 things you'll get: giveaway points and the snapshot. The other point that I did actually want to make is to turn on cookies and tracking. So you might already know how to do that. Let me go and find the window that I have open. Here you go. So once you click the link below, it'll take you to a page that looks like this. You'll get a free trial if you use the link down below. Very handy. That'll save you a few $100s. And click on this button here, or whatever the equivalent is in your browser, and then click settings, and then click on privacy and security. Click on third-party cookies and make sure your third-party cookies are on. If you have it blocked, if you then go and sign up to High Level, I'll have no idea who you are. And unfortunately, that means that you won't get the snapshot or the entries into the giveaway. So please go use that link down below and sign up. Make sure your cookies are on, and I'll see you on the other side. Once you have done that, your screen should look a little something like this. So just a quick note, when you start your business, you will have different usernames and passwords for different accounts. I highly suggest getting a password keeper. Now, I have no ties to this business. It's called KeyPass. It's one that I use myself. But as I said, you'll have a lot of different logins and you will waste a ton of time if you don't have these organized, doing forget password resets and just a ton of inconvenience. So I'd highly recommend going and doing that. High level overview. So you should be in your High Level account now. We're going to go through agency view and all the different tabs, and then we're going to do another comparison of agency versus sub account view. So, wait, what was the first thing? High Level account, okay. So this is agency view. So you'll be able to swap between agency view and sub account view by clicking this here. And that's the sub account there. I can click on that. And then once I'm in the sub account, to get back to agency view, you click switch to agency view. So go and switch into agency view for now. Once again, you won't be spending much time in agency view. This is only for configuring some settings and being the admin. The ones you'll be in the most are sub accounts. So this, when you have multiple sub accounts, they will all come up here, as this one currently does at the moment. Count snapshots. So this is the copy and paste settings that I was referring to before. You'll have access to the snapshots in this tab here. All of these other tools you probably won't use. And then in settings, it's pretty self-explanatory. Settings for company name, logo, etc. We'll do that in a second. So once again, just to reiterate, this is agency view. To go into your sub account view, you click on it here. There'll be a list of them once you have multiple ones, and these sub accounts represent the individual businesses of your clients, and you'll have one like I do here for your own agency. So we're going to go to the sub account now. I'm just going to go through the different tabs and what they do. So click on your sub account. So very quickly, Conversations tab is, you can integrate Facebook, Instagram, all the other social media platforms that are missing, SMS, email, and all of those different messages, DMs that come from all those different platforms will show up in the one inbox in the Conversations tab. Calendars, so calendars will, I mean, it's pretty self-explanatory. You can construct booking systems in here, but for you, you will have your Google Meet, so your online meetings that will pop up here, whether that's sales calls, onboarding calls, things like that. Contacts, this is a contact database where contacts will automatically be imported when they fill in their details online. Opportunities, this is a pipeline where it'll basically represent prospects throughout all stages of the booking process, from new leads, people who've scheduled a call, all the way to paying clients, right? Payments, this is invoicing, contracts, things like that. Marketing, this is SMS and email marketing. Automations, this is, I'll actually go into this one, you'll be using this one probably the most. As you can see, it's empty at the moment. I will give you all of the workflows in the snapshot, and then once they're in there, you'll be able to go in and play around. Sites, website hosting, or not hosting, building the site, we'll do website hosting elsewhere. Reputation, this is Google reviews, reporting, so when you're running Facebook and or Google ads, all of the campaign data will come into high level because you've integrated your platforms. This is sample data at the moment, but you'll be able to choose from Facebook ads report at the top. That's what we'll be using. We'll be going into detail about Facebook ads at a later stage. Now in settings, we'll be changing some of the settings in the sub account in a bit, but that's very quickly the tabs in sub account. So business name. Let's very quickly come up with a business name using ChatGPT. We're either going to use a synonym for grow or something to do with your name plus a tech marketing word. For example, my surname is Webb with 2 B's, and that works well with, well, Webb is web, my surname also, online stuff, the World Wide Web, right? So that's what I use. If you have a name that works well with that, similar to mine, go ahead and use your name. If not, I recommend using a synonym for grow, like ascend or, synonyms for grow, right? So there's a prompt here on the next page. Also, it doesn't need to be niche specific, right? So we're going to be choosing your niche at a later stage, but your business name doesn't need to correlate to your niche at all, right? And on this note, nobody cares about your business name, right? Don't spend, an hour coming up with a business name. I'm going to do this in less than 3 minutes, or probably less than 5 realistically. Spend a similar amount of time. Again, no one cares about your name. It doesn't really matter. Business name prompt. So I'm going to copy this prompt and use this to get ChatGPT to spit out a bunch of names. This prompt will be down in the description as well. So I'm going to paste this prompt in there. And my name's going to be John White. Bang. So I have the paid version of ChatGPT. You can, I assume you'll be able to do this exact same thing if you're not using the paying version, it doesn't matter. So it'll spit out a bunch of different names, look through them. I'm just going to pick one very quickly. Growth Flow AI, Amplify AI Solution, What Vision AI. I like Elevate AI Marketing. I like that one. I'm going to run with that one. Okay, so now we're going to do a logo. Now we've got the name, we're going to do a logo. Should be business logo. And again, speed is key. Nobody cares about your logo. It is not going to impact your ability to get clients or deliver results. So it doesn't matter. Spend 5 minutes getting a logo. Do it very, very quickly. Business logo, quickly find a business logo. You can use Canva. I'm just going to use a logo creator tool. Because that's the fastest way to do it. So logo creator. I suggest you follow along and do this at the same speed as me. Elevate AI Marketing was my name. Create logos. Sure. Awesome. So I recommend looking for something really simplistic. Okay, I'm going to have a quick scan through here and find one that I like. Okay, so this is the version that I like. It's very simplistic and good colors as well. So I'm just going to delete the slogan, and then it's probably going to ask me to make an account or something to import it. So I'm literally just gonna screenshot it and then remove the background on like a camera or something. Or I'll just put this up here like so. Ooh. Click on it. And then that's pretty good background removal. As good as it gets, really. Delete that. Bang. Now you've got a good logo. Oh, you probably want to crop it though. Okay, I'm just going to put this in Canva. Okay. I have to get a new design. Logo. I'm going to put the logo in here. Make it nice and big. I'm going to remove the background. Crop the text out. Crop that out as well. And then this E, the E's white, which I don't want it to be, because if it's on a white background, the E will basically disappear. So I'm going to click on this, click Magic Eraser, get rid of the E. Now, you have to do a lot of graphic design, not a lot, but a significant amount of graphic design for generating ad creatives, branding, all things like that. So I'd recommend making a Canva account. If you are already familiar with like a Photoshop or something else, obviously use that. Canva is really beginner friendly. It's pretty cheap as well to get one of the pro plans, so I'd recommend doing that. Now I'm just gonna put some text in here and do a big E. I'm gonna get a font that I want. This one here, make it bold. Make it bold. Put it nice and big. And then make it a purple or something. Bang. And then just do a black outline so that it works on a white background. Awesome. I'm gonna make that a little bit bigger. And there you have it. I already have a logo. That took me, I wasn't timing it, but less than 5 minutes. If you spend anything longer making your logo, you're a dumbass. Nobody cares about your logo. Okay, logo, bang. Okay, now we've got our logo. Awesome. That's that, close that tab. Let's go back into the presentation. High level settings. So we're going to change the company settings and we're going to upload our name and our logo into high level. Yep, let's go ahead and do that. So go across to your high level account, make sure that you're in agency view. So I'm going to go ahead and click that now. Click on settings, click on company, and then you can see you'll have an option to upload a logo. So I'm going to upload the logo there. Now you'll see that that bit here has changed. So again, you've got your own logo as the branding. And we're also going to put our company name in here, which is Elevate AI Marketing. I'll just do it like this. That should not be caps. Awesome. Then come down and click Update Company. Now you'll see you've got your logo and you've got your name up there. Awesome. Okay, next step. Just done that. Sub-account snapshot. So there's two different snapshots that I'll be giving you. One will be for your own agency's sub-account and the other ones will be for your clients, because obviously you're not running social media. Well, you will be, but these settings that you'll need for yourself are going to be very different for your clients. That should be pretty self-explanatory. So go ahead and copy, what happened there? Copy this link, click on it here, and then go ahead into your browser and paste that in there. And then just give it a second to load. And then click import now. Awesome. So this says your agency snapshot. So what you're going to do is go across to sub accounts, click on manage client, click on actions, load snapshot, and then find the snapshot. So I assume will probably be the one at the top saying your agency snapshot. Don't do any of the vertical ones. Then click proceed, and then click proceed once again, and then click proceed. Okay, once you do that, you'll be brought to this page here. Click OK. Now we're going to head back to the PowerPoint. So we've imported the snapshot using the email link. It's directed back into high level. And we're going to go and view the snapshot changes, go into each tag and view the settings that were imported. And then we'll upload our logo and our name into the sub account settings as well. So click on those two. Actually, what you can click is just switch into sub account. Now this is getting really annoying. I'm just going to have to tax evade for a little longer. So go into settings, click on business profile. You should be in there by default, and then upload your logo in here, and then change the name of the friendly business name, Elevate AI Marketing. And then you can add some other details if you'd like. Click update information when you're done. So the reason we've done that twice, again, our agency view needs to be branded as our own because we'll be reselling it to our clients, but we also have one sub account that's for our own agency, because for our agency, we'll need funnels, we'll need SMS and email marketing, all of those things, right? So we need a sub account for your own business, which is why we've put the logo and the business name in two places. We've put it in the agency view and we've put it in this sub account that is yours. So now we've changed the logo and the name. We are going to look through the tabs and look through all the things that have changed. So what has been imported? Well, number one is calendars. So you should have 3 calendars down the side. You've got 2 discovery call calendars and an onboarding calendar. Check that, and they will say draft for now. That's okay. There won't be any changes under contacts. Under opportunities, you should see a pipeline has now been imported. So this pipeline, again, is prospects throughout all stages of the booking process. So new leads, people who have just opted in, whether that's putting their email or their name in a form somewhere, people who have scheduled a discovery call, people who didn't show up to the discovery call, people you need to follow up on, people who need to be onboarded, people who have been onboarded and are on the free trial, and then the last one, paying clients. Payments. So we've imported a template contract. In automations, you will see that you have 3 folders of automations: B2B Meta Campaign, Discovery Call, Onboarding Call. We're going to be messing around in folder number 2, Discovery Call, in the next few lessons. Under sites, you will see that you've got a website and VSL funnel. The page names are a little funny, unfortunately. We'll go ahead and change all of this now, but you will see, so this is basically a pre-built website for you, right? And it's got all the necessary steps for turning complete strangers into paying clients, and then these 2 ones are for onboarding. Ignore the fact that they're oddly numbered and oddly named at the moment. We'll go through and change that at a later stage. And then that's about all that we'll need to cover for now. Okay, upload logo and name, team. Okay, so team's the last thing. So what we've just done is, we imported the snapshot, team. Okay, so that was the last thing. So team, we're gonna go into the settings of agency view, add a profile picture, add yourself to the sub account under user roles. Okie dokie. Go to agency view for me. Go to settings. Under go under team. Click on yourself. You should see the name and email that you use to sign up to high level. Click on the pencil edit icon. Come down to user roles, and under add sub accounts, select what should only be one option. Click that sub account and then click save. Awesome. Okay, back into here. Done that. Agency view versus sub-account view, a brief demo. So agency view is the admin for all the different sub-accounts. You'll be the only person who has access to agency view. Obviously, your clients won't see that. Sub-accounts are represent the individual businesses of your clients, and you'll have one for your own agency. And then the sub-account use obviously has all the automations, the website, social media integration, the marketing. And once again, you'll have those tools for your clients, and you also have those tools for your own business. Hence, you have a sub-account for your agency. Technical support. So I think I said this at the start, but the unfortunate nature of starting a business that uses software is things will go wrong, right? Software can be temperamental and it can be a pain in the ass. So High Level has, in my humble opinion, the best help staff, the best software support that I've ever seen with any company. It's actually ridiculous how good it is, right? So when errors occur, to actually go ahead and get help, what you want to do is click this little blue need help icon in the top right hand corner, and then you'll have a few different options here. Help Center is a bunch of basically documents that have all the different things, right? So email help, calling help, general help, phone system help, phone numbers again, manual actions, like help documents on everything. And then a few other options are Facebook groups. But what I'd recommend doing is, when things go wrong, is click join Zoom call now. Now this is the thing that's blown me away, right? That I've never experienced with another company before, is once you click this button, you can basically be on a Zoom call with a professional within 5 to 10 minutes. You can share your screen with them, walk you through the problem, and they'll give you the necessary help. 5 to 10 minutes, yeah, it's mind-blowing how good their support is. But before you go ahead and use the support, first of all, you shouldn't need to, unless it's a bug, because realistically, all the information that you need, I will give to you in this course. So as long as you don't skip anything and you pay attention, you shouldn't need high-level support unless it's a bug. And then also in the community, people will be asking questions. If you know the answer to one of them, obviously go ahead and help them out, right? I want there to be an environment in there where there's open discourse, people are helping each other, asking questions, right? So that's a wrap for this video. The next video, we'll be doing some of the more fun stuff, actually setting a few different things up, right? Website, domain, all that good stuff. So for now, that's a wrap. Check out the social medias linked below. I'll be posting updates there. And once again, share the course, tell your buddies. Let's teach as many people as possible. Thank you very much for watching, and I'll see you in the next lesson. Welcome to the third lesson here inside of the first module. It's fantastic to have you here. In this lesson, we're going to be buying you a domain. We're going to be using that domain to buy you a professional email. We're going to be connecting both of those to High Level, and then we're also going to be getting your funnel/website set up. And tell anyone you know who you think might be interested in either starting this business model or learning some of the many skills that we teach you inside this course. As you know, everything in here is absolutely free, and I want to provide as much value to as many people as possible at zero additional cost. So please be a G and spread the word. Also, down below this video, you will see links to various social media platforms. I'll be posting updates there regarding this course and the community, so feel free to check them out. Also watch in 2x speed to save yourself a significant amount of time. Let's get into it. So first thing we're going to do is buy your own domain. So head over to squarespace.com. Squarespace. Skip, close. So you're going to have to create a Squarespace account. I've already got one, so just go ahead and do that now. Pause this, create an account, come back. Okay, so enter in your business name here, Elevate AI Marketing. Let's see what there is. Okay, so I found a good one here, elevateaimarketing.com. There's a ton of different options that you can purchase. I'd recommend getting a .com one. It just looks more legit. And it's very cheap, right? So 18 or 19 Australian dollars per year. That's ridiculously cheap for a domain. So that's the whole year. That's not a monthly fee, that's per year, $19 per year. So go ahead and fill out your billing information. I'll go ahead and do that, and I'll see you on the other side. So once you've bought the domain, you should be at a screen that looks like this. And now we're going to connect the domain to high level. So go to your high level account. Where's that? Here. Go to your sub account. So click the 2 arrows, click on your sub account, click on settings, and then go down to domains. Yours will be empty. And then add your domain. So I'm just going to copy and paste this, copy and paste, and then put it in here. And make sure that that's ticked, and then click continue. Give it a second to load. So what DNS is, for people who haven't done stuff with website hosting before, DNS is basically a set of instructions for the domain. So in this instance, we're putting in these instructions, so adding DNS records into Squarespace so that Squarespace knows that the website is going to be configured inside of high level. So we're basically connecting the two. So what you'll do is first copy and paste, or just click the copy button next to this value. It's going to be an A record and the host will be at. So come into Squarespace, click DNS and delete. There should be 2 records in here. Click delete. Click add record, paste the data in there, find A record, host was at, A record, host was at, then click save. Then we'll add the last record, so copy that value there. www, it's a CNAME record. So we'll click add record, we'll find CNAME, www, and then alias data, paste that in there. Nice. Now refresh Squarespace. Give it 5 or 10 seconds just so that it can configure the changes. And then click verify records. Now this will take up to 30 seconds to configure. I'm going to pause this and then come back when it's done. Okay, so about 45 seconds later, it says, yay, the domain has now been added. Click link domain with funnel, click website and VSL funnel. There should be only one option there. And then default funnel step can be home. Then click link domain. Okay, so we've just configured the domain. And now we're doing the next thing. I'm gonna rearrange this shit real quick. Put this in the middle. Nice. Connect the domain to high level. We've connected it, and then we've connected it to the funnel. Let's see what's next. Google Workspace. Alrighty. So Google Workspace is what we're going to use to purchase our professional email. So that's your name at yourdomain.com. So for me, that would be Ben at elevateaimarketing.com. Doesn't really make a big difference. It looks a little bit more professional and it's only $10 a month or something. So it's worth getting. So head over to googleworkspace.com and we'll buy that. Google Workspace. Bang. Google Workspace. Click start free trial. Enter in your business name, Elevate AI Marketing. Click just you, select your country. My first name is that, my second name is that. And that will be, you're gonna have just to use a personal email for now. And then click with your company.com address. Click yes, I have one that I can use. And then enter in your domain. So my domain is right there. What just happened? Oh, it's in this tab. Put that in and then click next. So yep, put your, as username, put your name in there because it will be your name at yourdomain.com. I have no idea what that password is. Click agree and continue. Coffee's gone, just like that. And then when that confirms, I'm gonna pause this. Oh, never mind. Awesome. Now, business standard, what we'll actually be doing is using business starter, which is even cheaper than this. It's like $11 per month, but they do this, they only give you one option here, which is business standard, but just click try free for 14 days. At the moment, we'll downgrade later. Review and checkout. Okay, and then just put in your billing details. I'm going to pause this, fill this in. You can do the same. Okay, if you want to purchase Gemini, go for it. I don't think it's really worth it. And we're in. Click next. So admin console, Google admin is basically the portal where you can access all the different tools. So if you click the 9 dots in the top right hand corner, you will see that there's a bunch of different things that you can access. Gmail, Google Drive, Doc Sheets, Google Calendar, Google Chat, Google Meet, etc. So first thing you're going to do is click protect. Click I'm ready to protect my domain. Click go to step 2. Copy this. What is copy? Text copy to clipboard. It's a TXT record and the host name is @ So go into Squarespace, add a record. So host was @ it was a TXT record, and paste that in there. Bang. And then if we head back into protect my domain, click protect my domain. And then this will take a bit of time to verify. It should be more than 30 seconds or something. Okay, now it's verified. You'll be able to know because it has a tick and saying your domain's protected. So click continue, and now we're going to activate Gmail. So creating new users is easy. Pretty sure it's free. I think you can get up to 10 users on this plan. So if you want to go ahead and create new users, maybe you have a business partner or something, you can do that at a later stage. But we're going to click activate Gmail for now. Click activate. I'm ready to activate. Then click go to step 2, and then copy that. Priorities 1, host is @ and it's an MX record. So go into Squarespace, click add record. It's an MX record. Host is @ priorities 1, then paste the value in there. So basically what this is saying is, this is again instructions to the domain saying email sending will be done from Google. Custom record was saved. So refresh Squarespace, give it a bit of time to update, and then head back into the activate Gmail thing, click activate, and then this will take a bit of time again to configure. So I'm going to pause this and come back when it's done. So if you've done that correctly, within 30 seconds or something, it should say, well done, MX records are updated. Click finish. Awesome, and then I'm going to skip that for now because I don't want another user. One thing you can do while you're here is downgrade, like I said before. So what I want to do is go back to Google Admin. I think we're in it at the moment. Go back to Admin. And then under Billing, click Manage. Manage. Click on Business, or click Add or Upgrade a Subscription. Go to Business Starter, so this is cheaper and has everything we need. And then come down the bottom, click Next. Click the monthly plan, you don't want to opt into 12 months. Click Flexible Plan, so it's $10 per month. And then click Place Order, and it will downgrade you. Awesome, now we can add a profile picture as well. So if you want to do that, click on Users, click on Yourself, more options, just click on it, and then you'll have an option to upload a profile picture somewhere. I'm not going to do that, but if you'd like to have a hunt around, you'll see it somewhere. Oh, you can actually just click on it, there you go. So go ahead and do that if you'd like a profile picture. It can be your logo. In fact, I'm just going to upload my logo there. Or you can do a photo of your beautiful mug, which is another option. probably a better idea actually. You want that human connection when you're emailing something, or someone rather. People don't buy products, they buy from people. So as I said, having your face in there is probably a better option. So go ahead and do that. And then if I reload that, it should update with my logo there. Nice. Okay, so that is Google Workspace done. We've got Business Starter, we've added the records to Squarespace, we've done the profile picture, and we've downgraded. White labeling. So now we will be labeling high level as our own. So instead of saying app.gohighlevel.com, it'll be app.yourdomain.com. So we're going to go to agency view, we're going to follow the white label instructions, and we're also going to do the API domain. So let's head over and do that now. Go to high level, go to agency view, click on settings, click on company, and then click on so type in here app.yourdomain.com. Where's my domain? I might get it wrong if I enter it in, whatever. Elevate AI marketing.com. Click add domain, click continue. Then copy that value. Host is app, record is CNAME. So go back into Squarespace, add another record, type in app. It is CNAME? Yep. And then paste the value in there and click save. And then click verify records. It should take 20-ish, 30 seconds to update. And then when that's done, this will change to, instead of saying add domain, it'll say modify and then a bin icon. That's when you know it's actually worked. Now for this one, we're going to type in link.yourdomain. Mine's elevate AI marketing.com. So the difference between white label domain and API domain is white label domain is the thing that's going to pop up here. And API domain is going to be the URL that pops up when people use like forms, for example, or a few other things. You'll know the difference. It's kind of hard to explain, but you'll know the difference once we actually do that and have a look at some of those forms and a few other things where the API domain is used. So click add domain, enter it in there, click add domain, click continue, and then again, it will tell us to edit the DNS records in Squarespace. So click on copy. So it's link CNAME. So click add record, type in link, go find CNAME, paste the value in there, click save, and then if we head back into high level, click verify, give it 30 seconds. Awesome. Once again, you'll know that it's actually worked because this will have gone from, said like add domain to modify and the bin icon. If you've had trouble doing any of those DNS configurations, if it like has an error, the best thing to do is just wait an extra few minutes, click refresh a bunch of times, and then it should work. Obviously check that you've put the like the data and stuff in properly. And if none of that works, get in touch with the high level support team and they'll get you sorted.
Okay, so go into your sub account and head into sites and then find your funnel. Now what we want to do here is basically change all of the slugs, so the URLs, so that they're actually looking good and simple, right? So this one's sorted. Landing page is also sorted. I think most of these are, but let's have a look at, privacy policy, for example, has a bunch of numbers at the end. We want to delete that. So click on the cog and then just take away the unnecessary bits. So this one will just be /privacy policy. And you want to go ahead and do this to all of the steps in your funnel. Okay, so I've now done it for all of them. And once you've done that, you want to copy your privacy policy link and then paste it into your agency settings. So I'm in agency view here, click settings, click company, and then come down to privacy policy and paste your link in there. And then do the same for the terms and conditions URL. Like that, and then hit save on the bottom. Okay, now let me actually now explain what a funnel is and the
point of a funnel, because a funnel is a common thing you will see as a marketer and a thing that you'll commonly use. So it's very helpful to have an understanding solidly of how it works. So this is a very short description, but essentially a funnel is a process of turning complete strangers into paying customers. Now, like the funnel you'll actually find in a kitchen, it starts off large, and then the things that come out the bottom is a lot smaller, or there's a smaller amount of things that actually come out the bottom. In a similar manner, the people who see your business, maybe they see your ads, they click on something, there's going to be a larger amount of people taking those actions at the top of your funnel. For example, seeing your ad on Facebook, there's going to be a large amount of people seeing your ad. And then as they go down through the steps of clicking on the link, filling out their information, watching the VSL, and then actually booking a call and then becoming a paying client, less and less people will go through those steps as it filters out the bad quality, well, not necessarily the bad quality, the people that actually aren't interested and aren't ready to become buyers. And then what you're left with at the end is a much smaller percentage of people who, compared to who actually entered, and they're the ones that are paying customers, right? So our funnel here, in this instance, is at the very top is the homepage, or in a more realistic example is your ads. So your ads that you show on Facebook or the cold calling that you do, that is the top of the funnel. So the people who obviously are complete strangers, have never heard about your business before, that's the first point of familiarity they have with your business and what you sell. And then some of those people who see your ads or who you cold call or who visit your homepage will then show some interest, and they will go to the next step, which will be the landing page. So as I said a few times now, fewer and fewer people will go through each of the steps, and the people who aren't ready to become buyers, who your product isn't suited towards, will go out. They'll leave the funnel, right? So then they go through the landing page, they fill in their details, or do they fill it on here? No, I don't think they do, but they watch the VSL. You can set it up in a way so that they enter their email and name, things like that. And then the next step, so some people will go through and do that. Most people won't do that, and they'll leave your funnel. And then the next step is actually booking a call. And then after they book a call, then they'll actually show up to the call, do the call, and then the ultimate final step in that funnel is someone actually becoming a paying client, right? Okay, so I've basically just broken this down, but awareness, top of funnel, people first learn about your business through ads, blog posts, social media, etc. The goal is to reach as many people as possible. Interest, so people do something, whether that's browsing your site, signing up for something. Your aim is to nurture this interest and build trust at this point. And then decision, so this would be for us booking a call, people actually take an action, offer incentives like discounts, trials to help them choose, and then action, bottom of the funnel is when they actually make the decision to buy, right? That's, I pretty much just said all of that just in different words. So we've fixed the slugs, that is changing the URLs, and we've pasted the privacy policy and the terms and conditions page into our agency settings. Now, in relation to these different, so there's step 3, 4, and step 5, 6, you'll see there is one schedule page that says general schedule, and there's another schedule page that says Facebook schedule. Now, the reason we have these two separated is because when we are doing our attribution, which is actually attributing sales to different types of traffic, for example, we've got 3 paying clients, right? And then we're going to attribute one of them to Facebook ads. We're going to attribute one of them to maybe cold calling, for example. One of them's just organically clicked on our site. We want to ensure that we're actually correctly, as I said, attributing paying clients to where they actually came from, right? So the reason for that is when you do that, you can get data on what marketing methods and marketing channels are actually having the most effect and bringing the most money in. Now, with all that being said, the reason these two are separated is so that we can accurately do that. Now, because Facebook, the people who click on our Facebook ads, they're going to leave Facebook and they're going to come to this Facebook schedule page. When they actually book a call, we want Facebook to know that these people have booked a call. But of course, because they've left Facebook, how does Facebook know? And then Facebook will use that data of the people who have actually booked a call to then target more people like that. So what we do is we install tracking, so in the form of a Meta Pixel and a conversions API. You'll get an understanding for that at a later stage, we install that on the thank you page specifically of the Facebook schedule traffic. So people who come in via any other method other than Facebook ads, so that could be cold calling, that could be generic, they search up your business, anything else, right? They will go through the general schedule and the general confirmation page. And then only people who have come through Facebook ads will go through here, and then they will have this tracking be triggered so that Facebook knows exactly which people have come through via the ads. Because as I said before, that's not only important for knowing what marketing channels are actually working the best, but for Facebook specifically, again, I said this before, they need to get the data, so like the email address, the Facebook account ID, all of that stuff back into Facebook so that it can actually target more people like that and then optimize and become more cost effective in the long term. So if that is a bit confusing to you, specifically the tracking stuff, again, you'll understand what all of that actually means and relates to at a later stage once we actually go through setting up the tracking and the pixels. We go through that in a lot of detail later, so don't worry about that. Now, custom values and custom fields. So if you hit settings on your sub account and then go to, you'll see custom fields and custom values at the bottom. We're going to fill in custom values in a second. I've already got these filled in, but essentially what these mean is at a variety, in fact, I'll duplicate this to actually show you. There are a lot of points throughout, specifically our automations, but in our sub account in general, where we want to have information like your email, your name, the homepage URL, things like that. And as I said, there's a lot of places that need this information. So instead of, for example, I'll click on the discovery call workflow now. Instead of having to manually enter in these values to all of the necessary places, for example, this is a confirmation email that gets sent to the lead once they actually book a call. Instead of having to enter in your email here and enter in, well, that's your agency name rather, enter in your business name here, enter in your email and enter in your name again. There's another step that will say that, internal notification. So instead of having to manually enter in all of those values in different places, what you can do is just enter them in custom values once. So you see here that I'll go find your email, you enter in your name, your email once, and then all of the places where that value is required, it'll just automatically pull what you've put in here instead of having to enter this in 15 different times in different places, right? It's a very simple way of doing things. Now that's custom values. So custom values are ones you enter in yourself that are then pulled for things like when emails are being sent to clients. But custom fields is values that contacts enter in. So for example, let's just say you can see in this workflow here, this email is being sent to contact first name, the name of the person who's booked a call with you, right? Instead of having to manually enter in their name into all of these emails, and also, so there's their name again. This is another custom field. When does their appointment start? Start time and date, appointment meeting location. These are all custom fields. So instead of having to manually enter them in here, they will just be values associated with each of your contacts. So for example, let's say they book a call at 2 p.m. on a Wednesday. A custom field for them will now be created under appointment meeting location for 2 p.m. on Wednesday. So every time this appointment time and date needs to be called, it'll just pull that value. Same thing with the first name. So let's say on a form on your website, they fill in their name and their email, their name. So let's say their name's John. John will be pulled as the custom field. So every time you want to, for example, message them, you don't have to manually enter in their name. It'll just pull their name, John, and that'll be a personalized message every time. Now, this goes beyond just names, emails, things like that. You can get quite, not necessarily complex, but there are a lot of things that you can use custom fields and custom values for. They're really, really helpful, and you'll be using them a lot. So I hope that makes sense to you. Rest assured, if it doesn't, I'm going to continue saying this. I've said it before, I'll keep saying it. If things don't make sense, just continue to watch the videos as we start to implement stuff and you actually see how they work, their use case, their application, all things like that. They will make sense. So just be patient. So now what I want you to do, and I've already done this, is actually go ahead and paste these values into the custom fields. So for example, if you click on folders and then click on funnel pages, you will see all of the different pages for your funnel. Pretty self-explanatory. Now, what I want you to do is have your funnel open in another tab. So you can see I've got my funnel open in another tab here. I want you to copy all of the URLs and then find homepage URL. So that was the homepage, and then paste that in the homepage URL step. So click on it, click edit custom value, and then just paste it in there and then hit update. And then obviously you're going to do the same thing for the Facebook confirmation page, for example. So click on Facebook confirmation page, copy the URL, and paste it in there. Edit, bang. All right. Now that will make sense for all of these except logo URL. We'll do that in a second. And there's another one that you'll need some clarity on. I think it's in agency info. Yeah, GHL login. So this login here will be displayed on your website so that your existing clients, instead of having to manually enter in this link, they can just head to your website and find your high-level login, right? So because we white labeled the domain and basically we white labeled high level before, if you now log out of your high level account and then sign back in using your white label domain, instead of it saying gohighlevel.com or whatever it says at the moment for you, you will actually have your own white label domain display. Now, once you do that, you want to copy it like this and then paste it into this value like that, right? And now, as I said, this will be pulled for every time one of your clients actually wants to log into high level. Okay, now once you've filled in all of them, we'll do the logo URL, because this you're probably going, how the hell do I put the logo URL in here? What you'll need to do is go to media storage and then hit upload here, and then you'll be able to upload your logo. Should have already come up with a logo. I'll just wait for this to actually load. So I've got my logo somewhere down here, and then once you've uploaded this logo, hit the three buttons here and then hit get link. And then what you want to do is head back into custom values. I don't have to do that now. And then paste that in the logo URL section, which is here. So I've already got that one in here. Now the reason these are all already in here, I recorded this a while ago and then wanted to change the layout of the funnel so that it's actually optimized and works better, because I've been split testing different types of funnels in my own agency, and after about 2 months, I actually got significantly higher conversion rates with a certain type of funnel, which is why you saw 10-15 minutes ago, I cut this and some of these are already filled in. So that's just to be transparent, but this is, point being there, you're getting an optimized funnel here instead of an old one that didn't work as well. So now that you've got that logo URL and you've pasted it into your custom values, hit sites, because the reason we put this logo URL in here is because all of the different elements in your funnel that actually require your logo. So I'm going to hit edit and show you what I mean by that. So all the times your logo is required, for example, at the bottom here, this will now automatically be populated. And this will be the same throughout all the different stages in your funnel. So instead of you having to manually put your logo in all of these different things, again, this is the principle with custom values. You put it in once and then it populates in all the different places that it needs to be. Now I'll run through this funnel shortly. So don't jump ahead and look at any of those. Well, you're more than welcome to, but I'll run through those pages and the layout of the funnel and how it all works shortly. Okay, so we've logged into the white labeled version as well. So if you haven't already done that, as I said, you're going to need to log out and then put the https://app.yourdomain.com log in, so you can actually put the GHL login into the custom values like I showed you before. Okay, so now I'm going to go through the funnel itself and explain to you how this works. Now, I said I was going to go through the funnel, show you the process of how it actually works, how to change it, all things like that. I did just want to make a point here on branding colors, right? So the funnel that you see that's been uploaded into your account as a template is white, blue, and orange, or a very dark blue and orange. Now, you are obviously going to want to change these colors. You can have these colors as is, or you can change it to match your agency. Now, don't spend, I really want to drive this point home, don't spend 2.5 hours choosing branding colors. Nobody cares about your branding colors. It's not going to help you get more clients at all. The only point I would make is use unisex colors, right? Because we haven't chosen our niche. If you choose something like a bright pink, for example, and then later on when we go through choosing a niche, you decide that you want to work with solar or home improvement or trades in general, for example, which are a male-dominated industry, pink as your branding colors aren't going to resonate well with your chosen audience. So for that reason, use unisex colors like we've got here an orange, very unisex, blues, greens, things like that, right? So spend literally 3 minutes coming up with your branding colors. Maybe search up some other, if you know any other agencies, you can have a look at their site, at their brand image and get some ideas, or you can come into something like a Canva, for example, and I'll actually go and upload my logo and show you how to do this. If you've already chosen a logo like I have, I'm just going to screenshot this. So upload your logo into something like a Canva. There's a million other tools that do this, and then you can basically use a color picker tool like this, and then the colors that are in your logo you can use as your branding colors. And now you've got the hex code. So this code you can then use in your funnel. And actually change the buttons so that they exactly match your logo's colors. So I'd click on this section and then I'd change the background color, click add color, paste this purple here and click add. And now this is the exact same purple that was used in the funnel. Now it's the same for, well, I should actually just show you how to change the colors. That's pretty much the only thing you should do. So change the text here, come down to bold text color and just, choose a color if you want to add one. Get the hex code from a color picker tool or just come up with one. You can choose one yourself, click add color, and there you go. That's changed. And do that for all of these. Same with the button, you'll see colors here. It's a very easy way of changing things. For the images here, I'll show you how to change them in a second. So you've got the icons that are used throughout. Same with the testimonials. I'll show you that in a second of how to change them, but choose your brand colors and then you want to go through all the different steps of the funnel. Landing page, or actually just home, just landing page, because these ones are the schedule and the Facebook schedule ones are blank. They just have the calendars in there. General confirmation and Facebook confirmation, you want to change the colors. You don't have to do it for privacy policy or terms, and you don't have to do it for these two others. So literally the only three ones you change is the home page. So again, I just showed you how to change all of the button, the text. Now for the borders, you can see these ones here. If you click on the green bit, the section, and then hit advanced, this is the border. So you can get rid of the border, or if you want a border, top border, and then you can change the color of the top border to match your colors, right? So as I said, there's only 3-4 ones that you need to change: home, landing page. Let me just exit out of here and show you. So landing page, yeah, basically same things. Change the accent colors, and then you can change the dark blues and stuff as well. Now the reason I said you don't need to change the confirmation page, the general schedule page, is because, let me just click on this, they don't have any colors in there. It's literally just it's just your calendar and then a white background. So yep, go ahead, change the colors for home, landing page, general confirmation, Facebook confirmation, and then leave the rest as is. So the only other thing that I'd recommend changing is the SEO metadata. So if you click on this button up here for all the different pages in your funnel, you'll see there is a social image here. You'll also see there is content, and you'll also see there is description. So if you don't know what SEO metadata is, it is basically, I'll search up here. So for Go High Level, or what is this, Monday.com, don't even know what that is. That is the social image, that is the title, and that is the description. Same with, let me find another one. Okay, none of these ones have social images. You get the point, right? We're just going to change that so when someone actually searches up our agency and they see the site come up, it actually has something correctly displayed. So it's very easy to do that. Basically just click on social image and upload your logo like that, and that's displayed. The title, you can just put your agency's name. So if this is the book a call page, I would type in book a call and then elevate that. And the description, you can just use ChatGPT to come up with a description. I'm actually going to do that. So I would just say, write an SEO meta description for my website. I have an AI marketing agency. And then it will write one. Bang. And then you can just paste it into your description here, and then click update SEO meta like that, and then hit save. So the difference between the save and the publish button is that if you make a change and you hit save, when you come back and make more changes in the page editor here, they'll be saved. But when you hit publish, those changes actually go live. So now that I've gone through colors, the logo, and how to actually, tweak the colors and SEO metadata, all things like that, I'll actually show you how the funnel works. It's pretty self-explanatory. People who visit the homepage, in fact, I may as well actually just pull this up. So people who visit the homepage, when they click on book a discovery call, they will be taken to your landing page. Oh no, this isn't the landing page. This is the actual book a call phase. If they click anything else, so that's the book a call button, that's what you want them to do. If they hit the client campaign results, they'll be met with a pop-up. They'll enter in their name and their email, and then they'll be taken to the landing page where they'll have case studies and your 3-step success formula. Book a discovery call, I just showed you what that one did. So they can basically take one of a few actions here. 3-step success formula, that button's not quite working. That'll open the pop-up. Client results, that is also meant to open the pop-up. I'll have to go and fix that, but they can either go in the pop-up and go to the landing page, or they can directly book a discovery call. Or client login, so this is for your existing clients, and this is where we paste this value into the custom values before. This will be used here, and it will take them to the login for their sub account. So they'll be taken to the landing page. As I said before, landing page looks like this. We actually did have a look at this before. So headline, this is how we get specific dream result, ideal outcome without common niche pain points with your offer. Now, in lessons later on, you'll go through finding market pain points, you'll go through establishing your offer, getting a dream outcome, all things like that. And then you'll come in and fill these bits in accordingly. So this can just be blank for now. And this is the 3-step success formula. So you can see here, advertise your services to highly targeted, ready to buy local audiences. Use an AI receptionist to automatically follow up with leads, instantly respond to inquiries, have the AI find a time in your calendar that suits the lead, get a deposit and confirm the booking. That is, in a nutshell, the formula and how it works. You'll have some testimonials here, and you'll also have a demo calendar and some more information for people who want to look and scroll. But usually when someone views your landing page, and this is the case with most online interactions, people have the attention span of a fence post. So they're not going to watch the whole video. They're not going to scroll through everything. Most people will watch the first 20, 30 seconds of the video. They'll have a brief look. They'll look at maybe 2 or 3 testimonials. They'll scan through some of the other stuff, and then they'll go back up to the top. And if they're interested, book a call, right? So we're just putting this here for people that want to have an in-detail look, but just keep in mind that the majority of people won't. Okay, so I've showed you how to do the SEO metadata, change the colors. I've said that you'll change these things at a later stage once you establish your offer. Now, the last thing that you're probably wondering is I've changed my brand colors for all these other things, but these images here are, if you haven't changed it from orange, if you've kept it at orange, that'd be fine. But if you change them from orange, you're probably wondering, how do I get these to look a little different? You will see a link in the description, which will take you to a Canva template where there's all of these different website design images. So there's these icons here. You can just very easily change the color, download them, and then upload them into here by clicking, click the step and then click this button here, and then upload the images into my business documents there, but upload them into the media storage here, and then you can put them in. For example, now I've got my logo there. I'm going to switch that back. And it's the same with these testimonial templates, right? So you obviously, or you likely won't have any testimonials yet. I'd be surprised if you did. Once you get testimonials, you want to fill these in, have your client's business name, like a header for what their testimonial was, what they said, and then, a sort of a sum up of how many clients they got. Because again, right, people aren't going to look in detail about all the different testimonials and everything your client said. They'll see the big thing, which is, how many clients they got in what time frame. They'll see probably the heading. First impressions all the time, right? So you want to have those things be the most powerful. This will also be in there. You'll see everything that's in the Canva template, change everything and put it into the necessary places. Now, I've said this about picking a logo, I've said this about branding colors. I'm going to say it again about changing your website. Don't spend a lot of time doing this. Literally just do it very, very quickly. It doesn't matter if it doesn't even look great, especially for your homepage. For your landing page, spend a bit more effort because this will actually dictate your conversion rate. But specifically for your homepage, you're not going to have any traffic actually coming in and looking at your homepage at the moment. So it's pointless, like change your brand colors, change the SEO metadata, things like that. But it's pretty much pointless spending a lot of time designing it and making it looking aesthetic because no one's coming to look at your homepage. The only place where traffic's going to be coming in the initial stages of your agency is via the ads, and the link will be going to the landing page. Okay, so while I'm looking at this funnel, I may as well just give you a very brief description of how to actually build out this funnel yourself. I want to give you the tools to do so. So very quickly, this is fundamentally how the funnel works. You have sections. So I click the add button there. You have sections. You have rows inside of the sections. So there's 5 different rows here, which would be, this has got 2 rows, for example. This one has 1. And then inside of the rows, you will have elements. So this could be, you could have a headline in here. You could have a form in this one. You could have a, video in this one. The list goes on, right? You add your elements into all of these different places. And then you can either add elements under those initial ones, or you can just add entirely new rows underneath it. So one column that I add an element here. It's pretty straightforward, right? It's very, very simple, all no code stuff, drag and drop you can get your head around it very easily. Now for these elements, you have colors, you can have opacity, you can do text align, font size, obviously. Choose the colors of things, padding. So padding is basically, I'll get rid of this, but padding is basically the empty space around it. So for example, I've got this button here. If I want to increase the padding on the top, so if I put 200 in here, you will see that there's now bigger space on top of it. I'll go back. Now this internal, so that's external padding, space around it. For something like a button, for example, this will be the space inside of it. So if I increase the one on top of it, you will see that's now got bigger. And then the ones for the side it'll just move left or right depending. And then for animations, you can animate the funnel if you'd like. So you can have it fade up, you can do fade in, all things like that. And then for advanced, this is usually just mostly borders. It's pretty much what I use it for. Yeah, borders, change the color of the border, shadows, things like that. Now also mobile view as well. This funnel in its current form, as I've given it to you, is fully optimized for mobile view. So please don't, if you mess around with the desktop layout and you don't actually check to make sure that these changes are reflected on the mobile level, it's going to look a little weird, and most people actually come to visit your website off mobile view. So it's important that it's optimized to actually have a aesthetic and functional format on mobile as well. And if you want to have an element that is on desktop but isn't on mobile, which is the case for this header here, because you can see on desktop there's actually enough space for the buttons to be laid out, whereas on mobile they have to click this button for these things to trigger. But this one here, this navigation menu, if I click advanced, you'll see it's only available on mobile. So if I was to click desktop, you now see that, well, I'll do it the other way. If I was to click mobile, you will see that this is now, oh, it hasn't, I don't know what's going on, but you get the point, right? You can have things that only show up on mobile, only show up on desktop, depending on what's the most convenient. So let me get rid of that and let me do the same for this. Or just not save it. Okay, I was going to move on, but I actually did want to show you something because I realized I hadn't put that in yet, is the favicon URL. So this is a favicon here. You will see that your white labeled version of high level has your logo in there. That's Google's, for example. But if you view your website, it doesn't have one, right? So we're going to add that now. So to do so, don't hit settings, hit media storage, and then come and find your logo and hit get link, and then go to sites, click on your funnel, hit settings, and then paste that URL in there and hit save. Now, if I was to visit this site, you will see that the logo is now there. Cool. Now, the next thing is uploading our e-signature into the contract. So if you hit payments and then hit contracts, templates, contract, you'll see there's a contract here. Now this is the contract that you will use for actually signing clients. And it's pretty much built on custom values, meaning you don't actually have to fill in any of the information in the contract here. So your client's business name, their address, how much they're paying you per month, all things like that will automatically be imported into here. So you don't need to change any of that. You'll understand how that works at a later stage when we actually go through the onboarding lesson. But basically, to put it simply, when you're onboarding them, they fill out a form where they put in their business name, address, the agreed upon monthly service fee, things like that. When they hit submit on that form, they'll be sent this contract and it will use everything that they've filled in that form. So it's a seamless onboarding process. It's very, very smooth. Now, with that being said, the reason I'm in here is to upload your e-signature into here. So you'll see that there's a section here under 6 that has an image placeholder thing. So we're going to put our signature in there. There's a few different ways of doing this. The easiest way I'd recommend doing it, this is what I've done in the past, is go to something like Canva. I was in here before. I'm going to make this white. So I'm just going to whip out a pen. I'm going to change this to black, and then I'm just going to draw my signature in here. Beautiful. Then hit export. In fact, I'm actually going to open up a new project. Okay, so I'm going to do a new project because this is actually be a better layout for a signature, because the signature is landscape rather than a square. So 800 by 200 should do the trick. And then I'm going to put my signature in here. Wonderful signature. Then I'm going to hit download and do transparent background or not. Depends if you've got the Pro Canva or not. And I'm going to hit download. And just do sign. And then once you head back into your sub account and you have the contract thing here, you will put in the image URL. You're going to upload that contract. Upload that signature in here so that when people get sent this contract automatically, it's just got your signature in here by default, and then they'll sign their signature. Again, if this doesn't make sense to you, we'll go through it in the onboarding module, so don't worry about it. And I'm going to make this smaller. So 85 by, that's way too small. We're at 185. Quality is just, what is going on? It's exported in like 2.5 pixels. Oh well, 285, that's probably best. So you're obviously going to want to make that a little bit smaller. Gee, this is rough. There you go. You get the point, right? Signatures in there, and then hit save. So that is, let me just check because I believe that is everything. Read over, change the words in bold. Okay, good point actually. I'm glad I checked that. So the things you do have to change in this contract, and we may as well do this now, is your address. So this is your agency's address. Put that in there, including state. And is there anything else? State, so put your state in there. That's it. So 2 things, change state, change your business address. Everything else is built on custom fields and custom values, so you don't have to worry about that. Upload your signature, change that, and then you're sweet. And then hit save, obviously. Okay, cool. We're done. We've changed the SEO metadata, brand colors, download lead connector app. Good point. So go to your sub account, and depending what plan you're on, if you are on the $297 per month plan, you'll see a thing that says mobile app here. If you're on the $97 per month plan or on a free trial, it won't show up. But if you are on the $297 a month plan, click on that, and then you'll have an option to download the lead connector app. Obviously, if not, you can't do that. What I'd recommend doing is going to the App Store or the Google Play Store, depending if you have an Android or an iPhone, searching up Lead Connector, L-E-A-D Connector. It is a white app with an orange icon, and then download it. This is basically it's gray labeled version of High Level, right? So you'll log in with your same username and password that you set up your High Level account with, and you'll see in there, you'll have your sub account. You'll be able to view conversations, calendars, a whole range of things. Doesn't quite have as many options as the desktop version, but it's obviously handy if you're on the go and don't have your laptop with you. You can still manage things like texting clients, looking at when you've got discovery calls, things like that. So download that. That's also what you give to your clients as well, so they can log into their own sub account, obviously via desktop, but also via the mobile app as well. Okay, so that is everything. I'll see you in the next lesson for, I believe we're setting up calendars, doing things like that. Exciting stuff. Thank you for tuning in and actually following along with this video. The action steps, in case you haven't already taken them, is choosing your branding colors. Take 2 minutes to do that. Don't spend a long time. It's not important. Changing the funnel to actually have your branding colors in there. Changing the SEO metadata, and then also going into the Canva template that's linked below, changing the colors of those icons and those images, and then uploading them into your funnel as well, like I showed you how to do. And then your e-signature in the contract, you should have already done that as I was doing it. So that's it. I'll see you in the next one. Welcome to the 4th lesson here inside of the first module. It is fantastic to have you here. In this lesson, we're going to be setting up your calendar and all the things for your meetings, for discovery calls and onboarding calls. So we're not actually going to be covering the sales side of things, but the more technical side of things, so that when you actually hop on these discovery calls, the backend is all set up and working smoothly. And tell anyone you know who you think might be interested in either starting this business model or learning some of the many skills that we teach you inside this course. As you know, everything in here is absolutely free, and I want to provide as much value to as many people as possible at zero additional cost. So please be a G and spread the word. Also, down below this video, you will see links to various social media platforms. I'll be posting updates there regarding this course and the community, so feel free to check them out. Also, watch in 2x speed to save yourself a significant amount of time. Let's get into it. So what we're going to do now is go into Google Calendar with the account, with the new professional email Google Workspace account that we created in the previous video. And then we're going to choose the right time zone, and we don't need to plan our day. So let's go and do that. Head over to High Level. Go to your sub account. Actually, go to Google Admin. Okay, so once you've logged in, no thank you. Nope. What you're going to do is click on the 9 dots and go to Calendar. Now that we're in our calendar, click on Settings. And then just make sure that the time zone is where you are. It should be set to the correct one by default, but just make sure. All right. So I think now we're going to connect it, right? Google integration, add calendar to user. All right. So come into your high level account, click on Settings, be in your sub account. You'll know that it's your sub account because it says switch to agency view. And then come down to integrations and click on sign in with Google under connect your locations Google account. I'm going to click your professional email, type that one in here at Elevate AI Marketing.com, and then here we go again. And once you put in your username and password, click on allow, and that should sync and take you back into high level. And then just click close there. Now you'll know that it's actually sunk or has synced successfully because it will now say your email there. Now we're going to add this calendar to the user. So come into My Staff, click on the pen icon, scroll down to User Calendar Configuration, and click Add under Linked Calendar, and then click, there should only be one option there, click Save. So basically what this does is link High Level with the Google Calendar so that events that are created in High Level also go into Google, and the rest should be fine. Now under user availability, meeting locations should be set to Google Meet. If it isn't, click on that, click Google Meet, and then also set your availability. So by default, I'm not sure what this will look like. It'll probably be something like this, and it will be 9 till 5, I assume. That's probably what it will look like by default. So to set your availability, keep in mind the hours that you want to take discovery calls. So I recommend doing, a slot in the morning. Obviously it depends if you've got activities organized elsewhere, but I recommend doing a slot in the morning. So let's say from 8 until 11, and then I'm going to go have a break from 11 till 1, which will be lunch, for example. I don't spend that long having lunch, but let's just say you do. And then from 1 till 5, and then click copy to all, and that's just a fast way of doing it. And then let's say you don't work on a Sunday, so set your availability, then come down and click save. Okay, so we've done that. Let's hop back in here. So we've added it to our location. We have also integrated Google Calendar. We've added the calendar to the user, and we've configured the meeting location, which was Google Meet, and we've set proper times for availability. Now we're going to go into the individual calendars in high level, and we're going to edit the name of the calendar group. I'm going to go over what's a calendar group, what's a calendar, make all the necessary changes to the calendars, and then we're going to activate them. So go across, back into your sub account, click on calendars, and then click on groups. And then I'm going to delete that. It should just have one, your agency calendar group, in there. So click edit, and then call this your business's name. So for me, that is L3 AI Marketing. Book your AI marketing group, calendar group, book your strategy session. We're going to call this a discovery call with the L3 AI marketing team. Click save. So a calendar group is essentially a place where individual calendars will be. So these 3 calendars, you've got an onboarding, you've got 2 discovery ones, will be inside the group, which is, you've just renamed it. So the reason there's 2 discovery call calendars is, I touched on this briefly earlier, but one discovery call calendar will be on the scheduling page for all traffic, and one discovery call calendar will be on the page where Facebook traffic comes in. And again, the reason that is the reason that you have 2 separate calendars is one of these calendars is going to contain tracking. So that's a metapixel and conversions API trigger, so that when people book in that calendar, that data is sent back to Facebook saying someone's booked, and Facebook can accurately track the success of your lead generation campaign and can know the actions that leads have taken on web pages. Again, that might go over your head. We will go into much more detail about tracking and all of that at a later stage. So for now, we've edited the group name. Now we're going to come through and edit the individual calendars. So click on edit on the first one. You're going to upload your logo here, like so. There we go. Leave this just as is. Onboarding call with the L3 AI marketing team. This will be, so it's in the group. That doesn't really mean anything because the calendar will be in a funnel page. Meeting invite title. So this is the title of the event as it appears in your calendar, like in the Google Calendar and in the other person. So the prospect who's booked the call's calendar, so they know exactly what the event is. It'll have their name. So that is a custom field, and this is a custom value, your name. Now select yourself as a team member and leave that as optimized for availability. And under this one, click Google Meet. And then you can select whatever calendar you want. Then go to availability, leave this open from 12 to 12 because instead of setting availability on the calendar level, because there's 3 different calendars that takes longer to edit, you can just set your availability on the user level like we did before, and that will be the only time available. So this doesn't mean anything really. Now, meeting interval, onboarding calls usually take less than 60 minutes, but leave it as 60 minutes for now. Meeting duration's 45. Post buffer time, leave that at 15 minutes. Minimum scheduling notice, this is how long before a slot is it made available. For example, if this is 6 hours minimum scheduling notice and it's 12 p.m, the earliest I can book a call is 6 p.m, 6 hours later. Date range, how far into the future can people book calls? I have this at 4 weeks. You can change that if you'd like. Leave maximum bookings per slot at 1, don't change that. Post buffer time is how long after when a slot is booked is it blocked off before a person can book the next slot. So I leave 15 minutes, which after an onboarding or a discovery call gives you plenty of time to take a quick break, breath of fresh air, drink of water, whatever you need to do before calls. 15 minutes is plenty for that. Then under forms and payment, leave that as is, and under confirmation page, leave that as default as well. Click save. And then also click, so you see the status right now is draft for all of these, but you want to activate them. Click save. Now we're going to edit this second one, so click on edit, upload your logo, leave this one as discovery call with the Elevate AI marketing team, leave all of this, add yourself as a user, change the location to Google Meet. You can have a different color. The onboarding call color I had was yellow. I have the discovery calls as a different color so that I can know just at a glance which is which. Under availability, you can keep this the same if you like. I recommend leaving it, but you can change it. And then under default, confirmation page, leave that as default. Click save. And I'm also going to activate this one. Now we're going to do the exact same thing for the last calendar. To actually tell the difference between which discovery call calendar is for organic traffic and which one's for the Facebook traffic, you can choose, but as it stands currently, the one that just says discovery call is for Facebook traffic, and it's set up like that in the funnel, so I'd recommend sticking with that. And then the one that says book a discovery call is going to be the one for organic traffic. I'd recommend keeping that as is. Keep that in mind so that you know which one's which. And then I'm going to edit this one as I said. I'll activate it first. So now they're all active. Drag the logo, book your discovery call with the team. Select myself as a member, change the location to Google Meet, and I'm going to have this one as blue. Under availability, I'm going to leave that the same. Forms and payment, leave it the same. Click save. All right, so we've done that. We've edited the name of the group, we've edited the individual calendars, and we've activated all of them. Booking system service. So this is a bit of a side quest, but I'm going to teach you this anyway, very quickly. I won't go into too much detail how to do it. You should get a vague idea from the next 10 minutes of instructions that I give you, vague enough so that when you actually start using the calendars for yourself and you have a bit of experience using them and setting them up, that these instructions will make sense at a later stage, and you'll have a good enough idea of how it all works to actually go and set up a booking system for your clients as a service. So I'm going to do a quick diagram of an overview just so you can wrap your head around it, and then we'll go into the other things. So I'm going to go back into my good friend Canva. I think that's Google Meet. Ooh. So to illustrate how setting up a booking system works inside of High Level, I'm going to do a bit of a diagram. I'm going to take it back to kindergarten with this one. I'm going to use shapes to illustrate this. So a square is going to represent an individual calendar. Circles are going to represent calendar groups, and the triangle is going to represent a service menu calendar. And the example niche industry that I'm going to use here is gardening services, let's say. So calendar groups will be for the different sort of groups of services. For example, you might have lawn care, you might have hedge care, and you might have mulching services, let's say. So we've got those three. So let me just type a letter in here. So this is lawn care, that's going to be hedge care, and this is going to be, what did I say? Mulching services, MS. Nice and big. I'll just make that 40 so you can see which one's which. It's a very inefficient way of doing it, but you'll be watching it in double speed, so it doesn't really matter. Where did that just go? Lawn care. And the squares, as I said, represent the individual calendars, which will be individual services. So inside the lawn care calendar group, you might have a calendar for a lawn mow. You might also have a calendar for whippersnipper, if you know what that is. Whippersnipper, and you also might have another calendar for, what else do you do to lawns? Fertilize them, I guess. Lawn fertilizer. Now these individual service calendars for all the different lawn services will go inside the lawn care calendar group. And it will be the same with the hedge care calendars. So let's say there's 3 different services that go under the hedge calendar group, and there might be, let's say, two mulching service. There might be a full mulch, there might be a half mulch. And you can edit the settings on all of these individual calendars so they fit the service. For example, different services will go for different amounts of time, they will cost different, they'll have a different price attached to them, and perhaps you want to add a different user to, like for example, in a lawn care or a gardening business, one staff member may have the skills to do the lawn, another staff member might have the skills to do the hedge. So you can add users to be associated to the different service calendars, right? Now these calendar groups will have all of the individual service calendars inside of them, and all of these calendar groups will go into the service menu calendar. So that when people go into the service menu calendar, this will be displayed on the website or the page that you've set up for the client. People will come in, they'll see the whole service menu calendar. Inside of that will be the different groups. And then when they click on the group, they'll be presented with all the different individual services inside the group, right? So another one of my world famous drawings, it's a very odd way of me describing that to you, but I hope that has helped you to get your head around how that works on a bigger picture level, on a macro scale. So actually inside of high level, what this looks like is creating, head back into settings, find the calendars. So what that looks like for when you're actually setting up the calendars is you have, these are the individual services. So this is all the lawn services, and let's say this is the lawn group. I would then duplicate this. Can I duplicate that? No, apparently not. What I'll do is I'll create another group, call this, so just pretend that that one that you've already got set up is the lawn services. This will be hedge services. Just gonna type random numbers in there. And then inside hedge services, I'm going to duplicate this individual calendar just so that it's set up a little bit faster. Don't follow along as I'm doing this, by the way. I'm just setting up an example to show you. So I'm going to call this hedge services, and I'm going to put this inside the hedge services group. And then I'm going to dupe this one so that there's 2 of them inside of the hedge services group. I'm going to call this one hedge services 2, and it will also be inside the hedge services group, so you can choose the group there. Now, once you've got all of the individual service calendars and you've got all the different groups for the services, you can have as many as you want, right? I'm not sure if there's a limit or not, but I've done it with like up to 60 different individual calendars and like 10 different calendar groups before with a client that I've done that for. So once you do all of them, what you'll then want to do is come into service menu and I'll delete this one, create a service menu, right? Now you call this the business name. So let's say this is John's Lawn Care, right? And then you can leave the rest of this stuff. You would select, in order to create service menu, that's what I've done wrong. Okay, so you can't just use regular calendars. You can't just use regular calendars because these ones are round robin calendars, but the only ones that work inside of the service menu are service calendars like this. Now, I've probably just confused some of you by accidentally duplicating round robin calendars, but essentially you would do the same thing, but you do it with a service menu calendar. Okay, so I'm going to, may as well just delete it. It's kind of a pain in the ass. Okay, I'm just going to very quickly, I'm just going to pause this, delete those calendars that I've just added, turn them into service menu calendars, and then show you what that looks like in the service menu thing when you put it all together. Okay, so now I have created service menu calendars for the 4 different services. So we've got 2 hedge services and we've got 2 lawn services. And those 2 lawn services are inside the lawn calendar group and the 2 hedge services are inside the hedge calendar group. So that's what you want to do, right? And just to reiterate, with service menu calendars, all these other ones. So this is what you'd use for the Google Meet, which is what we've done with your discovery and onboarding calls. But if you're setting up a booking system for a service-based business, do the service calendar. These other ones, you can have a look if you'd like. They obviously have different application. This one's for class booking, collective booking, right? But service menu calendars. Now, once you've got those set up, you've got the individual calendars for the different services inside the calendar groups. Click on service menu, click on add new service menu. Now you'd call this John's Lawn Care Booking System, or you'd call it the business's name. Then you'd click select services and you would click select all or as many as you want to. And then you'd click arrange services. So you'd put which calendar group you want to come up first. Then you'd click save, but you've got to fill it in, right? Okay. So once you've actually created the service menu, you'd obviously, as I just did, select all of the different calendar groups, then you'd click close. Now what I'll get you to do, or actually don't do this, don't follow along, but what you'll have to do is click copy embedded code. Because that's the only way that you can actually get this to display in the funnel. And what I mean by that is, I'll show you in a second, bear with me. So I've just created a new page for this booking system. I'm going to delete this after. I just wanted to show you. Now, when you're creating a new page, this is actually quite cool. You can just import existing pages, for example, right? I click website and VSL funnel, and then I can import a already existing page so that the design is already done. I'm just going to use the calendar page. Yeah, sure. So once you actually go into the client's page where you want the booking system to be set up, go into it. Now, I'm sure you've probably figured this out by this point, but if you want to set up a website, perhaps you want to take the skills that you've learned from this course and use it in a different environment with a different service. You can set up websites, you can set up booking systems like I'm doing here. The process with setting up the domain, connecting the funnel from Squarespace into high level, setting up the different pages, it is exactly the same, right? The exact same process that you use to set up your own funnel in high level can be applicable to clients when you're doing service delivery, website or booking systems. So in here, right, this is the calendar, right? Because I imported this page from the general schedule page, so hence it's got the discovery call in it. But I'm gonna delete this. That's kind of annoying. I'm going to increase the padding so that I can actually touch this. So you're going to delete that, right? And I'm going to click add a. So I literally just added a calendar. I'll just do that again. Come down, click add calendar. Now, the reason when I was in the service menu calendar before, I clicked copy embedded code is because you can't directly integrate a service menu calendar inside the website. The only thing you can do is use the group page and use the individual calendars. For some reason, it doesn't let you do the service menu calendar here. So the only way to actually integrate it is by using code. So find code, click open code editor, copy that code in. Remember, we copied the embedded code from the service menu calendar, paste it in here, click save. Click save. Obviously, you're going to want to put the client's logo, content, all that stuff like we did before. But to actually show you what this looks like, I've just saved it. I'm going to click the spectate button or the view button. And this is what the service menu calendar looks like. So as you can see, you've got the different groups that you can go to. Because there's not that many, they all show up in one page. But when there's a lot, you'd obviously have to select which group it is to actually find the services. Then you click on the individual service that you want. Let's say I want hedge fertilizer. You can add a guest, click continue. You can also add services, so you can do multiple things at once. I'm going to do that. I'm going to get hedge fertilizer. I'm not even sure if you can fertilize hedges. And the lawnmower. I'm going to click continue. And then there's also staff selection. So if you add multiple users inside of high level, you can have multiple people. When you set up the calendar, you can select multiple staff, and then the customers who are booking through the online booking system could have the option to select one staff or the other member of staff. And then they go ahead and book, right? It's pretty straightforward. And then they fill in the form with their details. So that's how booking systems work. Now, the instructions that I just gave you weren't super in-depth, but as I said before, once you actually start using these booking systems for yourself, the discovery call booking systems, and you spend a bit of time understanding how they work, the instructions that I've just given you will make much more sense, and you'll be able to apply them to setting up a booking system, and the gaps will sort of, the gaps of knowledge and the gaps of information will sort of fill themselves in as you get more experience using the software. So that's that. Now I'm just going to pause this and I'm just going to go back and delete the calendars and delete this page because we don't need it. So I've just deleted all those things, but one thing I did want to say is the reason I've actually showed you how to set up the booking systems is because with this AI marketing business model with service-based businesses, right? Still got to delete these. I'll do this as I'm yapping along. Most businesses that you work with, and again, this depends on the niche, will already have a booking system set up. Obviously, if it's a bigger business that has been operating for a while, they are more likely to have a online booking system already going. But if they don't, you now have the option and the skills to go and set one up. It's pretty easy to do, and because again, the advantages of high level is you can set up the booking system in tandem with all of the other tools that you've got in place, and it's very easy to integrate. And you can also charge, realistically, what's the most you can charge for a booking system? Maybe $100 a month, maybe less, but it doesn't take very long to set up. And the average customer lifetime value, so the average time, number of months that clients will use a booking system for will probably be over a year. Realistically, if it's good enough, most people won't change their booking system very frequently, right? So that $100 a month can be a few grand, and it only takes an hour or two to set up an online booking system for clients. So that's a bit of a side note. And again, there's a few things that I've left a bit ambiguous, but once you get more experience and knowledge, actually in high level, you'll be able to do that yourself easily. Okay, that's the side quest completed. Let's carry on. We've done all of that. Variables. Yeah, so you can also add staff, rooms, and equipment as variables. So multiple staff, multiple rooms, multiple equipment. Go ahead and play around with that and you'll figure it out. And then copy the embedded code and integrate it into the funnel. We did that. So Stripe. Set up a Stripe account, very easy to do. Now this has nothing to do with online booking system. This is just resuming our setting up process like we were doing before. You will likely need an ABN or other business registration number. Obviously ABN if you're in Australia, different country business number if you're anywhere else. Integrate Stripe into Agency View. So don't go set up a Stripe account yet. I'll just show you how to integrate it so that when you do set it up, you know how to. So be in your sub account, swap out of it, go to Agency View, click on Settings, find Stripe, and then click Connect to your Stripe account. Just a heads up, once you sync a Stripe account into high-level Agency View, you won't be able to change it. So just don't fuck around when you're setting up your Stripe account. Don't use like an email you don't have access to or something. Not that that will happen, but just, yeah, something to keep in mind. So what I want you to do now is go to stripe.com. Stripe is, I didn't even explain what it is. Stripe is a payment processor, right? It's industry standard for any online business. Works very well. So go ahead and set that up. So basically why you need Stripe is because you can accept payments from clients by direct bank transfer. It's pretty unprofessional. The much more professional way of doing it, and it's easier, is just setting up a Stripe account, and then you can actually invoice people. You can have payment links, things like that. So go set up a Stripe account, enter in all your details, attach your card, and then once you've done that, go and integrate it into high level like I just showed you, and then come back. So you should have created a Stripe account, integrated into high level. Now, this is the headache, registering your business. So a wise man once said, don't get legal before you get money, or don't get money before you get legal. So this is sort of the exception to this rule. Normally I would say, don't worry about all the legal shit, get cash flow first. But unfortunately, we need a business registration. So that's a business number and a registration. In Australia, that would be an ABN and an ASIC registration to actually buy phone numbers, because the service provider companies have restrictions and a bunch of regulations in buying business phone numbers. Apparently you need to have you need to have a registered business and the proof in the documents to actually do that. However, you won't need those documents yet if you're in the US or Canada. Perhaps you will need a legally registered business at a later stage if you're in the US or Canada. You won't need it to buy the phone numbers. However, I'd recommend just getting it registered anyway, but it's not urgent to do so. Get money before you get legal. And yeah, so what I said, you'll need the business number and you'll need the registration documents like ASIC. There you go. Yeah, I'm not going to walk you through how to do that. It's pretty self-explanatory. If you've got, I don't know, a friend or a parent or someone that's done that in the past, get some advice from them about how they did it. It can take a little bit of time to figure out the right way to do it, but it is usually pretty straightforward. And then what it says there, which is my only recommendation, is make sure the site is legit. Don't click the first website that pops up when you search in register your business. It's super unlikely that a scam site will rank that high, but just check that it's a .gov website. That's the case in Australia. Legit website will be .gov. So just, make sure you're not using a website that will take your money and not give you a number. Make sure it's legit. Don't get scammed. So yeah, these are the action steps that you should have done. Set up and integrate Stripe, register your business. Once you register it, it'll probably take a couple of days for it to get approved. So you can go set it up, apply for one, and then continue with these videos. But make sure you've just done that. So that's processing, and then it will be approved in, a few days' time or something. So that's it for now. Thank you very much for watching and following along. Once again, social media is linked below. I'll be posting updates, and spread the word about the course. Welcome to the fifth and final lesson here inside of the first module. It is fantastic to have you here. In this lesson, we are going to be going over text and email automation. So the first thing we'll do is buy a subdomain for email sending. If you have no idea what that means, I'll of course explain that in a second. Then we'll also be buying you a phone number for texting and calling and connecting both of those to high level as well. And then before we conclude, we'll be testing everything we've set up so far to ensure it all works smoothly. And tell anyone you know who you think might be interested in either starting this business model or learning some of the many skills that we teach you inside this course. As you know, everything in here is absolutely free, and I want to provide as much value to as many people as possible at zero additional cost. So please be a G and spread the word. Also, down below this video, you will see links to various social media platforms. I'll be posting updates there regarding this course and the community, so feel free to check them out. Also watch in 2x speed to save yourself a significant amount of time. Let's get into it. So, email sending. We're going to create a dedicated domain and IP. So you're probably wondering, what the hell does that mean? So every email and every domain has a sending reputation attached to it. Now this sending reputation can be degraded by, for example, people marking your emails as spam. And if that reputation gets degraded enough, your domain will be blacklisted and your messages essentially won't come up in anyone's inbox. So the only way to ensure that your domain does not get a damaged sending reputation is by setting up a subdomain. It's not quite a separate domain, it's a domain inside your domain that is responsible for all of the sending. So that on the off chance that your sending reputation does get damaged, the subdomain's reputation will get damaged and it won't affect your main domain. So we're going to go into high level and we're going to set that up now. High level. So head over to your sub account. Click on settings and go down to email services. Now I've already played around in this, but yours should have a big pop-up that says something along the lines of get a domain, and then on that pop-up it'll give you a brief description of why sort of just summing up what I just said, why a subdomain is important. So go ahead and click the button, the big blue button that pops up there, which is add a service. Nope. So go ahead and click that and it should bring you to a page that looks like this, where you're going to enter in LC dot your domain. Mine is Elevate AI marketing.com, and then you're going to click add and verify. So as you can see, it's your domain, but the LC, which stands for lead connector, indicates that it's a subdomain. Successfully added the domain. So now go ahead and click continue, and then we're going to have to go and do some stuff in Squarespace, editing the DNS records. We're actually going to have to edit a substantial amount of DNS records. So these are all the ones that we need to change. As you can see, there's quite a few of them. So follow along with me as I do this. I'm going to go into Squarespace. It's my Loom account. Go into Squarespace. Oh, Squarespace is here. Awesome. So click add record. The first one we're going to do the quickest way of doing this actually is squashing this down and not this one. Get this one as like so. All right. Might not in there. So first one is TXT record. I'm going to do that. TXT record. Host is that. Text is that. Click save. Next record is a TXT record. Host is LC. Copy the required values. So host is LC. It's a TXT. And that is so SPF basically just legitimizes your sending, says, hey, this is legit. Okay, next one is, add it in custom records, not Google Records. Click add. This one is mailgun.org. It is a CNAME record and the host is email.lc. Paste mailgun.org. Next one is an MX. This is an MXA record. So host will be LC, type is MX, paste priority, that should be 1, and then copy that. Yep. Maybe priority's 10. Might be 10. We'll see. If we have to change it, then we will. And then MXB as well. Priority, paste that there. Type is MX. Host is LC. Priority can be 1. I have a feeling it is 10. I'm going to do that. I'm just going to change this one. Then click, I'm just actually going to refresh Squarespace first, give it a little bit of time to update, hydrate yourself in the meantime, and then click verify records. Okay. Oh, did I forget to add the DMARC one? Apparently I did. Didn't pop up before. So this one's optional, but this record is just another way of making your reputation as strong as possible, essentially. So I'm going to add that one now. So that is, that's the host name. Yep, type is a TXT, and then priority is this. Like that. Okay, now I'm going to refresh it again. And click verify. Okay, so they're all done now. Nice. And once again, if you have trouble doing any of this, then obviously refresh it a bunch of times. Make sure that the values you've entered in are correct. You shouldn't have any trouble with that if you're just directly copy and pasting it. If that doesn't work, get in touch with the high-level support team. Awesome. So that, yeah, that'll pop up and it should say SSL issued. It might say SSL pending or something like that, but in due time that will come up as SSL issued. Alrighty. That's that done. Let's see what we have to do next. Phone number and SMS. So we're going to create an address bundle, a regulatory bundle. We're going to choose a number that has call and text capability, apply bundles to the number, and migrate it. All right. So head back into high level. Where am I going? High level is here. Head into your high level and go to phone numbers. So I'm in the settings of my sub account. Now head into regulatory bundle, address bundle. I'm going to delete these. Ooh. I'll delete my address. I'm going to have to blur that out. So I've already got some created here. These will be blank for you. What I want you to do is click create, click address bundle, and then enter in your details here. Go and do that now. Yeah, just follow the steps. That should be pretty straightforward. Once you've done that, go and create a regulatory bundle. Adding on what I said in the previous video, if you are in the USA or Canada, you will not need a regulatory bundle. If you're anywhere else, you will. So then click create, click regulatory bundle. Now, if you don't have your business registration documents or your business number approved yet, you can't do this. But even if that's still pending, I'll show you how to do this so that when it does get approved, you can come back here and follow these steps. So click on regulatory bundle. You have to do address bundle first. Click on your country. For me, that's Australia. Click on mobile, click next. And then basically enter in your business name. So that would be L3 AI Marketing. And And then this is the place where you need to show your documents, right? So each of these 3 different steps, you upload the registration documents. For Australia, that's your ASIC registration document. You upload it, and then each one has a different field. So here you'd upload the document, you'd enter in your business name. For this one, you'd upload the document, and then you'd attach the address bundle you just created. For this one here, upload the document, you put your ABN, or if you're in a different country, your business number there. If you do that correctly, click submit. It'll take a couple of days to be approved. Then once that gets approved, you'll know that it's approved because it will say, validated or approved or something like that. Once that's approved, you can then come and buy a number. So to do that, just click add number, add phone number, select the country you're in. For me, that is Australia. And then make sure that you select a SMS capable number. So not one of these ones. I know they may be cheaper, but you need to come down to find one that is SMS capable. So you can see the difference between the different icons here. That represents their capabilities. Get one that has SMS capability. It will be a little bit more expensive, $650 per month. That's not that expensive. Click on the number that you want. I'm just going to select the top one, I usually do. Click proceed to buy. Select your address bundle. Then you want to select your regulatory bundle. I don't have the option to add one here because I haven't got one approved. Once your regulatory bundle is approved, you'll be able to select it here, and then you can click proceed to buy, and then you'll have the phone number. So that's that. And again, if your business is still yet to be approved, once it is approved, come back in here, get the bundles, purchase the phone numbers. Once you do that, and once you've got the phone number, come into custom values, come and find, will be in the next page or not. Click on folders, agency info, and then go high level phone number. Then put the phone number that you've got into that there. Click update. Okay. So we've done that. Next thing is testing. So we're going to be testing, actually booking a discovery call, and we want to make sure that that creates 3 things. It creates a contact, it creates a calendar event in high level and in Google Calendar, and also creates an opportunity as well. So head back into high level, go to sites, find your general schedule. You can either do your general schedule or your Facebook schedule, it doesn't matter. I'm going to use my general schedule page here. I'm going to copy that URL and put it in my browser. So this is what your calendar looks like when someone's booking. Select a time and a date. I'm going to go Tuesday 10th. And then I'm going to enter in all of my details. Nice, John Doe. That's my email. I'm not going to enter in my phone number. And then John's lawnmower, you know how it is. Then click schedule meeting. Now, once you do, you should be taken to the confirmation page. Nice. So confirmation page. Once again, this is a custom field because I just entered in my name, John, on the form. It's then pulled that field and then used it to say you're booked. And then again, another custom field is the time of the appointment. Cool. So you should be taken to the confirmation page. That's one thing that you do want to test. Now head back into high level, and the 3 things we're going to check is that A, a contact has been created, B, the calendar event's been created in 2 places, and also that the opportunity has been created. So opportunity, we'll do that one first. Click on opportunities, and you should see John under the scheduled stage. Awesome. Now go into contacts. You've got John as a contact, awesome. You can see all the information, not quite all of it. You'll see some of the information that he entered in on the form, but if you click on his contact and go under general information, you'll be able to see that the website and the business name that I entered in You can also see, you can see the pages that John visited. That's just useful to see where people have come from for attribution. And then you can also see the conversation that is happening between John. I'll cover these emails in a sec, just ignore them for now. So now we're going to check if the calendar event has been created. So I booked for Tuesday 10th at 10 a.m. You can see this event has been created. If you click on it, you can see the contact, and then if you click on the contact, you can see his details. That'll be useful for, as I said before, seeing their business name, website. If you want to vet the contact before you actually hop on the discovery call, that'd be useful. And then to actually join that meeting, you would click on join meeting, and this would take you to the Google call, as you can see. And they'll be sent that link as well. I'll cover that in a sec. So 3 things: opportunity, contact, calendar event. Actually, while I'm talking about calendar event, head into Google Calendar as well. Yeah, I'll just do it through Google Admin. And the event should also be created in your Google Calendar. Remember, because we sunk your Google Calendar with your other calendar, with your high-level calendar. Bear with me. Okay, so obviously log in. You can just go straight to Google Calendar. I just keep coming in through the admin page because it's a thing of habit, I guess. And then, yeah, you should see that the event has been created in your Google Calendar as well. Awesome. Where were we? Here, so tick that one off the list. The next one is testing the workflow, which is 2.1 appointment confirmation follow-up. So let's head over to automation and let's have a look at this workflow. So head into discovery call. You can ignore the other 2 folders and then click on, well, you can actually see that one person has been enrolled in this one. So go ahead and click on it and we'll go through the steps. So this workflow is triggered by customer booked appointment, which just happened, right? Because there's a filter in here, which is customer booked appointment in the discovery call calendar in book a discovery call. So the steps, so basically what happens, right? This triggers the workflow, then the contact, in this case it's John, goes through all of these steps. And you can see John is currently at this wait stage. So he has gone through all of these steps and now he's waiting there. So what do all of these represent? We'll create or update opportunity. This is the step that put him in the pipeline. Remember, we looked at the pipeline before. We saw he was under the scheduled stage. That is because of this step here. Now, the next step is internal notification email. So internal notifications can be 3 different types of notifications. So if I come down and click internal notification, you can see that it can be an email, an SMS, or a notification directly from the Lead Connector app. This one's an email. So in this internal notification, you can see that the email is from your name. So that would be, in my case, the email is from Elevate AI Marketing. The from email is the custom values of your email. It's to all users, and the subject, is new strategy session. Now, the content of this email is basically just telling you that someone's booked a call, and it of course uses the custom fields that they filled out on the form, so you know who's booked the call, and then you can see, yeah, their website, business name, etc. So let's go ahead and make sure that that internal notification has been sent. So to do that, head over to the email that you used to sign up to High Level. I'm going to pause that and log into and look at the inbox now. So I've just found that email in my inbox. Again, this is the email that you used to log into High Level, because that email will be the email associated to you as a user, and it was an internal notification to the user of the account. And you can see that it's from your address, but it's via LC, the subdomain. So it's sent via the subdomain that we set up before, associated with email sending. So it basically just says new appointment, September 10th, or whatever the date is, name, blah, 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 all the stuff that they filled in, right? So just make sure you've got that email. The second email that you want to make sure you get is to the email that you filled out on the form when booking it. I use the same email in this case, which is why they're in the same place, but this is the email that is addressed to the prospect, so the person who actually booked the call, as a confirmation email. So it says, "Hi, thank you for scheduling a time to speak with me. Here's the time. Here's how you join the meeting," with the link. Again, it's a link to the Google Meet. We went over that before. And the rest is just fluff. So make sure you've got both of those emails. And let's head over to, we'll go back to the workflow, as there's some more things, there's more steps in that workflow. So we had a look at the internal notification and we had a look at the confirmation email as well, which is those two that we just looked at. Now this is a wait one day before, so John will wait at this stage until 24 hours before the time of the appointment. Once that time comes around, it's a day before, he will then move out of this stage, he'll go through this step and then to the next wait stage. So this is an internal notification. Now I'm actually going to pause this and go and address the, go back to the inbox and show something else. Okay, so I just realized that I forgot to cover something in the previous video when we were setting up the calendars, because I was looking for another email in the inbox, which is an invite directly from Google. So to actually get that set up, you're going to have to go back into your settings, go to calendars and click on edit calendar, go to notifications and additional options. This should be ticked by default, but make sure you click on contact, right? Because we want Google to send a direct invitation to the contact as well. Click on save. And then also do that to the other discovery call calendar and to the onboarding calendar if it's not already done. Yeah, so that's probably why. There we go. Okay, now that you've done that, we're going to retest that now that we've actually got that that confirmation email from the Google Calendar selected as well. So what I'll get you to do is just go into contacts, delete this person's contact. We're just going to run this again. Okay, I'm going to go back to sites and run through this one more time. So this time we're going to go Wednesday, 10 a.m. Everything's filled in. Nice. Okay, the confirmation page. Okay, so we did before when we previously booked one that opportunity contact and calendar were set up. We're just going to do that email test again just to make sure that all of those emails have sent. So go back to automation. Click on discovery call, click on this first one. Now it should be total enrolled 2 now because we've done 2 booked calls. And go back to where this person is. So before we went over the internal notification and the confirmation email, the thing was missing, which was missing was the Google invitation. So now if you head over to your inbox, you will see that you'll get a notification from the subject is updated invitation, discovery call. So this here is the email directly from, well, it's basically from Google, but it's the Google invite, right? So people can join the meet from here. They can reschedule and they can cancel. We'll go over these two and something else related to cancellation and rescheduling in a second, but just make sure that you've got that email. Head over to high level again. Now with this internal notification email, What this is a 24-hour appointment reminder. Now you get a notification 24 hours before saying call contact first name for a 24-hour appointment reminder. Now what I want you to do, or what you should do when you get this notification, is go over to this person's contact, and their number will be there if they filled it in on the form. I didn't fill it in, hence it's not there, but you basically want to call that number. You can call from the Lead Connector app, you can call from your personal number, you can also call from here by clicking that. Obviously it says no phone number found. Once you've got a phone number, you can call people directly from here. So call that number and then basically just tell the person, hey, we've got our discovery call in 24 hours time. Does this time and date still suit you? They'll either say yes, in that case, awesome, or they'll say no, I need to reschedule. You can reschedule them. Or if they don't pick up, this is where the next step comes in. So as I said, if they pick up when you call them and you remind them, awesome. If they don't pick up the phone, basically what you should do is add a tag to them. So we're going to be lost in the sauce here, but go over to contacts, click on their contact, come down to tags and click 1-day appointment reminder discovery. So adding this tag will send them an SMS and an email reminder, because if they didn't pick up the phone when you called them, you obviously haven't reminded them, but you still want to remind them, but you can't do it by call. So this is why we add the tag, because it sends it via SMS and email. I hope that's made sense to you. So when you add that tag, it will trigger that. So you'll now see that discovery call reminder has popped up. And also this will be an SMS. An SMS hasn't sent because I don't have the phone number set up. But that email says, hey John, this is a friendly reminder about our discovery call scheduled for tomorrow. Please reply with a yes if you can make it. If you need to reschedule, let me know and we can arrange a new time. So that's that email. The SMS will basically say the same thing, but go over to automation, discovery call, and you'll be able to see that 2.2 has triggered. There's now one person enrolled. And that is because this workflow says when the tag is added, 1-day appointment reminder discover, email, SMS will be sent, then the tag will be removed. That's how that one works. And then back to this workflow, the first one that we were in before. So just to summarize, this is the 1 day before. When that 24-hour time rolls around, you'll get this notification, you call them, remind them. If they don't pick up, you add the tag, and that SMS and email will be sent. Either way, they will be here at the 1 hour before. So as I'm sure you've guessed by this point, this wait 1 hour before, the contact will wait at that stage until 60 minutes before the discovery call. And then when that time rolls around, they'll move through this SMS step, which is just another reminder. You want to remind them multiple times. Obviously, you don't want no shows on the course because that's a waste of your time. So you want to remind them frequently. So in this case, it's 2 times. It's a pretty reasonable amount without getting annoying. And this, again, it's just a 1 hour appointment reminder. So that's that workflow. Now you can test if you've already got a phone number. You'll be able to test these steps. If not, no stress. You can come back and test this at a later stage. So I'm actually going to move. Now what you can actually do with contacts and workflows, if I click on this, I can do manual action. So I can either delete John out of the workflow, or I can move him to the next step. So that's what I'm going to do just to show you the internal notification. So if I click move all, and then refresh this, he will now have moved from there to there. As you can see, he's now there. Now, if I go back into this level and click on notifications, so the orange bell in the right-hand corner is where your notifications will show. You also get them on your phone as well on the Lead Connector app. But as you can see, this is the internal notification that we just triggered by moving John into that 24-hour appointment stage, which is call John for the 24-hour appointment reminder. All right, awesome. So that is the first and second workflow. So we've tested those two. tested this one, tested that one. So the next one is no-show appointment follow-up. So unfortunately, some people are not going to show up to the discovery call. It's a bit of a pain in the ass, but it happens. Now, if people don't show up, you obviously want to tell them that they didn't show up, let them know, and try and get them to reschedule. Now, once your calendar's reasonably full and you've got maybe 5 to 10 discovery calls a week, you're going to get a few no-shows, and following up with all of those no-shows manually is going to be very time-consuming for you. So we've got an automation to follow up with the no-shows. So how this one gets triggered is by going to the opportunity stage, finding the person who didn't show up to the call. They'll be under the scheduled stage, because remember, when they book a call, they move to this stage. When they don't show up, drag them to the no-show stage. Now, when they get to this stage, they will be enrolled into that workflow that I just showed you, which is this one here. You can now see that total enrolled has gone to 1. Now, what this workflow does is basically just send them a series of SMS and emails saying, you missed the call, would you like to reschedule? Here's the link. So as you can see, the trigger is pipeline stage change. So when someone gets put in the no-show stage, this triggers. It'll update the appointment status. So now if you go into Google Calendar or your high-level calendar, this appointment will no longer be there, or it'll be cancelled out. And now he's waiting at the 1 hour wait stage. And again, once 1 hour wait passes, he will move to this one. So this is different. The other workflow that I showed you, the wait stages are before an appointment. So for example, it was 24 hours before the appointment and 1 hour before the appointment. These ones are after 60 minutes has passed. It's not waiting before anything. It's just after 60 minutes has elapsed. And then once that happens, you'll get an SMS. This SMS says, hi, I waited for you on the call today, but looks like you missed it. Change that to today. But looks like you missed it. I understand if something else showed up, no worries, tap here to reschedule. And this will have custom values schedule page. This will be the URL to your, what's called the general schedule page, right? And then your name. And then there's a bunch of these. It goes to about 2 weeks. So 14 days after, they'll continue to get them for 2 weeks. But obviously, if they go ahead and use the link in some of those messages and rebook themselves, you don't want them to continue getting these messages asking them to rebook, right? That'll just be annoying for them. So what actually happens when they rebook, again, if we go into that original workflow that we first looked at, the 2.1 appointment confirmation follow-up, you will see that when someone books an appointment, again, same trigger, they will be removed from workflow. Now this workflow is the no-show campaign. So as you can see, people will be getting those messages if they don't show up. If they use that link to rebook, this will trigger, they'll be removed from that workflow. Pretty cool, right? That just, as I said, ensures that they don't continuously get spammed, even if they've rebooked. Awesome. Now the last one is 2.4, appointment cancelled internal notification. So this basically is just a notification. So I mean, it's self-explanatory, right? If someone cancels, you want to be alerted that someone's cancelled the discovery call. That's what this workflow is for. So if someone cancels, this is what that'll look like. They cancel through the Google invitation, clicking the cancel link. Then they click this, and then they'll type in dog. Okay, no dog. Dog is sick. Okay, appointment is cancelled. We go back into high level, we refresh this. You will see that one person has now been enrolled in that workflow. Like that. And then you will get an internal notification, or not. Click on this workflow. Should be, it's an email notification, that's it. Yeah, so when the appointment is cancelled, so you can see event type calendar, appointment status is cancelled, you'll get an internal notification via email saying, this person cancelled the appointment, it was at this time, you suck. And delete that. I don't know who put that in there, couldn't have been me. Now, if I go into my emails, I will see that, oh no, it's in the spam. That's unfortunate. Sometimes happens with brand new emails. Hopefully this isn't the case for you. But this is the appointment cancelled email, right? It says John cancelled the appointment. I'm going to click look say. So this is now in my inbox. There you go. Okay, so that is all of these workflows working. Now, as you're testing this, if something does go wrong, once again, the steps for troubleshooting is rewatch the video, make sure you followed all the steps, ask a question in the community, and then finally, if none of those things working and solve the problem, go and get in touch with the high-level support team. I think I already showed you how to do that, but just to reiterate, go into high level and click the need help button and hop on a Zoom call with a specialist to sort out the issue. So that is it for this lesson. And that's it for the first module. Give yourself a pat on the back for making it this far. Once again, social media is linked below. Spread the word about the course, and I'll see you guys in the next module. Welcome to the first lesson here inside of the second module. It's fantastic to have you here. In this lesson, we're going to be covering all things relating to niching down and finding a market. The first thing I'll do is explain why do we niche down at the start? Why is it important for actually getting your agency off the ground? I'll then give you a checklist of things to ensure your niche has before you actually choose it, what makes a good niche. And then I'll give you a list of niches that I've already thought about and I know work well from this business model so you can go on your way and actually choose one. And tell anyone you know who you think might be interested in either starting this business model or learning some of the many skills that we teach you inside this course. As you know, everything in here is absolutely free and I want to provide as much value to as many people as possible at zero additional cost. So please be a G and spread the word. Also, down below this video, you will see links to various social media platforms. I'll be posting updates there regarding this course and the community, so feel free to check them out. Also, watch in 2x speed to save yourself a significant amount of time. Let's get into it. So why niche down? Right, so to actually clarify first what a niche is, I'm sure most of you probably understand what a niche is at this point, but just to clarify, it is only working with a certain type of industry, certain market. So why niche down, right? So the deeper niche down you are, the less variables there will be. Once you have figured out a success formula for that niche slash sub niche, it's easier to replicate. So for example, if I'm working with restaurants, right? And I'm working with Italian restaurants and Greek restaurants and Japanese restaurants, I could have a ad campaign and a system that works extremely well for Italian restaurants. But if I try and replicate that for a different type of restaurant, a different cuisine, it might still succeed, but there are more variables that can impact the success of that campaign. So if you only work with a very specific type of business, the system that you use to get results for one business is very similar for getting similar successful results for another business because there's less variables in the way. So the deeper down you can niche, the easier it will be to replicate results. And also you can charge a higher price because the more specific your messaging, the higher you can price your services. You may probably be wondering how that actually works. To give you an example, I was saying restaurants before, right? So you could go up to someone and say, I'm offering social media marketing. They've probably heard that a million times before, and realistically, you can probably price that. These are just demo prices, but you could probably price that at a cheap price point and potentially get them to use it. Now, if you went up to someone and said, I do social media marketing for service-based local businesses, the messaging is more specific, perhaps you can charge more. Then you get even deeper, social media marketing for service-based, that doesn't quite make sense, but for service-based restaurants, all restaurants are service-based. But basically, instead of local businesses, it's just for restaurants. And then the step even further is social media marketing for, again, bit of a typo, but only for Japanese restaurants. Or you could go social media marketing for Japanese restaurants doing $1 to $3 million in revenue per year. So the more specific your messaging is, the more you can charge, because people have probably heard, I'll do social media marketing a million times before, but if your call out is exactly their business, the chances are they haven't heard that before, or they've heard it less frequently, and hence you can charge more because it feels like your product, your service is designed for them. Niche principles. So the number one principle is your market needs to have a serious problem And for this business model, the problem is business growth whilst protecting time. So the pain point in your market needs to be a genuine pain point, not just a nice to have. So to illustrate this to you, let's take the example of hot dog stands, right? So if I said to you that you were running a hot dog stand, what is the only competitive advantage you could have over your competitors? What would that be? Some of you might say the cheapest hot dogs, the best tasting hot dogs, the best location for your hot dog stand, etc. The real answer to that question, and I'm sure you've guessed it at this point based on what's on screen, is a starving crowd. You could have the most expensive hot dogs, they could be shit quality, taste pretty bad, but if you position yourself next to a starving crowd, you will sell. For example, hot dog stands, if you position your hot dog stand outside of a club that closes at 3 a.m., a bunch of drunk and hungry people pour out. When the club closes, you will sell. So bigger picture, you could have a mediocre product, you could be priced sort of at a ridiculous price point, and you could have bad customer service and a mediocre offer, all things like that, right? But if you are selling to a starving crowd, a market that is in pain, and your product solves that pain to some extent, or at least the messaging says that it solves the pain, you will get buyers, right? So this is the number one principle that you need to factor in. So some more principles that make up a good niche. You need to tick all of these boxes when you're selecting a niche. Number one, profitable. So the people that you're selling to need to have money. Now, we kind of already solved this problem with this business model because we are selling to business owners exclusively. And as a generalization, people who run a business have money, with few exceptions to that rule, obviously. Now, this can be applied elsewhere if you're with another business model where you're selling to customers, for example. You don't want to sell to people like college students. You don't want to sell to unemployed people. Why? Because those people have no money. You could have a really good, for example, with unemployed people, you could be selling the best resume construction services in the world, right? But it's a shit niche to sell to because the people that you're offering your resume construction services to don't have the money to pay for it, because people who are looking to get a resume are often unemployed, hence they don't have money. So again, we solve this problem by selling to business owners, but this is something to keep in mind. A growing industry. So a few perfect examples of this is Netflix versus DVD stores. You obviously want to choose to sell to streaming companies like Netflix, not DVD stores, because DVD stores is a dying industry. Streaming services is a growing industry. Another example of this is online news versus newspaper. One is dying, one is growing. What you want to do is leverage future investments. So you want to predict where money is going to grow. This is called macro tailwinds, which is basically nerd speak for bigger picture trends that if you position yourself accordingly, you can make money there. So money's like water. Money's like water. With water, it goes in a precipitation cycle. Money starts in the clouds, or it doesn't start in the clouds, but it's in the clouds, it rains. The rain comes down into streams, rivers run, and similar to money, if you position yourself in the river, you will get wet. You have to understand where the rain is going, where the water is moving, and if you position yourself accordingly and do it by not necessarily seeing the future, but understanding the bigger picture trends, the macro tailwinds, and you do that accordingly in the river, you will get wet. Same thing applies with money. If you understand where the money is going, because money's always moving, it doesn't sit stagnantly, money's always moving, and if you can position yourself in a market where money is going to go, where future investment will go, you will make money. That is a very important thing to keep in mind. Now, easily accessible. The people that you are selling to need to be easy to find. Why is that? Well, if you have two niches, one of them is profitable in a growing industry, but not easily accessible, you could have the best possible product, but you won't be able to find the people you're selling to. The alternative is it's profitable, it's a growing industry, and these people are easily accessible. They congregate in big groups. For example, running with the Japanese restaurant analogy before. If you pick Japanese restaurants, They might be easy to find because they all congregate in Facebook groups, or there might be a big convention every year for Japanese restaurant owners, or what's another one? They might have I said Facebook group, another group with a different platform, a Twitter group, a Instagram group. You get the point, right? They all congregate in big groups because if you know where they all congregate and you know where they all hang out, you can show your ads, show your product to that group, and you've already got the eyeballs there, right? If they're all scattered and they're hard to find, they all hide away in different places, you're going to have to show your ads, show your product to a million different places to get the equivalent amount of eyeballs. Large TAM. So this doesn't really have anything to do with easily accessible. It's a point on its own, but you need to, what I was saying before about sub-niching, going from social media marketing to social media marketing for service-based businesses to restaurants to Japanese restaurants, you have to keep that in mind and niche deeply, but you also have to factor in the fact that you have to have a large enough TAM, total addressable market. So that's what you got to balance, right? You got to balance sub-niching enough so your messaging is direct. You can, as I said before, replicate results and you can charge a higher price, but your market that you're selling to has to also be big enough so that there's enough buyers. Those are the two things that you have to balance. And again, this is a point on its own. No, it's bugging. So another thing is tapping into a blue ocean. Now there's a good book called Blue Ocean Strategy that it's another one of those business books that you should read eventually. It's got some very important lessons in there. But essentially what a blue ocean is a market that is yet to be explored. The alternative is what's called a red ocean, which is a market that's oversaturated. You obviously want to tap into a blue ocean market because people haven't heard of your product before. Now, we are already doing this with AI service delivery because it's obviously brand new. And in my own experience, no one has been pitched AI actually providing value. They've heard of AI, they know it's a buzzword, but no one has actually been pitched AI and being pitched the AI in a sense where it's articulated that actually provides value and solves a problem. So you are already tapping into a blue ocean by using this business model. This is not really something you need to worry about. Invested in a niche. So if you have two different niches, both of them meet all the principles, but you have more interest in one niche compared to the other, you're obviously going to choose the niche you're interested in. Existing passions, interests, hobbies, other things are perhaps friends and family, a relative that has experience in this niche, works in this niche because that connection will be really useful for getting market research and it'll be really good for getting your business off the ground. Use of documents. So there is a list of niches that I have narrowed down that meet all of these principles, but are also service-based businesses that advertise well on social media and have appointment booking, because that's the requirements that you need for this AI marketing business model on top of all the other principles that make up a good market. So there's a short list. I'm going to go through that now, and then there's a longer list, but that's kind of useless. So we'll go through the short list. So this is the short list here. I've literally just used ChatGPT to construct this list for me. But have a read through these businesses. If you can think of any more, great, chuck them in there. But I assume what will happen when you read through this niche, and this happened to me, is you'll read through all, how many of them is there? 30 something of them. And 2 or 3 or maybe 4 of them will pop out to you and will be more appealing to you than others because of all of the previous reasons that I mentioned, predominantly the fact that perhaps you've got experience in this niche, perhaps a friend or a family member does. That's probably going to be the biggest factor that dictates which one is more appealing to you or not. So go ahead, read through this list and narrow it down to 3 or 4 that you have some vested interest in. Once you've done that, once you've found 3 or 4 niches, talk to people. So that's why I was making the suggestion of choosing a niche that you have connections with, because getting market feedback will be very easy. So if you've got, as I said before, friends or family who are in this niche, go to them with your business proposition, with the idea, ask them some questions, but specifically, you need to know if that pain point exists. Now, I didn't have this when I was starting out. So what I did as an alternative is use Google My Business. I searched up, for example, I don't work with Japanese restaurants, but with that, we were using the Japanese restaurant example before. You would type Japanese restaurants near me or Japanese restaurants in Australia, whatever country you're in, right? Email them, call them. I'd say call them, ask them some questions, be transparent with them, right? A key factor in starting your business is being completely transparent and honest with people that you are a complete beginner and you are starting a business. By saying that, people will actually want to help you out more, because majority of people are nice people and they like helping beginners. So call them up, get a list of questions ready to ask them. And basically, as I said before, tell them you're starting a business. Ask them, does this pain point exist in your market? Does it exist for you? Does it exist in other businesses you know? I can solve this problem with my social media ads, my AI, blah, blah, blah. Get feedback on the market, understand the pain points, understand if the niche that you've narrowed, the niches that you've sort of extracted from that longer list, do they work? And then also locally visit a business. So calling businesses, I mean, it works. It's a more inefficient way of doing it than just walking down the street and approaching a business. Now, this takes balls. Not all of you will have it. But if you can walk into a local business, I promise they've never been approached like this before. So few people, probably no one, has walked into their business before, said, hi, I'm a complete beginner. I want to start a business. Can I have 5 minutes of your time so that I can ask you a few questions and get some market feedback and understand, does this pain point exist and will my product work well for this industry? As I said before, if you're transparent with them, most people will be really happy to help you out. And then you can also ask ChatGPT, obviously prompt well for a good answer. What I would say to ChatGPT, I'd say, I am thinking of starting an AI marketing agency using Facebook ads, AI, appointment setting, blah, blah, blah. These are the principles that need to be met. You'd put the principles in that I went through before. And then you'd say, analyze the fit or the effectiveness of this product in this industry based on its ability to solve this pain point, right? Something along the lines of that. It should spit out a pretty good answer. It might just say something generic because the list is already pretty well narrowed down. It might just say, yes, it will work well, but that's a good place to start. Action steps. So your action steps are going through that list, picking a few of them out that are more appealing, and then doing market research on them. As I said before, ask some friends, ask family members, call up a few businesses, walk down the street and go talk to a business owner. Don't take too long to do this, right? Realistically, you can get really, really effective market research done in a few hours. You could do maybe 10 or 15 phone calls. You could schedule a call with a family member. You could spend, half an afternoon down the street approaching businesses. You can do this really quickly. Obviously, do it thoroughly. Don't, focus on doing it so quickly that you actually miss out on valuable information. Balance the two. Do it quickly, do it thoroughly. Pick a niche, commit to it. Don't flip-flop. Then change the content in the funnel to match. So once you've got your niche chosen, once you've decided, go into, I've already got it open here. Go into your funnel. You should know how to do this. Go into sites, click on website VSL funnel, find the home page, and then it's already filled in. Effortlessly scaling landscaping businesses, or effortlessly scaling, what's another good example? Japanese restaurants, right? Go change the content in here where it says niche and business. There'll be a few places where it says that. This content here, I've deliberately made this so it's pretty much one size fits all. However, there might be a few words where it might be appropriate to change to match your niche. For example, if you're working with, let's say, the medical industry, you can change services to treatments and so do that. Those are your action steps. Just to reiterate, don't take too long to do this, but also do it thoroughly. That's a very important thing that you must balance. Okay, we are just about done for this lesson, I think. Yeah, awesome. So once again, social medias will be linked below. Spread the word about the course. Let people know that this valuable information exists and exists for free. I'll see all of you in the next lesson. Welcome to the second lesson here inside of the second module. In this lesson, we're going to be first covering a Grand Slam offer. What is a Grand Slam offer? That's not my term, but that's what I like to call creating an offer that is so ridiculously good that people feel stupid saying no to it. And then lastly, we'll be covering messaging, so how to actually articulate the value that your services provide so that it actually resonates with the people you're trying to sell it to. And tell anyone you know who you think might be interested in either starting this business model or learning some of the many skills that we teach you inside this course. As you know, everything in here is absolutely free, and I want to provide as much value to as many people as possible at zero additional cost, so please be a G and spread the word. Also, down below this video, you will see links to various social media platforms. I'll be posting updates there regarding this course and the community, so feel free to check them out. Also, watch in 2x speed to save yourself a significant amount of time. Let's get into it. So, this is a book called $100 Million Offers, as you can see. Now, if you're watching this course, you've probably had a degree of interest in starting an online business for probably quite a while now. Now that interest has probably been captured by the algorithm. So you've probably seen Alex Hormozi on your reels or some shit before. You probably know who this guy is. If the name Alex Hormozi doesn't ring a bell, think massive jacked guy with a big beard. That's a great description of him. And so this book, why am I recommending this book, right? So this is, in my humble opinion, the best books that you can read as a beginner when you're starting in the online business space. Why is that? Well, he breaks down complicated business concepts into really easy to understand steps and simplifies them. So this book obviously is about offers. So how to make offers so good people feel stupid saying no. Now, I've got the hard copy for this book here, and as you can see, I posted a note at some of the concepts. That's why I prefer a hard copy, because you can post note concepts, come back to them when you need to. It's a bit harder to do that with an audiobook. However, audiobook is free. Here's a link to an audiobook here. If you just honestly search up on YouTube, $100 million offers audiobook, you will find one. So there's two other books as well, right? So this is the first one. The second book is called $100 Million Leads. It is essentially how to find people who are interested in your product. That's basically the bottom line of it. And then there's another one coming out soon, I believe at the end of 2024. I have no idea what it's actually called. So as I said, I'd highly recommend reading these books. Start with this one, the second one, $100 Million Leads. They will give you so much information about online business. So the offer. So the offer that I've used with my agency, and the one that has worked the best, is a free trial offer. Now, this is good for a low ticket service. So what I mean by that is cheaper services. For example, $99 services up to probably a few $100s. High ticket services are things like construction, home remodeling, things that are upwards of a few $1,000s. Low ticket being things that, as I said, like lawn services. So the offer that I have is a complete 100% zero risk free trial until the first booking request is made. So why this works well with low ticket products is because it ends quickly. You're obviously going to have more buyers for a $200 lawn mowing service than a $20,000 home remodeling or roofing service, right? So because there's more buyers, because it's cheaper, the free trial ends quickly. And you get cash quickly, which is what we want. So objection handling. So this offer will extinguish 90% of objections on sales calls. Now, in a lesson, I think it's in this module or perhaps in the next, we will be going into discovery calls, sales, objection handling in a ton of detail. And that will give you all the skills you need to handle objections and sell. But on a service level, the fact that you can offer this for free for a completely zero risk for a period of time will, as I said, extinguish 90% of objections, because people will, that initial objection to the service will be cost, it will be the fact that they need to think about it, it will be that they want more information, things like that. And all of them can be extinguished with this offer. I'm not going to go into and explain why that is specifically with all of those different objections, but you will understand that, as I said, at a later stage in the lesson about objection handling, about sales. Add headlines. So one of the main channels of getting clients for this model will be advertising your services on Meta. And obviously when you're advertising anything, having a good headline is crucial. So this offer has a really good headline: get bookings for free. I've tested that myself and it's worked incredibly well with my ads. Next one, booking versus booking request. So as you can see, free trial until first booking request. So why is that just not free trial until first booking? Well, that is because 90% of the time, you don't have access to this person's booking system, this business's booking system, because you didn't set it up, right? So all you can do is advertise their services on Meta, get someone interested, get them to opt into the ad, answer their questions with the AI, get the AI to capture booking intent. You can't actually book them in. That's their responsibility. You can only do all the other steps, but actually getting that person to book an appointment is the responsibility of the owner. For that reason, the condition for this offer is booking requests. Now, that's obviously going to be different if you set up the booking system for them. I showed you how to do that in one of the previous lessons. I showed you how to set up a booking system for your clients. And if you do that, it will be your responsibility to actually get the client booked in, and hence that offer will then become free trial until the first actual booking, right? So that's something you obviously have to specify with your clients and make clear. So high ticket. So the offer that you're going to be running for a high ticket service is obviously going to be different than a low ticket. Just to reiterate, the difference between high ticket and low ticket is mowing services, $200. High ticket, think things over, a few $1,000s, roofing, solar panels, things like that, right? So it can't be a free trial because this business might only get 1 or 2 bookings a month, right? And that could be the equivalent of, $40,000, for example. And only, 1 or 2 bookings is all they need to make that money back. But if they get 2 bookings a month, that free trial isn't going to end for ages. So it can't be a free trial. So what I'd recommend doing is an ROI guarantee. I've also used this and it's worked well. However, because my agency advertises, the industry that I'm in advertises low ticket or lower ticket services, I run with the free trial model. I've also used this and it's worked, as I said. So the condition for this is if ad spend plus your service fee is less than the revenue generated from the campaign, you will work free until break even. So just to reiterate, what they've spent on ads plus what you charge as a service fee is less than the revenue generated directly attributed to the marketing services in that month, you will work for free until break even. So why? Zero risk. So this is not a money back guarantee. I want to make that very clear. This is not, if we don't deliver you a positive return on investment, you will give them the money back. No. What's better is you'll still get paid, but you'll just work for free for a bit longer. You'll just keep the system running for a bit longer. Now, you're not giving the money back, so you're still making money, but also it doesn't require any extra, well, it only requires minimal extra effort from you to actually keep the system running for longer, right? If you don't deliver an ROI in that first month, all you have to do is not pause the ads, just continue and keep them running for, a few weeks longer, a few days longer, however long it takes to actually deliver that return on investment. And then you've met the conditions, right? And objection handling. So again, this offer will extinguish 90% of objections on sales calls. Again, you're completely reversing the risk. People who say, I can't afford it, you say, hey, you're guaranteed to profit, or you're guaranteed to not be out of pocket. It extinguishes the objection. There's obviously a ton. There's a few other objections that people will have. I'll cover all of them in the other lesson, in the next lesson. Not quite next lesson, in a few lessons time. Ad headline. So again, this offer works very well when you advertise it, simply because an ad headline of you profit or it's free, or this number of clients or it's free. And you can do a client guarantee as well if you do the math, right? If you know that this person's going to spend maybe $2,000 on ads in a month. Let me get my pen and paper here. If they spend $2,000 on ads in a month, your service fee is $1,000, and you know that each client for them is $1,000. You know that you have to get 3 clients for them to break even. So you can do a client guarantee as well, which obviously advertises very well. But also, you profit or you don't, or it's free, right? Also works very well. Okay, so now into messaging. So the basics of messaging. You need a few different things, right? Pitch. Short, punchy. We help niche, scale, grow, a synonym for that, using this. So, for example, with landscaping, we help landscaping businesses grow using Facebook ads. Something like that, right? Now, an elevator pitch is, why is it called an elevator pitch? I guess because you're in an elevator for like 20 seconds. That's usually the time that an elevator pitch will go for, about 20 seconds. It's a slightly extended version. Add some extra details like your offer. So we help landscaping businesses get appointments using Facebook ads and AI appointment setting risk-free with our 100% free trial or something like that, right? So on your website, on your funnel, where's that? Oh, it's already open. So this is basically your pitch, effortlessly scaling landscaping businesses with AI-powered marketing. That's a much better way. Don't say Facebook ads. People don't care how it's done. They just want that. They just want the solution, right? And then AI-powered marketing, that just gives it some context. And then this is sort of the elevator pitch, right? If you include that. So because the offer's in there, right? So effortlessly scaling niche with XYZ, risk-free with our 100% ROI guarantee or our exclusive free trial, something like that, right? So that's where you include your pitch and elevator pitch. Secret sauce. Oh, I'm giving away my secrets here. Secret sauce. You already saw this, but there is no secret sauce, obviously. It comes down to, does your market have a pain point that is solved by your service? That's what it comes down to. You could have a bad pitch or a very bad worded pitch, one that doesn't really resonate with your prospects. But if your service solves the pain point that exists in your industry to some extent, yeah, that's what it comes down to, right? Excuse me. Need to hydrate. And nothing is set in stone, right? So what I was talking about before, I've tried free trial offers, I've tried ROI guarantee offers. You can change, right? The best way to actually understand what one works best is play around with things. Once you have an offer, it's very easy to change the text on your website, change the copy and creatives that you use for your ads, and change your offer there, right? So absolutely nothing is set in stone. You can change it very easily. So in regards to messaging, do businesses want AI? The answer, most of the time, is no. And this obviously depends on the technical ability. So how tech savvy is the business owner that you're targeting? But most of the time it's a no, right? Obviously it's going to be, to some extent, if you've got a really tech savvy business owner, to some extent you can lead with AI. Don't lead with AI, but you can put an emphasis on the AI with really untech savvy customer avatars. You don't want to really mention AI until a later stage. So lead with familiarity. So they will already be familiar with social media marketing. Advertise social media marketing, then solve the next problem with AI. Make sure you address the problem, explain why other solutions are inadequate, and then use AI as the use case. So to break this down, right? One of the main principles of business and what allows you to make a lot of money is your ability to solve continuous problems. So one problem that we're solving with this business model is getting customers, getting people interested. Actually, the first step to that is getting people interested in the services. So we do that with AI. So now that we get people interested in the services with SMMA, with social media marketing, right? Get the A out of there, social media marketing. Then the next problem of turning that interest into booked appointments exists. So not only do we solve that first problem of getting people interested, we also solve the next problem that exists after that, which is how you can provide the most value by solving multiple problems, and you can charge according to the amount of value you provide. So that next problem then exists, right? How do you turn that interest into bookings? Now, how I articulate the value provided by AI is I say, the traditional ways that you can convert that interest into bookings is with, what can you use? You can use virtual assistants. So you can hire a team in a third world country where wages are cheaper and they will call up your leads. That is a bad way of doing it for a number of reasons. The third option is you can hire a receptionist to call up all your leads. That's expensive because you're paying a wage for a full-time or part-time member of staff. Third option is automated messages, which is a generic message that's sent that doesn't tailor to this individual person's needs or concerns. So what I'm doing there is I'm stating the problem exists, turning interest into bookings, and then I'm presenting to them why traditional methods of solving that problem, receptionist, virtual assistants, automated messages are inadequate at solving that problem. Only then do I mention the AI. If I mention it before, their brains will turn off. They don't care about AI. All they want is that problem solved. So if you obviously state the problem, tell them why traditional methods of solving that problem are inadequate, and then explain to them how the AI can solve that problem better than anything else, that's when people will buy AI, not before. You've got to be very careful with this. And again, it does depend on the technical ability of your avatar, but this is the most safe way of doing it, right? Be very, very specific with when you mention the AI. So in regards to the market, now, as I said, this is going to vary from niche to niche, but as a general rule of thumb, businesses aren't ready for AI. Give it a few years, maybe that's a stretch. By the middle of 2025, people will start to associate AI with problem solved, right? But at the moment, people do not yet associate AI with providing genuine value. They need people to articulate how it provides them with value, how it solves problems. But in due time, people will start to make that association between AI and value, problems being solved, and you can start to lead with AI instead of having to lead with something like SMMA and then doing that lengthy process of stating why the traditional ways of solving that problem are inadequate and then saying the AI, right? You can bring the AI into not quite the start, but you can start to some degree, lead with it in due time. Action steps. So funnel and website. Now, once you come up with your offer, obviously read the book, $100 million offers, and then adopt the principles that I covered with low ticket and high ticket offers. Get one of them in your mind. Again, it's not set in stone. Once you do your market feedback and have some skin in the game, it'll start to click with what offer works and what one doesn't. And then, as I said, change the offer on your website to match. Change the text on your funnel to match your new offer once you change it. And then automation. So some of the automations in your, some of the workflows might need to be changed. Some of them contain the offer. I'm not 100% sure of that, but with all things, right, go through and just double check, make sure that it all works well. So that is it for this lesson. Once again, social media will be linked below. Tell as many people as possible about the course, and I will see you all in the next lesson. Welcome to the third lesson here inside of the second module. It's fantastic to have you here. In this lesson, we're going to be covering onboarding, so when to onboard and all the steps that actually go into onboarding the client. And tell anyone you know who you think might be interested in either starting this business model or learning some of the many skills that we teach you inside this course. As you know, everything in here is absolutely free, and I want to provide as much value to as many people as possible at zero additional cost, so please be a G and spread the word. Also, down below this video, you will see links to various social media platforms. I'll be posting updates there regarding this course and the community, so feel free to check them out. Also, watch in 2x speed to save yourself a significant amount of time. Let's get into it. When to onboard. So ideally, you want to onboard on the discovery call, right? But for whatever reason, if you are pressed for time, maybe you have organized your schedule poorly and you've got another discovery call, a few minutes away, then you want to go ahead and organize that onboarding call for another time, but you want to do the onboarding as soon as possible. And ideally, on that discovery call, right? You close them, you get them to sign, you do the onboarding right away. It's a very quick process. So there should be no problems, letting them know this takes 20 minutes and they'll probably go, absolutely, let's go ahead and do that. So at the least, if you can't do the onboarding now, as I said before, this could be because you've got another sales call in a few minutes. This could be because the other person has to go and buy groceries or pick their kids up or something. At the very least, get them to sign the contract, right? Depending on what your offer is, if it's with the free trial offer, this signature on the contract doesn't actually mean anything, right? Because they can still opt out and not pay you anything, but having something signed, having something tangible to show that this partnership has been to some degree solidified is very important. Make it effortless. So the system that I've put in place for the onboarding is so seamless. You won't really have to worry about this, but the reason I'm saying this is because it's very important to have the client perceive the onboarding process as so simple and really, really fast. So the 2-call onboard process. So if you can't, as I said before, there's a reason, whether that's you or the person, the prospect, can't do the onboarding now, you want to get them booked into the onboarding calendar. So I'll show you what that looks like, and with the 24 hours advance onboarding tag. So head over to your high level and go to calendars. Now, you usually there won't be a web page with the onboarding calendar in there, unlike the discovery calls, because you won't have people going ahead and organizing that time by themselves, because you'll be on the call and you'll organize a time with them, right? So you want to literally ask them, if you can't do the onboarding now, when is a good time? Ideally, as soon as possible, that afternoon, the next day. So to actually organize the onboarding call, drag or pick a slot. Make sure you select the onboarding call calendar. Type in, onboarding call, and that can be between John and me. Make sure the time's right. You want to go find John's contact. Click book appointment. Now, the process with the lead up to the actual time when the onboarding call is very similar to the discovery call process. So there's a few workflows in place. I'll go and show you them now. Onboarding call folder. So you would now see that onboarding confirmation follow-up has now been activated. There'll be one person in there. So there is a reminder. There's a confirmation email first. So there you go. There's the internal notification email. That's to you, your onboarding call, very similar to discovery call. They get a confirmation email. They also get a Google Calendar event. And what I actually will do, add in here, is update opportunity stage. I haven't intentionally left this out, but this will actually be good for you to see the process of building workflows. So where is create update opportunity? So when someone books the onboarding call, obviously you want that to show in the pipeline, right? So in pipeline, sales pipeline, you want to put them in the onboarding stage. Opportunity name will be contact name, so you can follow along and do this. Opportunity source will be contact, and there should be opportunity source, lead value, custom value. Ooh, there is none. Okay, I'm gonna have to go and fetch that custom value, which will be in settings, custom values, lead value, copy that, come back to the workflow. Oh, don't tell me this hasn't had the steps saved. Okay, that was idiotic. Oh well, I'll speed run this. Create update opportunity. Onboarding, contact first name, opportunity source will be source, lead value, paste that in there, and they will still be open. Well, you can do them one if they've signed the contract. You can do them open if they haven't yet signed the contract. That's usually the determining factor, if they're open or one. So we'll go open and then allow opportunity to move into any previous stage. Keep allow duplicate opportunities ticked off. Click save action. So again, just to reiterate what that will do when someone books, internal notification is missing required attributes. So in here, to user type, internal notification, this one? What's going on? Oh, okay, so change this to all users. Click save, then you'll be able to save it. Okay, so what I was saying before I got distracted by that cheeky little error code is, just to reiterate, when someone books, they'll be taken down, internal notification, confirmation email, they will then be moved to the onboarding stage in the pipeline. Then they'll be at the wait one day before. They'll wait at that stage. And then, this is kind of annoying. So ideally, I wouldn't have booked a slot that was within 24 hours of the current time, because then John would still be at this stage and then I could show you this. But basically, if you remember correctly from the discovery call, 24 hours before the appointment, you get an internal notification, a reminder to call the person. If you call them and remind them of the appointment, great. If you don't, you add that tag, and then that will send them through the other workflow. So you should remember, and you should know exactly what I'm talking about when I say that, but the tag is different. It's the text on the tag is the same, but it's just called onboard instead of discover. So I'll go ahead and show you that, which is that tag there. And then the other steps are pretty much the same in the workflow. So I think there's just another 1 hour before reminder. Yep. Hey, all of that good stuff. So it's a pretty simple workflow. Okay, so that's the 2-call onboard process. Again, you want to get them onboarded as soon as possible, ideally on the discovery call. So when you're onboarding, get them to share their screen. I'm not going to show you how to do that as soon as you hop on a Google Meet. Perhaps if you've been on a Google Meet before, you know how to do that. If not, it's very self-explanatory. It's just a little button in the bottom of the screen. It says like present now or something like that. So that'll help you just get some insight into what they're doing on their end, and will help you walk them through all the necessary steps to onboard, and also ensure that they fill out the forms thoroughly. Onboarding document. So there's a document that I've constructed that will walk you through all the necessary steps to actually onboard this person effectively. Now I'm going to exit so I can paste that link. Or I think I've got it open in my browser. I do. So step number 1 is put the client info form link into the Google Meet chat and ask the client to fill it out. So to find your info form link, head over to your funnel and then scroll to the second last page and copy this URL, put it in there. So that you don't need to have, because you're going to give them this link, you're going to put it in the chat as it says there, but instead of having your high level open and having to go and get the URL, because you also have to go look at their contact and do a bunch of stuff, you just copy all the necessary things, put them in this doc so that you can copy and paste them and put them in the Google chat as I said. So what I'm going to do to actually walk you through this onboarding process is I'm going to onboard my alter ego, which is John, and pretend to be John and also be the agency owner that is doing the onboarding. So I'm going to play both roles here. So this is what you're going to do. You're going to copy that and you're going to put it in the, as I said, the Google Meet chat, and John, your prospect, is going to open it. So it says, it's great to have you on board. Please fill out your information below. I'm going to go ahead and do that. Nice, it's already pre-filled. John's lawn mowing. Oh, I've leaked my address. That is no good. 123 Johnson Street. What suburb is this? CBD. There you go. And then they're going to select today's date. Again, this is what the prospect is doing, and then they're going to type in the agreed upon monthly service fee. So let's say this is $1,200. You'll understand why they've put that in there in a second. Now they're going to hit submit. Now they'll be brought to this next page, which is this one here, the onboarding form, but per the headline, it says the agreement has now been sent to your email address. Please sign it now. So just in case John starts filling out the other steps here, you want to just put a point of emphasis on the fact that he needs to go sign the agreement now. Again, you want to get something tangible signed as soon as possible. So he's going to go to his email and he's going to look at that contract. I'm going to pause this, go to my inbox and find that. Okay, so upon further inspection, I have not been able to find that contract in my email, which is not ideal for the purpose of teaching how this works, but it is good because it's a realistic look inside troubleshooting when things go wrong, how to actually figure out the bottleneck, right? So I've come into the workflow. This is in the onboarding call folder in the workflows list. And I've come to the contract email confirmation workflow. So this workflow, per the name, when that form is submitted, which is the client info form, the one that I just filled out, this will trigger the document, which is contract, gets sent to the user. Now, the reason this might not have sent is because I didn't add myself. That could be why. And then the You'll get an internal notification as well saying this person submitted the client info form, just so you know. Okay, so I think that was why that didn't send. I'll go through, do the client info form again and just make sure that that was the reason. Another thing that you can do when things go wrong is go to execution logs. So basically what this is you can see the contacts as they go through the different steps in the workflow, and you can see what was finished, what was executed, and what was skipped. So in this instance, the send documents and contracts step was skipped, hence I didn't get the contract in my inbox. So what I'm going to do is click on details, and it says here, internal action error while trying to send proposal. So that doesn't actually specify that it was because I didn't have myself selected as a user, but I assume it is. It's a little bit ambiguous, but I assume that's why. And then there's a waiting one. I'm going to check this one, processing. Okay, so I assume you probably didn't get that email in your inbox either. I'm going to click save. You should follow along and just add yourself to that step here. Come down and then add yourself as a user. And then I'm going to go through and actually fill out that form again. What I need to do before I fill out that form again is make sure that this workflow has re-entry. So basically what this means, right, if you click on settings, is this basically specifies if someone can enter this workflow twice. For example, if I had submitted that client info form like I just did and then submitted it again, but this was off, I wouldn't get sent the contract. So just make sure that this is turned on. Okay, I'm going to go through and fill out that form again. I'm going to pause this now, fill it out, and then submit it. Okay, so I just submitted that client info form again, and as you can see, we've been brought to this page, and moment of truth, if I go to my inbox, awesome, I've got that contract in my inbox, you should too. Business message, spoof message. This message claims to have been sent from your account. Okay, looks safe. The reason it's triggering that is because the the address that it's from is the same as this address or something like that. So it's just triggered. But anyway, that's irrelevant. So this is what your client would be doing, right? They would have received the contract in their inbox, and then they're going to click view document. And again, this has their name there. That's a custom field. They're going to click on it. Now this contract has pulled all of the information that they filled into that form just a minute ago to actually populate this contract. Now the reason that says business address is because that's a custom value. That's something I have to fill in, not the custom field. And I haven't filled in that custom field. So that's probably why. And that's a good thing as well, because I don't want to leak my address. So as you can see, that's the date that they put in. That's their company name. That is the state that they put in. And this is their address. Outline of the scope of work, the service fee that they put in. I told you that it'll make sense why they entered that in that field. It's because it populates under the monthly service fee. And then I think the rest is, again, that's a custom value that I need to fill in. It has your contract. In a previous video, we uploaded the image of your contract into here. And it's meant to have your name in there. It's probably something that you want to go and double check. But this is for them, right? So they'll be able to go and see this bit down there, or at the top, just click start filling out. Then they'll go sign themselves, right? So John Doe, I'm gonna draw mine. Johnny. Nice. And then they'll click finish. Okay, so once they've signed that contract, awesome. You're gonna wait a few minutes just to make sure that you're gonna make sure that you've got that contract back. A copy of that will automatically be sent to you and the client. So go to your conversations tab, click on all, and you should, yeah, there you go. So contract received, right? So you have got a copy. So yeah, this is the contract signed, right? So it's just confirmation that the contract has been signed. I don't know why that's bugging. And then if you view it, you'll be able to see that there's signatures in there. Let me scroll down. There you go. So that's signed, and there's the confirmation it's been sent to you and the person signing it. Let's get that out of the way. So the next thing is, where was I with this? They're going to go back to the campaign order form now, which is here. They're going to enter in their details. The reason that, because they already filled in their email before, the reason that they're doing this again is because if they fill in all of these things without email or phone number, the basically high level doesn't know who's filled in the form. So there needs to be a field associated with the familiarity of the contact. So an email, as I said, phone number, something like that. So high level knows who is submitting this. Enter it in, daily advertising budget. So you're gonna walk them through these steps, right? Now, if you, depending on what niche you go into, you may need more information or less about the services that they are offering. So keep that in mind. You may have to change some of these fields. I will show you in a second how to actually add fields to this form. So they're going to put in their daily advertising budget, how much they want to spend per day on Meta. For me, that's going to be $50. So obviously, if you're in the medical industry, that'll say treatment. If you're in any other industry, it'll say service. Again, I'll show you how to go in and change this in a second. So for John's lawn mowing, what he wants to advertise is a $200. Oh, so this is offer and price. So let's call this, I know nothing about lawn mowing. Supreme Mow Ultimate Package, which is going to be $400. So, and then he might give some information, which is package of four mows for the price of 3, something like that, right? Booking link URL. So if your client obviously has their own booking system, they are going to paste the link for that booking system here. If you are setting them up a booking system and that's part of the service that you're delivering to them, obviously they're not going to fill that in. Advertising assets. So this is usually the place where the business will upload their logo, any content that they want you to use. But not all businesses will have content. Again, this will depend on the niche. Some of them you will just have to provide all the content. So I'm going to just upload my logo in here. No, okay, apparently I'm not. Try this again. Oof. Okay, and then they are going to hit submit. Or I'll actually just type in a John's booking system.com. Okay, and they're going to hit submit. Now, they should be taken to Facebook. Awesome. So the reason they're taken to Facebook is because the next step in the checklist is Facebook asset sharing. So just to recap, what we've done so far is we have done the onboarding form. So we've done the client info collection. Yeah. We've done the client info collection, this link here. They've signed the contract in their email, and I've just filled out the campaign order form. You want to tick these as you go along just to keep track. Now, after they sign that campaign order form, as you can see, they're taken to their Facebook because this is the next step, the asset sharing. So just before I go into this, I just want to show you what happens when they submit the, this form, the notification, and I'll also show you now how to change these fields. So heading back into high level, you will see under notifications, contract signed. Now, and also 7 minutes ago when John submitted the client info form, you also got a notification for that. Okay, so obviously when you're doing the onboarding at a later stage, right, getting their ad set up, all those things, you want to know the information that they submitted onto that form. So where do you find it? Well, come into their contact, and then you scroll down to additional information, and you will see all of the fields. You'll see the business name, the date they filled out the contract, the service fee, how much they plan on spending, and all of the other information, and then the logo as well, right? So I can click on that and you'll see my beautiful, beautiful logo. So this is the place you're going to come to find the information and then use it for onboarding. So that's that. Now the next thing, as I said, would be actually changing some of the fields in that form because your niche may be a little different. So to do that, click on sites, click on forms, click on builder, and then, so this is an onboarding form, so you'll click on that. And then, so client info form, remember these are the two different ones. You want to click on onboarding. And then this is how you add fields. So what I was saying before, if you're in a different niche, you're not in the medical niche, you obviously want to change this from treatment to service. So label will be service, placeholder will be service. And then if you want this field to be required, you obviously will click save. Now this one, again, some people may not have a booking link, so you want to leave this one as unrequired, meaning they can still submit the form without filling this out. Same with assets, because people might not have assets. So to actually add a field, click on this add form element here, click on custom fields, and then you could add from a list of pre-existing custom fields, but likely you want to just add another one. So depending on what the field is, you're obviously going to choose file upload, multi-line. I would recommend doing single line. So for example, the field that most likely you will want to include is extra information about the offer. So if you work in an industry or you've chosen a niche that all of the services are very, very similar, like mowing, for example, how John mows his lawn probably will be very similar to how his competitors mow his lawn. But for niches where the services are very, very different, I can't really think of any off the top of my head. You want to have a field that is extra information, just so that you can get clarity on what this business does differently to its competitors who offer the same service. So I'm going to call this service information information group. You want to put this under additional information, because remember, all of the other information was also under that additional info. Field placeholder, you're not going to put your name in here, just say enter in info, we'll go service info information. Okay, and then leave this as contact and then click save. Now this will create a custom field, and then you want to go and find that custom field and just simply drag it in like so. I'm about to sneeze. Okay, that got away from me. And then if this is a field that you want to have required for submitting the form, as I spoke about before, just go and tick that required box. Then click save. Now, if you onboard a few clients and then realize that you don't need this field, you can just delete it, but that will still exist as a custom field. So you can just very easily add it, delete it. Simple. Now, if you want to go learn more about forms, I could teach you, but there's literally, 30 or 40 other things about forms, conditional logic, a bunch of styles and stuff you can go through here. If you want to go learn about that, you're more than welcome to, but it'd take me way too long to go and do that. That's the same with all of high level, right? If you're interested in actually learning about all the things that high level has to offer, I'd recommend doing that at a later stage. Obviously you want to just focus on one thing first, but go watch some YouTube videos, just play around in the different tabs. There are so many things that high level offers, and you could be learning about this for hours and hours per day and still not know everything. I've been using high level for years now, and I still don't know everything that it has to offer. That's a bit of a side note. Getting back to what we were doing earlier, I've lost my train of thought a little bit. Is Facebook. Yeah, so we're going to go through this form. So Facebook asset sharing. So when they submit the campaign order form, as you saw, they're taken to Facebook. Okay, so here I am inside of, I've got two different Meta business accounts here. One of them is my one that I actually use for my agency, and one of them is just an old one. This one here with the yellow icon will be you for this, in this instance, your agency, and the one with the purple icon here is going to be imitating the client, so the person you're onboarding's Meta business account, basically. So if we go look at the steps, you will see that to get to this point, so I'm in the settings of the Meta Business Suite. To actually get to that point, click on Profile Picture in the top right-hand corner, click on Meta Business Suite, click Settings in the bottom left-hand corner. So as your client, the person you are onboarding, is sharing your screen, you're going to walk them through these steps, and then they're going to be at this point here, step 4. So you're going to instruct them to actually do those things as you're looking at their screen and walking them through the process. So once they're in this point, you are going to get them to click on, no, I'm in this one here. So this is them. This is the person you're onboarding. They are going to click add. So coming to partners, click add. I'm going to have to blur these out maybe. Click add, and then you're going to get them to click give a partner access to your assets, because they are sharing their Facebook assets and giving them to you. So you're going to click that, and then they're going to enter your partner business ID. So to find this ID, you're going to come into your Facebook business account and you're going to find your ID in the URL. Now, I recommend doing this once, getting the URL, and then putting it in your document under business ID. Paste it here. Put your business ID in here so that every time you're on an onboarding call, you can literally just paste it here and give it to them in the Google chat instead of having to go into your Facebook and do it, right? So you're going to give them your business ID, put it in the Google Meet chat. They'll put it in here like so. They'll click next. And then you are going to get them to select all of the assets that you need from them. So these are pages. So you're going to select the page, and then you're going to come down and click everything. You also need their ad account, same process. You're also going to give them access. So you also are going to get them to give you access to pixels. Nope, not that one. If they've got a pixel, obviously select it. I may as well do that. That's not even for my business, but anyway. Instagram account as well. Domains and data sets, because this is where the pixels traditionally are. And also business creative folders, because they might have some images and stuff in here. So they will probably have one of each, because this is my business manager account that I use for my agency. I've got, 6 different pixels and stuff that I've set up, but they will probably have 1 or 2. This is all the things you need. You don't need anything else, but in case you don't quite know the actual assets specifically that you need, you will see them here. So toggle control, full access, new/classic pages, ad account, Instagram account, pixel, dataset, domains, creative folders. These are all the things you need. And just to reiterate, you get them to select I'll actually just cancel, click show assets again. Add, give partner access to your assets. You want to select the page or select the asset and then come down and click full control or everything. And that's for all the assets, right? Same for the ad account, click it, full control. And then once they're done, get them to click on save changes. Now, once they click that, which I may as well do in this instance. So Instagram account, I won't do data sets. I won't do that for now because there's a million of them, but obviously you're gonna do that when you're doing this process, and then I might as well just do domains as well. And then they're gonna click save changes. And then I usually just select the top one. It doesn't really matter though. Now, once they do that, you want to make sure on your end in your Facebook business account that you've actually got them, right? So to do that, just give that a second to actually configure. Okay. And 0 domains have been added. Okay, so sometimes this will happen. There'll be an error with something. I could go and troubleshoot this, but I don't need the domain in this instance, so I'm just going to click done. Now, if you go into your business manager account under partners, in fact, not even under partners. Actually, yes, you can check this under partners online. So I'll just refresh this so that I'll be able to see. You will see that their business icon and name has now come up. And then if you go onto assets shared with you, because remember, they're sharing their assets with you, you'll be able to see that all the things that they've shared with you. So here we've got a page, an ad account, an Instagram account. So once they go through and you walk them through the process of sharing their assets, you want to go into your page and just double check that you've got everything you need. Okay. So we've done that. Facebook asset sharing. So you've gone through the steps, you've pasted in your ID, you've selected all the assets, or you've got them to select their assets, and then you go into your own page. That's the one I've just ticked, and you double check you've got everything. Now, the next step is actually getting this client into high level. You want to create their sub account for them. So to do this process, what I usually do is, and I'm in the right one here, I usually duplicate this tab just so it's quicker. So what I do, one of them, I head over to agency view, And the other one, I go and find their contact. Just give this a second to load. I go and find this person's contact. So when I say this person, the client you're onboarding, right? Now, as you're creating their sub accounts, so to actually create the sub account, let's get that out of the way. You click add sub account. So in agency view, come to sub accounts, click on sub account. Just click on blank snapshot for now. We'll go over importing the client snapshot at a later stage, and then you want to enter in their business address. It's a lot easier if you actually find their business here, because the alternative is if you click add account manually, you have to go ahead and fill all these things. But if you actually find their business when you're searching up their address, some of this will pre-fill and actually makes it a lot quicker. So obviously you go and fill out all of this information. The reason I pulled up their contact information in the other tab is I can literally just copy and paste things like their email across, John Doe, business name, all of that. I'm going to pause and fill this out. So once you've filled that out and click save, it will basically use that information and create a sub account for the client. So now you are going to click switch to sub account like that. Now, the reason you're creating the sub account now is because you want to add the client to high level while you're on the onboarding call, this step here. So you want to do all of this stuff. I should have clarified that earlier. This is all the things you want to do on the actual onboarding call to actually go ahead and set up the campaign. There's another document and another set of steps and stuff you'll have to go through. So these are the steps here. Create the sub account, click blank snapshot, fill in their details, and then we're going to go ahead and add them as a user. So to do that, click on settings, click on my staff, click on add employee, and then again, you're going to use the contact that you have open in the other tab to just copy and paste things like their email. And I'll do that. Phone number isn't important. And then you're going to make sure under user roles that they're an admin. They need to be an admin. Now I can't add this email because I set up the high level account with this email. So what am I going to use? Let's use a different email. Okay, click save. Now, when you add them as a user, they are going to get an email in their inbox telling them to sign in, like basically set a password and stuff so that they can actually access high level. So I'm going to go to my inbox and find that email. Okay, so here I am inside my account. I'm just going to go ahead and delete all of these. Bang. Okay, so this is the account, this is the email that your clients will get when you add them as a user. You'll send them automatically this email. So pretty straightforward. Welcome to Elevate AI Marketing, or whatever your company's called. And then you'll get them to click here to log in. And then I'm not going to go ahead and actually do this, but they will basically come into a piece of software and they're going to set themselves a password, and then they'll log into high level. Basically, that's how it works, right? So now you've got them in high level. Again, I'm not going to do that for real. Where's the sheet? Here it is. So once you've done that, we've added them as a user into the sub account. Ensure they are an admin. Can check under user roles. Tell them to check the emails and log in. We've just done that. Go to company billing, click add payment method. Copy link. Yeah. Okay. So the next thing is, while they are still on the call, after you've just added them as a user, you're going to get them to connect their card, basically, because the mobile phone usage is going to be billed to them. You don't want to absorb those costs. So you want to get them to add their card to the high level account. So to do that, come into their sub account, click on, well, you should already be in settings, but yeah, click on settings there, then come down to company billing, click add payment method. Okay, so I haven't got a Stripe integrated. Or can I do this? No, okay. So if you have Stripe integrated, there will be some different options that will come up. But you'll basically click copy link and convert to SaaS. There'll be a few options, but you want to click a button that looks like this, and then that will automatically, it'll basically change high level, or at least this person's sub account, so they will get a big banner across the top saying please connect your card. So now that they're logged in and you're still on the call with them, you can say to them, hey, do you see that banner across the top? Please click on the should say like resolve issue or connect card or something like that. Get them to click on that and connect their card. Okay, so the next step is actually facilitating the connection between this client's existing booking system and the AI. And the way we do that is by connecting their existing booking system to Google Calendar and then connecting high level to Google Calendar as well. So that the high level, which the AI has access to, that calendar there, is feeding into Google Calendar and then by extension feeding into their existing booking system so that their processes don't need to change at all. But as I said, that allows the AI to actually access existing appointments that are in their calendar to see what slots are already taken, but also put things in there that it needs to as well. Now this process is, well, the process of integrating high level with Google Calendar is the same that you use to integrate your own agency Google account with high level in your own sub account. But this step here, actually integrating their existing booking system into Google Calendar, can be a little bit tricky, but what I recommend doing when you're on the call, still talking to them, is ask obviously what booking system they use. Maybe you already know that, but once you do know, go into ChatGPT and then ask ChatGPT, does booking system X integrate with Google Calendar? If it does, then say, how do I facilitate this connection? That it'll write out the steps for you, and then when you're still on the call with the client, you can just get them to share their screen, and you could be looking at the steps that ChatGPT says and then walk them through those steps and get them to facilitate that connection. Now you'll know if their booking system has successfully integrated with Google Calendar because their appointments will be imported into here and you'll be able to actually see them. If you ask ChatGPT, can X booking system be integrated with Google Calendar, and they say no, that's unfortunate, but that we can still do the AI service delivery. It will just be a little bit different. I'll explain the difference if that Google Calendar can or cannot be integrated. In the back end, what that looks like setting it up, I'll explain all of that at a later stage. That's the wrong document there, ignore that. So, as I said, ask what booking system they use, get ChatGPT to confirm if it can be integrated, walk them through the steps, get that connection to be facilitated. Once that's integrated, then you need to, as I said, integrate high level with Google Calendar. So to do that, head over to your high level account. I'm just going to use my own agency as a demo here because it's already integrated and that's the easiest way of showing you. Come down to integrations, so settings, integrations. Now you're going to be getting your client to share their screen, and they're going to be in the sub account, and you're going to be walking them through these steps. You can't sign in with their Google account. They have to do that themselves. So you're basically going to get them to log into their sub account. They're still sharing their screen. You're going to say, come down to settings, come down to integrations, and then it'll say sign in with Google. You can see this button here. You want to obviously get them to click that button and sign in with Google using the same account that they just connected to their existing booking system, same Google account, obviously. Once they've done that, head over to My Staff. Again, you're going to get, you can get them to do this. You can get yourself to do this. It doesn't really matter. And then click on their user. So you'll see them as a user, then click on the edit icon and then head over to calendar configuration. And then you'll see all of the calendars that are associated with the Google account that they just integrated with high level. And then you just want to click the one that, you know, they might have a few calendars, they might have a work or a personal one or something like that. You just want to click add with the one that makes the most sense. They're the one that they've, as I said, already integrated with their booking system. So we can tick those ones off. Now, Lead Connector app. So this is an app that is basically high level. It's basically the same thing that high level has to offer on the desktop. It's just pretty self-explanatory. On a mobile app, it's a different format, but basically you will get your client to download that. They will log in and then they will have access to all of those features. That's obviously another bonus that you can provide some extra value. So to get them to download that app, again, that's the wrong document. You can either tell them to, you can actually just say what device to use, if it's Android or Apple, probably Apple, and then you'd say go to the App Store, or I think it's the Google Play Store for Android. depends again what device they use, and just say, search up lead connector, LEAD connector. It is a white background with an orange icon. So that's a gray labeled version of high level, and then you just get them to download that, and then they'll log in with the same username and password that they've set with their high level sub account on the laptop as well. So you can either just instruct them manually to do that, or you will see in that sub account it says mobile app. So you can do this on your end. And then once this loads, okay, so 30 seconds later this loaded. I don't know what's going on. High level's tweaking, but basically you can just copy the link here and you can just send that to them via SMS. You see, that's Apple, that's Android. SMS that to them, and that will automatically send them that link. Or you can click this team member here thing, and if they're added as a user, you can just click on them and click send invite. There's a few ways of doing that. You want to get them to, hey, download that, and B, log in to the app. And then handoff preferences is a different one. So you definitely need handoff preferences if their booking system cannot be integrated with Google Calendar. If it can, still get handoff preferences. But basically what this is asking them is, if the AI captures booking intent, how do you want to be notified? Most people will say both SMS and email. So you'll, obviously just ask them, do you want to be notified via an SMS message or by an email? As I said, most will say both, but some businesses will say just email or just SMS. Perhaps some of their members of staff only have access to the business email or just the business phone number, something like that. So some of them will have their own preferences here. Now, the reason this depends on if their booking system can integrate with Google Calendar or not is because if their existing booking system can integrate with Google Calendar, the AI can actually automatically do the booking process, and hence the owner doesn't need to be notified by booking intent. However, if the AI cannot access their existing booking system and can't automatically book them in, when booking intent is captured, it will simply add the handoff tag. I'll explain what that is in a later video. It will just send them the booking link, and it will also notify the owner. So you don't need to understand how all of that works at the moment. Simply just ask them, when booking intent is captured, how do you want to be notified, SMS or email? And then obviously write down their preference there. So that is the end of the video. I don't have the outro slides up, but as always, share the course and follow social medias down below. I'll see you guys in the next video. Welcome to the fourth lesson here inside of the second module. It's fantastic to have you here. In this lesson, we're going to be covering sales. This is a very important video because sales is a crucial skill, obviously in business context, but anywhere in life. Life is sales, whether that's in relationships with your family, friends, or partners. Learning sales skills and communication skills and the ability to persuade people goes a very long way in life. And tell anyone you know who you think might be interested in either starting this business model or learning some of the many skills that we teach you inside this course. As you know, everything in here is absolutely free, and I want to provide as much value to as many people as possible at zero additional cost. So please be a G and spread the word. Also, down below this video, you will see links to various social media platforms. I'll be posting updates there regarding this course and the community, so feel free to check them out. Also, watch in 2x speed to save yourself a significant amount of time. Let's get into it. So, discovery call overview. Essentially, what a discovery call is that initial conversation that you have with a prospect, and the aim of the discovery call is ultimately to get them to sign, get them interested and get them to sign and do the onboarding. But before you do all of that, you want to gather as much information about their issues. So you ask them a bunch of questions to see the current pain points and problems within their business, and then you structure your pitch so that it solves those issues. Because the issue that this service solves is it's pretty similar, but there will be nuanced parts about the pain points for each business that you've got to first understand before you give them the pitch, right? So that's the overview. Now, the importance of sales. If you cannot consistently close clients, your business will fail. That's the reality of it. Even if you deliver the best results and you have a phenomenal service, if you cannot articulate that value to your prospects and articulate it in a way that solves their current pain points, you will not be able to get clients. So Sales, if you're coming from a point of zero experience with sales, it can be a little bit overwhelming. It's like, I've got to get on a call, I've got to pitch someone. It can be a little daunting, right? But it's simple, really, and it's actually not that hard. You'll get the hang of it in just a few calls, and I've got scripts, I've got pitch decks, I've got all of that stuff for you, and it will make it so much easier when you're starting out. So there's a few different phases to a discovery call. Now, phase one is understanding their pain points. So this is one of the most important phases, because if you don't get a really good understanding of their pain points, you won't be able to pitch them accordingly in a way that actually you articulate how your service solves their pain points, as I said before. So you're going to start by asking them a bunch of questions. Now, it's very important that you listen. Successful sales starts with understanding the customer. This involves actively listening to the prospect to uncover their needs, pain points, and goals. You can't offer a solution until you know what problem needs solving. Now, again, as I said before, the problem that your service solves it's pretty similar for all businesses, for the industry that you're working with. It's going to be a pretty similar problem that your service solves, but there will be nuances within for each business, and their motivations for wanting to solve this problem will be a little different. So it's very important that you genuinely listen. Ask the right questions. So you can only, if you don't ask the right questions, you obviously can't know their pain points. So let's say you ask them, what are your current issues with their business? They're probably going to give you an answer, right? And there'll be things inside that answer that you can probe at, different aspects to their answer, and you've got to flesh it out, because people aren't going to answer that question when you ask, what are your pain points? They're not going to give you a really comprehensive look of or a comprehensive insight into their problems, right? You're going to have to, after you ask that initial question, ask follow-up questions and implication questions to really dig into those pain points. Now, phase two is building trust. Now, this isn't necessarily a phase, but this is something that you sort of want to be doing throughout the whole discovery call. Establishing rapport. People buy from those they trust. Building a personal connection and establishing credibility are crucial to creating a trusting relationships. People don't buy products, people buy from people. So it's very important that you establish a genuine connection with this person, and yeah, just be authentic, right? It's the biggest thing. There you go. Be authentic. Transparency and honesty go a long way. If you are genuine in your approach and ensure your recommendations are in the best interest of the customer. If you feel like you genuinely cannot help this person, if they have somehow booked a call but they really don't have the problem that your service solves, don't try and pitch them your services, even though you know it's not going to help them, right? People can smell being fake. People can smell that. Not literally, but yeah, it'll show if you're not being authentic. Phase three is offering value. So after you first understand their pain points, and then throughout the whole discovery call, you're going to be genuine, you're going to be establishing rapport. The next point is offering value. So focus on solutions, not just the products. Nobody cares that you're offering AI. They care how the AI solves their problems, right? Sales is about solving problems, not selling products or services. Position your offer as a solution that delivers real value to the customer. Now, different aspects of your system will be there'll be a different balance between the product and the solution. What I mean by that is people already understand social media marketing and how it delivers value. So you can, to some extent, lead with the product there. Obviously, you still want to be solution focused, but to some degree, you can lead with the product there because people already understand how that delivers value. But with the AI, that has to be fully solution focused, because people do not fully yet understand how AI can actually deliver value and solve problems. So with the AI, you've got to be 100% solution oriented with that. And demonstrate the benefits. So clearly communicate how your product or service will improve the customer's situation. Emphasis the benefits and the outcomes, not just the features, right? People don't, as I said before, people don't care that it's AI. People care that AI solves problems. We've just done that. Phase four is creating urgency. So that phase three of providing value, that's when you will go over your pitch deck, which is basically a presentation. You share your screen, you run them through the presentation, and you talk about your system and how it solves their pain points. So creating urgency, this is just before you pitch them, right? Encourage prospects to take action by creating a sense of urgency. This can be through limited time offers, exclusive deals, or emphasizing the cost of inaction. So what I do, which seems to work really well, is called incentive-based pricing. So the first price I give them is just a standard per month price point, and then After that, I say, I do like to encourage taking action. I like working with go-getters. If you want to move forward with this today, I'm happy to offer you a price of XX per month, which is usually, $100 or $150 cheaper. And avoid pressure. So you've got to balance establishing that sense of urgency, but you can't pressure them, right? That's really important. Handling objections. So people will have objections to some extent after you pitch them, right? Whether it's price, whether it's they aren't fully confident that your service is going to solve the issues. So it's really important that you anticipate these concerns. You have to prepare for them. You have to know what people's objections to your pitch is going to be before you actually hop on the call, right? You've got to know that and then prepare responses so that you can actually address these concerns directly. Objections often stem from a lack of information or confidence, as I said before, right? And empathize and clarify. So when someone has an objection, you can't just fully shut them down. You have to some degree empathize with them, show them that you understand where they're coming from, and then show them why they're wrong. Not just as bluntly as you're wrong, but show them proof that their objection shouldn't get in the way of them using your service. Show that you understand the customer's concerns, then clarify misunderstandings and provide reassurance to move the conversation forward. Closing the sale. So don't hesitate to ask for the customer's business, right? After addressing their needs, building trust, if you go through all of the phases correctly, you should be able to close the sale. Invite them to move forward with the purchase. Seal the deal. Confirm all details, express appreciation, and make the process as smooth as possible. Ensure the customer feels confident and satisfied in their decision. Now, it can get a little awkward how to actually ask. Like, how do you, after you've been through all of those phases, how do you actually ask, do you want to use this, right? Very simply, just say, would you be opposed to moving forward with this today? Would you be opposed to starting with the free trial? Very simple, easy way of saying it, right? So, in terms of the script, let's go and have a look at this. So this is a script that I use and has worked incredibly well. And this is it here. So I'll go through each of the sort of steps and mention what phase these are, right? So start with small talk. So you don't want to do too much small talk because people ultimately know that you're here to sell them. Just make it brief, make it very short. Usually what I start by saying is, hey, nice to meet you. How's things? Where are you based? And then also, I take it your business is based there as well. That's it. Don't keep it too long. As I said, people know that you're here to sell them. If you're yapping about, the weather and stuff for 5 to 10 minutes, that's not a good look. So keep it short and simple. Setting the agenda. So you want to take control of the call, right? You want to take control and show the person that you know where this is going. You've done this before and there's direction to it, right? So this is how it goes, right? I just wanted to say thank you for hopping on the call. We're obviously going to connect. I want to give your business as much value as possible. So I'll ask you a couple questions. That way we can get clear on where you're at with your business currently, where you want to take it, and if I can help you in that process, great. I'll show you what that looks like, right? And then reiterate, bottom line, I just want to provide as much value to you. Does that sound good? Always say, does that sound good? You want them to give you permission to move forward. Now this is the main question to understand their pain points, right? So fill me in, how's it going with the business? Now, as I said before, right, when you ask this question, people are going to they're not going to give you a phenomenal in detail answer. They'll go briefly over a few different pain points that they have, and then you have to dig into those pain points. How are you getting clients currently? So you want to, before you can actually, again, tailor your pitch, you need to understand first what tools they're using, what do they have experience with. So the standard answer to this, again, depending on your niche, will probably be word of mouth. I've perhaps done some social media ads in the past, SEO, Google ads, things like that, right? You need to understand what they've tried before. Was it effective? And then this is a really important question as well, right? So what makes you feel like relying on the current method of getting clients isn't going to suffice? They booked this call for a reason. They've been using, whatever systems, whatever marketing methods they've mentioned, and they booked this call because likely that's not working, but you want to get them to state that. They might know that subconsciously, but you want to get them to explicitly state that what they're using now isn't working. Have you made attempts to solve this before? So this is a really important question so that you can understand if they've worked with other freelancers or marketing agencies before. because that will give you a lot of context in regards to perhaps they've got trust issues, things like that. They've been burned in the past. They will perhaps say, yeah, I've tried this, that, and then you want to follow up with this question here. Freelancer or marketing agency before. If that's a no, great. If that's a yes, ask why did this partnership end? That's really important because you'll know their issues that they've had with marketing agencies, as I said before, and then you can ensure that when you get to your pitch, you differentiate yourself from that other marketing agency or that other freelancer and explain to them why you are different. And then it's really important that as you're asking them these questions, that you sort of read it back to them and just emphasize that you're listening, right? So this is a really good one for that. So basically after they've said, these 5-ish questions, you sort of say back to them, so it sounds to me like you're dealing with this problem. Yeah, it just shows that you're listening. Now, pivoting a little bit, who is your ideal customer? This is important to understand who they're actually looking to get into their business so that if you do eventually go and do their social media ads, you know who to target. What do you currently do for lead qualifying follow-ups? So this is obviously this is another pain point question because a lot of people will say, let's say they've worked with an agency before. The agency expected us to handle all the leads. That was wasting a lot of my time, right? This is a really good, important question because this is the problem that the AI solves. If they have problems here, you will then understand that. So when you pitch your AI, the pitch can be tailored to solve the concerns they had or the issues that they've got with lead qualifying, right? What management CRM or backend system do you use? I'll chuck in online booking system again because you might be able to pitch a booking system for them. So it's good to know what softwares they use. What online presence do you have? This is just an important question to know that. Do you need to go and set up a Facebook, an Instagram page for them, or do they already have that website as well? Now, just to see if what we're doing here would actually be a fit for you guys, this is an important question to know if they have a certain criteria or preferences for how they get clients. Most businesses will just say, bottom line, I want clients. I don't care how you do it. Some businesses might have some preferences, right? They might say, I've done this in the past. It didn't work because of X, Y, Z. So I want my new marketing system to not have those problems, right? It's a good question for that. And then revenue goals. This is obviously very important. You want to get a clear picture on how big is their business, where are they trying to go? That's what these questions are for. It can be a little bit awkward asking, how much revenue are you doing at the start? I used to get scared on my first few sales calls. I used to shy away from asking this question. I thought it was a little bit weird to ask someone, how much money are you making? But you're on a sales call, right? You need to understand this, right? So don't shy away from it. Just ask them. 99% of business owners will honestly tell you. And then ask them what would get into that point. So the first one is how much would you like to be doing revenue per month? Ideally, how close are you to getting there at the moment? So you want to know how much they're doing. So let's say it's $100,000. How much would they like to be doing? $100,000 a month. How much are you currently doing? $50,000 per month. Then you want to ask them, okay, and getting to that revenue goal, so let's say $100,000 per month, what would that do for the business? Now, they might subconsciously know this, but you want to create a visual in their head of their dream scenario. So ask them, what would that do for the business? They're going to start thinking, if I got to $100,000 per month, I'd be able to hire more staff. I'd be able to, get more equipment, things like that. You want to get them thinking of that dream scenario, right? Get them in this emotional state. That's this part of the discovery call is getting them in that emotional state. And what does that mean to you personally? I know we've just met, but I like to get deep with my clients and truly understand why they've chosen to seek out my help in the first place. What would that mean for you personally? What would getting to XX per month, what would that mean for you personally? Again, you want to get them in an emotional state. You want to get them really thinking about what would get into that dream scenario, that revenue per month. What would that mean to them, right? Again, this is another question that may feel a little awkward to ask. It's a very personal question, obviously, but you do have to ask it, right? It's a very important question that you ask. Now, I don't want to offend you when I ask this, because I really appreciate the conversation we've had. What are you doing if nothing changes? You've told me you want to get to $100,000 per month. So if you keep doing, your current marketing methods, whether that's Google Ads or word of mouth, what's going to happen to the business? So again, this is a really important question to get them consciously and explicitly to say, my business will close down if I keep doing what I'm doing. You want them to, because again, they might already know that, but if you get them to actually say it, they're going to realize and that's going to hang around with them. Or what I'm currently doing is it's not working. My business might close down. I might have to sell my house. Maybe not that extreme, but you want to get them thinking about that problem. So when you go ahead and pitch them, they've got that taste in their mouth, right? And when do you want to fix this? So you want them to, again, they might know this subconsciously that they want to take action. You want them to explicitly say, I want to take action and I'm committed to solving this now. To reiterate, this whole section, from this point onwards, this is about getting them into an emotional sort of, not state, but so offering value. So here, understanding pain. This is the understanding the pain phase, right? You really want to dig in with these questions. It's not, as I said before, it's not like rubbing salt in a wound. It's just getting them to explicitly say all of their problems and dig deep into them. Ask as many questions. Don't be afraid to veer off script, right? If there's a pain point that they haven't fully dug into, make sure to go and get them to talk more about the pain point, right? You can, and this goes for the whole script, right? Don't be afraid to veer off. People will say things, there'll be topics that come up that you haven't fully accounted for. It's really important that you don't just, stay robotic and stay on the script. Don't be afraid to go off script. So once you get to this point, say, okay, I'm gonna share my screen with you and show you the process or the tools that I've got in mind to solve your problem. This is how I think I can help you, right? So let me go ahead and pull that up. Okay, so here I am inside of the pitch deck again, just to reiterate. Once you go through that phase of the asking the questions, discovering the pain points phase, this first one here, this one, understanding pain, then you go through and go to your sales pitch, your pitch deck. So this is the offering value phase. Now just to reiterate, focus on solutions, not products, demonstrate the benefits. So in the next video, I will actually be going through a live example of me on a sales call doing this pitch deck. Not only doing this pitch deck, doing the whole sales call. So you'll be able to see an actual example of how I position, the different aspects of the system and things like that. I'm just going to speed through this now and give you an overview of the pitch deck and how you should present it. So let me jump in and do that. So first thing you're going to start off is Facebook and Instagram. So you use Meta to get people interested in the different services. Massive reach. So basically just go through and list a few reasons why Meta is effective at advertising their services. Massive reach, matching demographic. This might depend on what niche you work with, but the point with this one is the demographic that this business owner is looking to get into their business is a demographic that spends a lot of time on Facebook and Instagram. That may be true, may not be. Obviously it depends on your niche. And then flexible budget options, they can decide how much they want to spend, almost to the dollar. A bunch of other reasons. Paid retargeting. So retargeting is something that you can do with Meta. It's an extra tool that Meta provides to advertisers and is really, really effective. So what retargeting is, and you'll understand this at a later stage when we do the media buying and actually understand and go through the social media advertising, campaign architecture and all the different stuff there. But essentially what this is people who come visit your ads, or people who see your ads will look at your website, and if they leave the site, you can retarget them with your ads over and over again. You can see the different audiences and what they've clicked on, the different levels of engagement they've shown, and you can target those specific audiences over and over again, basically. Bring them back into the booking process, right? Growth timeline. So just say this very briefly. You just want to be explicit in the fact that when advertising on Meta, it takes a bit of time to optimize the algorithm. The longer you advertise, the algorithm gets a better idea of who to show your ads to, along with a bunch of other factors. So you just want to tell them that, hey, I'll get a positive return in the first month. I always do for my clients, but if you stick at it for longer, your results will only get better and better. Now, another very important part about this sales pitch, you need to make it very, very quick, because remember, with that previous phase that we were in, this emotional understanding the pain phase, you've got them in an emotional state. You've got them to multiple times explicitly state their problems. If you take 15 minutes to go through your pitch deck before you actually go ahead and pitch them, they're going to be out of that emotional state. So it's very important that you go through all of this whole pitch deck sort of quickly. You want to balance doing it quickly versus doing it thoroughly and actually explaining how the system works. But if you do it quickly, by the time you get to the actual pitch, they will still be in an emotional state and they will buy. or hopefully they will. They're more likely to buy if they're in that emotional state, still thinking about their problems. They've got that bad taste in their mouth about their current position. So that was a bit of a side note, but it's something to keep in mind as you're going through this. So the next step is high quality leads. This probably isn't relevant for, this is certainly relevant for my industry. My niche that I work with, it may be relevant to yours, but basically I go and say, we don't, heavily discount your services. If you do that, you'll just attract bargain hunters, low quality leads. We prefer to advertise your business's many years of experience in the industry, your high quality machines, services, things like that, instead of advertising super low prices. You can protect your profit margins, you get long-term high paying clients, build a relationship, establish a reputation in the area. So that's something that you just want to clarify, because a lot of other marketing agencies like the businesses that they're working with to heavily discount their products. So it looks like surface level, you're making money, you're getting lots of clients, but you're not actually making any profit, right? So it's something that you want to differentiate yourself from other marketing agencies with. Converting leads. So you can obviously say, when you're going through this, a big factor of social media marketing is how do you turn those leads into actual bookings? Now this is where the AI comes in. So depending on the size of the business, most businesses that I assume you will be working with when you're beginning will be smaller businesses. Maybe it's an owner and a few other members of staff. It's very important that you protect the owner's time whilst also getting new customers in the door. They have to balance spending time on important tasks like spending time with existing clients, focusing on growing the business, whilst also balancing that with bringing new clients in the door and nurturing, answering their questions, things like that. So a few different ways that you can traditionally solve this problem of balancing the two is overseas virtual assistants. This is what marketing agencies traditionally do. It's a bad way of doing it for a number of reasons. You could hire an in-house team, a receptionist, to call up all the leads. That's usually a very expensive way of doing it. Or traditionally you could set up automated messages that are generic, they are fast, but they're not personalized. Then you bring in the AI. So this is set up very, very particularly, where you'll notice here, with this start, I led with social media. This is something they're familiar with. They already associate social media advertising with value. Now here, I haven't led with AI. I've first stated the problem. I've then shown them why traditional methods of solving the problem are inadequate. And then I've said why AI will solve the problem. It's a very particular layout. And this is something that if you lead with AI, their brain's going to turn off. You have to do those steps and do them exactly as it's laid out. And again, this may change in due time, and it also depends on the tech ability of your business owner, the owner of the business in the niche that you work with. If they're more tech savvy, you can to some degree lead with AI, but most people you won't be able to. You have to do it this way. So just to reiterate, state the problem, converting the leads into bookings, state why these three traditional methods of solving that problem are not effective, and then bring in the AI. So what do you say with the AI? Basically, this AI is fast. It's a fraction of the cost of the other methods. It works 24/7. And it also combines getting to the lead fast, as I said, but also having that personalized message. AI inquiries handling. So when people opt into the Facebook ad, they'll get sent an initial message from the AI. Then it will come back and answer all of their questions, and then it will prompt them to book an appointment, and it will go ahead and book them. This may be a little bit confusing for you now because you don't actually fully understand how the backend system and the AI works. But once we go through that I think it's in the next module, you'll be able to understand how to actually present the AI, articulate its value, and describe to the owner how it works. Now, when you're doing this, you have to balance explaining in detail how the AI works so that they actually know, because they're going to be curious, how does AI work in my business? And you have to tell them that, but you don't want to use too much nerd speak or technical language. And you have to, explain how it works, but also explain how it solves problems, right? They're not going to buy the product. They're not going to buy the AI. They're going to buy the issues that the AI solves. So you have to balance, addressing their curiosity, explaining how it works versus actually articulating the value with it as well. And then obviously the AI can be on multiple different platforms. You'll understand that when we go into the back end and setting up the AI, but it can be across Instagram, Facebook, SMS, email, and more. It's trained on this business's specific information so that it can actually answer frequently asked questions, right? And then after that, you want to go into social proof. I'm not going to show you because these are actual case studies for my own agency. This is not something you're going to have when you're starting your agency, but again, that's, what the, I won't go into that. You won't have case studies to begin with, but obviously when you do, you want to have a few of them, social proof, right? Build their confidence that this system actually works with business owners in a similar position to them. Now, after you've gone through the social proof, get into the bonuses. Again, do this quickly. You want them to still be in that emotional state. Bonus number 1, 100% area exclusivity. I put this in there and I essentially just say, if we were to move forward and work with each other, I would have to refuse to work with any other businesses operating in your area to protect your competitive edge. Businesses like that. Second one is the free trial or whatever your offer is. Maybe this is an ROI guarantee. You want to leave this last because this will be if you leave it last, like if you were to say this free trial first, they won't have forgotten about it, but it'll just be in the back of their mind, and there'll be a bunch of other things like the system, like the case studies before, in the front of their mind. So if you say it last, then they'll be thinking about it. You'll emphasize the significance of it before you move into your pricing, right? So state the offer, explain how it works, and then go into a value. I don't really know what to call this, but it's basically just summing up everything that you're giving to them. The prices, look, that's not 100% accurate. To some extent it is, right? Because that's how much high level costs. You can sort of assign, the cost per setting up the campaign and managing it based on, your monetary value per hour. But this is kind of vague. Anyway, I just go through, I state, tangibly what they're getting. I also give them the bonuses. I give them what that would cost properly. Well, not properly, but in theory, on paper, and then say, I'm not actually going to charge you that amount. I'm going to charge you, $1,400 or $1,500 per month. And again, $0 today because of the free trial, but this is where the creating the urgency comes in. I'll then say, hey, but if you wanted to move forward and commence the free trial today, I can offer you a price of XX per month, right? Your pricing's maybe similar, maybe cheaper, maybe more expensive, depending on your niche. And then emphasize the $0 today because they're not paying you anything with the free trial. Obviously, it won't say that if you're doing an ROI guarantee instead, but if you're doing the free trial, have that big bold. Nothing today, only once bookings start coming through. So that's the pitch deck. Now, if we go back here, this is the offering value phase. Offering the value, focusing on the solutions, and then, there's two of them, interesting. Creating the urgency, that's what we've just done with the incentive-based pricing, and then we get into the handling objections. So most people will have an objection. Your offer, like a free trial is in this instance, should extinguish most of the objections, right? But if they have objections, you are going to need to handle those objections. If they don't, close the sale. Would you be opposed to moving forward with this today? But in terms of objection handling, we're going to go through that now. Prepare responses in advance. So I said this before, you've got to anticipate what the most frequent, most common objections will be to your pitch. Identify the most common objectives you're likely to face and prepare thoughtful, persuasive responses. This preparation helps you respond confidently and effectively. If you don't prepare objections or you don't have an idea of how you're going to handle them, you will just talk out of your ass. And I'm saying that from experience. If you're not an experienced salesperson like I wasn't when I was starting out, someone will give you an objection and you're just going to waffle. You're just going to talk out of your ass, right? So it's really, really important that you thoroughly go through and think about the objections before you hop on a sales call. Recognize patterns. So as you gain more experience, you'll start to notice patterns in these objections. And obviously, if you're more experienced, you can use your insight and your knowledge to refine your approach and preemptively address concerns before they arise. So basically what that's saying, right, is as you start to do, hundreds of sales calls, you will start to pick up mannerisms and body language and things like that. And you'll be able to identify that and know that later this objection is coming, right? Or certain types of questions they ask beforehand as you're going through the previous phases that will ultimately lead to, or are likely to lead to, this objection in at a later stage. So it's very important that you anticipate that and ensure that you preemptively address those concerns, right? And then let the prospect speak as well. So, right, when they raise an objection, when they say, I have an issue with XYZ, don't interrupt them. Let them fully express their concern, right? Because if you don't let them fully express their concern and you cut them off, there might be other factors to that objection that you haven't heard, right? And then if you try and handle that objection, you might be handling sort of a superficial or a very shallow objection because you haven't let the whole thing come out. So it's really important that you let them talk. Even ask a question, right? If they say it's too expensive, right? Dig into that. Why is it too expensive? Is it too expensive compared to what you thought it would be, your expectations? Is it too expensive compared to what you've tried before? Really understand where their objection is coming from. This not only shows respect, but also gives you the complete context that as I said before, right? It gives you complete context that you will need to address the objection effectively. Show empathy. What I was saying before about not only don't cut them off, but sort of say, I understand. Like make sure that they know that you are not cutting them off and you understand where they're coming from, right? And in here it says, I understand you're concerned about the price. It's important to you to make sure you're getting value for your investment. A simple sentence like that, right? Reassuring them, letting them know that their objection is reasonable. Recognize unsolvable objections. So not every objection can be overcome, and that's okay. You have to recognize when there's an objection that's not going anywhere, and don't waste your time, right? Don't burn any bridges. You've got to preserve the relationship for future opportunities. I can't really think of any unsolvable objections off the top of my head. Maybe, but they are there, unfortunately. And leave the door open, right? So if someone's not interested and you're not able to close them, don't burn bridges, as I said, right? Say, understand this might not be the right time. Let's stay in touch. And if things change, I'd love to revisit how we can help. Or example, if they've got a holiday coming up or something like that, say, look, I understand it's not the right time. I'll make a note to reach out to you in 2 months' time and see where you're at. See if it would make sense for us to resume our conversation about this marketing system. Something like that, right? So let's actually go into objection handling scripts. I think I've already got it open. Yes, I do. So these are some sort of pre-built templates for objection handling. It's obviously going to be a little different depending on what niche you decide to work in. But as some generic ones, I'll go through some of these with you now. Absolutely, I can send you an email, but the challenge is that it would essentially recap what we've already discussed, likely in less detail. So what makes you think it will help you make a decision? Right, so if someone says, can you send an email? They are either genuinely want sort of tangible information in front of them as they go away and think about it, or there's some objection underneath it that they're using the can you send an email objection to mask their real objection. So once you ask that, what makes you think it will help you make a decision? Either their real objection will come out, or they will simply say, I just want more info, more time to process it. If their real objection comes out, obviously go and address it, right? It's probably 80% of the time, right? If they say, can you send an email? And there's an objection hidden under it, it's going to be a price objection. It's too expensive, something like that. So if they say, I just want more info and time to process it, say, what I'd recommend instead is taking advantage of our free trial. We can get you set up in the software, launch some ads, and start generating leads right away. This way you can see firsthand how everything works and experience the benefits in real time. The great thing is it's completely free, so it's almost like getting an email, but with the added advantage of actually seeing results. The only difference is that the onboarding process might take around 10-20 minutes, where an email might take 10 minutes to read. It's quite chunky, but essentially what you're doing here is making them realize that, and this is only if you've got that free trial offer, right? So if they want more information and want to think about it and make a decision at a later stage, they will obviously ask for an email so that they have information while they're making that decision. However, with the free trial, you can basically say to them, hey, I could either send you an email, or I could actually get you in the system, get you set up, and it'll provide you much more insight than an email would. But it's the same, right? Because with an email, that's obviously free. You're not paying me anything to send you an email, but our free trial is also 100% free. So the difference is you're getting Okay, I had to pause that real quick to go get a coffee. You guys fucking with the Godzilla mug? I know I am. So we're talking about this objection here, the send an email objection. So with the free trial, you can basically just use that and say, you could get an email with a bit of information, or you could get all of the information and including results also for free using a free trial. That's basically it. So what do you think? Should we take the next step and get you started on the free trial? Again, that's how you approach. Don't be awkward about asking. Just be straightforward and say it with conviction and clarity. Okay, I need to think about it. So, I need to think about it is not a real objection. If someone says, I need to think about it, there is 95% of the time a hidden objection under it, as I said before. This is the best way of clarifying what that objection actually is. So, right now, what's your level of... So after they say that, right, I need to think about it. Say, what is your level of confidence right now on a scale of 1 to 10? 1 being you wouldn't use it even if it was free, 10 being you're ready right now. They will give you an answer. Then, so let's say they say it's a 7, right? Then say, okay, what can I give you or clarify to bring your confidence level from a 7 to a 10? They have then just set the parameters for using the system, right? So instead of you trying to guess what their real objection is or something like that, they have just given you the parameters for them moving forward. They've now set the playing field, if you like. Most of the time, as I said, it'll be about price, right? So if that's the case, you then go and handle the price objection, which is here. We'll go do that in a second. Now's not the right time. So this is one that I've heard a lot, and usually it is, I've got, a holiday, or this right now is not going to work, something like that, right? So again, with what I was saying before about empathizing with them, this is what this bit is here for, right? I completely understand that you might not feel like it is the ideal time, but just to confirm, you still do eventually want to solve X, right? So here, this is the empathizing with them, and then here you were getting them to state that yes, it's not the right time, but you still eventually want them to solve the problem, right? So, and this is how you handle this objection, right? And again, this is based around the free trial. Again, if you use an ROI guarantee or something like that, you're going to have to go through and see how that offer can be used to handle these objections. I'm just doing these based around the free trial offer right now. That's because that's what I use most commonly. So great. The best way to set yourself up for success while recognizing that it might be a little while before you're ready to fully dive in is to do the onboarding now. This way I can take care of all the setup while you're focusing on other things. It usually takes me a few days to get everything in place. If we wait until you're ready, let's say we wait until you get back from holiday, the process will take longer. Getting back from your trip, finding a time to chat, then waiting for the setup, and only after that would we be able to start bringing leads. If we do the onboarding now, everything will still be ready to go. Everything will be ready to go the moment you're back. We can launch the ads immediately, and you'll start seeing solution to problem faster than you can say holiday or maternity leave or whatever their thing is, right? So again, this only works for the free trial, right? Because if you're offering the free trial, you can do the onboarding now, and then as soon as they get back and the time is right, you launch and it's all ready to go. Now, as you're saying this, I've highlighted this in yellow because it's very important that you juxtapose the slow and the fast tonage, right? So when you're presenting what they're saying, right, is we do the onboarding when I get back. You wanna say these steps slowly. If we wait until you're ready, the process will take longer. Getting back from your trip, finding a time to chat, then waiting for a setup. And only after that would you be able to start bringing leads. So notice the tonage there. You're really slowing it down and using that to emphasize the fact that it's slow and not ideal. Now, when you're saying, when you're presenting your option, which is doing the onboarding now, launching when they get back, you want to also be mindful of the tonage, right? But if we do the onboarding now, everything will be ready to go the moment you're back. Emphasize, use your hands the moment you're back, right? We can launch the ads immediately. You start seeing results to problem faster than you can say whatever their thing is. Now, I've included in this here and highlighted it because you want to keep a lighthearted tone. That goes back to the point I was saying about phase 2, building trust. So being authentic, not being, a stone cold face salesperson. Play around a bit, have a little bit of humor, but obviously read the room, right? If it's a very serious situation, don't try and make jokes and make it funny. Read the room, and then if you think a sort of a joke or something like this is appropriate, obviously go and utilize it. Now, with this this yellow and this blue, right? I've highlighted the same thing here, right? So their answer, that is the real objection, now handle it. So it's the same with this, right? This bit in the yellow, come down and read this, emphasize slow and fast tonnage, as I said before. Okay, so the next one, too expensive. Now, there's a few different ways you can handle this objection. The sort of bottom line, which I definitely don't recommend, is lowering your prices. What you can first do, well, not, I say first, but when you've actually got clients and you're able to deliver results, the only way of really thoroughly addressing and handling price and cost concerns is actually showing them proof. So when I get price objections, I basically just go and say, look, I'll show them an example of a client who also had a price objection and show them the results that I got for them. I'll say, for example, Michelle over here, she was in your shoes. She was really, she didn't think she could afford it. I had to, really emphasize the fact to her that it works incredibly well, and you'll get a return on investment. And then you go into Michelle's sub account and you show the results. You show how much she spent on ads, how much she got back. And only once you've showed one of your clients who was in a similar position to the prospect you're with now, they had objection to the price, and then you show them the results that person got despite their apprehension to the price, will they go, okay, there's someone in my situation and they have got, a phenomenal return on investment. Why can't I, right? That's the best way of handling price objections. Again, before that point, when you don't have case studies, when you don't have, testimonials to show that, it's very hard to handle price objections, right? You'll understand how to handle price objections when you haven't got testimonials and stuff when we go through the client acquisition model. That will all make sense there. And then loss of human touch. So some businesses, and this is probably the least frequent one you get or the least common one you'll get, because you've already articulated the value that AI provides. But some business owners may go, I don't want AI. I don't want that. I still want that human to human connection between my business and my customers, right? So again, this point here, this is a common concern. We take it very seriously. You're empathizing with them, right? You're validating their concerns. You're reassuring them. Our aim with AI is not to replace the personal interactions that are so important, but to enhance them. By automating routine administrative tasks, your staff will actually have more time to spend on customer care and one-on-one interaction. This can actually increase the personal touch your clinic offers. Does that make sense? So what you're doing here is, as I said before, empathizing with them, not fully shutting them down, and then showing them, explaining to them why that's not a valid concern or why they're wrong, right? And in this instance, AI will actually save you so much time because it will do all the tedious work for you. It'll do the heavy lifting for you. It will save you, as I said, hours and hours per week or per month. And that will actually allow you to spend more time with your customers with that human connection, because you're not spending time doing all of those routine tasks. And then again, does that make sense? Just make sure that you're both on the same page. That should get them to realize that, yeah, that does actually make sense. If the AI is doing my work for me, I can actually then go and spend more time with my clients and doing that important stuff, right? So those are all the most frequent objections you will get. It obviously depends on your niche. If you, once you niche down and you do a few sales calls, you realize that there is an objection that comes out frequently that is specific to your niche, obviously go ahead and think of an answer. What I recommend doing is using ChatGPT. I mean, if you can't thoroughly think of a good way to handle that objection, go ahead, use ChatGPT. Go on YouTube. There's so much sales training on YouTube that should help you out. And then obviously come in here, write the objection and write the response. Preparing is the best way. Okay, objection handling. So that is it. In the next video, I will be doing a breakdown of a live sales call that I've done with a client, and I'll be applying all the principles in here, the different phases, the objection handling, the pitch deck, all of that stuff, and actually applying that and breaking down a real sales call, giving feedback, showing how all of that works, right? So that is the next lesson that I'll see you in. For now, that's a wrap. Once again, check out the social medias link below. I'll be posting updates there. And as always, share the course with as many people as possible. I want to teach as many people as possible. This information exists entirely for free. Spread the word. So once again, thank you very much, and I'll see you on the next lesson. Welcome to the first lesson here inside of the third module. It's great to have you here. In this lesson, we're going to be starting with the client action plan. So the client action plan is all of these steps that we have to tick off to actually get this client's campaign up and running and to actually deliver them exceptional results. So in this video, we're going to be starting with setting this client up inside of High Level, so creating their own sub accounts and configuring that for them. And then we'll also be going into our AI chatbot building platform, creating the chatbot for the client, and then connecting that to High Level. And tell anyone you know who you think might be interested in either starting this business model or learning some of the many skills that we teach you inside this course. As you know, everything in here is absolutely free, and I want to provide as much value to as many people as possible at zero additional cost. So please be a G and spread the word. Also, down below this video, you will see links to various social media platforms. I'll be posting updates there regarding this course and the community, so feel free to check them out. Also watch in 2x speed to save yourself a significant amount of time. Let's get into it. Okay, welcome to the third module. If you thought module number 1 and module number 2 were boring, you're in for a treat because this one has checklists. How thrilling. No, all jokes aside, this is really, really important. If you don't watch these steps and focus, you're going to be that guy in the comment section asking, how do I do literally the most important thing? How do I get the campaign up and running? Don't be that guy. I want you to think of this client action plan, what I'm about to show you, as like a pre-flight checklist. The cabin crew that you were on the flight with didn't do a pre-flight checklist, you'd be cooked. You'd be the next Malaysian Airlines flight 370. Too soon to make that joke? No, it was like 10 years ago. But yeah, basically, your client is just going to be unhappy. Everything's going to crash and burn. So make sure you do all of these steps. Not to be dramatic, but it is important. So go to the Google Drive. You'll find this setup action plan, and it's on my screen here. Now there are 3 different versions of the client action plan. You'll see the lesson 1. There's 2 lesson 1, module 3 lesson 1 action plans. I'll explain the difference between these 2 in a second. But essentially, yeah, these are all the steps you need to do. I've written them all out for you so you don't forget any. If you literally just follow all of these and do it, you're sweet, you're chilling. And you can see here, there's different ones in different platforms. So starting in High Level, Capri AI, this is the chatbot platform we're going to build these agents in. We can use High Level's chatbots, but it doesn't really give us as much flexibility as we need. It's much better doing it in a third-party platform. And then this is what we're going to be doing in the coming videos: creative process, tracking, ads manager back in High Level. So the first thing is submit the address and regulatory bundle. Now I showed you how to do this in the first module when you were setting up a phone number for your own agency. So you should know how to do this. If you don't, that's disappointing. But basically, the reason we're doing this first is because this takes a few days to be approved. If you were to do this last, you do everything and you do this last, it would then take another 2 or 3 days before you can actually launch the campaign. If we do it first, while it's waiting to be approved, you do all the rest of these steps, and then when it's finally done, you can launch the campaign, buy a phone number, get it up and running. That is a much better way of doing it. So we're going to do this first. Now I've already did this in John's mowing account. So yeah, basically go through, submit the regulatory and address bundle. It is the exact same process. And I know I literally just said that, but it is the exact same process. You will still upload your own business documents. You're not uploading your client's documents. You're uploading your own business documents, registration, business number, all of those things. So we're going to tick that one off. Next is import the SMS and AI lead converter snapshot. So I'll give you this snapshot in a bit. I'll explain how you can get the link. But basically, you already know how to upload the snapshot. You will just put the link in here and then it'll import into your account. I'll show you how to do that. So I think I actually have that saved. Yeah, I do. So you put that in here. Okay, so I just needed to sign in there. Point I wanted to make is when you get this snapshot link, again, I'll tell you how to get this in a second. Put it in your browser. It'll take you into your High Level account. I'm not sure what's going on here. It's just a bit slow. And then you'll be able to put this in your client sub account. Okay, so once you've put the snapshot in, you're going to click yes. So you'd click manage client. You can see here that I'm in John's mowing sub account. You click actions, load snapshot, and then you go and select the SMS AI lead converter snapshot. This one here, you'd click proceed, you click proceed again, and then upload it. And then switch into your client's sub account. So let's tick that one off. So we've done the address and regulatory bundle. We've imported the SMS AI lead converter snapshot. Now we're going to fill in the custom values. So here we are inside of John's Mowing sub account. Let me just move this, hit settings, come down to custom values. Now you're going to fill in all of the custom values for your client. So it's pretty self-explanatory. Your client's business name, client's business address, high-level phone number. This will be empty until you actually buy the phone number. If your regulatory and address bundles are yet to be approved, you can't do this yet. Lead value is essentially what is the price of the thing you're advertising. If you're advertising a $100 service, that'll be $100. Offer booking URL. So this will be the URL to the client's booking system. I'll explain how we do the booking in a second, but just, yeah, pretty self-explanatory. Booking link goes there. Offer name. So I want you to use the same principles that I explained in the offer lesson in module 2. Grand Slam offer, all of those things. This is obviously going to be the offer for your client. And just have a punchy headline. I'd recommend using ChatGPT to come up with this offer. So for John's Mowing, I would call this, just off the top of my head, let's say John's Mowing is doing a 4 mows for the price of 3. And I would call this a ultimate mow package or something like that. So something punchy, fairly short, and then owner name, goes without saying what that is. Owner phone number, so this will be their personal phone number, the number that they want all of the leads to be sent to. Their email, and this will be your agency email. Then your agency name, and then agent ID. This is going to be blank until a later stage. So I'm going to go and fill all of these in. Okay, so I have successfully filled in all of the custom values, and this should be a no-brainer, but you actually want to do all of these properly and with accuracy. Otherwise, John, your client, will start asking some questions, and that will make for an awkward conversation. So do that properly. So we've ticked that off. Next is publish workflows. So this isn't really something you actually have to do now. You just have to do it eventually. They should all be published by default, yeah, so don't even have to do that really. Adjust workflow number 1, change GPT prompt to match offer service using prompt document. Now, this is the most, not confusing, but this is probably the most technical part of this operation. So I'm really gonna have to break this down, because if you don't really understand this, things can go wrong. So essentially how this snapshot works, I'll actually do some drawing first. How this snapshot works is they submit, or the lead submits the Facebook form. So they enter their details on a lead form on Facebook. This then triggers a workflow inside of High Level. So we connect Facebook to High Level. And this workflow, what it will essentially do is use the questions on the Facebook lead form. So for example, let's say your client is a chiropractor business, and on that Facebook form, they ask all the leads a few questions in relation to back pain. So they say, how bad is your back pain on a scale of 1 to 10? How long have you been dealing with back pain? What activities is this holding you back from? For example, someone might say, I can't play basketball because my back pain's really bad. Then that's capturing the pain points, right? And what you can do to increase conversions is send those questions that they filled in to this workflow, but it will use a ChatGPT request. And then this ChatGPT request will essentially process this person's pain points that they said they've had. And then it will send them a message, an SMS, positioning the treatment that your client is advertising, or in the situation of a chiropractor, it would be a treatment, but anything else, obviously just a service, positioning the service as the solution to this person's individual concerns. So that will then send that message to the lead. And then if they don't respond to that initial message, it'll send them 2 follow-up messages over a 2-day period, and 2 emails as well. So 2 SMSs and an email, basically just trying to get a response from this person. Now, if this person does respond to either this original ChatGPT message or the 2 follow-up messages, what will happen is they will then talk to the AI. So if they respond to the first ChatGPT message, they obviously will get removed from this workflow so that they don't get any more messages. They will then talk to the AI, which we're going to set up in Capri, and this AI will basically answer their questions and then book them in. Now, I'm not going to explain the difference between these two action plans yet. I just want to do, because that sort of feeds into this, but I'm just going to explain the ChatGPT message here, this one. So basically in this workflow, which I'll go and pull up now, which is called form and drip, the part that is confusing and the part that you will need to change is this send prompt to ChatGPT AI to get a response. So this is the prompt that you're going to have to change. So essentially what we're doing, which I just described to you, you're going to have to figure out what questions can you ask on this Facebook form to get the biggest pain points. Because if you just ask questions like, I'll use the chiropractor example, I can't even really think of any off the top of my head, but questions that don't dig into real pain points, this message that gets sent to them isn't going to be, it's not going to sell as well because you're not digging into this person's pain points and offering a solution to that. So what you need to do is think of questions, and you can use ChatGPT to help you out with this. Pull up ChatGPT. So I'm in ChatGPT. So if I was a chiropractor business, I would ask the ones that I said before. What's your back pain holding you back from? Because yes, they've got back pain and they might have been struggling from it for 6 months, but the real pain point is if they can't do something that they love. For example, I said basketball before. Then once you've got those questions, you know the highest leverage questions that dig into the biggest pain points, you're then going to figure out how you can put these pain points in this prompt so that the message that comes out of it is, as I said, it digs into those pain points and then it positions the treatment or the service they're offering as the solution to those pain points in the most articulate way. So if that's a little bit confusing to you, it's going to make sense as I actually go and set this up. So how you're actually going to go about getting the questions or figuring out what questions you should ask on this form, I want you to come into the Capri GPT agent prompts document. You'll see it in the Google Drive. And you're going to copy this first one here. And you're going to put this in ChatGPT and you're going to say, I am advertising your offer. So for a chiropractor business, this could be a 50% off spinal adjustment for a chiro business on Meta. And then you're basically just asking ChatGPT, what are the highest leverage, highest pain point questions that I can be asking on this form? And then it will give you a response. So it is literally given the exact same questions that I was suggesting before. So the AI supercomputer mega brain operates on the same wavelength that I do, built different. So essentially what we're going to do with these questions here is now put them into this prompt. Now, if you're confused with these custom values here, essentially we're going to be creating a custom field, and I explained what custom fields are before, for each of these questions, so that when this person answers these questions on the Facebook form, they will be saved inside of High Level under their contact as these custom fields. So each person that comes through this workflow will have their own individual answers to these questions put here. So you will then see, you've got the questions. So for me, I'm going to do, what is your pain point? I'm going to say, how long have you been experiencing this discomfort and what activities does this issue prevent from doing? This is the biggest, or the biggest pain point question, because back pain, like if you've got back pain, great, but the reason that's going to be painful for you, apart from the physical pain, is the mental pain of not doing what you love, right? That's going to be the main catalyst in someone actually going and getting treatment. So once you've got these questions, head back into this prompt document and you're going to pick one of these ChatGPT responses. Now this is the same prompt that is in here. So you're basically just going to customize it inside of this document before putting it in here. So I'm going to copy this and I'm going to paste it here, and then I'm too zoomed in. And then I'm going to edit this one, and I'll just delete this before you guys hop in and use this sheet. So contact first name has just submitted a form to claim their voucher for custom values offer name. And remember, I put the offer name in the custom value before. You saw me do that. They are currently struggling with, and then they'll choose what type of pain they're struggling with. So this will be back pain. They have been struggling with back pain for how long they've been struggling with, whether that's 3 months, 6 months. That's going to be their individual answer and want to fix these issues with the service. Now, what I'm going to add here, because this doesn't include, so this includes what, as I said, timeline, what is the issue, but it doesn't include the activity. So in a similar manner, if you think of another question that's outside these two that are in here, you're going to add it in. So I'm going to do this now. So I'm going to say this, copy this, whether it's back pain or whatever they put in here. So let's say someone says, this back pain is preventing, this would be contact first name, is preventing them from doing, and then the question will be the activity that they put in. So I'm going to put it in square brackets, activity. So this is going to, as I said before, position this offer, what your client's offering, and then you're going to give it some information on what the service actually is a better solution to their individual pain points. And then it's going to spit out a customized, personalized response. And then just some other instructions. Your response should be no more than 100 words. Start your response by saying, hey name. If you do not understand the current issues or experience the contact has, ignore them and instead focus on what the service achieves. Do not include a sign off or signature at the end. Ensure the message adheres to, and then you're just going to know what the guidelines of your industry are. So for health, like chiropractors would be in the health and medical. So you put the health and medical guidelines in there. That just ensures that it's compliant. So once you've customized that to suit what you need, you're going to copy it. And in fact, you're actually going to first put in service details. So this would include a back assessment and you call that a consultation, and a 50% off spinal adjustment with a specialist. So now, to actually test if this is going to work well, put this in ChatGPT, just paste it in, and then you're going to fill out these. So I'm going to say Ronald, that's going to be this person's name. Be a better solution to Ronald. And then I'm going to pretend, oh, there's Ronald again. And then I'm going to ask, I'm going to say, Ronald has been struggling with lower back pain and has been for 6 months. They want to fix these issues with the service. This back pain is preventing Ronald from doing, let's say Ronald wants to get back to golf because Ronald loves his golf. And then this offer name will be 50% off spinal adjustment, which includes a back assessment. Okay, so that's all of them. So now, if you submit this, it will actually spit out a response that it will say to Ronald. So it says, hi Ronald, thanks for reaching out. Sounds like your lower back pain has been holding you back from doing what you love, like golf. Our 50% off spinal adjustment. I put 6 months in there, okay. What you love, like golf. Our 50% off spinal adjustment is designed to target the root cause of pain, not just the symptoms, with a comprehensive back assessment and personalized adjustment by a specialist. You'll receive tailored care aimed at restoring mobility, reducing pain, and getting you back on the course. So as you can imagine, if you are a customer and you get sent a generic message that says, hi, thanks for submitting the form. We know you've got these issues. We offer the best service in town, right? That is going to be very different to them getting a response saying, hey, it looks like you've been struggling with this for quite some time now, 6 months. Our assessment is, or we have specific design assessments helping people get back on the course. And because that's their pain point, they're going to be much more likely to actually buy from this business. I hope you see what we're doing here. And then that's just the rest of it. So this is what's going to be sent to Ronald. If this response that is sent to Ronald is a little bit flaky, go and edit the prompt. And then once you've done that, you've checked it, just copy this and paste it in here. Now you will see here that some of these are custom fields, but some of them are not custom fields, activity, things like that. These will be changed to custom fields later when we actually create the custom field and align that. So let me see, do we do that now? I don't think we do. You can do it now if you want, but you can also just do it at a later stage. Matter of fact, we are actually just going to do that now. So the one that I needed to add was, I think it's just activity. Yeah, that's it. So, or issue timeline as well. Yeah, timeline. So timeline and activity. So what I'm now going to do is I'm going to save this. Then I will go to settings. I'm going to go to custom fields. I'm going to click add, single line, and I'm going to paste in here issue timeline. And then I'm going to put this in additional info. And I'm also going to create another one for activities. That's also going to be an additional info. Now, when I go back into this workflow, I can now put, instead of timelines, I can put in there contact, custom field, timeline. It's just going to be put all the way down at the bottom. When you click this thing and put the custom field, it automatically goes down to the bottom, which is a bit of a pain in the ass. Have been for timeline, and then the last one was activities. Again, that's down at the bottom. So activities was there. So now, when we actually set up the Facebook lead form, it will be linked to these custom fields that we've just set up, so that when they submit that answer on the Facebook lead form, it puts it in here. If this is confusing to you, that's fine. Once you actually set this up yourself, you'll understand how it all works. And I'll give you this snapshot in a second. Just got to get through these things first. So we've done this one. We've adjusted workflow 1. Now we're going to turn on phone and email rebilling. So in the onboarding lesson, you would have seen that we connected our client's card to their sub account so that the phone and the emails rebuild to them. So now you're just going to turn on rebilling. So basically go to agency view, find their sub account, and I'll show you what to do next. So you can see here that I'm in the John's Mowing account. Now you simply just click rebilling and then you click enable. Now I haven't got a card connected to John's Mowing, but when your client does connect your card, you literally just click enable on both of these and then you click save. Very, very easy. All right, you can tick that one off. Turn on phone. So you can see here that I'm in the John's Mowing account. Now you simply just click rebilling and then you click enable. Now I haven't got a card connected to John's Mowing, but when your client does connect your card, you literally just click enable on both of these and then you click save. Very, very easy. All right, you can tick that one off. Turn on phone. Okay, now before I actually go and create a calendar, I'm going to explain to you the difference between the two action plans because I've been putting that off. It's time you knew. So I'm going to get rid of this. So essentially there's two different ways of doing this, or this action plan, but the AI lead qualifying process in general. One of them is booking action and one of them is handoff. So you would have seen in that onboarding lesson, we connected, or in fact the whole process, you asked ChatGPT whether your client's existing booking system can be integrated with Google Calendar. If it can be integrated with Google Calendar, you then link to their Google Calendar into high level. So essentially what would have happened in that case, let me get some shapes out. A nice rectangle out. So you would have had your client's booking system. That would have been connected to Google Calendar, like this. And then there, so this should be Google Calendar. And then this would be high level. So they linked their Google Calendar to high level. Now, when we're setting up this AI, what we do, so this is the AI, the Capri agent here, we give it access to the high level calendar, which is of course linked to the Google Calendar. So because of that, we can basically get the AI to directly book this person into the calendar just over text. And by extension, it's into the client's existing booking system. If, and again, you remember this from the onboarding lesson, if this client's booking system cannot be integrated with Google Calendar, then the AI can't, sort of by extension, get access and put bookings into their existing booking system. So it looks a little something like this. That can't be integrated, right? So when this happens, we can still do our thing, but we do it via a handoff. So this is essentially instead of like directly booking them in over SMS, we basically just cut off after the AI captures booking intent. So let's say this person says, hey, I want to book, or can you send me the booking link, or something like that. The AI will stop responding, but it will send them the booking link before it stops responding. So it'll be the URL to the booking system, so that this lead can basically just click on the URL, they're taken to the client's booking system, and they can book themselves in, right? So that is the handoff action. I hope that makes sense to you. If it doesn't, I've said this a million times, but it will as we actually go through the process and set this thing up. But the reason I'm mentioning that is because the action plans for when you're doing it a different way is a little bit different. So let's see what else we have to do. And I will be showing you both. It's nuanced differences, but I'll do the booking action first because this is what you're likely going to do. And then as I finish this, I'll show you the differences between the two. So we have done all of them. I've explained to you how that works. And now we're going to create the high-level calendar. Add this calendar as the filter and then delete the Google step. Okay, so we're going to head into the client sub account again. And now we're basically going to create a calendar. So the AI still needs to use a calendar, a high-level calendar, to actually book this person in. So click on calendar settings. There's going to be an existing calendar in here called Conversions API Calendar. Don't touch that. That's a separate thing, which I'll explain at a later stage. So just click Create Calendar and then do a service booking. And you can kind of call this whatever you want, really. I'm going to call this, in fact, don't call this whatever you want. What am I saying? This is actually going to be the name of the event. So if you call this John's booking thingy, hashtag 342, there's going to be an awkward conversation between John, because this will actually show up on their booking system or in their Google Calendar. So actually call this what it is, which is the name of the service, online booking system. So I'm going to call this John's. In fact, I'll call it the offer because no one is going to be booking anything apart from this offer. So Ultimate Mo package. And then you're going to select the staff member, which is me, or in this case, it'll be your client, of course. You can put in any widget, doesn't really matter. Service duration will be obviously how long the service goes for. Booking availability, yeah, sort that stuff out, and then click confirm. Okay, now once that's gone through, we are going to click edit, and then you are going to, you don't really need to write a description, group, that doesn't really matter either. Call this, so this will be appointment invite title. So I'd recommend calling this contact first name and then Ultimate Mo package, what they actually booked in for. So this is what the lead who booked this will see, and then put in the address of the business. And then for availability, you're going to put in obviously their working hours when they can actually take bookings. Also, do the service internal. So this is how long the service actually takes. Duration as well, minimum scheduling notice, date range. It's pretty self-explanatory stuff. Post buffer time is how long after the appointment can another appointment be booked. I think I've explained the booking system stuff before, so that should all make sense to you. So once you've got that calendar sorted out, we're going to look at this and just going to make sure I'm doing the right thing. So add that calendar as a filter to the booking system and then delete the action. Yeah. So inside this, you can set the notifications. So have a discussion with your client about this, whether they want their clients to be notified like from your booking system, or if they want that to be done by their own booking system that they have. If they say they want it to be done by you inside of high level, you just click allow Google and Outlook Calendar to send invitations, because again, they've got their Google Calendar integrated. So when someone actually books in here, it will send them a Google Calendar notification. And then you just click save. And then what we're going to do is go into automation, click on booking system. And then on this first workflow, we're just going to set the filter. So under customer booked appointment, we're going to add this. We're going to go in calendar, and you're going to select the calendar that you created before. Now, if you did click the Google and Outlook notification email thingo before, what you want to do is delete this confirmation email step. If you didn't click that Google Outlook notification, you can just leave this. Have one or the other. Doesn't really make a massive difference, but don't have both. So I'm going to delete that one because I clicked Google notification. Okay. Cool. So we've done all of those steps. Now is the time to actually sign up to Capri AI. Now, this, as I've said 4 or 5 times now, is the platform we're going to be building these AI agents in. You will see a link below to sign up to Capri. If you do sign up using the link below, you will get a 2-week free trial, which means you will actually be in the software and you'll be able to actually follow along with me and practice setting one of these up now. Now, also, when you do sign up using the link below, I will send you the snapshot. So please, when you do sign up, send me a DM on Instagram. You will see my Instagram link below. In this DM, please just say the words Capri, and then under that have the email that you used to sign up to Capri. When I see this email come through, I will just confirm it, and then I'll send you this snapshot. So at that point, and the reason I'm suggesting signing up now, you will have this snapshot, the snapshot that I just went over. It's in my account here. To upload into your account, you'll also be in Capri on a complete free trial, as I said. So you'll have all of the resources you need to actually follow along with me now. I would highly recommend doing that. Definitely do not watch this whole video and then come back and do the setting up and get familiar with the platform. And that's a very inefficient way of doing things. And definitely don't watch the whole video or the whole course even, and then actually get familiar with one of these for the first time when you actually have a client. That's jumping at the deep end. That's not a good idea. Get familiar with these platforms now. That free trial allows you to do that at 0 cost, so you can jump in, see how it all works, and all of that good stuff. Now, also, I've spoken about the giveaway before. You'll see a part in the community discussion that explains how the giveaway works, things like that. But essentially, if you were to sign up to Capri, you'd get an extra 5 entries into this giveaway. So not only is it free, but you might actually win some things by signing up. So I try to make that a no-brainer for you. And so that's the giveaway. And then the only other thing would be make sure that cookies are turned on. You don't have a VPN, things like that. Otherwise, if you do sign up, I'll have no idea who you are. So please find the link below, sign up to Capri, make sure your cookies are on, and then send me a DM on Instagram. I'll send you the snapshot, and then we can get cracking on the next bit. Okay, so here we are inside of Capri. I've just signed up. I hope that you have actually signed up and you've got the snapshot in your account. If you have, it'll make it much easier to actually follow along and learn. All right, so let's get started. Now we're going to be doing this based on the action plan because it's all here. The first thing we're going to do is create a new agent. So click Add Chatbot, click Manual Build, click Next, and then I'm going to call this John's Mowing. Now, once you actually have multiple agents, instead of having to set these up from scratch, you can just duplicate your existing agents and then have all the settings already there. You obviously won't have one at this point, so just click Create. And then you will see it here. It says chatbot not connected to CRM. Just dismiss that for now. We'll sort it out at a later stage. So if you click edit on the AI provider, you will see you can choose what AI provider you want to use. I would recommend using this Capri hosted model. This is just GPT-4o, OpenAI's model. It is the best. I've actually got numbers to prove that. You'll see a table in the school community that actually goes through the intelligence of all these different models ranked. GPT-4 is currently at the top, so I'd highly recommend using it, although if you prefer any of the other ones, you can do that as well. And then you can set a fail-safe, so if this doesn't fire for whatever reason, you can just have a backup essentially. So I'm going to click, you can really do whatever you want. I'm just going to do llama. And then if you were to have a fail-safe provider, you do need to actually set up that model inside of AI. So you'd go to, I think llama is Grok. I'm honestly not even sure, to be honest. Pretty sure it is. That's Elon's. Llama is Elon's thing. So you just have to add a API key to Grok. You should know how to do that. It's pretty easy to do. But if you don't, no worries. It's very rare that you'll actually need the fail-safe at all. So for the prompt, we're gonna do that now. So you will go into, so click that one off. We set the provider, change business name and prompt. So come to this Capri GPT agent prompts document, and then depending on if you're using the handoff version or the booking version, you choose a different prompt. General prompt is for the handoff version. I'll actually write handoff prompt. And then if you're using the booking version, you're going to use this prompt. So copy it and literally just paste it in. the prompts one here. So I'm going to call this booking action prompt. And then you're just going to change the business name here. So this will be John's Mowing, owned by John. So all the places where it says business name, you're going to change that. John's Mowing offers, and then you're going to write what services they offer. So mowing and gardening services. And then there's no other things we need to fill in. And then you're going to hit save. So we've changed the name of the prompt. We're going to create a new channel for the client sub account as well, and for the high level calendar. So click on settings and then click channels, and then hit add new and hit high level, connect with high level. And then you are going to click login, and this will take you into your high level account. Okay, so once you've logged in there, it'll give you an option of all the sub accounts you have, and then you obviously want to click your clients. And then you're going to head back into chatbots, or in fact, actually, we're going to do one last integration. So click add channel again. No, don't click add channel. Click, integrations. Then click add new, and then click go high level calendar. Click connect with high level. Now, once you select your client's sub account, you will see all the calendars that are in there, and you'll see the one that you just created if you did. So that will be the ultimate Mo package. Now I'm going to hit submit, like that. Now head back into your agent, and then under actions, you are going to click go high level calendar, and then leave all of these settings the same, and then you're just going to select the calendar that you had. And once you've selected that calendar, you're going to enter the prompt content in here. So go to the prompt document, and then calendar read prompt will be this one here. So as you can see, it says read. So paste that in there, and then click submit. And then we're going to add a calendar write action. So add another action, go high level calendar, and then instead of being read, this will be write. And then you're going to paste the write prompt in, and then turn silent off, because this is going to send them a confirmation. Oh, in fact, leave that on. No, off. We want it to not be silent. We want it to send them the message. And then account, obviously just select the same calendar. And then once you've done that, hit submit. So now you've given the agent permission to not only read the availability, but also create events in that calendar. So we can tick that one off. Create new channel, we've added the calendar. So we can add read write calendar actions, done that one. Entering Q&As, train the AI on the client's website. So giving this AI information necessary for actually answering the questions is very, very easy. First one you can do is train it on a website. I'm not going to do this, but it's literally like you literally just enter in their website URL there, and then it will bring up all the sub pages under this domain. And you can just choose the ones that have all of the necessary information on there. Your clients might have very large websites with a bunch of different pages, and you obviously only want to select the ones that are actually applicable to helping this AI out. It's going to basically scrape all of the text on the website and then use that as information. So after you've done that, the next one you want to do is text. Now, depends what you want to put on here. You can kind of just put any necessary information in relation to the address of the business, opening hours, what staff are there, like any questions that you can think of, really. And then same for FAQs here. What I'd recommend doing to actually speed this process up is head over to ChatGPT, and you are going to basically just ask it to create a knowledge base with FAQs for an AI agent that will be answering leads questions relating to John's Mowing, who is offering a ultimate mow package, and then you'd explain what I would go, which is a package of 4 mows for the price of 3, which will be $300. And then you'd also ask stuff in relation to, or you'd put stuff in relation to the business address, like I said before. So the business is located at 123 John Avenue. Opening hours are 9 till 5, Monday to Friday. Anything else you can think of, but I'm just going to put that in there and then it will spit some out. It's actually created a document, which is, you can just copy and paste off here. That's fine. It's for the price of 3, which will be $300. And then you'd also ask stuff in relation to, or you'd put stuff in relation to the business address, like I said before. So the business is located at 123 John Avenue. Opening hours are 9 till 5, Monday to Friday. Anything else you can think of, but I'm just going to put that in there and then it will spit some out. It's actually created a document, which is, you can just copy and paste off here. That's fine. So you can see here that it's given a bunch of information. Now you are obviously going to read over this. I didn't put much information, so it's filled in a lot of the gaps. For example, can I pay for each mo individually? This is something that only you will know. So if the AI's got this wrong, obviously change that. Definitely don't just copy all of these and put it in the knowledge base. You want to actually read through these first and make sure that it all is actually, excuse me, all is actually answering properly. I'm not going to do that because I don't need to, but I'm going to copy that and then I will paste it in the text here, into text content, like that. So now that we've done that, we're going to check off enter Q&As, train the AI on the client's website. So now what we're going to do is head over to the emulator and train the AI agent. So essentially make sure that all of the information we've put in so far with the booking actions and also all of the FAQs, that it's actually doing them properly. We're going to tick that one off. Now I want you to think of training this AI sort of like training a puppy. Be patient, reward it when it actually gets things right. But this AI, unlike a puppy, is much more intelligent and it's not going to shit on the carpet either. So I'm going to first ask the questions that I put in, which is in ChatGPT. So I'm going to ask it, what is the ultimate mo package? So if this response that comes back is exactly the same as what you put in, fantastic, it's working well. And I'm just going to do a bunch of FAQs. I mean, if it is answering the first one well, you can sort of just rely on the fact that all of the other ones are going to as well, but I usually do about 3 or 4. And then I'm going to put in, where are you located? This is the important one. Make sure that it's actually answering with the address that you put in. Yep, cool. Can I schedule all 4 mo's at once? And actually, while I'm looking at this, it came back with, how do I book the ultimate mo package? It says contacting John's Mowing directly. You obviously don't want this in here because it's going to be directly booking it over text. But again, I said read over these before, so that shouldn't really be an issue at all. So can I schedule all 4 mo's at once? Yeah, great. So you can see here, it's answering pretty well. So now what I'm going to do is say, yes, please book me in. Now what we want to do here is make sure that it is actually giving us times. And what you can do, and I'll show you when this response comes through, is if you click on this eye, you'll be able to see if the action's actually occurring. Great, so it has. And if I click eye, you can see that it's actually reading from the calendar. And then if I was to pick, let's say December 10:15, on December 23rd at 10:15. it is now going to actually book me in, and you can double check that by again clicking this eye icon, and it says right, which means if it just says the read action, it hasn't actually created the event. If it's right, it means it has. Cool, so that is working well. And then once you've finished your session in the emulator, click save, and then this will basically just, well, yeah, save it. It's pretty self-explanatory. Okay, fantastic. So let's head back to the action plan, and we can tick this last one off, which is paste the agent ID into the custom values. So head over to chatbots, click on your agent, and then what we're going to do is copy this set of numbers in the top, turn your agent on, click active there, and then head back into your client's sub account. And then in the custom values, you are going to paste this in the agent ID section, which is on the last page. Click edit, paste it in there. Now what we can do is actually test this inside of high level. So if you want to test this yourself, you can very easily do that. Go and create a contact. What I'm actually going to do is dupe this so I can test this. So go create a contact. Oh, I need to buy a phone number actually. So I'm going to go and buy a phone number. And this phone number needs to have SMS capability, otherwise the AI won't be able to talk to people. Cool, so I've just got the phone number. Now I'm going to create a contact for testing name, and I'm going to put the phone number in here that I'm going to use, which is on my other screen, like that. Cool, and now I'm going to hit save. Now to actually show you, I may as well show you how this actually works first. So I showed you in a bit of detail, this drip campaign before. So they submit the form, that custom response is generated by ChatGPT. They're going to get that message sent to them by ChatGPT. You can see that there. This tag is going to be added, which is the new lead tag. Now, if they don't have this new lead tag, they're not going to get a response from the AI. They will then be added into the pipeline in the new lead stage, and then they're going to set that drip campaign over. So that's about 2 or 3 days. And all of these are already pre-done. Like, you don't need to change any of these. Again, that's the beauty of the snapshot. I've spent the time, I've spent the energy building these all off custom fields and custom values. So if you've actually entered in those custom fields and custom values, you don't need to change anything at all. And then if they get to the end, then they're going to be put in the stale lead stage, or follow-up stage rather. Now, if they do basically reply once, then they're going to be removed from that workflow. You can see here, customer applied with the new lead tag. We're going to remove them from that workflow, and they're also going to be put inside the in conversation stage. And then again, for this next one, I explained this to you before, but basically if they reply, but only if they have the new lead tag, will they get a response from the AI. And this is how we get a response from the AI. You put your agent ID in the custom value and it pulls it from there. So that's where the AI generates a response. And this bit here, this is essentially if they, we'll go 12 under a GPT requests. So we're not going to allow people to send 50 messages to the AI, right? That's just spam, and it's a waste of token usage and money. So we need to draw a line in the sand somewhere. I'd recommend doing this between 8 and 12 messages. I'm just going to set 12 here, but essentially there's a custom field called GPT requests. Now, every time they go through this, they get a response from the AI. A value of 1 is added to this field, the GPT request field. And then if they get to a point where they have more than 12 responses from the AI, then instead of going through this branch and getting a response, they're just going to be sent out, and they're going to have the kill switch tag added. So that is the AI response part. All of these ones, this is the handoff tag. I still actually need to show you that. Handoff tag, action, stale lead reminder. This is basically if someone showed interest but then didn't respond for a few days, they will get sent a follow-up text essentially. missed call removed from drip. If they try and call the AI receptionist, they're not going to continue getting messages. Lead opt-out if they reply with, in fact, I'd recommend changing this to, go and change this in your client's thingo. Contains phrase to not interested. Stop and unsubscribe. Then not only will they have their new lead tag removed, so we don't want to, if they say stop, we don't want them to get a response from the AI, and then they'll also be put in the not interested stage of the pipeline like that. So that is all the workflows. Now, am I going to test this now, or am I going to show the handoff version first? I'll test it. So I had this contact created. Now, in order for you to actually test it, you need to add the new lead tag. Again, otherwise it won't get a response. So I'm going to add new lead. I'm going to click, well, that will automatically save. And now I'm going to text this person and say, hey. And I'm going to respond. If I respond and say, hey, what's the offer? So you can see here, I've just responded, hey, what's the offer? I'll be marked in the in-conversation stage of the pipeline, and I will also get a response. It just takes a few seconds to come through. So it said, the Ultimate Mo package includes 4 professional lawn mowing services for the price of blah, blah, blah. Now, I already showed you going through all of the different questions and making sure that works, so I'm not going to do that. What I am going to say is, please book me in. So now that this will actually book me in inside the high-level calendar. So you can see here that it has been it's given the following times, and I'm just going to say, I'm not going to say any of those times. Okay, I'm going to say, okay, so I've said today at 4:30 p.m. and then it will basically just send me confirmation, and then we'll also book the appointment, which I'll go and double check as well. Perfect, I scheduled your appointment. You can see the appointment has actually been booked. And if I had my Google Calendar actually in sync here with the account, I would get a Google confirmation email sent to whatever email that this person had. So now I'm going to go into the calendar, and you can see I've been marked as 1 in the pipeline as well. If I now click on calendars, I select Ultimate Mo package, you will see that this has actually booked the appointment. And again, if this is linked with Google Calendar and Google Calendar is linked with their existing booking system, this will be put in the client's existing booking system. So now that that is actually working, let me show you the handoff version. So there's essentially no difference really. All you have to do is delete these 2 actions. So see you later. See you later. You will change the prompt to handoff prompt like this. You'll stick it in here. And then you'll change business name, John's Mowing, it needs to be active. And then under actions, what you'll do is you'll add go high level channel, and then you'll write handoff there, evaluate on every turn. It will be silent, and then this prompt content will be handoff prompt like this. Then you'll hit submit. And then, I don't know why that's not active. Do I just have to refresh it? Oh, it is. Okay, cool. And now if I was to actually, I'll remove this new lead tag, or I'll add it again, because once I've booked, the new lead tag was removed because there's no point in this person talking to the AI again. So I'm going to add the new lead tag again. And this time it's going to do the handoff version, obviously, because I've just changed that. And so if I was to say now, hey, can you book me in? It will now come back and say, well, just send me the booking link actually. Oh, okay. Well, I've replied on my computer. I mean, I've texted the wrong way around. So bit of a blunder. There we go. So there we go, cool. So this message is meant to just say, can you please, or just refer to the message below, because I didn't train, in the emulator, I trained it for the booking version and not the handoff version. It's saying this, but if you actually do it in the emulator, again, I showed you how to do that before, it'll just say, please refer to the next message below. And then as you can see here, it's sent the booking link. It's also said the best way to book is to use our online booking system, link below, or you can call us at the owner's phone number. This is the custom value that you put in. We'll be in touch with you as soon as possible. Now, when this handoff action triggers, and I'll show you this in the workflow, handoff tag. So I've just been sent that SMS here, this one here, and then I've also been sent the booking link. You literally just saw that, but the owner, your client, will also receive an email and an SMS using the values that you entered into the custom values. Sending them an email basically just saying, this person is a high quality inquiry. They said they want to book, get in touch with them as soon as possible. And then it will also have the custom fields that they put on the form. So for example, this is something that you do need to change on the handoff version. So you'll see it in here, handoff workflow. You'll come into this workflow and you will basically just change the custom fields here. So if your client does call this person, it'd be useful for them to know specifically what this person is struggling with. So I would add activities. In fact, it wouldn't be that. It wouldn't be what they've tried before. It would be activities. And then you'd put in contact fields, activities, and then also timeline as well. I'm not going to do that, but you get the point. So that when this notification does come through to the owner, they know exactly what this person's struggling with. And then same for this one. So this is an email, this is an SMS, whatever you do to the email, do to the other one. And that is the handoff version. Now this bit here, if you're looking at this workflow and then you see this generate a random time, then book an appointment, ignore that for now. This is to do with the conversions API. It's a little bit confusing. I'll touch on that in the tracking lesson, but yeah, just ignore that for now. Okay, so let me just have one last look at the action plan to make sure we did everything we did. Fantastic. Thank you very much for watching, and I hope you've actually followed along and are now familiar with Capri AI and setting a chatbot agent up inside of High Level. It's been a pleasure to show you all of this, and I'll see you in the next lesson. Welcome to the second lesson here inside of the third module. It's fantastic to have you here. In this lesson, we're going to be going over the creative process. So that involves the two most significant things that go into creating high-performing ads. So that is the copy, the text that goes on the ads, and the creative. So that's the image, the video, the piece of content in general. And tell anyone you know who you think might be interested in either starting this business model or learning some of the many skills that we teach you inside this course. As you know, everything in here is absolutely free, and I want to provide as much value to as many people as possible at zero additional cost. So please be a G and spread the word. Also, down below this video, you will see links to various social media platforms. I'll be posting updates there regarding this course and the community, so feel free to check them out. Also watch in 2x speed to save yourself a significant amount of time. Let's get into it. So creative research, the importance of good creatives. So creatives are obviously the first impression that potential buyers, they're likely the first impression, not always, but
95% of the time, they are the first impression that prospects and potential buyers have on your client's business. They are, as I said, the most important aspect, and they need to align with the brand image of your client's business, and they also need to align with the service and the offer. Now, why I say they're the most important aspect, I want you to think of creatives as a fishing net. So obviously, if you're fishing, the bigger your net is, the more fish are going to be caught in the net, and the more fish you're going to be able to sell or eat. It's the same with creatives. They are the net, and the better your creatives will be, the more high performing they are, the net's bigger, and they will get more clicks, more attention, and more traffic, which obviously will equate to more potential sales, more buyers for your client's business, which is obviously what we want. Different creative formats. So there are so many, a gazillion and a half different creative formats that you can use. These are just a few ones that you can use when starting out because they're simple but convert and perform really, really well. So ideal outcome, I'll go for this first one here, ideal outcome / environment plus offer. So this is, the purpose of this creative format is essentially to help the prospect make the association between what your client is offering and the desired or dream outcome, right? So I'll use John's lawn mowing business, for example. Let's say the offer is in the text and it says, get 4 mows for the price of 3 or something like that, or September mow package, whatever the case may be. And then that text is overlaid over an image of a beautifully mown lawn, a nice garden, right? Because what that will help the prospect to do is, as I said, make the association between John's lawn mowing business and the offer that they currently have and the desired outcome, the dream outcome, which is of course that beautifully mown lawn and a nice garden. Now, another option is environment. I'd recommend doing ideal outcome. When I say environment, I mean instead of having a beautifully mown lawn, you could just have a close-up of some grass, right? It's still, with that environment image, you're still able to convey what the service actually is about, but it doesn't make that association for the prospects as well as a subject matter, an image, a video of ideal outcome, and then the text, right? Service, content, video, or image, this is very self-explanatory. You can just have the subject matter be someone mowing a lawn or a skin treatment taking place. And you also obviously want to keep in mind the fact that people don't care about what the service is or how it works. They just want the outcome. But this still works very well because some people see someone mowing a lawn and they associate the image or the video of that person mowing a lawn with a beautifully mown lawn. So this does work in some instances, but again, you want to always be thinking about this. The outcome is what people are buying, not the service itself, not the steps in the service. Before and after. So again, this feeds back into what I was just saying, and particularly with format number 1, which is helping people make the association between where they are now, the problem that they currently have, this offer, whether it's a treatment or a lawn mow, and then their desired outcome. So before and afters is visual for that, right? You're not showing an image of a model and then the offer, and you need prospects to make that association themselves. You can actually spell this out for them. People respond much better to visual stimulus, which is exactly what this before and after is, which is an image of someone before. Obviously, the prospect will probably go, hey, I look like the before image, that resonates with me. They will then go through the treatment, or they'll have their lawn mowed, whatever the case may be, and then it will be desired outcome. And obviously people will make that association. As I said, I keep saying association, but the psychology behind all of these different creative formats is taking people through the journey of their current problem, what they have now. This is the offer, this is the treatment. After that, you will look like this, or your lawn will look like this, and you want to guide them through that process, right? And then number 4 is human-centric. So I've said this before and I'll continue to say it. People don't buy products, people don't buy services, they buy from other people. So it's very important that some of your ads have a human-centric element to them. Now, this works very well for local businesses that are in a small town or a small city, because perhaps the business owner or some of the members of staff are well connected throughout the community. People know them, people are familiar with them, and if they see them on an ad, there'll be that level of familiarity that's already there, right? And people just like other people, really. It's very simple. Humans are, as I said, people buy from other people. You want a human element to be there. So, creative mistakes. What are common mistakes people make with their creatives? Number 1 is a cluttered design. You don't want to overcomplicate it. You want people to be able to understand it in just at one glance, right? You don't want them to have to read through a paragraph or a bunch of different sentences to actually understand what the offer is, what the service is. You want them to be able to understand all of that at just a glance. So you need to keep it simple. Lack of focus. So again, this is the inverse of each other, right? You want it just to be simple. You don't want to have a bunch of different things there. You just want one or two big points, which are the point of emphasis, which you're obviously going to put on the offer, why people should buy from this business compared to other businesses. Is it a discount? Is it a package? Is it a bundle? Whatever the case may be, that's the point of focus. And then no clear value proposition. So again, you want that focus, that point of focus, that point of emphasis needs to be on the value proposition, not the service itself. Missing out on what makes the service unique or failing to communicate the benefit to the user. So the reason why this is important is because advertising on Meta is sort of like interrupting someone on the street, right? If you walk up to someone and just interrupt them and say, hey, do you want to buy my lawn mowing services? They'll probably say no, right? But if you go up to them and you justify the interruption with, oh, we've got a 50% discount or a monthly special, they're going to be much more likely to actually buy and be interested because it justifies why you're advertising. And it's the same with Meta, right? Why are you advertising? Is it a 50% discount? Is it as I said, a monthly special, something like that? And that needs to be, again, the value proposition, and the point of emphasis needs to be on that. Creative research. So if I was in your shoes, and I was at one point a long time ago, the feeling of having to, well, the task really, of having to put creatives together from scratch that actually perform well is a little bit overwhelming. So the best place to actually start and break this down into really simple steps is looking at your competitors' ads. So we're going to go to the Facebook ad library, look at all the different ads that are being run in your industry, and we're going to look at specifically the ones that have been running for the longest amount of time, because that indicates a good return on ad spend. ROAS, return on ad spend, because obviously if businesses have high performing ads, they're not going to take them down, hence they'll be running for longer. And then we're going to put them into a Google Sheet. We're going to be in the ad library. You're going to look at a few and get your head around them. And we're going to, as I said, put them into a Google Sheet so you can refer back to them at a later stage. So what I want you to do is go to your search engine and type in ad library. First option should be Facebook's ad library. Go ahead and click on it, and then you can click all ads first, and then you can either search by keyword, so mowing, gardening, things like that, or you can just search big names in your industry. If you can think of big names in your industry, do that. That's a good place to start. So I'm going to search up gardening and click search, and then you'll be able to see all of the different ads that different gardening businesses are running. Now, here you go. Some of the ad formats that I was referring to before. We've got a before and after. Most of these are before and afters. This is some service content. I'm not even sure what these advertise. Praise this thump. Okay. Got some yams. Nice. Okay, these are actually not that good. So what I'll do is landscaping. That's probably a better keyword. Okay, here you go. So as you can see, a bunch of different ads, right? So what I suggest doing is having a look through these for a few minutes, start to get an understanding of what your industry's ads looks like. And then when you find a couple that you like, click on the three dots, click on copy ad link, open up a Google Doc. We're going to duplicate this. And then paste it in there. So what's the name of this business? Harrison's Landscaping. And then paste that in there. And then also just copy the copy and click those dots. And then you can refer back to these at a later stage. Just close that one off. Get 3 or 4 examples of ones that you like. And as I said, spend a few minutes just looking through and understanding what sort of ads people are running, and be conscious of the thing I said about time as well, right? So these ones, 11th of September, that's just a few days ago. Find ones ideally that have been running for a few months because they're likely to be performing better. So I'm going to go through and find a few ones that I like. go ahead and do the same, get about three or four maybe, and then we'll come back and do the next step. Okay, I've got a few landscaping ones, I've got a few mowing ones. Now I'm gonna head back into what we were doing before. So we've just done creative research. Now that you've got your head around what some of the industry ads look like, what's sort of the standard, we're actually gonna go into setting up some. So creative resources, how do you get the content to actually use in your ads? Now, number one, I suggest, and I may as well present this, client's assets. So on the onboarding call, request your client's assets. There's a section on the onboarding form specifically for this, but if they have any content, maybe your clients had a content agency or a photographer shoot some stuff before, obviously get them to pass that on to you. You can also leverage their website, you can leverage their social media platforms like Facebook and Instagram. If they post content on there, obviously go ahead and look at some of that and see if it's viable for running ads. Now this will be very niche dependent. Some niches have a lot of content, others have none, but always just go ahead and ask your clients. Number two is stock images. So this is not necessarily a last resort, but this usually doesn't work very well. Client's assets is obviously the first option. So a few different sites you can go to is Unsplash, Pexels, and Pixabay. I'll have a look at a few of these now, just to show you. What I'd recommend doing, so I'm doing a mowing ad, for example, right? So I'm gonna have a quick look, I'm gonna type in mowing, and I'm gonna see if there's any good images. So actually, some of these aren't too bad. What I normally do is, I don't use stock images, but have a quick scan through these. If you can find some, great. But don't spend too much time going through this. Yeah, it's not really worth it because there isn't a ton of good stuff on there, unfortunately. Other ones are Unsplash and Pexels. You should be able to just search them and find them. There are two other sites that you could use. Other option is AI content. So the text to image model that I use is Midjourney. Its model right now is, I think they call it 6.1. Depending on how far into the future you are watching this, it's probably a more advanced model. But I use this for the majority of my content and it works very, very well. People don't really know the difference between actual images taken by humans and AI generated content. It's gotten to a point now where, as I said, people can't tell the difference. So you can definitely use this stuff. I recommend Midjourney. It's the best, in my opinion, best text to image model on the market. And it's very easy to get good with. So what I'm gonna do is actually put together I'm just gonna very quickly put together an ad to show you what this looks like. And yeah, I'll spend 2 minutes on it. But before I do that, the option that I actually recommend doing is hiring a freelancer. So the reason for this is you can get it very cheap. Look on platforms like Upwork, like Fiverr, there's a ton of them. Simply put a job post up saying, my niche, Meta Ad creative graphic designer, and you'll get a ton of requests from people in third world countries where the wages aren't, or what they're expecting per hour isn't super high, and it's a very affordable way of doing it. And these guys are actually really, really good. This wasn't something that I leveraged at the start, but looking back in hindsight, I absolutely should have, because not only does this take skill, skill's a bit of an overstatement. You need to, if you've never done any graphic design before, you might struggle to actually put some good creatives together. So it takes that element, a little bit of skill, a little bit of experience, but also just time consuming, right? So putting together creatives is one of the most time consuming parts of the client action plan. All of these other things, and I'll actually go and look at them. Where'd that tab go? Here we go. All of these steps take, all of that we did in the previous video didn't take very long at all. Setting up the chatbot, setting up all of the workflows inside of High Level, writing ad copy doesn't take very long at all, and then setting up the campaign itself, maybe half an hour, probably less than an hour. Doing the creatives is the most time consuming part. And if we're talking about asymmetric leverage, so getting the most output for the least amount of input, with this business model as a whole, you want to automate the things or outsource the things that take the most amount of input and actually sort of disrupt that asymmetrical leverage equation, which is just nerd speak for, as I said, least amount of input for the most amount of output. So with that being said, if you can afford it, go and outsource the graphic design. I'd highly recommend it. If you are flat broke, obviously don't. You want to spend that on client acquisition and then outsource at a later point. But if you've got, a few extra $100 to spare, and again, it's really not that much. Like, you can find people who will do a campaign of 10 creatives for like $30. Okay, so that's the option. But as I said, I'm going to just very quickly do a Midjourney one now so you can see what that's like. So here I am inside of Midjourney. Now, Midjourney subscription is about $15 a month. It's very, very cheap. And this is honestly one of the highest return on investment skills that you can learn when you're starting out in the online business space. Having the tools, having the knowledge more than anything to actually use these AI tools that are at your disposal is really, really important. It doesn't take very long to get good at this. I've used Midjourney for not a long time, but I've used it a lot. And you can become good enough at prompting very quickly to actually generate really good advertising assets. So if you want to learn the skill, you can learn it in a very short amount of time. Hop on YouTube, search up, Midjourney prompting course or something like that. There's probably a ton of resources, a ton of videos out there to help you learn that. But yeah, another recommendation from me. So what I'm going to be putting together for this ad, and as I said, I could spend half an hour putting together a creative and making it really, really good. I'm just going to spend literally less than 5 minutes putting one together just to show you what this looks like. So what I've got in mind is across the top, so I'm just going to do it in 1:1 aspect ratio. I'm going to do a high angle shot of a garden across the top. In the left hand corner, I'm going to do a bird's eye view of a mower. And then in the right hand bottom section, I'm just going to do why John's mowing, basically, and a few points of why you picked the mowing. So in terms of prompting, so I'm going to go a high angle shot of a freshly mowed lawn. So when you're prompting, and as I said, go watch a course or something to actually get good at prompting, but I'll just be running through some very brief points of how to prompt here. The things that you include at the start of the prompt will have the most emphasis placed on them. So freshly mown lawn will have the most emphasis. At noon, bright greens and yellows. I want sunlight as well. And then if you have knowledge of photographic elements as well, obviously use that knowledge, because the whole thing of prompting images is actually knowing what different photographic elements mean what, and you want to be able to put as much detail as possible into this prompt so that it can bring what you're thinking to life, essentially. So I'm going to use using a wide angle lens. What do I want? A cinematic lighting. I can't even type. Lighting. Probably natural lighting. Yeah. Probably moderate depth of field, because I want the background to be to some degree blurred out and have the point of focus be on the grass. I'm going to do long exposure, so there's like a sunlight glare kind of. DSLR. I want to give it an emotional feel, so I'll say tranquil, and then say rule of thirds as well, because I kind of want the grass to be in the center, maybe a house or something on the left, and then a tree on the right, and then I'll say Hasselblad 6 HD camera. In fact, I won't include the camera in there. Okay, and then I want this to be landscape because it's across the top, so you can change the aspect ratio in here. So I'm going to turn that up to the max. I might stylize it at 200. This is basically how stylized the image is. And then standard raw. Cool. And then I'm going to put that in there. So this is what it came out with the first time. What I did include was backyard, which obviously my mowing services, John's mowing services, are targeted towards residential areas. They're not big commercial areas or government-owned land. So I want to have a residential backyard feel to them, which is why I just added high angle shot of a backyard. So as I said before, I could spend a lot longer doing this and make it better. I'm just going to quickly do this and not spend too much time. So I'm going to upscale it, which is basically just make the image bigger. And I'm going to head over into Canva and put it all together. Now, in terms of graphic design, I've said this before, I would recommend, if you don't have any experience with graphic design, using something like Canva. The Adobe platforms are a bit more advanced. They have a lot more flexibility. But if you're, as I said, a beginner, start with Canva. And their plan's pretty inexpensive as well. Okay, so this is the upscaled version. Now I'm going to speed, I'm going to copy this. I'm going to speed the process of me actually putting this creative together up, so that you can just see an overview of what it will look like as I'm doing it, and then obviously the final product. So that's what I've been able to put together in, what's that, probably 4 or 5 minutes now. Again, if you spent longer doing this, if I spent half an hour doing this, which is what I would do and usually do when I'm putting together campaign or actual creatives for actual campaigns. But this is, again, what you can do in just a few minutes, and I hope this gives you a very brief idea of the creative process. Okay, so compliance. We'll go to the first slide first. Oh, that's not the first one. Here we go. Understand the do's and don'ts. So your niche will have some guidelines, or not guidelines, they are rules really. Some sort of rule in place for advertisers on Meta. Now the significance of the consequences will vary niche to niche, as will the amount of rules that there are. For John's mowing business, there probably won't be a lot of rules or things that I have to worry about really, but with any niche that is medical related or financial related, there will be a lot of rules that you'll have to obviously be very conscious of and very aware of with the content that you advertise. So these are the medical ones. I'm going to just skip over that because the specifics of it isn't important. The point is, there's a lot of them, right? So why? Basically, if you don't adhere to the rules, your client's ad account will, in a worst case scenario, be banned. In a worst case scenario, what will actually happen is they may face legal consequences like a fine, things like that. That's extreme, but likely they'll have a banned ad account, or their page will get taken down or something like that, right? Now, if you are the one who is putting out the content, writing the copy, generating the creatives for this business, and their page gets taken down, you're going to be in a bit of hot water. Maybe not in actual legal trouble, depending on what sort of liability you have, but obviously that's a bad way to end a marketing partnership and certainly damage your reputation. So you want to be very, very careful and always check compliance. Make sure the content that you're using is compliant, because simple slip-ups, like even the smallest things, can, as I said, land you in some hot water. So don't risk it at all. Make sure you know what you're doing. Ask ChatGPT. So previously, you'd have to not necessarily be an industry expert, but you would have to know the rules in depth. You'd have to know a lot about them. But now what we can do, thanks to AI, is simply upload the content, tell it, does this adhere to X, Y rules? And it will say yes or no in a relatively black or white manner. It's that easy. It takes a minute to do. You don't need to be an absolute genius and have an in-depth understanding of the rules, right? AI is very useful for that. And sometimes it will also give you a citation. So you are going to want to do this for both creatives and the copy. So I'm going to show you what this looks like for the copy. And also, if you make changes to either the copy or the images after checking compliance, you will obviously need to go and recheck them and make sure that the changes you have made don't break any rules. So as I said there, you probably noticed both copy and creatives, the images also need to adhere to the rules. So this image that I just made very quickly inside of Canva, I'm going to upload this into ChatGPT and just ask, does this ad creative adhere to Meta guidelines when advertising in Australia. Okay, so there aren't very many rules at all for the mowing industry. As I said, it's going to be very niche dependent. Apparently my endorsement from Mayor John isn't valid, which is annoying because Mayor John did in fact endorse John's mowing business. There's Johns everywhere. And then, some other small things that don't really matter. Placeholders left in the ad, 5-star representation. So things, again, it doesn't really matter in the mowing industry. Point is, upload your creatives, just make sure they are compliant. Okay, now copy. Creating ad copy. So again, we're going to use AI to do most of the heavy lifting for us. You don't need to be a copywriting whiz to actually be able to do this because we have AI. But a few quick things. Clear and concise messaging, it should be a no-brainer, but people have TikTok brain. Very, very short attention span. So state the important stuff first, the offer, what problem you solve, what's the desired outcome that this service provides to buyers, and then the unimportant stuff like, I don't need to spell that out for you. The unimportant stuff goes last. Very, very simple words. So unfortunately with all things in life, you have to move as slow as the slowest person. So don't use complicated words. Don't use, So actually creating ad copy. Now, I said this before at the start of the video, we're going to use ChatGPT to do most of the heavy lifting for us. You don't need to really know much about copywriting at all because we've got AI. But a few quick things to keep in mind. Clear and concise messaging. Keep your ad copy short and to the point. People have a very short attention span. State important stuff first, then the simple words. So obviously, keep it short and simple. That's pretty self-explanatory. People have very short attention spans. So everyone has TikTok brain, right? People can't really focus on stuff. So you want to state the important stuff first. What does this service solve? What problem does it solve? What's the desired outcome that people get with the service? What's the offer? Things like that, right? The important stuff goes first and then the unimportant stuff comes last. Simple words. So with all things in society, speed limits and vocabulary that you use in the ad copy, you can only move as fast as the slowest person. So use the simplest possible words. Don't use complicated jargon and technical language because that will go over a small amount of people's heads. And you want this service to be accessible to everyone. So use simple words. Strong, clear CTA. That tells the audience exactly what you want them to do, right? Don't have the next step that you want prospects to take be ambiguous. Obviously state it very, very clearly, put a point of emphasis on it. If you want this, click learn more or click book now or do whatever. You want to make that action very, very clear. Spell it out to them. Benefit focused content. So again, I've said this a million times and I'll continue to say it. People don't care about what the service is and how it works. They just want the benefits of it. They just want the outcome or they just want the current pain points to be solved, right? That's basically that's the main thing you want to focus on with the ad copy is benefit focused content. And finally, visual and copy synergy. So obviously ensure that your copy complements and piggybacks what the creative is. So if you've got an ad creative that has a mower on it and some grass, don't have the copy talk about leaf blowing or gardening services, right? Ensure that it's there's synergy between the two and ensure that so basically I was actually saying about fish and the net of creatives, right? So ad creatives are the equivalent of the big net that scoops up all the fish. That's what the creative does, and the copy is sort of like reeling them in, right? So you get their attention with the creative, and then the copy should get them to take that next step. It should just convince them that little bit more and reel them in. I'm loving these fishing analogies. Okay, so we're gonna go into ChatGPT and we're gonna write some copy, gonna generate some variations, and then we're gonna finalize it. Okay, so let's head over to ChatGPT and we're gonna say, John's mowing business is running a special where buyers get I'm just going to make an offer off the top of my head. They get 4 modes for just $2.99. How about that? $2.99. Write ad copy for this offer. Use the writing style of these example ads and the copy. So now we are going to get the we are going to get the copy that we found in the ad library earlier in this lesson, and we're going to use that to give it to ChatGPT just so it has something to work with. That's not the right ChatGPT window. I'm going to head back in here, come here, paste, back. Nice. So it's pretty good, right? Considering it's taken 2 minutes to generate. Again, we're looking for asymmetric leverage. What are the best possible outputs you can generate, whether that's copy, whether that's creatives, for the least possible input. So I could work on this for half an hour and refine every last word, every last detail, but considering I spent 2 minutes on it, this is pretty damn good. Now what I'm going to do, and what you should do as well when you're advertising any offer, is approach from different angles. So this says transform your lawn. So different prospects respond to different types of content, different types of stimulus. So some people will like the idea of having their lawn transformed. Some people will like the idea of not having to spend a weekend mowing the lawn. Some people like the idea of having a trusted professional coming to do it, right? As I said, people respond to different types of content, and you want copy that caters to all of those different types of buyers. So if you provide lots of different variations to Meta, their algorithm will do the best possible job that it can of giving that certain type of copy to the certain type of buyer that will respond to it best. So what we're going to do is I'm going to say, generate some variations, but have them all approach from a different angle. The angle you just provided was transform your lawn. Provide others such as don't waste a weekend mowing, get a professional, etc. Use more that you can think of. There you go. So this one is the don't waste time mowing angle. Got the weed emoji in there, that's nice. This one is stop stressing about lawn care. This one is professional lawn care. This one's lawn upgrade. Again, spend more time on this than I'm doing right now, but you want to ensure that you have different variations that approach lawn mowing from a different angle, again, because different types of buyers respond to different types of stimulus. So now, usually what I do once I've got the copy generated is I simply just put this in a document. So I'm going to copy this. And again, I'm just literally copying and pasting this and putting it in the document, but if you're doing this for real with an actual client, spend a bit more time, actually just go and double check that the copy is good. AI is pretty good. Sometimes it makes small mistakes, but go through and just check. I'll just put this, John's mailing ad copy. And then there's a bunch of different variations like that. Nice. Where's the presentation? Here it is. So that's what I was saying about finalize. Don't be lazy, just go and check everything and just make sure that it all works well. Use emojis, just make sure that the emojis are compliant, and check compliance as well. So actually what I should have done there is rewrite this ad copy and ensure that it adheres to mowing industry guidelines. Industry guidelines. I don't think it'll change anything because it probably already adheres to the guidelines. But again, if you're in like a financial or a medical niche, it's much more important. Okay, so it's taken out the emojis, which is interesting. Oh, never mind. Just use less emojis. Okay, so that's that bit done. This probably already adheres to compliance, so I'm just gonna get on with this presentation. Creating headlines. So that's pretty much the last part of the ad. You got the creatives, you got the copy, and you got the headlines. So again, we're just gonna use ChatGPT to generate the headlines for us. Let's see what it says here. Yeah, variations again, finalize, use emojis, check compliance. Same points. Now I'm gonna ask it to rate 5 different headlines that are associated to each of the different variations that you generated. And then it will give some variation for each, just like that. See how powerful AI is? You can do the work of a copywriter in 2.5 minutes. Make sure you are leveraging this stuff and think outside the box as well, right? There will be so many instances, not just writing copy, not just checking compliance, where you can use AI. Always be thinking outside the box and thinking of instances where you can automate and or outsource stuff. Okay. Now I would go and put that, in fact I will, just go and paste those headlines into the document. Like that. Cool. That should be about it. Yeah. So that's a wrap. Thank you very much for tuning in. As always, socials linked below, share the course, and I'll see you guys in the next lesson.
Welcome to the third lesson here inside of the third module. It's great to have you here. In this lesson, we're actually going to be going into the Facebook Ads Manager, and I'll be walking you through A to Z of how do we actually set up a Facebook ads campaign for our clients, and tell anyone you know who you think might be interested in either starting this business model or learning some of the many skills that we teach you inside this course. As you know, everything in here is absolutely free, and I want to provide as much value to as many people as possible at zero additional cost, so please be a G and spread the word. Also, down below this video, you will see links to various social media platforms. I'll be posting updates there regarding this course and the community, so feel free to check them out. Also, watch in 2x speed to save yourself a significant amount of time. Let's get into it.
So what you will need is your client's assets. So everything that happened in the onboarding call with your client, you'll need all of that. We'll go over adding yourself to their assets, and you will also need what we've done in the previous video, which is getting the copy, getting the creatives, understanding compliance for the industry, and the headlines as well. Excuse me. And then, so yeah, form completion. So them having already filled out the onboarding form. So all the things we're going to be doing in this video are, again, and I said this in the last lesson, are going to feed back into this. So in the previous video, we did the creative process. We did some market research on offers, creatives, and copy. We created multiple variations of copy and headlines using ChatGPT, and then we did the creatives as well. So we're not gonna do tracking. Skip this. Well, we are gonna do it, but eventually, skip this for now. We're gonna be doing 5 and 6. So creating ad campaign set best practices. We're gonna go through these steps now. So what I want you to do is open up your Facebook business account. This is a demo one. This is an old one that I used to use. And you need to first add yourself to your client's assets. So they gave you access to their assets on the onboarding call, and now you have to add yourself to those assets. So what this looks like is coming down to pages, and then this is my page that I shared with this business account again, which is an old one in the onboarding video, in the onboarding lesson that I did a while ago. But you'll just need to come and find your client's page and click assign people, add yourself, and then tick all the options. Actually just click everything at the bottom and then click assign. You want to do that with your client's ad account as well. Click assign people, click yourself, full control, and all of the other assets that they gave you access to. So that would be Instagram accounts, also any of their pixels, so data sets, business creative folders, shared audiences, all of that stuff. So go and add yourself to all of your clients' assets. Here, client assets. So we've ticked that one off now. Naming. So let's go and set up the campaign. Now that you've added yourself to your client's assets, hit the Ads Manager button. Let's see where this takes me. Okay, right here. So I'm not too sure how this is going to run because, as I said, this is an old account that I haven't used in years, but hopefully it allows me to set everything up just as you would when you're doing it with a real client. So I want you to go ahead and click on plus campaign, click on leads, click continue. So this is, I should probably explain everything that I'm doing here, assuming most of you are beginners. So there are different types of campaign objectives that you can choose from. Awareness, which is just people knowing about your business. Traffic, which is getting link clicks, landing page views, etc. Engagement, likes, comments, things like that. Promotions, sales. What you optimize for is exactly what Meta will give you, right? So don't think that by doing a traffic campaign and getting people to your client's site, whether that's a landing page or something else, is going to get you clients. Meta will give you exactly what you asked for. And we want leads, right? So hence we're going to choose that as our campaign objective because we're going to use an instant form to get people's details. Let the AI do the rest. So I want you to always select a lead campaign. Then don't do the recommended settings. Meta, and you'll notice this as you're spending some time in the Ads Manager, Meta tries to automate as much of the options and sort of just give you one size fits all settings as frequently as they can. And you usually, with few exceptions, want to avoid that. Remember, Meta wants your money. They want you to spend as much as possible. And we want to do things our own way. And we don't want to choose their one size fits all system, okay? So I want you to click manual leads campaign. This is for newbies. And to some degree, you may be a newbie, but you're getting instructions on how to actually set this up properly. This is for people who just come in, don't want to think too much about how they set up their ads, and just want options to be presented for them. So, manual leads campaign. Now, there are 3 parts to a Facebook ad. Now, this will probably look a little bit overwhelming to you, I can't lie. It was for me at the start as well, but I'll break it down in 3 simple steps. So, you will see here, there are 3 different sets. This is the campaign level. This is the ad set, and this is the individual ad. The campaign level has, you set the budget and a few different options. The ad set level is where you choose the conversion location, whether that's you're sending them to a website, you're sending them to an instant form, a call, etc. You choose the page that you want the ads to run from, and you choose the audience. So who are you advertising to, and placements. So each level kind of just represents different settings. Now, usually what will happen is you'll set up one campaign for your client. In that one campaign, you will have multiple ad sets per the different audience that you want to test. And then you'll have individual ads inside of each of those ad sets to test different types of creatives. Now, usually the different ad sets, as I said, will be for different audiences. I usually test with service-based local businesses, one interest-based audience, and one broad targeting audience. And then if this business already has some customer lists or some lookalike audiences, I'll explain what they are in a bit. I use them as well, but as a general rule of thumb, use one interest audience and one broad audience. So, what you want to do is first name your campaign. So if this is an empty ad account which has never had anything run from it before, naming it's not very important because you'll be able to know which one's yours. But if you're in an established ad account that's had a lot of ad spend in it, it's important that you name your campaign so you can easily select it. So I'm just going to call this one L1 elevate AI, just so I know. And then you're going to write what the objective is. So it's a leads campaign, and then you can write CBO, which stands for campaign budget optimization, which is this button here, which is, we're going to tick that. And you can also, that's probably about it. That's all you really need. So we're going to leave all of these options as is. Obviously we established before that the campaign objective is a leads campaign. Advantage campaign budget, what this will do is the budget will be established at the campaign level instead of the ad set level. So for example, if you had it on the ad set level, all of your ad sets would spend, let's say, $15 per day if you allocated that as a budget per ad set. But if you put the budget on the campaign level, let's say it's $15, the campaign will distribute that budget to the best performing ad set, right? So to reiterate, if you were to set the budget on the ad set level, you'd have both ad sets, regardless of how they're performing, spend the same amount. Whereas if you put it on the campaign level, that will distribute that same amount to the ad set, which is actually performing the best and generating the most conversions. So always set advantage campaign budget on. Now what I will do is pull up my sub account in high level. And usually as you're setting up your client's campaign, you will want to look at their onboarding document or what they put in there to just know as a reference point, right? So what I've done is find John's contact inside of my Elevate AI sub account. And I'm looking at the information that he filled in, as I said before, into the onboarding form. The reason I did this is because I want to see his daily advertising budget. How much did John allocate as a budget? $50. I now know that. So I'm going to type that in here. And again, you want to apply the same logic to setting up your client's campaign. Now, inside of the ad set level, as I said, there's a few different settings, but predominantly this is for what audience are you testing. You're going to want to do instant form because this is how we're going to get the leads contact details. We are going to get their name, their number, and again, this is niche dependent, their issues, what their current problems are, and what they tried before to solve these issues. And then that information that they fill out on the instant form will be sent to the AI, which will follow up via SMS, right? We don't want to send them to the client's website. They may not have one. It may not be optimized. Instant forms is perfectly suited to what we're doing with the AI. Now on this ad set level, you're going to name this usually the audience name first. So let's just say this is a broad one. And now when I say broad in interest, if you're confused with what that means, when you target people under audience controls, you can set age, gender, and that's usually what I refer to as broad. So you set a certain age, a certain gender, and then nothing else. Obviously location as well. It's a local business. You only want to target people around. And then interest refers to targeting people another level deeper, which is based on interest. So for John's lawn mowing business, I would be targeting people who are interested in backyards or gardening or lawn care or mowers, things like that, right? So this is going to be the broad one. I'm going to say it's broad. I'm going to say it is male and female, age. Now, if we're targeting people with a lawn, they're likely homeowners. Homeowners are an older demographic, so we'll say 30 to 65 plus is what we're going to target. We're also going to do manual placements. I'll explain what placements are in a second. And is there anything else? Well, it's broad plus because we'll use advantage audience. Okay, so again, just to reiterate with the steps, choose instant form. You're going to choose your client's page. I might have to go and select that. Nope. There you go. That's my Facebook page. We're going to leave this as is, performance goal. It should be a no-brainer. Turn dynamic creative on. I'll explain what this is shortly. Leave budget schedule as is. Audience controls. Yeah, okay. So for audience controls, This is where we set the location. Now, the difference between audience controls and Advantage Plus audience is audience controls are hard boundaries. So for example, if I set 15 kilometers around John's lawn mowing business, which is an actual business, so I'm not sure what will come up here. Tyson's lawn mowing, sure. So find your client's business in here. You can just either enter in their business. I think it finds them on GMB location, or you can actually just type in their address, and then you're going to need to enter in the kilometer radius that you want to target. For areas, for businesses that are in built up cities, obviously it takes longer to commute to a certain place because a high population density, high traffic. So the area is going to be smaller. For businesses in cities, I recommend 15 kilometers, 15 to 20 kilometers. Again, depending on how, rural, how compact the area is. For more rural, semi-rural areas, I'd recommend going anywhere from 20 to 50 kilometers. Again, you're just going to have to ask ChatGPT. In fact, you could probably get some, I've done that in the past, give them the address, and then they'll know based on population density how far to target. But again, with cities, I assume most of your clients will be in cities. 15 kilometers to 20 kilometers will cut it. So that's a hard constraint. Now, I got a bit sidetracked there, but audience controls, Facebook will not show your ads to anyone outside of that 15 kilometer radius. However, with Advantage Plus audience, you can give it suggestions, which is, as I said, merely suggestions, but it will still show your ads to people outside of that range. Now, what audience controls is useful for, the hard boundaries, is not only location, right? Obviously, if you're a local business who people in a small radius will come to, it's pointless showing your ads to anyone else outside that radius, but it's also useful for minimum age. So if your service or product is only designed for people over a certain age, this is where you put it, right? Maybe there's some ethical or legal ramifications around that. You can go from 18 to 25. I'll go 20. So that's the difference between Advantage audience and audience controls, hard boundaries, merely suggestions. Now, what I said before about not selecting all of the sort of one-size-fits-all automated options that Meta gives you, Advantage audience is one of these exceptions, really. They have a phenomenal algorithm, which is unfortunately grounded in the fact that they collect all of your data to the most minute details. That's a discussion for another time. But things like this, the algorithm knows particular people who might be outside the suggestions that you've given it will be likely to buy. So for this, I'm going to put in what I said before. Homeowners are usually an older demographic, so I'm going to say 30 to 65, and homeowners are all genders, so I can leave that at all genders. Okay, so that is my targeting. That's my broad campaign. Pretty straightforward, very, very easy to do. People who are in a 15 kilometer radius of John's business, who are 30 to 65, all genders. Very, very simple. Now, placements. Placements are where your ads are shown. So Meta has Facebook, it has Instagram, it has Messenger. And I'll give Facebook for an example. Facebook has, well, Instagram, I know Instagram better. Instagram has stories, it has posts, it has reels, it has options that come up in the search option, and ads can be shown in all of those different places. So you want to set some parameters around where those ads can be shown. I recommend always doing manual placements and unselecting audience network. Audience network is usually lower quality placements and lower quality traffic on there. So I recommend, as a general rule of thumb, just always unselect audience network. Facebook and Instagram, as I said before, that contains reels, it contains stories, all of these different things. And I'd recommend just leaving all of them on. I do that and it works really, really well. So just, yeah, pretty much the only reason you, as I said, do manual placements is to just untick that. Okay. Nice. So that's the ad set level. Now in fact, I'll explain what dynamic creatives are. So traditionally, when advertising, as I said before, you'd have a campaign, you'd have ad sets for different audiences, and then you'd have ads for testing different images, different copy, and different headlines. And you would have to have a different ad for every different image. So I'm gonna have to do some drawing, aren't I? I love drawing. Okay, so I've got a square here. So let's say, whip the pen out. So this is the campaign. That's the campaign. Then you have 3 different ad sets. So let's say this is broad ad set for targeting a broad audience. This is an interest-based ad set. And this is a look-alike audience, which is, I'll explain what that is in a sec. And that's a look-alike audience. So you've got 3 different ad sets for 3 different audiences inside the one campaign. Now, inside each of those different ad sets, you're gonna have different ads. Now, you might want to test 2 images and 2 different things of copy, or maybe 3 images, 3 different copy, 3 different types of copy. So you're gonna have 3 different ads for each of those different content variations inside of the ad set levels, right? And then what will happen over time, the algorithm will push the ones that are working best and stop putting spend behind the ones that aren't converting. So the reason you put a lot of different ads out there is so Facebook over time and via the algorithm can figure out, as I said, which ones perform well and which ones stay, and then which ones don't perform well that don't have any money behind them. And which, again, you can apply that to audiences as well, right? Which audiences don't perform well, and you'll be left with, over time, maybe 1 or 2, and then you can refine and optimize. That is, in a nutshell, how Facebook works. Now, what I was saying with dynamic creative. So what dynamic creative allows advertisers to do is inside of an ad set, instead of having, let me just get rid of this. Instead of having multiple ads for inside one ad set, to be able to actually test different types of creatives and different copy, you can actually just have copy variations and creative variations inside of the one ad. So you can create one ad that has 10 different images in it, 10 different things of copy. And I always use this because you can basically upload all of the images, and then the algorithm, as I said before, will push the ones that are working well and exclude the ones that aren't working well. And it'll do the exact same thing, but you don't have to set up, 14 different ads in total. You can just do 3. I hope that makes sense to you. If not, it will in due time as we actually go through and set up a dynamic creative ad and do that. So back into the ads manager. So as I said, I have ticked dynamic creative. Now, if you tick dynamic creative, you can only have 1 ad inside of the ad set. You can't have more than 1. You have to create a new ad set if you want to have more than 10 images or more than 5 things of copy, etc. So what you're going to call the ad is, in fact, I like to name this dynamic just so I know. I name this dynamic image, and it can be 1 through, let's say it's 10 images, 1 through 10, or if it's 8, 1 through 8. I've got 3 in this instance. And what else am I going to name it? How many variations of copy you've got. So I only wrote 1, I think. So I'm just going to say 1 piece of copy. Oh no, I got more than 1 actually. I think I got 5. 5 different things of copy. I also got 5 different headlines, and I'll go original. So again, we can test multiple different images inside of the one ad because it's a dynamic ad set, and we can also test multiple copy, multiple headlines. So don't click partnership ad. Not entirely sure it's with creators, just ignore that. And have your client's Facebook page obviously selected. You should have done that before. If when your clients shared their assets with you, if their Facebook page, or if they shared an Instagram account associated with that page, that will pop up here. I don't have an Instagram account linked to this page. Again, it's an old account that I used a long time ago, but that should just pop up there automatically. If not, no stress, because what will actually happen is your ads will still be shown on Instagram. They will just be shown from a Facebook page. So if someone's on Instagram and they're showing your ads and they click on your profile icon, it will just say, this advertiser is not on Instagram. That's how that works. So you can still run, just to be clear, you can still run ads on Instagram, even if you're not running them from an Instagram account. So keep single image or video, have this multi-advertiser ads box clicked. And this is where we're going to upload our creatives. So I'm going to do images here and can't delete that. I'm going to upload the creatives that I put together in the previous video. Nice. I'm going to select them and put them in there. They look a bit shabby again. I spent 4 minutes putting these together. Optimize creatives for each person. So again, this is what I was saying. The algorithm has collected a frightening amount of data on everyone, so they know what types of content people respond to. Hence, giving it more options will just mean it performs better. Primary text. So this is the copy that we put together, and then it says headline. So you need your document open, which I have in here. This is John's lawn mowing. So I'm going to put all of these different copy variations in the campaign. That's copy number 1. Now what you want to do when you put the copy in there is just space it out so it's easy to digest. Now, again, I spent 2 minutes putting this copy together. Usually what I would have with a service-based business is a call out. So what this is basically saying, attention, where's John? John's in Johnland. Attention, Johnland residents, right? You want the call out. You want Johnland residents to know that this ad is designed for them. And you can put emojis around either side. I'm actually going to go ahead and do that. So you can use an alarm emoji. That one works all right. Why waste your precious weekends pushing a mower? So that call out, and this goes back to what I was saying before about simple, concise messaging, having a call out, and then the important stuff goes first, which is what problem does this solve? You get their attention. This is the net that goes out, and then you're reeling them back in. Why waste your precious weekends pushing a mower? Capturing their attention, and then telling them this is the problem that we solve, right? Attention, Johnland residents. Why waste your precious weekends pushing a mower? Let's let John's mowing take care of the hard work with our 4-mow package. And then again, right next to it, right below it rather, you have the value that's provided. That's the second most important thing. Problem, solution. And then some less important things that people still will want to know. Now I'm going to change the emojis here because I don't really like them. Oh, in fact, I'll put this one here. I'll also have a handshake emoji too, because that's the weed emoji. I don't know what that. Handshake emoji. We can have locally trusted experts. In fact, what we'll do is we'll put this one here, put the handshake emoji here to convey trust. We'll get a clock emoji to convey flexible scheduling. And you can have the tick emojis in there if you'd like. It's not really a big difference. I just always go with the emojis that are directly linked to what the sentence is conveying. And effortless lawn care, we handle everything while you enjoy your free time. So let's do a little star eye emoji. Nice. So that is copy variation number 1. I'm going to pause this, and then I'm going to get all of the different copy variations that are in that document and put them in here. To do that, literally just click add text option, enter it in, add text option, do it again, right? So not only have I gone and put the copy into the primary text section, but I've also done the headlines as well. Something to note, and just ignore the fact all these other ones look a bit odd. I would change the emojis. It's not worth my time though, as I'm obviously not actually launching these. I did just want to point out very quickly that what I was saying before about the CTA, it has a very clear, strong CTA. Click now to book your special package and enjoy stress-free lawn care. Very, very direct. Click now to book. That's what you want in all of your ads. Don't, as I said before, don't just make them guess about what to do next. Make it very, very clear and ensure that this here, the instruction in the CTA, whether that's book now or whatever the case may be, make sure that that is consistent with the call to action button. So that is the button, as you can see here, that's displayed here. So you want, I'll have book now because that's what it said in the copy. Just make sure that whatever is in the CTA is consistent with the ad copy. Because if someone sees in the ad copy, click, learn more or something, and then the button says book now, smart people work it out, but some people might get confused. Okay. And so that's copy, that's headlines. Okay, now we're going to create the form. So hit create form, and then you can call this whatever you'd like, really. I usually just call it the name of the service. So John's Mowing, and then AI lead qualify, just so I know what the purpose of this form is. And then for the intro, there's a few different ways you can do this. Leave background image off and turn on greeting. So for the headline of this one, you can usually just take a headline from the ad if you'd like. So I'm going to do free up your weekends with a professional lawn. I'll do the top one, paste that in there. And then for the description, you can either just grab a section of copy. You don't want the whole bit of copy, again, because people have already read the message. We want to keep it brief. But what I actually recommend doing is I'm going to copy the copy. Okay. Okay, that's really annoying. We're going to have to do that in parts. Paste the first bit in there. Paste the second bit in there. How much should I put in? And go like this. So paste that into ChatGPT and then just say, generate a instant form greeting introduction for this ad. And then you can just use it'll just use the copy to generate a greeting for this. So the important thing is you just have a quick sum up of what the service is. But the important thing is, more specifically, you need to have a CTA. So I'm going to actually say rewrite, but make the CTA more defined. Cool. I'm just going to copy this now. I'm going to paste that in the form as the description, and then I'm going to format it. So that's a bit too long for instant form. I'm going to delete that bit, and then I'll just have that as the CTA. Okay, and then after you've done that, hit questions. Now delete full name, and you want to add first name and surname, and then add phone number as well, like that, and then do them in order, like that. This will automatically be filled out by Facebook because this person's details will be associated with their Facebook account, hence they'll be automatically filled in. And then for these questions here, these are the questions that we went over in one of the previous videos, talking about what are the highest leverage questions you can put on the instant form to have in the GPT prompt, sent to the AI, and then ultimately sent to them in a text message. So you should already know what questions you're going to ask. Again, we did this in a previous video, but for me, I did the example of, I think it was chiropractors actually, hence I had activities and things like that in there. But I'm going to have to change them because obviously John's Mowing business doesn't offer chiropractic services. So instead, I'm simply going to do, what is the size of your lawn? What is the size of your
lawn. I'll do, if I was actually doing this, I'd say 0 to 50 meters squared, or 0 to 10 meters squared, then 0 to 20 meters squared. So I'm just going to go small, medium, large, like that. I'm going to click add a question, and then the next one can be, what are your current lawn issues or something? So again, you should already know what questions you're asking here. You can do short answer, which is what this one is here, where they actually, it's a question and then they type in manually a response, or you can do multiple choice like this, which is usually faster. You might not get thorough answers. What are your current issues? And then I'm going to do, that's enough. For demonstration purposes, that's enough. But again, make sure you're not just doing random ones here. Make sure you've actually thought about this. You did the process you followed on in one of the previous videos, and you're actually putting in high leverage questions here. And I actually may as well just add a third one here, because I created 3 custom fields before, and this could be, do you want a ride-on mower or a handheld mower? Doesn't really make sense. I don't even know what a handheld mower is. Is it called a handheld mower, the ones you push along, push mower? Anyway, you get the point. I'm not thinking about this too much. So you add the questions in there, and then for privacy policy, what you can do is just find your client's website and paste in, if they've got a T's and C's page, you put the link in there, and then you just say, view John's mowing T's and C's. And you put the link in there, or if they don't have a T's and C's page, you just paste the normal thing in there, and then people can decide for themselves. We need to put, you need to let people know the information that we use. So you need to put in the description here, let people know how the information will be used. I usually just say, this information may be used to contact you. I can't spell, wonderful, like that. It's a good disclaimer. We've done the privacy policy, and then message for leads. This is the next important bit. So what you can do here is say, great, please respond to our SMS to redeem the offer. And then I'm going to capitalize these. Like that. Or you can type, or you can book now by clicking below. I capitalize that as well. So when they submit this form, if you listen to any of the previous videos, you will know that the AI will reach out to them using what they've entered into these questions here. And you can also give them the option to book now. Most leads won't go ahead and book now. They'll just click off the form. And obviously then the SMS will be sent. But if they do want to book now, you can say, or you can book now by clicking below. And then this link here, you want to put your client's booking link so that they, as I said, have the option to book if they want to. And then in the CTA, you're going to type book now, exclamation mark. Just like that. And then click create form. Now, once that form has been created, we are now going to create the interest ad set. So to do that, it's a very simple process. Find your existing ad set. So it's got the 4 squares, click on the 3 buttons, and then click duplicate, and then just have one, click duplicate. And then the one that's selected is the new one, and you want to type in here, instead of dynamic broad, you want to do dynamic interest. You want to name the ad under it as well. Here. Dynamic interest. Plus, and I'm going to add, what? Okay, this is just teleported apparently. So this is the broad ad. And then this is the interest one. So now we've got an interest ad set with an interest ad in it, or just an ad under that ad set. And then we've got the broad with the broad ad as well. So to actually set the targeting options for this interest ad set, because remember, interest ad set is based on the audience. So we're going to be targeting with interest, with demographics, and with behaviors on this one, as well as doing the age, gender, location, etc. But for the broad, we are simply just doing age, gender, and location. We're not doing the interest based. So to actually figure out what demographics you want to target, you can either be a genius and just find them all in here. Think of all the ones that are relevant to lawn mowing. So for me, this would be lawns. Is that an option? Garden care. Okay, apparently those aren't options. I don't know mowing interest, but a better way of doing this, if you can't actually find the ones that are relevant, is just go into ChatGPT and say, give me interest, demographic, and behaviors to target for this mowing service on Meta. And then it will spit out all the necessary ones that you can use. So then you can, copy some of these suggestions and put them in like this. Home ownership, it's apparently not one. Not helpful. Gardening, outdoor living. Gardening. There you go. So you don't want to do, you've actually got to be careful when you're doing this, because you can see that gardening has a lot of options, and we want to target a specific type of gardening. We want to target people who are interested in gardening, or interested in landscape architecture, or interested in vegetable gardening, or interested in Gardening Australia. We don't want to target people who are employees of a gardening company. We don't want to target people who have gardening as their job title. So you've got to actually look at that and think about which ones you're clicking on. So we're going to do Gardening Australia. We're going to do gardening as an interest. We're going to do landscape gardening as well. Okay, what are the suggestions? Lawn care and maintenance, landscaping, gardening tools. Is that an option? Probably not. Landscaping interests. You don't want to click job titles, remember? Landscaping interest. Now, again, you're going to use all of these and put them all into the demographics here. I'm just going to do a few of them again because I want to keep it brief. And then after you've put that in, you're done on setting up all the campaign. Basically, it's all finished. And then you can hit publish, so that will get approved. I haven't attached a payment method, I don't think. It's a demo ad account, as I said, so I'm not actually going to publish this, but you basically just want to hit publish so that it will actually go through the Meta approval process. And then make sure it's turned off though, because if it's published before you've actually done the back end, because there's a few things we still need to do. If this gets published and then goes live before you set up the back end stuff, you'll just have wasted leads and wasted ad spend. So yes, you want to publish it so it can actually get reviewed by Meta, make sure that it's compliant, but have it off for now, so that when it does get published, it'll take a bit of time to be reviewed and accepted. Then when that's done, you do the back end stuff, then you just come in here and click turn on, and you can hit the ground running. So now we are going to do the next few steps here, which is integrating the client's Facebook page and ad account, and then mapping the Facebook form fields to their respective custom field, add in form field. So we're going to do all those steps now. So head into your client's sub account. I'm in John's Mowing. And what we're going to do is click on settings and then come down to integrations. Okay, so once you are in integrations, I just had to disconnect it so I could actually show you. Click on connect your location's Facebook account, click on connect, and I've got to approve this from my phone. Okay. High security has been dealt with. And once you log in there, it'll take you back to your account. We'll actually ask you to select the page first. So you want to select your client's Facebook page here. Okay, I've selected my page, and then what you want to do is click on Add Account, and then just find your client's ad account here. Now, once you've got the page and the ad account integrated, so remember your client's page, your client's ad account, click on Facebook Form Fields Mapping, and then you will see the form that you created just before will say Map Fields. You want to click on that, and then you want to map so this is the questions on that form that you put in. You're going to map these with the custom fields that are in the workflow with the GPT prompt. Again, we went over this in a previous lesson. So what I did when I was setting that up, and you'll probably remember, is I went over with chiropractors, and the custom fields that I set up for that chiropractor prompt was, so what's your issue, which was current issues. How long have you been dealing with these issues, which is issue timeline, and what activities are you wanting to get back to, which was golf. So if I had actually gone and used those examples and set up a Facebook form with those questions, with the chiropractor business example, I would get those questions that I put in, and I'd get the one that says, what are your current issues? And I'd select current issues. If this question said, how long have you been dealing with this? I'd select issue timeline. And this question here, I would select, which was, what activities do you want to get back to? I'd select activities. Now, what I am going to do, again, because I'm not using a chiropractor, I'm just going to put them in there anyway. And then I'm going to change the field so that they make sense. So that's current issues. What is the size of your lawn? In fact, this will be current issues. Do you have a ride-on mower? Will be activities. And then this will be issue timeline. And then all of these other ones should automatically map as first name, last name, phone, and email. Just make sure they are. And then if that thing should make sense to you, what I said, again, if you actually watched that previous video and you didn't skip over it, you will know that those questions that you put on the Facebook form here are the same questions that you created fields for and that you put in the prompt. So I'm going to hit save, and then that will now map. Let's turn my camera. Okay, so once we've mapped the Facebook form, let's just see what is next. So we've integrated the page and the ad account, we've mapped the field. Now we need to add inform trigger to the workflow. Okay, so go to automation, click on AI lead converter, hit Facebook form, new lead, and then once this loads, you will see the trigger, which is Facebook lead form. You want to hit that trigger. You want to click add filter. You want to click add inform, and then you want to select the form that you set up in your client's ad account before, which for me was John's mowing AI lead qualify. Now, if you've mapped those fields correctly, when you hit ChatGPT AI response, you will see that, again, the questions that you mapped that are associated with the custom fields actually make sense. You'll see the custom fields in here, and you want to make sure that that all makes sense in the context of this prompt. Okay, so that is those two steps sorted. We've added the inform filter. By the time you have completed all of these steps, the regulatory bundle hopefully has now been approved. So you can now purchase a phone number. Nice. So if you remember at the very start, we submitted the regulatory bundles and things like that. Now they should be approved. Now you actually want to come and buy a phone number. So I'm going to click on phone numbers. And you want to hit add number. So you want to actually check first that the bundle. Now, the last thing, which isn't actually a step in this document, we've actually done everything. So pat yourself on the back at this point. If you've done all these steps and it's all made sense to you, then awesome, well done. That is everything you have to do. And at this point, after you've bought the phone number, you can actually just go into your client's ads manager. And if your ads have been approved, then just turn on the activate button, turn on campaign on button. And then it will start, leads are coming in, bookings coming in. But the important thing, as a few hours after you've actually turned the campaign on, I'd recommend always keeping a close eye on it, just in case some things go pear-shaped. It's unlikely that they will. If you've actually done this process properly, then nothing will go pear-shaped and it will all work smoothly. But in the first few hours, even day and a half after launching your campaign, just make sure the leads are coming in nicely, the messages are being sent, the AI is doing its thing. Just keep a close eye on it, as I said. Now, one thing I do want to explain to you very quickly before I end this is audiences, which I said I would explain to you. So if you click on the audiences button here in the Ads Manager, it will take you to a section where there's all the audiences. It's a no surprise. So the audiences that we made before are pretty standard ones. We did broad, we did interest, but Meta gives you the option to do a bunch of not necessarily complicated, but just more in detail ways of targeting people. So a lookalike audience is one option where basically you will upload, if your business has an existing customer list or your client's business has an existing customer list, that includes, how much they spent, their contact details, their Facebook ID, things like that. You can upload that into Facebook and then say to Facebook, hey, this is all the people that have bought from us before. This is what our customers look like. Go and target more people who look like this. Hence the name lookalike audience. And then you can also do saved audience. Now, a saved audience is basically it's not having any options pop up. There you go. So what a saved audience is basically the same thing that we were doing before in the Ads Manager. However, you create them in here in the audiences instead of creating them on the ad set level like we did before. Remember when we clicked these buttons here, we did the location, we did the age, etc. This saved audience is doing that in here. You can see age, location, etc. So it's doing that on this level instead of the other one. Now, custom audience, this is where it gets interesting. Because Meta owns Facebook, Instagram, a bunch of different platforms, you can actually leverage them to create audiences. So you can say Instagram account, you can click next, and then you can say everyone, you can select the Instagram account of your own Instagram account, your client's Instagram account, etc. And you can say everyone who engaged with this professional account in the last 365 days will be an audience, and then you can put that audience in your ads, and hence your ads will only be shown to people who have engaged with this account in the last 365 days. There's a bunch of other options here, people who sent a message to this account, people who visited this account, people who saved one of the posts, all things like that. And there's also options for Facebook page, so basically the same thing, everyone who visited the page, engaged with the page, etc. You can do website if you've got pixel set up. I'll explain what a pixel is later. You can do website views. You can do people who have spent a certain amount of time watching a video. Let's say you posted a video on your account. You can target people who have watched your video for at least 10 seconds. You get the point. There's a gazillion different options that you can target people on here, and a whole lot of options you can leverage to find the exact audience that you want to show your ads to. But again, keeping it simple, interest and broad to start out with. And then once you've got some more experience with Ads Manager and running campaigns, etc., you can experiment with different audiences and get creative. Okay, the last thing we're going to do now that we've got it all set up is test it. Now, I would recommend testing this once. Just test your snapshot, make sure that it all works. But then, you don't really have to do it every time you onboard a new client. I don't test, I just set everything up and then launch it because I'm built different. But if you want to test it every single time, it's a bit of a waste of time, but you're more than welcome to. And just, get some reassurance that all of the different bits and pieces in the system, Facebook, Capri, high-level automations, all that stuff are actually working together as they should. So to test, I'm going to start with the handoff version because that's what I have John's mowing agent already set up as, which is this one. So I already have it set up as the handoff version. I'll test that and then I'll change to the AI booking version and test that is working. So let's test, as I said, handoff. So the first thing you are going to do is actually go into Facebook, into the Meta Business Suite, and find the form, because we're going to basically just submit the form. Now, once you find this form and click on it, if it says allow retrieval of untargeted leads, no, this means you can't test. This basically just means only people who are actually showed the ad by the algorithm can actually submit it. Whereas if this is a yes, it means that you can click test form like this, submit it, and then even if you're not targeted, which in this case we aren't, it's still going to actually go into the CRM and act as a real lead. So if it says no, then no worries, just click select it. In fact, don't select it, just click create form, duplicate existing form, and then we're going to grab that one and click next. And then I'm actually just going to change the questions quickly, because the questions that I set up in the workflow were for chiropractors, so I need to make sure that these match. So what's the size of your lawn? What are your current lawn issues? And then the last one I will do is, what other questions did I have? I actually probably should check this in the CRM. I can check the custom fields, have a look what these questions were, because I can't actually remember. So it was current lawn issues, timeline, I think, timeline, and then size of lawn. So we're going to say, how long have you been struggling with this problem? Has your lawn been an issue? Okay. Now to actually change it so that you can submit the form and it still acts as a lead, click settings like I just did, and then for sharing, click open. So that means anyone who is submitting the form will act as a real lead, as opposed to only people who receive your ad directly, by the delivery directly can submit this form. So click open and then hit create form. And then if you've actually created a new form, you'll obviously need to go and map the fields inside of your client's sub account and also have it as the trigger to the workflow. So now that I've got this form, can I rename this actually? No, apparently not. It's a bit annoying. Okay, so head over to John's CRM, go to Facebook form fields mapping. This is the new form that I just created, and then I'm going to map the fields. So what is the size of your lawn? Will be size of lawn. What are your current lawn issues? Will be current issues. How long has your lawn been an issue? Will be issue timeline. And then hit save, because those are the fields in the GPT response workflow. This workflow here. So you can see this workflow has issues, what are your lawn issues, size of lawn, and issue, how long have you been struggling with this issue? And the prompt is set up that way. So also change the trigger of the workflow as well. So I'm looking for copy, should be this one, and then hit save. Okay, so now we can test. So we're gonna go back in and find that new form that we just created and just mapped, and then hit test form. And then I'm gonna answer the questions. So it's a large lawn. My current lawn issues will be weeds, patchy grass, and too long. Or grass too long. So I got patchy grass and the grass is too long. It's kind of counterintuitive to each other, but anyway. How long has your lawn been an issue? We'll go 3 weeks. Okay, I've just filled in my information there, and then I'm going to hit submit. And it says, great, please respond to our SMS to redeem the offer, or you can book now by clicking below. And then if I was to book now, it would take me to my privacy policy. That's interesting. I put that link in there anyway, so that's nothing to worry about. Obviously, you're going to put your booking link in there, or your client's booking link rather. So let's now go have a look and see if this actually worked. Fantastic. So you can see here that it says 1, which means this has actually triggered. So the form's connected. I'm going to see if I've actually got a SMS on my device, so let's have a look. Okay, so I haven't got the SMS, and it'd be nice if this went all smooth and sunshine and rainbows and shit, but in reality, that's not how these work. So what I've just done is I looked on my phone, I didn't get the message for some reason, so I hit execution logs, which will basically just show me what's actually happened. So I've been added to the workflow when I submitted the form. You can see there, the GPT request processed, it then worked, so you can see the response was generated. It attempted to send to me, however, we got met with a carrier violation. I'm not sure why, but we're gonna go and investigate that now. And as I said, it'd be nice if it went smoothly, but I can actually show you the reality of what happens and how to actually troubleshoot and fix these sorts of issues, because they do happen frequently. And contact tag was added. I've been put in the pipeline, and then I'm at the wait step. So let's go back and have a look at why that didn't send. So let's go into phone numbers and click on message analytics. Okay. Apparently there's no errors. There clearly was, because it just said it didn't send. Let's actually go into the conversations tab and see. Okay. Nice one, retard. The word weeds has been flagged for marijuana. So that's interesting. All right. So let's just pretend that that message got sent through and I've got this on my device, and I'll show you that that actually was the issue, because if I now type out, "Hi Ben, new message," if I type something out that doesn't mention weed, it will send. Pending, but it will send. I've got conviction when I say that. Yep, so it has sent. If I refresh this, you'll be able to see. So you see that sent, which obviously means it was a word in here which triggered it. So this is actually something to keep in mind. There are words that A2P regulations or the service providers actually flag. So words like, well, words obviously in relation to cannabis or marijuana, hence weed, but also words in relation to guns. So this actually happened to me a while ago with one of my clients, and their street name where their business is located is called Rifle. And that was in the message, and the AI was responding with the address when people asked where he located, and that message was constantly getting flagged and wouldn't send. And there was a big bottleneck in the AI actually answering inquiries, right? And I couldn't figure it out. I was going, I've got the regulatory and the bundles, I've got it all set up correctly. Why is this happening? And then I figured out, oh, it's because it says Rifle in there. And the same thing obviously has happened here. So if I was to resend this, which I'm going to do, but I'm just going to remove the word weeds, like that. This will send. Weed. What's the substitute? Long grass. Okay, and we're going to hit send. Let's see if I've got it. Okay, so you can see that that's gone through, and all I did was take out the word weeds, so it obviously was that. So let's continue on with the process. So just pretend, that one didn't happen, and this is the message that was sent when they submitted the form. So now what will happen is the lead will come back and actually respond to that, right? So it could ask a variety of questions, but in this instance, I'm going to say, where are you located? That's obviously a very common question that the AI will be asked. And we're going to wait for a response. Okay, you can see that when I did respond to this message, I've been moved to the in conversation stage. Pretty self-explanatory, that's what should happen. And then the AI has come back and responded. Fantastic, as it should. And it's also said, would you like to schedule a consultation to claim the offer? So if this was a real life situation, people would have more questions. What's the price? What does it include? Etc., etc. But for demonstration purposes, I'm just going to show you it answering one question. I just wanted to show the principle there of it's actually able to answer the questions rather than specifically answering different types of questions. So I'm going to type in here, yes, please. And the arrow will then add the handoff tag because it has captured booking intent, or at least that's what should happen. Okay, so if you look in tags, you see the handoff tag was added for an instant there, and then it should be removed as well. It was removed, and it said, fantastic. So the handoff tag was added. It said, great, please refer to the message below to proceed with scheduling your consultation. It has then sent the booking link, and it's also said, perfect. The best way to book is to use our online booking system. Please find the specific service under this section, or you can call us at that number, but we'll be in touch with you as soon as possible. Thank you, Ben. And also the owner, which would be me. I've added myself as an owner in this business, pretending that I'm John, the business owner. I have got an email saying, hey, this lead, Ben, here's their number. It's a high quality inquiry. They've stated they want to book. And then it's also got what I put in the Facebook form, which is my current issues. And then I didn't put the new fields inside of this workflow. You saw at the start of this when I was doing the new form, I put in different questions. I didn't put them in the handoff thing like you can see here, but if you were to actually set this up properly, which I haven't done in this instance, you would have the timeline be there. You'd also have, what was the other question? Timeline, current issues, and how big is your lawn? Those bits of information would be there so that when John, the business owner, actually calls the lead here, Ben, they'd know exactly, the specific concerns, things like that, right? So that's awesome. So you just want to make sure, obviously in this instance, that the handoff tag is actually added, that they're getting sent the booking link, and that the owner, your client, is actually being notified. And then if I was to respond again, so I'm going to send a message. I've just sent a message. I shouldn't get a response because once we've captured booking intent, we don't want to respond again. So I've just texted it saying, great, thank you. And I've asked a question, what's the price? But it shouldn't generate another response because there's no new lead tag anymore. The new lead tag has been removed when booking intent is captured, and the new lead tag is a prerequisite for actually getting a response. So this won't come back with a response. Just good to test that though. Okay, so that's the handoff process. Very, very simple, very, very straightforward. Now to actually show you the automatic AI booking process, I'm actually going to have to spend a bit of time changing this around because I need to change the configuration of the agent and then have to go in the emulator and train it. So I'm just going to speed this up as I do it. Okay, so I just spent a few minutes changing the agent around so that it's actually compatible with this automatic booking version, which is just adding the read and write calendar actions, deleting the handoff tag action, and then changing the prompt to the booking prompt. And then going in the emulator and just making sure that it's actually working. I've also duplicated the form because if I was to use the other form and try and test with it, you'll see here, this was the one I did before. When I click test, it just has the end of the form. You can't actually test submit it twice. So I basically just duplicated it, and this is the duplicated version testing for mowing here. And then the next thing to do is actually integrate this new form with the sub account. So I'm inside John's sub account, and you can see we've got the test form mowing one here. So now I'm just going to map the fields. So we've got size of lawn, current issues, and then how long has your lawn been an issue will be issue timeline. And those ones have also done automatically. Then we're going to hit save. and then head into automations. Hit that first one, and then we need to map the filter. Okay, so we are going to add, it should be a form is filter. That's kind of weird. Form is. That's weird. I've never seen that pages filter before. Anyway, testing form mowing. There we go. Then you're going to hit save. So once you've done that, now you can actually submit the test form, which I am going to do. So I'm going to hit test form, and then we can enter in our details here. So we're going to have a large lawn. We're going to have we're not going to have weeds. We're going to have long grass that is intruding on my personal space. How long has this been an issue? 64 years. Continue, and then hit submit. Fantastic. Now if we go back into John's sub account, we can see that another person has been re-entered into this. Nice. Okay, so I've got this text. It just took a few seconds to send. And let me just check that I'm actually in the pipeline, which I should be in the new lead stage. Yep, just like that. And that's it. So now I'm going to respond to it, and we'll get a response from the AI, and then we'll ask for it to book us in, and hopefully, or it will, not hopefully, we don't need hope. We rely on the automations being set up properly, not hope. So I'm going to say, where are you located? Just like that, and then we're moved to the in conversation stage, and the AI will come back and respond. Okay, that means it has responded. My phone's just gone off as well. Cool. We're located at 123 Long Johnson Avenue and service nearby areas. Would you like to schedule an appointment? Yes, I would. Yes, please. Next week would be fantastic. Okay, great, we've got some times. Now I'm going to say October 25th at 1:30. Oh shit. I just answered on my computer. Nice one, dumbass. Probably just confused the AI, but oh well. Get over it. You're a big boy. You can figure it out, Mr. AI assistant. All right, now it should just book me straight in here, and that's how we know it's worked. Great, it said yes, it's updated the appointment. It's moved me in the pipeline, and then I should get a confirmation email as well. I've just got that. Cool. Hasn't showed up in here. Not sure why, but I just got that email on my phone. So you can see that's worked. So if we go in the pipeline now, I should be in the book stage. No? Okay. Oh, because I need to sort the filters. That is why. Yep, so there we go. And also the appointment should have been created inside of the calendar. So what did I say? October 25th. Fantastic. I'm in there. And that is it. I mean, what else? I could just check the confirmation email, which is in my Gmail account. And yeah, it's giving me an error message because it's I've sent this from my own domain. And yeah, I mean, it doesn't actually have the thing there because I set this up very quickly and just made sure the confirmation email's there, but it is in the snapshot. So this will have the full time and date and things by default. I just deleted it. You would have seen that in the previous videos. Okay, so that's testing. Now, before I finish this video, I actually do want to quickly make the point. This is very important. If you have changed the form filter in the workflow, so this is in John's sub account, when I was testing, I obviously created a new form because the original form wasn't open, and this new form, the testing form, is the trigger for this workflow. However, on the campaign level, the original form is in the campaign. So if you've done testing, you've created a new form, you've added it as the trigger, etc., you need to make sure that whatever form is in as the filter to this workflow is the same form in the campaign itself. So you could have the testing form, the new one you created, as both of them. You could have the original one that you selected, but you just need to make sure that whatever is selected in the campaign is the same that is the filter, and vice versa. And they obviously both need to have their fields mapped, but you should have done that for both of them already. So that's just a very important thing. If you're doing testing and create a new form, make sure that when you finish with the testing, that the form in the campaign in both ads, not just one of them, in both of them, is the same form that is the trigger. So with that out of the way, that's it for this video. As always, if you have any struggles or any technical issues with the testing or any of the service delivery, rewatch the videos, make sure that you haven't missed anything, ask a question in the community. Someone probably has been in the same situation as you recently and hence maybe has some pointers for you. If none of that works, get in touch with the high-level support team and they'll help you out. Okay, so that's it for this video. Thank you very much for tuning in and following along with it. I'll see you guys in the next video. Welcome to the fourth lesson here inside of the third module. It's great to have you here. In this lesson, we're going to be covering all things relating to tracking. And tell anyone you know who you think might be interested in either starting this business model or learning some of the many skills that we teach you inside this course. As you know, everything in here is absolutely free, and I want to provide as much value to as many people as possible at zero additional cost. So please be a G and spread the word. Also, down below this video, you will see links to various social media platforms. I'll be posting updates there regarding this course and the community, so feel free to check them out. Also, watch in 2x speed to save yourself a significant amount of time. Let's get into it.
So, tracking overview. What is tracking? Tracking is sending data about actions or events on third-party sites. So, someone books a call or someone purchases a product, it's basically sending that data back to Meta so that people who are coming from the Meta campaigns, it's actually attributed towards them, right? So for example, let's say you're running some ads for client acquisition for your own agency. On those ads, you're sending people to your website, like I would be sending them to my Elevate AI marketing website, and I'm trying to get them to book a call. Now, when someone books a call, the tracking, essentially it's a Meta Pixel and a conversions API. They're the two tools, and they would be responsible for sending the data about the person who has booked a call back to Facebook. So Facebook knows, oh, this person looked at your ad 2 days ago and they've now booked a call, so we can attribute that conversion to our ads. And there's a few reasons for this. So optimize ad performance. So if you have tracking in place, you can accurately, the algorithm now accurately knows what types of people are actually converting, are actually booking a call. Because let's say you're running the ad, as I said before, people are clicking on the link and they're being taken to your website. Facebook needs to obviously know what kinds of people are actually taking that action, clicking the link, but it also needs to know, more importantly, what kind of people are booking the call. So when the data about the people who are actually doing the conversion event, booking a call, purchasing a product, when that data is sent back to Facebook, Facebook now knows, hey, these are the kinds of people that are actually doing the desired conversion event. These are the types of people that are booking a call. We're going to target more people like this. So it optimizes the ad performance, and it also allows you to accurately know how well your campaign is performing. So inside of the ads manager, you will be able to see, oh, I've got 5 people who've actually booked a call on my website, and therefore the cost per booked call is $10 per booked call or something. So you'll actually be able to see inside of the ads manager the success of the campaign based on what kind of people are booking a call on your website. Metapixel. So we're going to go ahead and actually set up the pixel now for your agency. So what's going to happen at a later stage, you are going to run ads for client acquisition for your own agency. And as I said before, you're going to run ads on Facebook. You're going to send people to your website, and you're going to try and get them to book a call on your discovery call calendar. And then the people who do that, their information is going to be sent back to the Meta Business Suite, back to Facebook, so that it knows who's booking a call in your discovery calendar. So we're going to put the pixel in place so that actually happens. So the data is sent back. We're going to go through and do that now. What do I want? Ads Manager in here. Okay. So this is I'm in the settings of the Meta Business Suite. So to actually get to the Events Manager is where you do all the tracking. You can either click this button here, or if you're so you can actually just go ahead and click Events Manager, it will take you there. Or if you're just in the Ads Manager, what you want to do is click All Tools and then click Events Manager. I'm already here, okay. Get out of there. So here I am inside of the Events Manager. Now to create your first pixel, which as I said, we're going to put this on your agency's website, click Connect Data Sources, click Web, and then you can label this, I've already got a pixel, I'm just going to create a new one and call this L3 AI Marketing Dataset. You've used this name before, okay. Pixel, there we go. So I'm going to create a new pixel. Now click Connect Manually and just click Metapixel only for now. Click Next, click See Instructions, click Close, and then you're going to click Copy Code. Now I want you to, once you've clicked Copy Code, head over to your high-level account, be inside your agency sub-account, so Elevate AI Marketing for me, click on Sites, click on your funnel, then go to Settings, and then you're going to paste that code into the head tracking section and click Save. Now once you've done that, come back into the Events Manager, click on Continue, click on Turn on Advanced Matching. So this will just send as much data as possible back to Facebook about the people who are doing certain things on your website. Click Continue and then click Open Event Setup Tool. Now you are now going to put the URL of your homepage into there. Okay, so stop right there. Don't actually put your homepage URL in there. What you want to do is put your Facebook schedule. So it should be step number 5. The step that has the Facebook calendar in it, copy that URL because that's the event we're going to set up, and then paste that in here. Give it a second to load. That error code should disappear. Nice. So what we're doing here is basically creating an event for when people actually book a discovery call, this button here. So when someone clicks this button, that's going to represent an event, and their data will be sent back to Facebook associated with someone who has actually taken the action and booked a discovery call. So to do that, click on Track New Button, click on Schedule Meeting, and then we can select an event here. You can select whatever you want. I recommend doing Schedule because that's what they're actually doing. And then click Confirm. And it should say Setup Complete, and then I'm just going to go Finish, Yes, thank you, bang. Okay, now to actually test that you've set this up properly, what I want you to do is copy this URL into a tab like that, and then head over to, if you're in Chrome, this should be easy, head over to Extensions, click Visit Chrome Web Store, and then search up Meta Pixel Helper, top one here. Click Add to Chrome, add extension. So this is an extension that basically just lets you know if there's a pixel on a site when you visit it. And click Turn on Sync. No, never mind. Okay, now that should be installed, and it is. Nice. So if I click on this, I just got to refresh it probably. Now if I click on this, so it says there's one pixel installed, which is a page view pixel. So this represents the base code that we put into the header section. So if I visit any site, or any page rather, even say it's the landing page, if I visit this one, there will be a pixel on this one, page view, and that goes for, as I said, all the pages. But for this one specifically, because we've just set up another event, which is the schedule event, that will show when that button is on screen. So if you click through and have the schedule meeting button present, you'll now see there's two. So it says there's a button click automatically detected. So there is an event when someone clicks on that button. If you have this installed, you've refreshed the page and this isn't showing up, like it doesn't show that there's two events on here, you've done something wrong, unfortunately. So go back and rewatch this and make sure you do all the steps properly. So I'm going to close that off for now. Goodbye. And let's head back into the lesson. What? Sure. Okay, anyway, we're going to do the conversions API now. So I think I explained this a little bit before. Conversions API and the Metapixel are both, they're two tools and you want to use them together because that allows for all the data, not just little bits and pieces. If you use the Metapixel by itself, it would just send a limited amount of data back to Facebook. But if you use both of them, you're making sure that you get all the data. So click on Go to Pixel Overview. Now, before we do this, actually, click on Settings and come all the way down to the bottom where it says Create Allow List. And you're going to type in your domain. Mine's already here, but just type in elevate your domain and then click Next. And I can just click like that. There we go. Click Confirm. And then it should say Added to Allow List. So what we've done here is basically just say only this domain, only your agency's domain is allowed to send data to this pixel specifically, nothing else. And then click Close. Now we're going to set up the Conversions API. So click Connect Data Source, click CRM, click Next, and then select your pixel, and it should have a list of partners like this. And then just click on Lead Connector, click Next, and then it will tell you to sign into High Level. I'm going to do that. I'm going to pause this and do that. Okay, I've just got into my High Level account. Now what I want you to do is head into Automation, click on B2B Meta Campaign, be in your agency sub account, click on B2B Meta Campaign and have this workflow ready to go. So you should see that it says, it should look like this, choose your CRM, send a CRM event, things like that. I want you to scroll down and find automatic advanced matching. Make sure this is turned on, and also make sure that is turned on and that is turned on. Yep, nice. And then click Generate Access Token. Give it a second to generate an access token. Whenever you're ready. Jeez, okay. Well, while we're waiting for that one, click on Dataset ID, copy that to your clipboard, and come into this workflow. And we're going to paste this in. So this workflow, when someone actually books a discovery call in that calendar, then this Facebook conversion API event will trigger, and this will send the event back to Facebook. So make sure that this is a funnel event. Paste the pixel ID in there, come back to the events manager, and our code should have generated. Copy the access token or whatever this thing's called to clipboard, and then paste that in, access token there. And then you can put the value whatever you want. You can just leave this empty. Let's see, doesn't allow. Okay, so this would be custom values, lead value. There you go. Obviously put in your currency and then click Save Action. Now, as I said before, to reiterate, when someone books an appointment, the pixel event we set up before, so when someone clicks that button, that'll be a pixel event that happens. It'll send the data back to Facebook, but it'll also send the data back to Facebook via this conversions API step in the workflow. Okay, nice. Okay, now it should say 2 page view. So if you've done this correctly, you should start to see page views popping up. So I looked at different pages. Before I looked at the landing page, I also looked at the, I think one of the discovery call pages. So you should start to see page view events coming up here. Now, if you were to also go and book a call in your discovery call calendar, the schedule event will come here and there should be one event. Don't worry if it doesn't come up right away. It usually takes about 20 to 30 minutes to actually populate in here. Okay, let's head back into the presentation. Why is this happening? Let me figure this out. Nice. So we've done the conversions API. We've done the meta pixel. So I explained a little bit about this before. You don't really need to understand how this actually works. You just need to know how to set it up. But the pixel tracks user actions in the browser, so it's client side, while the conversions API tracks actions directly from the server. So because people have iOS blockers and privacy protection, things like that on their device, client side data may be blocked, but if you're using the conversions API and tracking actions through the server as well, that can't be blocked. So that's how you get all the data back into Facebook. And yeah, again, it just provides more reliable data as less of it is affected by browser setting and user behavior, offering a more comprehensive view of your conversions. Nice, conversions API setup, we've done that. Done the access token. Okay, before we do the metric tracking, I should probably explain, so you've just done that obviously for your own agency when you run ads. Now I'll explain how to do tracking for your clients as well. Okay, so for the tracking for your clients, it's a very similar process to the tracking setup for when you do that for your own agency and your own B2B ads. A quick disclaimer, the tracking is actually substantially different if you're doing a automatic AI booking process versus the handoff process. If you're doing the handoff process, it becomes very difficult. You actually have to rely on your client setting up the events and setting up the pixel for that to actually work. I'll explain the nuances of that at a later stage. I'll show you the tracking setup for the automatic AI booking process now. So the first step is coming to the events manager in your client's account. Now the steps for this are in the client action plan. You can see these ones here in meta tracking. So the first thing we're going to do is, you should already be added to your client's assets, but create/use existing pixel and add setup conversions API to it. So head back to the events manager and you can either make sure you're actually in your client's ad account here. You can select it there. You can either do this off an existing pixel. So if your client's already set up a pixel and then they just shared it to you when you were doing the asset sharing, you can just start with that existing pixel, or you can just set up one from scratch. Either way, it works. So I'll show you the process regardless. So you're going to click connect data sources. And as I said, make sure you're in your client's ad account here. So connect data sources, and then you want to click CRM, click next. And then as I said, if your client has an existing pixel, it will show up here and you can just select it. However, if they don't, you just click create new data set. I'm going to do a fresh data set here. We're going to call this John's Mowing. Okay, so that's been created. And then you're going to click lead connector. It's the gray labeled version of high level, and then it will take a second to log us in. Okay, fantastic. Okay, so once you log into your high level, you'll see this page here. Now what you want to do is come down to dataset ID and click on that. Come across to your client sub account. Be in calendars, click on calendar settings, and then find the calendar that you set up at the start of the action plan, the calendar that the AI is connected to, and then you basically want to come down to forms and payment, and then paste that pixel ID where it says Facebook pixel ID there, and hit save. Okay, once that's saved, just close and then click on the 3 dots there. You can wait for that to load. I don't know what's going on there. Let's just click off and click back on. Okay, and then click on share and click on scheduling link and click copy. Copy that to your clipboard and then head back into the events manager. Now go to overview
and you'll see a button that says new integration or set up Metapixel. So click on set up Metapixel like that. And then we want to click install code manually. So just click, you're just going to have to click copy code, but we don't actually need this code because we've put the pixel ID in the form there. Tick that box, click continue, and then you actually want to go back to, you need to copy this again because we just copied that code to our clipboard. Okay, once you've got that on your clipboard, head back and click open event setup tool, and then paste that link that we just copied into here, and then click open website. Now this calendar will pop up, and if you have the Metapixel helper tool, which you should have installed, it's very easy to do. You'll see that that pops up here and it says one page view. Now click through, so just select a time until you're on this page, and then click track new button, and then click that button, or the schedule meet button, and then you want to pick a schedule event. Now if you're using a client's existing pixel when you're setting this up, make sure that they don't already have an event like this. You can check that by going in here. So if it was an existing pixel, you'd have the events, show up here. If they already have those events, don't pick the same event when you're doing the setup. However, if you're using a fresh pixel, which you've just set up, you won't need to worry about this at all. So just click schedule and then click confirm. And you can click finish setup, finish. And then you can leave a helpful review if you'd like, and click done. Okay, so now we've got an event set up. Now we're going to click set up conversions API. In fact, we've already done that. So head over to settings and then come down to generate access token. You can see that there. But first, copy that dataset ID again. So copy that to your clipboard and then head back into your high-level account or your client's high-level account and go to automation. Then click on AI lead converter and then find the Facebook conversions API workflow in here and just click on that one. And once that loads, you will need to sort the trigger of this calendar. So click add filters, click in calendar, and then just select the calendar. There should only be one calendar in there, but select the calendar that's integrated with the AI, the same one that we just visited. And then for the Facebook conversions API step, click on that. This will be blank by default. It will look something like this, but you basically want to paste that pixel ID in there. For the event name, if you just selected a schedule event, you want to select that again. Or if, as I said, your client's pixel already has a schedule event and you picked another event, you just want to make sure that the event you put in here is the same that you just put on that button earlier. So put that in there. Lead value can be whatever you'd like. You can either just use the custom values, lead value, or you can actually manually enter in the monetary value that a person opting into this ad is paying. And then access token, so head back into the events manager and then come down to where it says generate access token. Now I can't do this because I don't have an email address associated with this business account. This is a very old business account that I haven't used in quite some time, but for you, you just click generate access token, one will generate, you copy it by clicking on it, and then you paste the access token into this step here, you paste it there, and then you click save, and save again. So that is the tracking setup. In fact, actually no, we're not quite done. I'm getting ahead of myself there. So you can see, you can actually tick these off as you go. So again, you should already have yourself added to the client's asset. So create or use the existing pixel. We added the conversions API setup to it. We pasted the pixel ID in the calendar. We created the event on the calendar button. And then we also pasted the access token and dataset ID into the conversions API workflow, and we entered in the same event. So we can tick that one off. Now we just have to select the CRM in the ads. So if you head into the ads manager, that is not the right one. So click on all tools and go to the ads manager. Okay, so as I said, this is an old business account, so it doesn't actually have any ads in there. I'll go to a different ad account and show you what this looks like. Go to my own one. Just click on this, new leads campaign. So on the ad, so this is on your client's campaign. Just change this around. There we go, just had to change the page so it is my own. So on the ad level, all you need to do is come down to where it says CRM events, and then you click that. And then the pixel that you just set up for your clients, which has for your client rather, not plural there, which has the event and the thing that we just set up, you want to select that pixel and make sure that it probably won't be green. Actually, if you've just set it up, it'll still be red or yellow. But once events actually start coming through, that will go green, which means it's an active pixel. And then you don't need website events actually. Okay, and then you can just, you can publish the ad at that point. So basically what this will do is, this is an instant form. So it is sending people to the form, but after that point, it is telling Facebook, hey, the people who've entered in this form have then taken another action after that point, which is scheduling an appointment. And then it's going to utilize the events that are in this pixel, which again is the ones we just set up when someone schedules an appointment with that. So that is tracking for your clients who are using the AI automatic booking system. As I said before, this process becomes much more difficult if you're doing the handoff version. Okay, so ignore what I just said. It's a few months after that initial video and things have actually changed. High Level have added something which allows us to do the tracking properly for even the handoff version. And this is a little bit weird, I'll be honest, but it does work. Now, you don't really need to understand this, to be honest. If you want, you can just put your fingers in your ears and skip over this. You do need to at least do it. In fact, don't put your fingers in your ears. Just skip to the next part of this video, which will resume in 5 minutes. I'll get back to what I was saying before. But essentially, how this is now able to be done is, I'm going to show you the support documentation here. In order for you to actually use the Facebook Conversions API action in a workflow, you would need one of the following triggers: form submitted, survey submitted, customer booked appointment, or order form submission. Now, you can't submit the form on behalf of someone else because the person with the contact details actually needs to submit the form for that to be counted toward them. So that's out of the question. And again, with the handoff version, you're not actually booking an appointment inside of High Level, you're booking an appointment inside of this person's booking system, which is external to this, so you couldn't use this trigger before. But now what High Level have added is a customer booked appointment step in the workflow, which means that we can actually have an adequate trigger for the Facebook Conversions API. So if you go into the handoff tag, you'll see that there is a step at the bottom that is a GPT step, and essentially what this will do is it'll use the current date and time, and it will generate a random time within the next 30 days. It'll format it, and then it will plug that output into this book appointment step. So this is what High Level recently added, which just allows us to book an appointment on behalf of the contact. And it essentially, it just books a random date. The date is completely irrelevant. We just need to actually have an adequate trigger for this workflow, which again is someone booking an appointment. And then you will see, once that appointment is booked, you go to the Facebook Conversions API step, and then once that appointment is actually booked, so that's the trigger for this step, which is of course the Facebook Conversions API step, which will send all that data back to Facebook. Now, similar to what I was saying before, you need to put the access token, the pixel ID, all of those things in here, and then you click save. Now, there is one other thing you need to do for this to actually work, and that is head to calendars, and you will see a Facebook Conversions API calendar. And basically all you need to do is make sure that this is active. I think by default it will be non-active, so you basically just want to click those three buttons like I just did, and then you want to make sure this is active, so you want to activate it. Then once you've done that, come back to the automation. You want to make sure that the calendar is the calendar that this is actually booking into. So once this loads, yeah, you just want to make sure that the conversions API calendar is actually the calendar selected there. And then you also want to add it as the trigger for this workflow. So you click customer booked appointment, you add a filter, you add in calendar, and then you add conversions API calendar. And there you go. That now works. Now I will add those steps into the client action plan so that if you're doing the handoff version, you actually know what to do there. But yeah, that's basically it. So it's very good news. You can now get the proper tracking and optimized campaign results, even for people who are doing the handoff version. That's fantastic. So that is enough from future, wiser, more handsome me. Back to what I was saying before. So now campaign metric tracking. So you obviously will want to know the performance of your clients and your own campaign. If you're running ads for client acquisition, you want to know the performance of those campaigns every single day. So to do that, we are going to use a funky little integration called Supermetrics inside of Google Sheet, which will automatically do it. So one option, and I used to do this in my early days, is just going inside of the ads manager, like, I don't have it open. I will open it. Going inside the ads manager and looking at all of the metrics. So when their campaign's live, I look at the click-through rate, all of the relevant metrics, and putting them in a spreadsheet to actually understand how the campaign's performing over time. So I should probably explain what these metrics are to you. I don't think I did that in the previous video. Amount spent, pretty self-explanatory. Reach, reach and impressions I think are the same. Impressions is the number of time so reach is total number of people that your ads have been shown to. Impressions is total number of views. So this one is, so people can view your ads multiple times, hence impressions will always be larger than reach. Frequency is on average how many times have people been shown your ads. So usually that will be between 1 to 2, maybe 3. So on average, every person who has seen your ads has seen them 2 or 3 times. Click-through rate is the percentage that people have clicked your ad. So when your ad is displayed on their Facebook or their Instagram, the amount of people that actually go ahead and click on it. Link click-through rate is same premise, but a little bit different. The percentage of people that actually, once they have clicked on your ad, the percentage of people that actually go ahead and click on the link or the CTA, whatever that may be. Total number of link clicks, cost per link click, that's pretty self-explanatory. Number of leads, cost per lead, appointments scheduled. That gets a little bit odd because I've got multiple things in there. I'm just going to go performance and clicks. So these are the different metrics that can be shown. I just usually have it on performance and clicks. So CPM, cost per 1,000 impressions. So how much do you pay to Facebook to show your ads to 1,000 people? And I went through click-through rate, cost per click, all of those ones. Budget, yeah, pretty self-explanatory. All these ones, the most important ones for engagement are cost per click, click-through rate, link clicks, things like that, because you'll be able to see when you put that in a spreadsheet, is my cost per click going up? Is it going down? Is the link click-through rate going up and down? That's the best way of actually knowing, is your campaign performing well or not? Okay, so to put this in a spreadsheet. So as I said before, I used to do this automatically. I'd go in, look at all the metrics and copy them into a spreadsheet, but I would recommend, and this is what I do now, setting up a tool called Supermetrics, which basically just takes all the data from your clients' campaigns automatically, and it refreshes every day and puts them in a spreadsheet for you. So I want you to copy this link. It should be down in the description. I'm gonna head over to, not that one, this one here. And in fact, I've already got it open. Nice. So this is what it should look like. And what you want to do is have a template. So this is one that you just keep blank all the time. Let me just click reload, see what happens. Okay. Have one that is template. So this is, as I said, one you keep blank all the time. And then for each client, for each campaign that you have live, simply just add one. Why is it not letting me add one? Bloody camera's in the way. You just want to, oh, I'm not signed in as me. That's probably why. Sign in, okay. Nice. Okay, I'm in now. Cool. What? What do you mean view only? I literally created this spreadsheet. What are you on about? No, I didn't. I'm logged in as the wrong person. Give me a sec. Okay, I'm now signed in with the account that I actually created this sheet with, hence I have permissions to edit it.
going to zoom out. Okay, so this is the spreadsheet. Go away. So what we're going to do is set up an extension. It's called Supermetrics, and it will pull, as I said before, all the data of your campaign and how it's going. So have your cursor in the thing where it says date, click extensions, click add-ons, click get add-ons, and then search up Supermetrics. Yep, and then it is this one here. Click on it, click individual install. And just give it a second. Nice. Click done, click exit. So click on extensions again, and then click launch. Now we're gonna have to connect our Facebook here. So let's see what happens. Okay. Okay, so click on connect to all your data sources. Just get rid of that. Click on view all data sources, click on Facebook ads, and then it will tell us to click start. Now this is, I'm actually not sure what it's priced at. I didn't even look at it because it's so helpful. I just handed over my credit card. If you have a bit of extra money, I think it's like, I don't know, $50 a month or something. This will save you so much time. So if you want to do it manually, you can, or you can just pay the extra money to have this done automatically for you. I'm going to sign in, so give me a sec. Okay, once you've connected your Facebook account, it'll bring you to a page that should look a little something like this, and click start from scratch. Now this is, a query is basically a request to get the data from Facebook. So what you're going to do is obviously have your Facebook page selected, select your client's ad account or your ad account, depending on who you're doing the tracking for. So I'm just going to select one. Click on select dates and do X days with 30 days, so for the last month. And then select metrics. So for this, you are going to do amount spent, impressions, and CPM. You're also going to do total number of link clicks, link click-through rate. Yep. And then click-through rate, cost per click, click-through rate, and then cost per click all. So what we've got so far, amounts spent, that's self-explanatory. Total number of impressions on the ads. CPM is how much you're paying Facebook for 1,000 views. Total number of link clicks, the link click-through rate. Cost per link click. Click-through rate all, so that's link click-through rate. This is just click-through rate in general, and then cost per click all. And then if this is for your clients, the other ones you will need will be all the way down the bottom, which is on Facebook. So you want cost per on Facebook lead and on Facebook leads. If this is for you, you won't be doing this because your conversion event will be scheduled. Remember, it won't be on Facebook lead. Again, this is just for your client. So have those as the metrics. Click dismiss there. Split by dimensions. So I'm going to have date. Where's date? Date by campaign name. Campaign name, like that. And get rid of that. And for filter, we're going to add a filter which is campaign name and equals. So you want to go into the ads manager and find the name of the campaign for the one you want to track. So I'm going to go and find that. I'm going to pause this so I don't expose all my data. Okay, now I have now got the name of the campaign, and I'm going to close that and then click get data. Make sure your cursor's in that one. Click get data and then click, I'm going to start a free trial. Okay, I've already got an account, so I'm just going to go into my actual agency and just show you what this looks like once you actually get the data. Okay, so I've just imported the data. I haven't actually done the query. It just looks like I have. So this is what it looks like, right? You have all of the metrics for each day of the last 30 days. And then this is the month average. So this will automatically calculate the average of all of these ones. It should do that automatically for you. I've set the spreadsheet up that way. And the purpose of that is you can just look at the monthly average, look at the performance over the last few days and say, hey, it's getting better or it's declining. And then you can make some data-driven decisions on what your next move is from that point. So with, obviously these ones aren't so relevant, but these are the important ones to assess performance. So is my click-through rate increasing? For this instance, my click-through rate yesterday is higher than the monthly average. Nice. Hasn't been for the last few days. It's sort of an outlier, but you get the point. My cost per click is slightly lower than monthly average, which is good. We want a low cost per click. Number of link clicks is higher than monthly average. We want link clicks, so that's good. Cost per link click, we want this to be low as possible. This has been low yesterday, lower than monthly average, which is good. We want the link click through rate to be as high as possible. It has been higher, you get the point. And then cost per lead is obviously an important one as well. Okay, now this section that you can see in green here, this may look a little different to when you actually use this. I'm always optimizing this and improving it. Rest assured, if it does look a little different, I'm sure you'll be able to figure it out quite quickly. But as it stands at the moment, this booking page, this will actually be, or this booking column rather, this will actually be imported from your Facebook Ads Manager. And to actually get that slot, so this can actually only be imported if you're using the automatic AI booking process, because that version has the conversions API set up and has the scheduled event actually occurring. If you're using the handoff version, that's not recorded in there and it's not optimizing for that. So if you are, as I said, using the automatic AI booking version, basically what you want to do is just come and edit the query. And for metrics, you want to just add, you want to add schedule, which is probably all the way down at the bottom. Okay, so it's tucked away somewhere and I can't find it, it's hiding. But it is basically cost per schedule or total number of website schedules. And if you add that there, it'll be put in this column here. So obviously not everyone who actually submits the Facebook form will actually end up booking an appointment, hence they're different columns. This booking percentage column, these are all equations. Basically this one does the percentage of people booked, right? So it's total number of leads divided by total number of bookings, and that will give you booking percentage. Revenue here, so if you fill in this yellow square, if you fill in the monetary value of a conversion event, so what's the price of the service or the offer that you're running. So if you enter the value in there, say it's $500, enter 500 in there, and then every time someone actually books, 500 will be reflected in the revenue section there. And then profit as well. This is another one that's automatically calculated. So it will subtract ad spend, so cost minus revenue, which will obviously bring you to profit. And then there's notes, of course. So if you need to add any information about something you did that day, you put it in there. So let's say you uploaded some more creatives or you were testing a different audience, something like that. That will obviously have an effect on the metrics to some degree. So you want to just put whatever you changed in there. Now, for whatever reason, if you can't do this automatically with the cost per schedule or schedule metric inside of Facebook and you want to do this manually, you can actually do that very easily. So you basically just want to come into your client's account, and when you've actually got people in your pipeline, they'll show up here, and you basically just see the total number of booked appointments. It'll say number of one appointments, and then you can just come in there, look at that number and copy it in here. And then, so you got one booking, and then the rest will be reflected in those metrics as you just saw. I did say this before, I want to say it again.
when you look at this, it might look a little different. As I said, I'm constantly improving, constantly changing things here. So yeah, but if it is different, you'll figure it out pretty quickly. You guys are smart people. I'd hope so. Okay, so that is, let's just check if there's anything else to cover. No, so that is daily campaign metric tracking. So that brings us to the end of this video. As always, check out social medias linked below, share the course, let as many people know as possible. I'll see you guys in the next lesson. Welcome to the 5th lesson here inside of the 3rd module. This is a really, really important lesson because we're going to be covering from A to Z how to set up an AI caller. Now, in this video, I will be showing you how to set one of these up in the context of following up with leads who've opted into the Facebook form, but you can take the skills and the lessons that I teach in this video and extrapolate them out to a million different use cases because the application for this tech is gigantic and it is such a disruptive piece of AI software. Yes, there's text to image model, there's ChatGPT, that's a large language model, but these calling assistants are, as I said, so unbelievably disruptive. If you can learn this skill, you will be set. And tell anyone you know who you think might be interested in either starting this business model or learning some of the many skills that we teach you inside this course. As you know, everything in here is absolutely free and I want to provide as much value to as many people as possible at zero additional cost, so please be a G and spread the word. Also, down below this video, you will see links to various social media platforms. I'll be posting updates there regarding this course and the community, so feel free to check them out. Also, watch in 2x speed to save yourself a significant amount of time. Let's get into it. Okay, so why is an AI phone assistant so fantastic? And it truly is. I know I probably waffled about this briefly in the intro, but this is unbelievably disruptive. If you can learn this skill, you are, for lack of better words, going to make a killing. So specifically in relation to this model though, this will increase conversion significantly because we are catering to both types of people's preferences. We've got the Capri agent following up over SMS and we've got this AI phone assistant calling people. So you're going to increase conversion significantly. Also for the upsell potential, once your client sees this AI calling agent in action, they're going to ask, can it do this? Can it do that? Spoiler alert, it can, and you have just sold this person into another service. Genius. I can't actually predict what they're going to ask for because obviously it will vary significantly niche to niche. There's a whole range of things people ask for and you will, as I said, be able to sell them into that and construct that for them because of the skills that you've learned in this lesson. And then, yes, I'm sure you can guess by that point, make a significant amount of money because of it. Long-term benefits. So this is again something that I've spoken about, but this will get you set up for the AI wave, which is going to hit soon because you've got the testimonials, you've got the skill, you've got the experience, and also a bit of a side note, this will lower churn and increase customer lifetime value. When I say lower churn, I mean if you're got a Facebook ads campaign running for someone and it's not doing as well as you've hoped, but you've got this person in with an AI inbound phone receptionist or another piece of AI infrastructure, they are obviously going to be less likely to leave you. And it also increases customer lifetime value. Okay, so now we're going to go and sign up for Synthflow and build one of these agents. So you will see a link below this video to sign up for Synthflow. Please go and use that link. If you do use that link specifically, you will get a 2-week free trial to Synthflow. Now, when you do sign up, please send me a DM on Instagram. You'll see my Instagram also linked below. In this DM, please just say the word Synthflow and then the email that you used to sign up to Synthflow below that. Once I see that DM come through, I will just confirm and then I will send you the snapshot that we're going to use for this calling agent essentially. Now, when you do that, and I'm recommending doing that for the following reason, you will have, of course, the snapshot and you'll be inside of Synthflow at zero cost. Again, it's a free trial, so you'll have all of the resources at zero cost to actually follow along with me in the next half an hour or so as I set one of these up. Definitely do not watch this whole video and then rewatch it and set it up then. That's a terrible use of time, very, very inefficient. And definitely do not only set one of these up and get, set up in Synthflow, get familiar with the platform, learn how it all works for the first time with an actual client. Go use the link below to sign up, send me that DM, I'll send you the snapshot, get that snapshot inside of your client's account and also go find the client action plan. You'll see this is what I'm looking at the moment. You'll see that in the Google Drive below. Now, very quickly, something that I did forget to mention there, but I do want to add, is that when you sign up to Synthflow on a complete free trial using the link below, same as Capri, you will get an extra 5 entries into this month's giveaway. Now, if at this point you're still confused about how this giveaway works, what it involves, there is a full explanation provided in the community. Now again, you're signing up to Synthflow on a complete free trial. You're paying nothing out of pocket, but you have the chance to win some pretty substantial prizes. I've tried to make this a no-brainer for you guys. And also, please make sure you're not using a VPN and that your cookies are turned on when you do sign up. Otherwise, I'll have no idea who you are and you obviously won't get those entries or get sent the snapshot. Let's get back to it.
Okay, so fantastic, you've done that. Pat yourself on the back. Now what we're going to do is import the AI calling snapshot into your client's sub account. Now, to be clear, if you didn't get the other snapshot, the AI SMS snapshot, this is not going to work. You need both. They sort of work in tandem. So if you don't have that snapshot, go back and watch the first lesson inside of this module, because as I said, you need both of them for this AI calling assistant to actually work. So you're going to import this one into the same sub account. So I'm going to go and do that. So now I'm looking at the John's Mowing sub account. I'm just going to hit load snapshot, and then I'm going to select the AI calling snapshot. And then because you've already got the SMS AI lead converter snapshot in your account, you're going to have to, I'm actually going to look through here. You may have to unselect a few things. So review settings, click skip, leave the pipeline there, dashboards, click skip, and then you can leave the custom fields and custom values. Click skip on the section templates. You don't need that. Click skip on the text and email templates, and then hit proceed. Okay, once you've got the snapshot in there, go and switch into the sub account like that. Cool. Actually illustrate to you how this snapshot works. I'm going to go and do some drawing. So essentially what happens here is it's pretty similar to the Capri snapshot. They submit the Facebook lead form. They then get a call from the AI receptionist, and it will use the values or the questions that they actually entered into the Facebook form. So it'll be a personalized call. It will also have their name. When that call happens, they will go one of two ways. If they picked up, then the action will be decided based on how that conversation went. If they didn't pick up, they will get another call 3 hours later. If they didn't pick up from that call, then they will get an SMS from which is an automated SMS. Then if they still don't respond to that SMS, then they will get another one. And of course, if they respond to this SMS, they'll get in touch with the Capri chatbot, which I've already showed you how to set up. So again, these work in tandem together. And then same thing with this call. If they do pick up, the action will be decided based on what actually happened in the call, whether that's them wanting to book an appointment or they're not interested. So that's basically how it works. It's pretty straightforward. On the front end, it's straightforward. On the back end, it is pretty complicated, but yeah, I'm going to show you how to do that. So let's head over to Synthflow now. I have that open here. Now, setting up an AI calling assistant is sort of like building Lego in many ways, except the instructions are in Japanese and the bricks talk back at you. But no worries. I'm going to show you how to actually do this step by step. I'm joking when I say it. It's really not that hard. These platforms, the market's caught up. These platforms are quite sophisticated and they make it very, very user-friendly. So rest assured, I'm joking when I say that. It's quite easy. All right, so the first thing we're going to do is click integrations, and then we are going to hit Twilio. So this is just buying a phone number. If you haven't used Twilio before, it's just a phone number service provider company. So go and create a Twilio account. When you do create a Twilio account, what will happen is you'll be on a dashboard like this. You'll need to go and buy a phone number. So we can't use the same phone number for the AI callers that we used with the Capri agent. They're different, bit of a pain in the ass, but it is what it is. So yes, you might have bought a phone number in high level, but for the AI caller, you have to buy one through Twilio. So click manage, go and click buy a number. Of course, before you buy a number, you'll have to do the regulatory bundles and the address bundle. I showed you how to do that. It's the same thing. Now, once you've done all of that, you can buy a number and then copy the account SID and the authentication token. So I've got the account SID. I've already integrated Twilio, but basically just paste that in here and then click connect. I'm going to tick off these as we go. Synthflow, here we go. Create a new outbound agent, create a Twilio account, buy a phone number inside of Twilio. Now, before we actually continue with these Synthflow steps, I'm going to go through the things in high level which we didn't quite get finished with. So we've done the bundles. Some of these steps, of course, are similar with the AI lead converter one. It is one big one. Imported the snapshots. We're going to go fill in the custom values. Should have done the rebilling. Workflows will be published, and then we're going to do these two. Fill in custom values first. So hit settings, and then we're going to go to custom values, and you will see that this one is empty. Are there any we actually need to do? No, there isn't. Okay. Some of these have doubled up. I'm trying to see which ones have. Capri agent ID. So the agent ID and the Capri agent ID have doubled up. So again, because we already had a snapshot in here that had some custom values and we've imported another one, they've doubled up. So you don't need to delete the other one. All I'd recommend doing is just pasting your Capri agent ID into this custom value here. And then I think that's about it really. I'm sure you can have a look through and decide if any other ones need to change. So we'll tick that off. We've already ticked it off. Change number one workflow to AI call plus SMS, and then delete workflow 1.1. So we're going to go into the automations, and then we're going to click. So you will see here that you now have another set of workflows. The new one, of course, is the phone AI lead converter. So what we're going to do is click. No, we're going to go out of this one. We're going to click SMS AI lead converter. And now you're going to change all of these to the new pipeline. So I said this before with the custom values. There was one existing pipeline with the SMS AI lead converter snapshot. We've now imported another pipeline. So we'll click opportunities. You're going to hit pipelines, and you are going to delete. Okay, I just had to refresh the page there, but you are just going to hit delete on this AI SMS Facebook one. So we're just going to be left with the AI call plus SMS one. So now we need to change the SMS AI lead converter workflows to use this pipeline. So head into automation and then SMS AI lead converter, and I'm just going to go through and change all of these. This doesn't take very long at all. So there's an opportunity step. So I'm now going to click in pipeline. Select pipeline stage. This will be, no, not this one. So this is the only one you don't need to change. You can delete this workflow. All the other ones you do need to change. So this will be in conversation with AI because they have replied. Everything else can be the same. And then actually you also need to change this workflow here. I take it back. You do need to change something else. Remove from workflow will be 2.1 form call and drip. Now the reason we deleted that other drip, the 1.1 drip workflow, is because this new snapshot has a drip workflow. We obviously don't need both. Okay, AI response. I'm clicking this one. This can be the same. Everything can be the same. We don't need to change that one. Handoff tag. Can leave that one. Stale lead reminder. We will change this one. So this will be stale lead. Click save. Missed call removed from drip. We'll keep that the same. Lead opt out. We will change. So this will be not interested because they've said, I'm not interested. And then Facebook conversions API step, same as. Okay, so we've changed number one workflows and we also deleted that 1.1 workflow. Now we're going to change remove from workflow and opportunity for appointment confirmation workflow. So let's head into So let's head into the appointment confirmation workflow, which is in here. And it said we're going to change the remove from workflow and opportunity stages. So this remove from workflow one will be, that one doesn't need to change. This one needs to change. So we're going to add 2.1 in here again, because there's a new drip campaign. So if someone books an appointment, we need to remove them from the new drip campaign instead of the old one. And we're also going to change the opportunity step. So this will be this pipeline and they will be booked, because that's what the trigger is. They have actually booked. Okay. We can tick that one off. Create a Go High Level calendar, configure name and description, user location, event name, availability, notifications, and more. I've already done this in this sub account. It's the exact same process that you did for the Capri agent. Because these AI or the AI phone receptionist that we're going to set up inside of Synthflow is going to book people directly into this calendar, you do need to set up a calendar. And then you also need to add that calendar to the filter as the filter for the 1.1 booking system confirmation workflow. And then these two steps, you will have watched that video, so you'll know exactly what I'm talking about there. Okay, so now we're going to go back into Synthflow. First thing we're going to do is have the greeting as hi is this lead name. So Synthflow is here. So click on assistants, and we're actually going to click create assistant, start from scratch, and then click outbound. Now you can call this whatever you want. I'm just going to call this my client's name, which is John's Mowing. And then we are going to change the greeting. Just wanted to make sure. So click on prompt, and then for the greeting, we're going to click edit. You are going to type in hi lead underscore name. Now this will actually be their name, because they will have submitted their name on the Facebook lead form, and then this will be sent to Synthflow via high level. So yeah, when they pick up, they'll actually say their name. We're going to click save. Now the next part is actually generating the prompt for this agent. So we're going to click the prompt generator tool, which is open here. I've already got it open, but there we go. Give it a second to load. Now basically what we're going to do here is take a screenshot of this, and then we're going to put it in ChatGPT. So we're going to get ChatGPT to actually write what we're going to put in here. A little bit confusing, bear with me and I'll show you exactly how this works. So take a screenshot, and then I'm going to put this inside of ChatGPT like that. And then you're going to write in a prompt. So I'm going to say, now for this AI assistant, for this AI calling assistant, there's a few different ways you can structure things. Number one is on the Facebook form, you just ask for their name, and then on the call, you gather other questions like, in the instance of John's Mowing, how big is your lawn? What do you need done to it? Things like that. And then based on those answers that they give on the phone call, you would pick out a service, or you'd give them a certain variation of your offer of the package that's specifically suited to what they said. The alternative is you, instead of on the Facebook form, instead of just asking for their name, you ask those questions on the form. So what would that be? How big's your lawn? Things that I just said. Those answers to those questions will then be sent to Synthflow, so that Synthflow doesn't have to ask those questions. It already knows the answers, and then it basically just positions the service as the solution to what their current pain points are. In this instance, it would be an overgrown lawn. Now, the pros and cons of that are, if you ask those questions on the form, it will take them longer to fill out, and because of that, your conversion rates might be a little bit lower. The pros of that are, however, that the AI will already have that information. It will seem more personalized, and that phone call will take less time. Of course, you can just do the inverse for not having the questions on the form and having them asked on the call instead. You'll get a high conversion rate for the form, but that phone call won't seem as personalized. I'm going to just ask for the name on the form. I found that works a little bit better. You can split test it and make up your own mind. So that's what I'm going to do. So the qualifying criteria, with that being said, on this call will be you are going to ask this lead what they need done to their lawn, to their garden. So that could be lawn mow, hedge trim, or what else do you do to lawns? Weeding. Then ask what their budget is. Then ask how frequently they need the service. So it's going to ask those 3 qualifying questions. Now, if they meet the qualifying criteria, so their budget is within $300, they need it, I don't know what this full mode would be, but let's just say every 2 weeks. And they also have the services that fit into this, then they would be offered this offer, which is the Ultimate Mo package. If they don't meet the qualifying criteria, the AI assistant will offer them a different service. If they qualify, offer them the Ultimate Mo package. Otherwise, pick a service from the knowledge base that best suits their needs. Then we're going to hit submit. Okay, so it's come back with all of the answers to this prompt generator here. So I'm going to put them in. All right, so I've just copied all of them. Then I'm going to hit Run Tool. I'm going to put the name in. John. Okay, so the prompt generator has finally generated a prompt. It took a minute, but we got it. So now I'm going to copy this thing like that. Now, I'll do the whole thing. Now I'm going to stick this back in ChatGPT because as you can see, it says first name. And then if you remember back to when we wrote the greeting, it says lead name. If you have first name in the prompt, the name of this lead will just float off into the ether and you won't actually get it. So we're going to change all of that so that the variable actually matches. So I'm just going to paste this in ChatGPT and say change first. I'm going to put some brackets. First name to lead underscore name. And we'll paste the prompt in there. Okay, now we're going to copy this . Cool. And we're going to paste it into Synthflow. So click edit prompt. I'm going to paste it in like that. And then we are going to hit save. Back to the action plan. So we've done that. We've pasted it in ChatGPT. We've got a response. Now we're going to connect our client's high-level sub-account and we're going to add a calendar. So head back into Synthflow and then under actions, click real-time booking and click add. Click new real-time booking, and then you're going to hit high level and then click connect. Okay, so I've just selected the John's Mowing sub account. Now, when you're doing that and connecting your high level account, don't select agency level, select the individual sub account because there's no calendars on the agency view level. They're only on the sub account level. So if you do the agency view level, that's a blunder. Okay, now once you've done that, go to actions, click real-time booking, click create. And then you'll see the high level option, click it and then click the calendar that you want to book all of the leads into and hit next. and then go through here and select, the time zone and all of these things. There's not a whole lot you need to change. Yeah, just the time zone. That's about it. Oh, I'm in Europe. That's probably not a good idea. Okay, then once you've done that, head back to John's Mowing, click Actions. Under Real-Time Booking, add the action that you just created. Now we're also going to add the phone number to the agent. So under Deployment, if you bought a phone number in Twilio, it will pop up here. Let's head back to the action plan. So we're going to also add a call transfer action to your client's number. Add the call transfer action to your agent. So under Actions, click Call Transfer. In fact, we've got to go under the more general actions tab, Call Transfer, and then what you will do is literally just put your client's phone number in here. What will happen is if the lead on the phone says to the AI, hey, I want to talk to a human or talk to a member of staff or something like that, it will literally just, it'll ping your client's phone. Then when your client picks up, they'll be put on straight away to the lead on the other end and the AI will cut out. If the transfer call occurs, but the owner isn't around to pick up, the AI will just come back on the phone and say, hey, I'm sorry, the member of staff wasn't available. Can I help you with anything? So with all that being said, put your client's phone number in here, click validate, and then, in fact, I'll actually do this just to show you. In fact, no, I won't. Can't be bothered. Well, it's not that I can't be bothered. I'm here recording a 15-hour course. Of course I can be bothered, but I'm just not going to leak my own phone number and put that in there. So once you've added that action, go back to Assistance, click John's Mowing, and under Actions, you'll see that there is a call transfer action here. So you just click, you'll select it because you've just created it. We can tick that one off. Clone your client's voice or use a generic agent voice. So if you click on Configure and you click Voice, you'll have the option to clone a voice. So you can either use a generic voice. There's a few in here. You see when they load. 11 Labs is a third-party platform. They're sort of the best on the market for AI voice, all things related to AI calling, AI voice, things like that. So I don't know why these are taking so long to load. Any day now. There we go. So we got a few different options. You can go Sarah, you can go George, Callum, whatever one you want really, or you can clone a voice. So if you hit cloned, you'll then have the option to clone one. So the demo one I've got, but you basically just hit clone voice and then you upload some audio files of this person speaking. So this could either be your client, a member of staff, their grandma, literally anyone. Morgan Freeman if you want. You could have Morgan Freeman speaking to your leads. That would be pretty cool. You've got free will, so do whoever you want. And then once you've actually added that, the next thing we're going to do is add the webhook into the deployment section. So this is where I call it the post-call action, but this is essentially just figuring out after the call what actually happens. So what you're going to do is go into high level and you're going to go find the workflow that says you're going to find the one that says post-call action. Now, the trigger for this will be a webhook. Now, if you don't understand webhooks, this isn't something you've done before, then this might be a little bit confusing. Essentially what this is connecting third-party platforms together. So we're putting this piece of code inside of SynthFlow. So when SynthFlow call is done, it sends all of the information about that call into this workflow here. So I'm going to put this webhook. So you saw what I did there. I copied this. I put it in here in the webhook under deployment. I'm going to click initialize and this will send a test request here. So if I click fetch sample requests, there will be a test request that I just sent through. And then this will basically contain all of the data that SynthFlow would normally send through after a call, just as a demo. So you can see here, everything, the name of the lead, demo phone number, all of the other stuff. So I'm going to hit save trigger. And then this, don't really need to worry about this step at all, but essentially what this is doing is figuring out who actually made the call. So because this is coming from Synthflow. High level doesn't yet know who this contact actually is. So it basically uses the phone number that was sent from Synthflow and it matches it with the existing phone field of an existing contact. Then what it will do is add the call transcript and the call recording into the notes section of this contact. And then it will put this transcript inside of this ChatGPT request, and it will basically figure out what the outcome of the call is. Now, this probably looks very confusing, but it will essentially output. In fact, I'll read through this so you know. Basically says your primary function is to analyze the transcript, figure out what happened in the call, and then categorize it based on a few different outcomes. Number one is contact wants to be sent the booking link. Category would be booking link. Contact wants to book an appointment over the phone with a member of staff. Contact is not interested or is hesitant. Contact intent is inconclusive. Contact did not pick up. Call transfer was attempted, but a member of staff did not pick up. Call booked. Contact booked an appointment over the phone. Now, you might have to add different actions based on, or different outcomes based on different things you might need. This is all the ones that I need in this situation for your niche, for whatever you're doing. You might need to add some. It's very, very easy. All you literally do is you would just copy, so I'd copy this. Oh, what's going on? You'd copy it like this, you'd paste it there. You just give the instruction. So this could be contact had an aneurysm while they're on the call, whatever you want. Prepare for all outcomes. And then you would just have the category as aneurysm. And then on top of that, you'd come down to the example. So you'd write, again, it's a bad example to use, but you'd write aneurysm and then you'd write under what conditions that occur. So the AI actually knows, okay, what happened here? Okay, I'm going to categorize it under this. And then finally, you would write example outcome 8, and then you just write, I'm not going to say it again, but yeah, that's what you'd write in there. So once you've added a certain outcome in here, what you'll need to do is click this call outcome branch, and then you simply just click duplicate branch of one of the existing ones. You'd call this the outcome. So I'm going to go with a more sensible example for demonstration purposes. I'm going to say the caller, I don't really know. What else could the caller do on the call? Say I'm going on holiday. So let's just say this is holiday. You'd put holiday in here, and then in here you'd write holiday. Now this bit, the response, needs to be formatted exactly as it was in the example outcome. So whatever you put in the example outcome is exactly how you need to format it when you're doing this thing. Now I didn't save that, so it's gone. But basically, if you put it in there, another branch will be created, and then you'll have the opportunity to add the conditions after that branch actually is executed. So for example, most of these ones are removed from workflow. So they will be removed from that drip workflow. So after they've got a call, I went through this before, they'll get another call. If they didn't pick up, then they still didn't pick up, they'll get another SMS. So most of your outcomes you will write in here, removed from workflow, and then you'll select this workflow, and then you can put them in the appropriate stage of the pipeline. So booking link, this one is appointment link / booked. If they booked over the phone, I'm pretty sure it's if they booked over the phone, it would be appointment link / booked. If they were not interested, they'll be put in the not interested stage. So I'm sure you get the point. Put it in the appropriate opportunity stage. So that's basically how it works. It's very, very straightforward. Now let me just look at the action plan and see what we need to do next. So change GPT action to find all outcomes of the call. Change branches, I went through that. Paste the webhook from 2.2, post AI call action into the webhook field in the deployment section. Paste the AI assistant model, add a knowledge base. So we're gonna go do the assistant model ID. In fact, we'll do that first. So you'll see here assistant ID, and you'll also see API key. You want to copy these values into, let me just do this. You'll copy these values into the custom values. I looked at these before. So this would be API key, which is this one here. Edit, paste it in. And then also assistant ID, you will paste in model ID. Like that. Now to show you that workflow, the drip workflow that I was referring to, basically what will happen here is form will be submitted, they will get hit with the new lead tag, because again, this is a prerequisite for getting a response from the Capri AI. We're going to give them a call here via Synthflow. It's got all of the things in here. It's going to wait 5 minutes if the lead answered. So the way that we know if the lead answered is, so if I go back into that workflow and look at post AI call action, you will see that if the AI concludes that the result of the call was inconclusive, meaning this person either picked up and said a few words before hanging up or hung up straight away, and this does happen a bit. It's a shame really, but a lot of people aren't ready to, I say a lot, a small percentage of people aren't ready to talk to an AI caller. They might get creeped out, or there might be a latency issue or something like that. If that is the case, and you'll see here in the prompt, category intent was inconclusive. An example of inconclusive was the contact's intent is unclear or ambiguous based on the available transcript, or the transcript ends suddenly. If it ends suddenly, that means they've hung up. So if that is the case, this tag will be added, which is the call picked up tag, but they will not, unlike these other ones, be removed from the drip workflow. So that means they will be in this workflow, but they will have that call picked up tag. So after that 5 minutes happens, after the call, this branch situation occurs, and it's going to ask, did the lead answer? If they have that call picked up tag, meaning they did answer, it was an inconclusive call, then it will wait 2 minutes, and then it will send them a text basically saying, hey, it's the owner here. We just spoke briefly, but it seems we didn't get a chance to finish. If you have any questions regarding our thingo, please just reply here. And then when they do reply, they'll of course be met with the Capri agent. Now the same thing will happen after this second call. Is it'll wait 5 minutes. It'll check if they've got the call picked up tag. If they do, they'll be sent out, and then they'll be, when I say out, they'll be sent down this branch, and then they'll get the same SMS 1 and 2 that was in this branch. So as I said a few minutes ago, some people will hang up, or they just won't say a whole lot, and we've got to account for when that does happen by sending some follow-up SMSs just to ensure no leads fall down the cracks. Then if they didn't respond, if they didn't pick up that second call, they will then get sent that drip SMS and email. If they respond to any of these, Capri will get in touch. Then if they don't respond to any of these, they'll be in the no response stage. Okay, now we're going to add a knowledge base for our agent. Now this is very similar to what we did with the Capri knowledge base. Essentially, just go into knowledge base, add a knowledge base, call this whatever you want. So I'm going to say John's mowing knowledge base, contact, pick a, because if you remember before, when I was talking about how I set the prompt, it's gonna try and qualify this person based on their answers and see if they're suitable for the AI, for the ultimate Mo package. If they're not, then it will pick a service that is more suitable. So I'm gonna upload a service list here. In the knowledge base, you might want to put a price list, things like that, how the service actually works. In fact, how the service actually works, I'd recommend just putting that in the main prompt. All lengthy things like a price list or service list, I'd recommend adding in a knowledge base. So I'm going to say pick a service based on this caller's, on the contact's needs. And then I'm going to add a document, which will be a blank document. And then I'm going to go get just a dummy set of prices for John's mowing, which I have somewhere. Okay, so I've just got a dummy list of prices. So you can see here, it's a bunch of different things. And then the AI will pick one that suits this lead's needs. So I'm going to write in here, service list. And then you go back into the agent and you just add the knowledge base. So under configure, click general, and then add the knowledge base. Now also under configure, you can change the voice engine. I would recommend leaving this at 1. I've tried both. 1 seems to work better. This is slightly more realistic, but I've got latency issues and just understanding issues. So yeah, I'd leave it at 1. And then also under voice, you can change a few things. Optimize for latency. I like to do this because that's obviously important. I turn that up to 3. You can also change if you've cloned a voice of your client and it sounds a little bit funky. You can then change, well, I don't even know what to really call this. It's just telling if it's slow or fast or at good volume or quiet. And then the he said, she said thing as well. And then also, if you're in English, which if you're watching this video, I'd be surprised if you weren't, click the best for English one. And then also this pause before speaking one, because this is an outbound call and people usually pick up the phone and first state their name. So you call someone, let's say you call your grandma, she'll say, "Hi, this is grandma speaking." That might take 1 or 2 seconds. So you want to turn this up to usually about 2 seconds. Otherwise it will say the greeting as soon as the call starts. And the greeting, if you remember in the prompt, is "Hi, lead name." If grandma, your nan, picks up and immediately she introduces herself and the AI speaks over the top of it, that just gets weird. So you want to wait 2 seconds. All right. So that is everything. Are we going to go and test it now? Yes. Okay, so it is the next day. I didn't quite have time to actually test and conclude that video. The universe presented me with some unskippable side quests, I'll say that much. But it's the next day, so I'm going to finish the few things that I wanted to do. Now, before I do actually go and test it, a few things that I do need to point out. Number 1 is in relation to raw phone number. So long story short, essentially, you need to not use the phone field. You need to use a new custom field, which is already in the snapshot. It's called raw phone number. And this new field basically formats the number correctly so that the call actually can be made from Synthflow. So if you go into the 2.1 form call and drip workflow, now I need the action plan up. So let me just go and get that. Okay, so I'm in the action plan. And you will see all the way down the bottom that there is a part that says raw phone number to be added to phone number field using an update contact field step in 2.1 form call and drip. That's a bit of a mouthful, but essentially what this is referring to is this isn't included in the snapshot. So you will have to do this every single time for a new client, or you can just create your own snapshot and add this step. But essentially what you do is click add here, and then you see it says using the update contact field step. So we're going to hit update contact field. You're going to click add field and then go find phone number. And then you are going to add the custom field, which is raw phone number. So what I will do in a second is when you integrate the Facebook form with high level and you map the fields, you are going to map phone number to raw phone number, because in this same workflow, in fact, it's this exact same one here. So let me just click save on that. You will see that the call to Synthflow is made from raw phone number, not the phone number. So basically what we're doing is the number that this person puts on the Facebook form is going to be mapped to the raw phone number field, because that's the only way that it will actually be formatted correctly. And then we're going to send that raw phone number here into the normal phone field as well. If that doesn't make any sense to you, don't worry, it doesn't need to, you just need to do it. So as I said, that is something you're going to have to tick off on the action plan and actually do just like I did there every single time for a new client, or you can just create your own snapshot with this. So that is that out of the way. Okay, the next thing that I wanted to do was actually add an extract variable step in the post call action. This isn't actually important for the demo call that I'm about to make, but the point I'm trying to sort of show you here is you can just go and create your own scenarios and things in this post call action. I showed you how to do that with a different branch in like a few minutes ago, 10-ish minutes ago in this same video. Again, you just create a branch based on a certain outcome of the call. You'd add the outcome in here in the 3 different spots. So there, an example, and then in the example outcome all the way down the bottom, you'd create a branch, etc., etc. You should already know how to do this, but for some reason you might want to extract a variable. So what that means is, let's say this person on the call says that their budget is $500. And yes, your client could see that budget by accessing the transcript. But if you want to send that budget to your client or a member of staff in like an SMS, for example, or an email, you can't just send them the whole transcript. That doesn't really make sense. So if you want to just send that specific value, for example, their budget, what you can do, and as I said, I'm going to show you how to do this now, is extract it from the call and then add it as a custom field. So this snapshot already has a budget custom field added, but if you want to extract this and add it to the custom field, what you'll do is I'm just going to copy this step. I'm going to call this budget extraction GPT. Now I'm going to use this same prompt pretty much, but I'm going to delete most of it. I'm going to delete, so I'm going to keep this identify key phrases. I'm going to delete all the rest. So I'm basically just going to say examine dialogue and extract what the budget of the caller was. So identify key phrases, topics, and contextual clues that reveal the purpose of the call. Identify the budget of the caller. And then I'll just write example output if the budget was $500, 500. And I'll actually do that again. Example outcome if the budget was $200, 200. 2 examples. And then it has the transcript there to actually extract the budget. And then what we'll do, we'll hit save on that one. We will add an update contact field. So now we're going to go find that budget custom field. And again, this is included in the snapshot. And then I'm going to add the response from that GPT request. So GPT, and then it was budget extraction, response. So the output of that GPT request will now be added to the budget field. So again, if it was $200, they'll now have a $200 field in that budget section. Okay, so now I'm going to go and test this. So you'll see in here, in order to actually, the last steps in actually getting this up and running is, of course, getting that Facebook form that is submitted to trigger the call. So before I actually get that call, I'm going to have to do that. So I'm going to head into the Meta Business Suite. I've got a form here that I'm going to integrate and then set as the trigger to the workflow. So I'm going to head into high level and I'm going to map the fields for this form. So I'm going to hit settings. I'm going to go down to integrations, click Facebook form fields mapping. And then this is the test calling form that I want to use to test this. Okay, so I'm going to hit map fields and then you can see all of the questions that I asked on this form. Now, I went through this in detail in not only the Capri lesson, so lesson number 1 of this module, but also early in this lesson. If you want to ask other questions on this form, for example, what are your issues? How long have you been struggling with these things? You will have to have that custom field created, and then the question that you asked in that case will then pop up here and you can map it. In fact, I will show you how to do this now. So let me just create another form, duplicate that form, click next. Now in the questions, I will then add one that says, do a short answer. What is your pain point? And then I hit create form. Let me just make sure this is open. It has to be open for you to actually test it. If it's restricted, then the test data that you send won't come through. I'm gonna hit create form. So this one is copy. So if I now refresh this, so you see the copy form is now here. Now in this instance, what you would do is for this, what is your pain point question, you would map this to current issues. And then in here, the 2.1 form call and drip, in the make a phone call step, you would then add that value to be sent to high level for whatever reason. If you want the AI caller to know this person's pain points, that's how you would do it. So again, you would map that response on the Facebook form here to current issues, and then you would add the issues here like that, and then you'd add the contact custom field, current issues, which is there. So that response that they put on the Facebook form will be sent to Synthflow. And then again, you'd have to use this issues thing in the Synthflow prompt. I already went over how to do this. I know I'm repeating myself here, but I wanted to make this very, very clear because it can get a little confusing. that is how you do it. Okay, so I'm going to finish mapping this field current issues. Now I'm not using this in the prompt, so this is sort of just going to float off into the ether. And now I'm going to map this to raw phone number. Again, if you map this to phone number, the call won't be able to be made because it will be formatted wrong. So you have to map this field to raw phone number. And again, that is in the action plan there. Now I'm going to hit save. And then the last thing you need to do is add that same form as the trigger to the 2.1 workflow. So this is the 2.1 workflow. I'm going to refresh this. So the page is my page, and then the form is filter will be AI calling copy. Haven't named that one too well, but there we go. Now I've hit save. So now when this form is submitted, which I'm about to do, it will trigger this workflow, and all of the questions that the lead responds to on this form will be sent to their respective custom fields inside of HighLevel so that it actually knows what this person has said. So now I can go and test it. So you click on the form, you click test form. Now you can only test this form once. I'll show you after I submit this, but basically, yeah, you can submit it once and then it won't let you submit the test form again. So what is your pain point? Again, this is not being used, but I'm just going to write in here, back pain. So I've got back pain and I'm interested in mowing services. That makes a whole lot of sense. And then I'm going to enter in my phone number and my email. Okay, now I'm going to submit this, and then I'm going to expect a call on my mobile device shortly, if we've done everything properly. Now, when I was saying you can't test it once, you see I've just submitted that. Now, if I click test again, it will just go to the submit page, so you can't actually do it again. Okay, fingers crossed I'm about to get a call from, what did I name the agent? Peter. Okay, so the call's come through. Let's give this a spin.
Hi, Ben.
Hi, who's this?
Hi, Ben. This is Peter calling on behalf of John's Mowing. You recently showed interest in our gardening and lawn care services. Do you have a moment to discuss how we can help with your garden maintenance needs?
Yes, I do, but please make it quick.
To ensure we provide the best service tailored to your needs, may I ask a few quick questions about your garden?
Sure.
What specific services are you looking for? Lawn mowing, hedge trimming, or weeding?
I'm looking for a haircut.
Oh, it sounds like there might be a mix-up. I'm here to help with garden maintenance services like lawn mowing and
Trying
hedge
to throw a
trimming.
curveball
If
in
you're
there.
interested in those, let me know.
I was just joking, Peter. I want a lawnmower. I also want a hedge trim, please.
Great choice. Do you have a budget in mind for your garden maintenance?
$500. Note how I said $500 because I'm going to check that that's actually mapped.
Good. How frequently do you require our services?
Every 2 weeks, please.
Awesome. Our fortnightly garden maintenance package would be a great fit for you. It includes lawn mowing, hedge trimming, weeding, and light garden cleanup for $240 per month. Would you like to schedule a call with one of our specialists to discuss further?
Yeah, nice. In fact, I only need it.
You're about to...
I only need it
Got it.
once per month.
No worries. Our monthly garden refresh package might be just what you need. It includes lawn mowing, hedge trimming, weeding, and light garden cleanup for $150 per visit. Would you like to schedule a call with our specialist to
Yes,
discuss
please.
this option?
Yes.
Great. Let's get you scheduled. How does tomorrow at either 8 a.m., 11 a.m., or 2 p.m. work for you?
Let's do 8 a.m.
Perfect. I'll book your appointment for tomorrow at 8 a.m. You'll receive a calendar invite shortly. Is there anything else you'd like to know before we end our call?
What are some good restaurant recommendations in Melbourne?
Melbourne has some fantastic spots. If you're into Italian, try Lygon Street for some authentic pasta. For a unique dining experience, Chin Chin offers amazing Asian fusion.
Okay, so I asked it about restaurants there to just check how well it could handle interactions that it probably wasn't expecting. And again, it uses OpenAI's large language model. So people ask for things that are completely random, like restaurant suggestions, it'll be able to handle that interaction. I also changed how frequently I needed it from 2 weeks to a month, because I just wanted to check that it was actually using the knowledge base, and then if someone changed their preferences, it would then go pick another service from the knowledge base that better suited them, which in that case you saw it handled that pretty well. So now I'm going to go check that it's actually booked the appointment. So if I head back into high level and I click calendars, there is no appointment booked. Okay. So we're going to do some troubleshooting. And look, this is not ideal that this has happened, but I'm actually kind of glad that it has, because you're going to have to troubleshoot. This is the harsh reality of things. You're not going to have set them up correctly every single time, and you need the skill and the persistence to go, okay, what's happened? How do I solve this problem? So that's the first issue. The appointment wasn't actually booked. Now, if I click contacts and then I click myself, I need to now check that my budget has been mapped. So if I go to additional info, so budget was mapped successfully, which means if I can go back into that workflow and have a look, okay, that's tweaking. So if I refresh this one, so if I click execution logs, you will see that I submitted the Facebook form. So added to workflow, submitted the form. I got the new lead tag. I had my phone number field updated with the raw phone number. That call was then made, and I've been removed by external workflow action. So now if I go back into post call action, we'll have a look at what happened. So execution logs, I was added to the workflow. This budget extraction step that I added before occurred, so the output was 500. I then got put in the book stage because, well, I booked in, so you can see here the branches. Oh, I still want to be in here. You can see here the branches. I was put down this book stage. I was then removed from that drip workflow, and then I was put in the appointment link/booked stage of the pipeline. Now we need to figure out why the appointment wasn't booked. So I'm gonna have to go into Synthflow to check this. Okay, so I'm inside of Synthflow, and turns out it didn't book the appointment at all. The ways of checking if it was a high level issue or Synthflow issue is log into the two platforms, and then you can, as I did before, check the execution logs of the high level workflows. If they were added to that appointment book stage, then the appointment obviously was booked by Synthflow, but something went wrong on that end. But here, you saw from that one call, no appointments were scheduled. So it's an issue with Synthflow. This is, as I said, something that unfortunately happens. I really don't know why this did, because I have the action here. So look, it's a little temperamental. I'm just going to try the exact same thing again, and hopefully it was just a one-off issue. Now on this note, if I look inside of my contact, I wanted to show you the transcript and recording URL. So if you click notes here, this is again the contact that I just used to make that call. You will then see the transcript from that call, and you will also see the recording URL added at the bottom. So I'm going to go and make that call again, and we'll see what happens. All right, got the call. Hello.
Hi Ben, this is Peter from John's Mowing.
I'm just going to fast forward to the part where I booked the appointment, because you don't need to hear her yapping.
Maintenance. Booking your appointment for Friday, December 20th at 2 p.m. Please wait a moment while I book your meeting.
Welcome to the first lesson here inside of the fourth module. It's fantastic to have you here. In this lesson, I'm going to be going over all of the different marketing channels that we use to get clients, and then more importantly, at what stages of your agency's growth do we use them? Because as you can imagine, the marketing channels and client acquisition strategies that we use to get your first and second client are going to be very different to the ones we use to get your 51st and 52nd client. And tell anyone you know who you think might be interested in either starting this business model or learning some of the many skills that we teach you inside this course. As you know, everything in here is absolutely free, and I want to provide as much value to as many people as possible at zero additional cost. So please be a G and spread the word. Also, down below this video, you will see links to various social media platforms. I'll be posting updates there regarding this course and the community, so feel free to check them out. Also, watch in 2x speed to save yourself a significant amount of time. Let's get into it. So the first step is going to be offering your services for free in the early stages. Now, follow along with the document for some more detailed, steps in each week. But essentially, why we're offering our services for free in the beginning phases is for the following reasons. Number one is zero risk. If you mess up and a business owner has just paid you $3,000 to do their marketing services, they're going to be pissed, right? But if you mess up and they haven't given you any money because you've been transparent with them and you said, hey, I'm a beginner, I'm trying to start a business, I want to put these systems in place, and you mess up, you've been transparent with them, and they're not going to be angry. They won't be angry, right? Because there's no money on the line, and this will obviously allow you to get comfortable, get some experience in a zero risk situation. Learn before you earn. So you must have a learning phase before an earning phase. You're just going to have to humble yourself at this point. You are completely new to this space, or you likely are completely new to this space. Maybe some of you watching this aren't, but you have to get in the mindset of providing value, getting results, making other people money, making other people's lives easier before you ask for anything in return. You need to learn, you need to provide value before you ask for anything in return. You cannot expect to make a single dollar before you have actually provided genuine value to someone. Also, market understanding. There's only so much that you can learn from cold calling business owners and asking them questions about these pain points, or asking ChatGPT, or doing market research. The best way of actually getting a thorough understanding of your market's pain points is by actually just jumping in the deep end, right? There's only so much you can learn from the sidelines. If you actually just go head first, start selling, well, not necessarily selling, but actually put your system in place. And I say not selling because you're not actually asking for money in return at this stage, but just putting these things in place and actually testing them in a real situation, you'll learn at 10x the speed you would by watching from the sidelines. Imposter syndrome. So this will help you build conviction in your skill set, which will be visible to your clients. Now, I can imagine, and I had this when I was starting out, I've just spent a few weeks learning a few skills, developing a skill set in relation to all of these things, and then you're going ahead and asking for a few $1,000s per month in return for those skills and those services, but you haven't actually put them in place and actually got results for anyone yet. So you can feel like an imposter, right? But if you actually do this for free, put it in place, get exceptional results, you will then have conviction in your skill set, and that will show to the people you are trying to pitch. If you're full of shit and you're pitching people before you've actually put this in place and actually provided value and got results for someone, the people you are pitching will be able to smell that. They have an intuition and they will be able to see through you. But if you first build conviction and you know you can do this, they will see you for exactly who you are, which is someone who can actually deliver results. This is very important. Also, making tweaks. So once you've actually deployed your system, you will be obviously making tweaks to the system, changing different workflows, doing all of that. And this is not something that obviously you will just make in the first few weeks offering this for free. You will always be making tweaks and always changing things and always improving things, but this will happen significantly in the first few weeks after you actually put this in place in a real situation. Your first paying client. So often, and this was the case for me, the business owner that you first offer your services for free to will become your first paying client, right? And there's a few reasons for that, but one of the biggest reasons is you've come to this person being completely transparent, being completely honest with them, saying, this is my situation, I'm a beginner, I'm a learner, can I do this for free for you? And that builds a lot of rapport. You've been very, very open and very, very honest with them, and that builds a relationship quite quickly. And this is the case for me. I'm actually still working with, more than a year later, with the first person I got on a free trial, and they're still paying me. They're a paying client. even if you don't provide the most exceptional results on the free trial, once you've just put this system in place for the first time, even if that's the case, they will still likely become your first paying client. And also, this is a bit of a hack. Not many people talk about this, but if you can get a client on a free trial who has an established ad account, that is starting from square one instead of starting from square zero. Say, for example, you are working with 3 people on a free trial. 2 of them are really small businesses who've never run ads before. Maybe they've done it themselves. And then that 3rd business you've got on a free trial has worked with 3 other marketing agencies in the past. They've got $50,000 in ad spend in their ad account. And there's, 10 or 15 different campaigns in there. And you can see this image gets this click-through rate. This offer gets these sorts of leads. You'll actually be able to see tangibly what kind of approaches get different types of results, and that will be the foundations for your campaigns in the future. Super, super helpful. And especially if you're feeling overwhelmed by actually running the ads and that side of things, you're going, I don't know what approach to do, how do I write the headlines, blah, blah, blah. If you can actually have an established ad account, obviously in the same niche with similar offers, all that sorts of stuff, and you can have that to work off for all of your other clients, that is super, super beneficial. And this is what I had when I was starting out. I had a client that had, I think it was close to $20,000 in ad spend, had worked with 2 other marketing agencies in the past, and that was an absolute game changer for me when starting. And then also testimonial. This is an obvious one. These clients that you get on the free trial will give you your first testimonial. Now, that's a very easy thing to ask for. Obviously, instead of asking for money, you can just say, hey, I'm happy to give this to you for free. In return, all I ask for is your honest opinion on my services, my business, what results I was able to get to you after a week or after a week and a half. And then you can obviously leverage these testimonials at a later stage to get more clients. Warm outreach. So the best place to start with this, offering your services for free, is by reaching out to people you know. Friends, family, neighbors, the dog down the street, literally anyone you can think of. Now, warm, again, you should know this term, but that's just people who you already know, people who are familiar with you. No cost. So unlike a lot of cold strategies where you have to scrape lead lists or do, other strategies, you just go through your phone. Get your contact list up on your phone, go through all the people you know, and perhaps some of them have a business in this niche. Maybe they have some experience in it. It's a really, really good place to start. Post on your social media. Make it known to your network. Don't be scared to do this. Post on your social media saying, hey, I'm starting this business. And then obviously I have a CTA here. Send me a DM, let's chat. Get in touch with me, give me a call, etc. Write a list and reach out. So you could, as I just said, go through your phone, go through all your contacts, or you could just have a pen and paper and write out all the people you know who have a business in this area or have some experience in this area. In-person approach. So another good way of getting people on a free trial is by doing an in-person approach, walking down the street and finding some of these businesses. This, you will stand out if you do this, I promise. No businesses down the street have had a young kid. I say young, I doubt there's many 53-year-olds watching this. Perhaps there is, I could be wrong. But if you are a young kid, 17, 18, late teens, maybe early, late 20s, regardless of age, right? But obviously people are going to be more impressed if you're younger. And you walk down the street, you say to them, hi, I'm a complete beginner. I'm wanting to start a business in this area. I've built this system. I think it's an absolute game changer. Would you be kind enough to just let me show you and get your thoughts on it, right? You don't even have to go in with the approach of, hey, can you use this, right? First, just go and show them. And I promise they will be blown away by the AI stuff, right? Just going in with the attitude of showing them and then ask them, hey, can you think of anyone who could benefit from this? And they're probably going, yeah, damn, I absolutely could. And then, and this is actually a good point on legitimacy, right? Because as you can imagine, if you're, I'm trying to think of a good example here. Let's say a plumber, right? If a plumber calls you up and says, hey, I'm an apprentice, can I come and do your plumbing for free? You're going to go, this person's coming into my house, I've never met this person before, like, no, right? It seems a little bit scammy, and that's the reality of it. If you're calling someone, cold calling them, and saying, hey, I'd like to do your marketing for free. It's not to say you can't get clients that way on a free trial. It still works. I did it, but a better way, and what seems more legit, is actually going down the street, and obviously with that in-person interaction, it seems a lot more legit. Face-to-face builds a lot of trust. Speed. So online outreach takes multiple follow-ups, people get busy, It's back and forth. If you can just walk down the street and have this conversation with someone, you can get it done and over with in like 5 minutes, right? Even maybe call up the local business down the street before you go in, just to make sure you're not wasting your time. Say, hey, tell them X, Y, Z. Are you available for 5 minutes this afternoon just so I can come and show you something? And tell them you live, 5 minutes away. And then you'll be able to get this system up and running in just a few hours. So obviously, if you're down the street with this business, you have a chat to the business owner, do the onboarding there. You know how to do the onboarding. I've showed you in previous videos. Do the onboarding then and there and get this person's campaign up ASAP, right? Speed is key. You want to have people on the free trial, people into paying clients. You want all of this to be as fast as possible. And then word of mouth. Now, I'll be going through a module on referrals and word of mouth at a later stage, but if you do this in-person approach for a few businesses down the street, they're probably going to refer you to other businesses they know in the same niche, right? Obviously, business owners are more likely to know people who operate in their area, even if they are competitors. They're going to say, hey, this person came up to me with a system for our industry. I really liked it. Maybe you could give it a try as well. Cold calling. So that is for getting people on a free trial. So those 3 steps, offering free services here. So warm outreach, in-person approach, and then you can do some cold calling as well if these 2 strategies don't work. So if you reach out to everyone you don't get anyone on a free trial, you do the in-person approach, you still don't get anyone on a free trial, next best place is to do some cold calling. So go to Google My Business, search up mowing businesses in my area, call them, offer your services for free. There's a cold calling script in one of the next lessons. But basically, I would recommend getting 2, maybe 3 people on a free trial, right? That's a good place to start. Anything less than that, you run the risk of just not having sufficient results and not having sufficient testimonials, because if you've got 3, you've got a safety net, one of them it doesn't work with, or they've got something going on, another one pulls out for whatever reason, you've got some different options, right? So 3 is a good place to start. So if you can get 1 doing warm outreach, maybe you can't get any in the in-person approach, get 2 doing cold calling, and vice versa. Make sure you have at least 3, okay? So these are the steps here. Warm outreach, offering free trials. This is what you've done in the first week of outreach. And I've gone through all of these steps. So week number 2, free trial fulfillment and system optimization. So for this second week, you are probably going to be actually doing the client action plan setup for the clients you've got on a free trial. Maybe you've got their campaigns live, and you are also improving the system. So once you've got some people on a free trial, obviously you're getting some results. Some things are working, some things aren't working. You're tweaking, you're refining, you're optimizing. System improvements. And then you're also following up with any people that you spoke to but weren't able to get onto a free trial or actually do the onboarding with them. Maybe they said yes and then they had something on. It's very important, and this is not only for getting people on a free trial, this is for all things related to this business model and client interactions, is follow up like a madman. Literally follow up like a madman. Don't think that you're going to be annoying to these people, because more likely they'll actually just be impressed by your dedication, especially when it comes to offering it for free. Obviously, if you're pitching someone and asking for money in return, it's going to be a bit more annoying if you're constantly following up with them. But if you're doing this for free, constantly following up, constantly checking in, that is the best way. Because you can't have the mindset that you talk to someone once and they're either going to be a yes or a no, right? There's a lot of pending, and it'll obviously vary niche to niche. But there's going to be a pending phase, there's going to be lots of follow-ups involved, so you have to be very, very consistent with that. And what I recommend doing for all follow-ups is just have a list. Have a list of what people you're waiting for a response for, what people you need to follow up with, and on what day. Keep a list, and that will ensure that you don't miss any. Okay, now week 1, week 2, you've got people on a free trial, you've set up their campaign, perhaps you've already got some results, and maybe, depending on how good the results have been, maybe you've got some of them as paying clients already, and maybe some testimonials as well. Now, by week 3, this is when you start to obviously convert people from free trials into paying clients, but also start actually offering your services for real now. You've got some experience, you've got some results, you know how it works to some degree, and now it's time to actually start doing the cold calling. So I call this cold calling blitz. Dedicate 5 days, so Monday to Friday, cold calling potential clients, doing this all day, every day. It's going to be a tedious week, but trust me, if you can actually do this for literally just 5 days in a week, it's just temporary. You will the growth that you will see in that 5 days will be exponential, promise. So aim for 100 cold calls a day at least, right? You can do 100 cold calls in 2 or 3 hours maybe. So if you've got a whole day free, do 500, but a minimum would be 100 cold calls per day for 5 days. And then you want to obviously continue your efforts with people on free trials. If you've still got some people on free trials, obviously continue to deliver results for them and continue to convert some of them onto that paid plan, or hopefully all of them onto a paid plan, and get testimonials by this point. Now, in relation to aiming for 100 cold calls per day, I think I have a slide up here breaking down some of the numbers, but let's say you do 100 cold calls at a minimum per day. Out of those 100 cold calls, you will probably be able to get 5 discovery calls at least. So that's a 5% conversion rate. Now, if you're getting 5 discovery calls a day for 5 days of that week, that's 25 discovery calls booked. You can very easily close 5 of those 25 discovery calls. That's actually quite low. More realistically, you could probably get a 15 clients. That'd be pretty good. 50% close rate, that'd be pretty good. And bang, you've got 5, maybe 10, maybe even 15 clients by week 2, just from doing that cold calling, right? And more realistically, you're going to be doing this cold calling for those 5 days, but you're probably going to have these sales calls at the end of the week. You're probably going to have the other half of the sales calls in the following week. You're going to be doing the onboarding, follow-ups, setting up these campaigns in week 4. So that's mainly what week 4 you're going to be doing in week 4. This is what week 4 is for. Following up with the cold call leads, reconnecting with them, actually having the sales calls, onboarding, system improvements, and then again, closing those free trial clients. You should have already done this by now, and you should have got testimonials from them. So by week 5, you should have got testimonials from your free trial clients. You should have had the sales calls with all of the people you cold called. You should have closed some of them. And depending on what your offer is, if it's a free trial offer until first booking appointment, maybe some of these are on a free trial by this point. If it's an ROI guarantee, they're already going to be paying you by this point. But you should have some decent cash flow. You should have at least 5 to 10 clients by this stage. So cash flow is very important because this is in the next week, we're going to actually have the ads set up and running. You're obviously going to have the testimonials. So what we're going to do with this is, so the 3 prerequisites to actually first running your ads on Meta is going to be number 1, testimonials, number 2, a bit of cash flow, number 3, you're going to have your VSL set up. So in this week, you are going to film your VSL using the testimonials, using your campaign results, and then you also want to tweak your funnel a little bit just to make sure if you haven't already done that. And then you should develop and finalize your ad campaigns. And I'll be showing you how to do that in one of the next lessons. I'll be breaking down, if I didn't already make this clear, I'll be breaking down cold calling. I'll be breaking down all of these acquisition strategies in the next lessons inside of this module. But I'm just giving you an overview of how to approach these different strategies and in what volume at different points. So this is the week setting up your campaign. Week number 6, get your campaign live. If you can do this by the end of week 5, great. If not, do it at least by week 6. And again, you're going to just invest a portion of your current revenue from your paying clients into these ads. I recommend $50 a day. It's a really good point to start at. So what's that? $50 a day for a month, $1,500 a month. That's pretty decent. And you should have a double, triple that in cash flow already. So obviously, I've said a few times now, film your VSL, use your VSL, testimonials, all of that to actually have these ad campaigns converting nicely. And then at this point, you have people coming in from these ads, you'll have the sales calls with them, and you'll get them into paying clients. And then you just want to reinvest that money into your ads again. You want to have those testimonials from the people you've got from these ads, again on the ads, all the results from them. You just want to reinvest the money, have the testimonials, tweak your VSL, tweak your funnel, and it's just a continuous cycle, right? And then at this point, if you've got your ads, with decent ad spend behind them, getting clients in the door, you're getting results, then you can look at putting other client acquisition strategies in place, like outsourcing cold calling. At this point, do not do the cold calling yourself. It's a very, very inefficient way of doing things. Set the campaign up yourself, but if you're going to do other acquisition strategies, I recommend outsourcing cold calling. You could even look at doing cold email. There's a lot of ways of automating that and using AI personalizations, potentially, but I'd recommend cold calling over cold email.
And then, yeah, that's basically it. You just want to reinvest. And as I said, it's a continuous cycle, right? Don't at any point go, oh, I'm spending too much on ads. And like, if you just stick at it, don't turn your ads off, keep it going, you will just scale exponentially. And by week 7, week 8, you will have done yourself so proud. And I genuinely mean that. You will have actually built a solid business, probably doing 10K a month at the very least. That's the plan. I hope you're as excited as I am, because if you stick to this and you're consistent and you're effective, all it takes is 6 weeks. And then clients on autopilot. So I basically just covered that. Facebook group posts is another thing that you can add on here. I'll be covering Facebook group posts like cold calling, like B2B ads in another lesson, and then a referral program as well. This isn't a big one because of we're going to be likely, well, the businesses that would refer other businesses to us are likely going to be their competitors. So it doesn't really work in many regards. I'll be covering a referral program in a lot of detail on how you can make that work. So that is the end of this lesson. Social media is linked below. Tell as many people as possible about this content. I'll see you guys in the next lesson. Welcome to the second lesson here inside of the 4th module. It is tremendous to have you here. I'm trying to switch up the synonyms at this point. It's gotten repetitive. In this lesson, we're going to be going over something that I've got a special place in my heart for, which is cold calling. Now, cold calling is obviously fantastic at getting you clients, but it also builds resilience. This is really quite tough. You get rejected constantly, but it also is fantastic for building your sales and your communication skills. And tell anyone you know who you think might be interested in either starting this business model or learning some of the many skills that we teach you inside this course. As you know, everything in here is absolutely free, and I want to provide as much value to as many people as possible at zero additional cost. So please be a G and spread the word. Also, down below this video, you will see links to various social media platforms. I'll be posting updates there regarding this course and the community, so feel free to check them out. Also, watch in 2x speed to save yourself a significant amount of time. Let's get into it. For those of you who don't fully understand what cold calling is, it is essentially scraping a list of leads, so business name, phone number, owner name, things like that, who have never heard of your business before. They are complete strangers. You call them up and you give them a short pitch. So 15, 20-second pitch about what problems you solve, very briefly describing how you solve them. You're not going to go into the nitty-gritty of how the system actually works because that takes too long. You want to provide the most value in the shortest amount of time, which is how we solve the problem. As I said, very quickly, how we do it, but more importantly, what offer you have to reverse the risk or ROI guarantee or free trial, whatever the case may be. Okay, so, and with that being said, the goal of the cold call is to get this person on the discovery call. As I said, you're not trying to actually fully pitch them. You're giving a very short pitch. The main pitch comes later when you get them on the discovery call. The main objective is get them on the discovery call at whatever cost, at whatever means necessary. That is the aim of that cold calling. So get some conversational experience. Prior to sales call, get familiar with talking to decision makers. So obviously when you're on that sales call, you're going to be on a 20, maybe 30-minute call with someone you've never met before, who is a business owner. Being on cold calls and, pitching people will give you this experience and get you warmed up to that sales call. And it's fantastic for just callousing your mind and building resilience, as you can see there. It is tough. It's, especially when you're starting out, it's not easy. It is very, very simple, but it's not easy. It is, you're going to get rejected over and over and over and over again. It is easy to take that personally, as I said, especially when you're starting out and you're not used to this. You'll get rejected frequently, but if you can just put a helmet on and remember that the people you're pitching to have never met you. They are rejecting your proposal. They are rejecting your pitch. They are not rejecting you. Don't take it personally. Just put a helmet on and get through it like a G. So, next point, it's free. Cold calling is very effective at utilizing the resources you have when you're starting out, because you likely have not a whole lot of money to invest, but you do have a lot of time. If that is the case, cold calling is perfect because, well, you've probably guessed at this point, it is pretty much free. You can do it for free just by manually getting the leads, or you can put a little bit of money in to have lead lists scraped for you, but it's very, very, very low cost. It does take a bit of time compared to other methods.
like ads or cold email, things like that, which take a bit of money but take less time. Again, you're making the most and utilizing your current situation with not much money but a lot of time, which is why cold calling is perfect when you're starting out. Use a script. So it is okay to use a script when you're starting out. Don't feel like you're a fraud if you're, reading off a piece of paper as you're pitching someone over the phone. But be flexible. If someone says something on the call that you haven't quite accounted for, you are going to have to be a master of improv. Well, not quite a master, just good enough to not seem like you're unprepared. You want to still seem like you know what you're talking about. But yeah, point being, veer off the script. It's okay to do that. Cold call tracking. So let's have a look at this tracking sheet and see what this is all about. I'm going to put this one in here. So you can see the cold call tracking sheet here. So first off, we've got date. What day did you do the calls? Total time dialing. So let's say you started at 12, you finished at 3. That's going to be 3 hours. And what was the total number of calls you did in that day? If you're just doing this on your phone, you can just look at your call log and manually count that up. Calls per hour. So obviously you just divide the total number of calls you did by the amount of hours you were calling. And this is important because this will allow you to become more efficient at actually calling. So let's say when you're starting out, you're doing maybe 60 to 100 calls per hour. That's pretty reasonable. And then you start to notice that I did this on this day and I did this on this day. And there's a big discrepancy between how many calls per hour you were able to make. You're obviously going to look at the things you were doing, how you were able to make improvements in the calls per hour. Because in the long term, right? In the short term, let's say you do an extra, 3 or 4 calls per hour. It doesn't seem like much, but if this is going to be a client acquisition channel for you in the long term, having an extra 2 or 3 calls per hour, they are going to significantly add up and in the long term make a difference on the amount of cash you're actually making. So it's important to track that and actually make improvements and do what you can to ensure that your calls per hour is as high as possible. Gatekeeper rate. So let's say you make 100 calls. How many of those 100 calls were actually met with a gatekeeper? How many of them were actually met with the owner? Now, this is a good one to track because if you scrape leads off, let's say LinkedIn, and then you scrape another set of leads off Google My Business, and you look and say, hey, the Google My Business leads had a 50% gatekeeper rate and the LinkedIn leads only had a 20% gatekeeper rate, you're going to go, oh, these LinkedIn leads are actually much higher quality. The contact details of these LinkedIn leads are actually the owner, whereas the Google My Business ones are the business phone number and they're often met with a gatekeeper. This is going to be niche dependent. Some niches might not have gatekeepers, hence you can just delete this one, but a lot of niches will have gatekeepers. That is a bit annoying, but it is what it is. Appointments booked, pretty self-explanatory. How many discovery calls were you able to book that day? And then the percentage of, the total number of calls that were actually able to be converted into discovery calls, and then any notes you want to add in there as well. And then so this is 30, so that's the month. Once you finish the month, you just copy all the stats, put them down here, and then you can delete all the numbers in here and just start on a clean slate for the next month. So, scripts. Let's take a look at this sheet. Paste that in there. So you can there's a gazillion different scripts and different ways of approaching this. This is a very basic one that I used when I was starting out. It works very, very well, and it's easy to follow. So, you can read along with me here. It basically just says, if they pick up and state their name, you say, hey name, it's name here, how are you doing? If they pick up without stating their name, you just want to confirm that it is the business owner that you're speaking to. Then, we'll do this one here. If they pick up and state their name, you will then say, now you sound like you're busy. I want to keep this brief. I just wanted to ask you how you would feel about getting some more booked clients on autopilot this month. So everybody knows that cold call, I don't want to say scummy, but people get a little bit annoyed by cold calling. So this is sort of not really deflecting it, but diffusing it a little bit and just saying, I'm aware what I'm doing can be a little bit annoying to people like you. I'm going to keep this really, really brief. I'm aware of your time. I'm respectful of your time, and then you go on. And so, as I said before, and I've repeated this constantly throughout all of these modules, you want to lead with solving problems and providing value. The main problem, again, that this system and this business model solves is getting people more clients, more booked clients on autopilot. You're asking them that, so that you're actually inviting an answer from them. You're not saying, I'm going to get you this, this, and this. You're actually asking them, is this something you need? Then if it is a positive response, you're going to say, awesome, I help niche get more clients booked in without you or your staff having to do any extra work themselves. We handle all the behind the scenes work, so you only get sent bookings and no time wasters. We also offer what your offer is. So again, you're leading with the problem you solve, the value you provide. You give them a very brief description of how you actually do it. So we handle all the behind the scenes work, so you only get sent bookings and no time wasters, and then you're providing extra value with your offer here, whether that's an ROI guarantee or a free trial or something like that. Then you ask, do you think that would be worth discussing further? You always want to finish with a question to them, inviting them to, say something that will indicate they're ready to move forward and hopefully book a discovery call. So if it's a positive response, you're obviously going to say that. They might say, okay, well, how can you do that for me? Then you're going to give them, again, a very brief description of how it actually works. So we use a combination of paid ads to generate leads. Then we use AI to answer questions and capture booking intent. And then we pass them on to you. Or if you're using the automatic AI booking process, you'll just say, and then the AI will book them straight into your calendar. Meaning you only get sent highly qualified leads who've had all their questions answered and are ready to book. Or again, if you're using the automatic AI booking process, you just say they get booked directly into your calendar. You'll never have your time wasted. We also offer a free trial. Again, we're making sure they know about our offer. So now this service explanation, you might actually have to tweak and change around. You can see here that I actually do want to mention this. I've said paid ads. I'm not specifically saying Facebook ads because people may have got some preconceived, assumptions or experiences with Facebook ads. Hence, if you mention it and they've got a bad experience with it, they're going to shut you down and just say, no, I'm not interested. Where if you can keep this broad and pretty generic, you're less likely to accidentally rub salt into a wound or something like that. If they ask further, you can obviously tell them that it's Facebook ads. You don't want to be all mysterious, but just keep it broad for now. Then when it says, then we use AI, you should have done some market research by this point and understood the tech savvy ability of your niche. Are these people open to the idea of AI, right? If that is the case, you can to some degree lead with AI like I've done here. Or if you think your market isn't fully ready for AI, they're more focused on solving the problems, and then you can explain to them how the problems are solved with AI after you've articulated that problems and that your ideal client, the business owner of your niche, doesn't associate AI with value. You're not going to want to mention AI here. You want to either not mention it at all or push it back to later in the paragraph so that you provide value first, solve problems first, and then explain that it's AI that helps to solve that problem. So this isn't, as I said, this isn't just the be all end all of the script. You can change things around. Obviously, you're going to have some differences in your market, differences in your niche, so change it to suit. And then if they give a negative response, so we've got positive, you've got service explanation, we've got negative response. If they give a negative response, you can either just give up and say, okay, see you later, or you can try and get a few more seconds of their time by just saying, okay, before you hang up, I'm not trying to sell you anything now. I just want to arrange another time where we can have a quick 15-minute meeting, get past this cold call stage, and I can share some ideas with you. So you're being very clear to them, hey, I'm not actually trying to pitch you now, but what I really would like is just a very, quick 10, 15-minute meeting with you, and I can show you some ideas, show you how I think I can help you. And, majority of the time, after they give a negative response, they'll probably just hang up. But sometimes someone gives a negative response, you say this, and then they're like, oh, okay, sure, why not? So that is if you talk to the business owner and they actually pick up. Gatekeeper handling, this is important. So sometimes, as I said, it's niche dependent, but sometimes you will talk to a gatekeeper and you obviously want to try and get a hold of the business owner and let the gatekeeper know That's the person you're trying to reach without being too pushy. Gatekeepers usually will turn away people who say they're trying to cold call. So you can, it's not necessarily lying, omitting certain bits of information. You can just say, hey, receptionist name, I was wondering if owner name is in the clinic today or in the office today or in the business today. If yes, just say, yes, I'd like to speak to them. If they are not available, change this to in the business. You can simply ask them, when can I call back to reach owner name? At this stage, if they say, no, they're not here, and you say, yeah, when can I call back? They'll probably say, what is it about? Which is this bit here. And you can either just say, it's a cold call. I'm being completely honest. I do want to pitch them something. 95% of the time, the gatekeeper will go away. The business owner is not interested in being pitched, and they won't ever call you back or give you a time when the business owner is actually reachable. Hence, you can say something like, I sent a few emails back and forth with owner name a few weeks ago, probably closer to a month ago. I just wanted to follow up. So yes, this isn't 100% true, but otherwise you're never really going to be able to speak to them. Yeah, depends on what you like. Can I take a message? So again, if they try to say, can I take a message? If you say, yes, can you say to them, do you want these marketing services? They're never going to tell the business owner that, and the business owner likely isn't going to call you back. So simply just say, no, thanks for the offer. I appreciate that, but not for now. I really need to speak to them. When's a good time to call back? And if you can get the receptionist to give you a time when you can call back and actually reach the business owner, that is ideally what we want. And then if they say where you're calling from, so usually, you'll say, oh, can I speak to the owner name? They'll assume you're calling from a company, an agency, something like that. Hence, I'll say, where are you calling from? Asking about what company. And if you just say, I'm calling from Melbourne or wherever you are in the world, that will give the impression that you're maybe not calling from a company, even though you are. If they say, what company, like you say, I'm in Melbourne, and they say, what company are you calling from? They actually push and try and get you to say it. You can say it, but again, people don't like cold callers. If you can keep it as, not necessarily mysterious, but conceal your motives and and then obviously let them know, bring it out in the light, what you're actually trying to do, pitch the owner, but only once you're actually talking to the owner. All gatekeepers will try to do is turn you down. Like a lot of them that's their main priority, is going, this is what I do. I'm here to ensure that no one wastes the time of the business owner. Hence, they're going to do as much in their power as they can to turn you away. So, objection handling. There are a few common objections that you will get when you're dialing, and they are listed here. And then there are some responses that I've written out which work pretty well. So the main reason that you'll get anxious, or you might be feeling a little bit of anxiety when you're doing the cold calling, is you go, oh, what if someone says no? Well, this is what this is for. You don't need to be an improv master and think really fast on your feet. If you get an objection that's one of these, you can simply just read off. It's a very, very easy way of handling objections. So common objections are send an email. Well, I'll actually start with this one. They say send an email. And then you can say, okay, well, the issue is I don't know exactly where you're at with your business or where you want to take it, because the system I offer will be based on if and how I think I can help you in that process. Only on a call, once I get that information from you, can I show you how it works. It's not a one-size-fits-all system. Before I actually speak to you, speak to the business owner and understand what you guys need, it's very difficult for me to actually outline in an email what I'm trying to offer you. And then at that point they go, okay, that kind of makes sense. Let's hop on a discovery call. Not the right time. So again, this is a very common one. People are busy. If you just say, look, this will only take 10, 15 minutes. I can run you through the system and how it works. And then if you like the sound of it, you can pick it back up when the time is right. But at least we've had the chat. Does that make sense? So let's give an example here of someone says, yeah, you know what, I am looking for marketing services, but I'm actually going away this week and I'm not back for, 2 weeks. So perhaps I'll call you back or I'll get in touch with you when I'm back from my trip. If you just say, look, this will be really, really short. I can run you through it, how it works. And then in that time, go away, you've got some time to think about it. And then when you come back, at least we've already had that chat. And if you do want to move forward, we can hit the ground running instead of waiting another few days or another week, having to set up a call, having to have that conversation. It's just much faster. It's more respectful of both of our time. Does that make sense? Again, you're always finishing with a question like that and inviting them to give a positive response. Doesn't have their calendar. So again, this is another very, very common one. Someone will say, yeah, I want to have a call, but I don't have my calendar in front of me. I can't tell you a time. So you simply just say, that's quite all right. Why don't you just throw out a time you might think will work? And then if you look at your calendar later and realize it doesn't work, we can simply just reschedule. It's very, very easy to reschedule, but at least we've got something penciled in. They'll go, yeah, that does make sense. Sure, they'll throw out a time. And then obviously if they do need to reschedule, they'll just let you know and you can do that. Reluctance to change. So this one's not very common. I haven't actually heard this one very frequently, but if you do mention AI, some people will have some, assumptions and be like, oh, I don't want AI in my business. And then you can simply say, our goal isn't to disrupt what's working, but to enhance it. We work with businesses using a wide variety of systems and we are accommodating for all of them. We can build our systems on top of what's already working for you to complement it instead of hinder it. So let's say, people already do one form of marketing or they have a booking system in place, something like that. You can just go, hey, I've worked with businesses that have all different tools or different systems, and I make it work with all of them because our services are designed to simply piggyback off what you're already using and not disrupt anything, not cause any inconveniences for you at all. And a prime example of this is the AI, again, if their calendar integrates with Google Calendar, or their booking system integrates with Google Calendar, the AI can plug into their already existing calendar, and the automatic AI booking process will occur without them needing to change anything about their operations in regards to their booking system. That's a good example of it. Loss of human touch. So this is similar to what I was saying before, specifically in relation to AI. Some people will say, I like having that personal interaction with my customers. I don't want AI. I don't want this to just be, people talking to a robot. That's not what my business is about. And again, it depends if you do mention AI in the pitch or not. But if you do mention AI, this is one that you will get commonly. It'll start to change over time. People will start to actually associate AI with massive value. So this will become less and less common as time goes on. But if someone does say that, you can say, our aim with AI is not to replace the personal interactions that are so important, but to enhance them. By automating routine administrative tasks, your staff will actually be able to spend more time on customer care and one-on-one interactions because the other tasks are being handled by AI. This can actually increase personal touch your business offers instead of decreasing it. Does that make sense? If you can actually articulate that, they'll go, like a lot of these objections, hey, that does actually make sense. Sure, why not have a discovery call? What's the price? So a lot of people will ask, what is the price? And you don't want to give them a price before they actually understand what the system is, right? I'll give you a good example of this. If you were to go to a car dealership and you weren't even to look at a car, you simply asked the car salesperson, hey, what's the price of a Toyota? And they say $50,000. You don't know if you're getting, Toyota Camry. I think that's one of the least expensive models, or you're getting a high performance, really good car. It's the same with marketing services, right? If you say, oh, it's $500 for our marketing services, because you actually haven't had the time on that discovery call to show them in detail how it works, the value it provides, they don't even know what they're getting for that $500. Hence, you don't want to give them a price at all. You just want to say, hey, our system isn't one size fits all. On the call, I can get clear with you, where you're at with your business, where you're trying to take it. Then I'll know if and how I can help you in that process and give you a price among other details. But rest assured, it isn't more than a few $100, or, you can say this, you can just leave it out. That's up to you. So those are the common objections and how to handle them. This is niche dependent. You may have some objections that only come up in your niche or things like that aren't listed here. What I'd recommend doing is, after you hear a few of those objections, do some brainstorming on how to best address them. And you can always use ChatGPT to do some objection handling, script writing for you. Okay. So the tool that we're going to be using to scrape leads is called leadsniper.com. Now this tool is incredible value. I've used probably more than 10 lead scraping tools and different platforms in the last few years, and trust me when I say this is the best value and the best tool that you can get. So how this works is you will basically enter in the keyword for your niche. It'll scrape all of the businesses in your city, in your country, and then present all of the business information in a spreadsheet for you to go through as you're calling. Very, very simple, very, very straightforward, and incredibly cheap for what you actually get. So you get a free trial so you can see how it works, actually use the tool, understand the value it provides, and then there is a one-time fee of $149. So one-time fee, so you obviously get lifetime access. Now, why that's so awesome is because most, as I said, I've used a ton of these tools, and most of them charge monthly fees, and even after you pay that monthly fee, they've got export limits and you've got to pay more to actually export the leads into a sheet. They've got scrape limits, all these sorts of things. Lifetime access, Lead Sniper gives you unlimited scrapes, unlimited exports, all of those things. So this is ridiculous value for what you're actually getting, and you will not just use this for cold calling, you'll probably use this for a number of things in the lifetime of your business. I would highly, highly recommend using this tool. And it's free to start off with, as I said. So even just, have a look at what it provides, follow along with me as I'm doing this, and then if you do like it, which I would be surprised if you didn't, you can actually opt into the paid lifetime access plan. So hit the link down below, it'll take you to leadsniper.com. I'm gonna open up this tab here. That is not, I don't know what I've put in there. I'm just gonna type in leadsniper.com. Like that. Okay. Now, once you're on this screen, click products, click Google Maps Scraper, and then scroll down first. We're not buying the plan yet. We're doing the free trial, and then hit start your free trial today and hit add to Chrome. Then hit the download button. And then click save to your desktop. Now I'm going to head to my desktop, and you can see that we've got the zip file here. I'm going to unzip it and separate them, and then head back to my window. I'm going to minimize this so I can actually drag the file in. So now, once you've got this window open and you've got the file on your desktop, hit extensions. Should be a shortcut, yep. Go to extensions. Make sure that you're in developer mode. If you're not in developer mode, this won't work. And then you simply just drag the installation file in. And you can see Lead Sniper is set up just like that. Very, very easy. So now just open a new window, head to Google Maps. Google Maps. Just open up a tab, and then launch the Lead Sniper tool. Okay, and then once you have got this little window open, you want to enter in the keywords of the businesses that you want to scrape. So you can see I've entered in 3 different keywords associated with my niche, and then all you need to do is hit start. And then it will start scraping all of the information from the businesses near you. Doesn't take very long at all. You can see how fast it's working. And then once it's finished scraping, just open up the extension like I did there. And by this point, your trial probably will have ended, but that's okay. You've got these leads here for you to look at and test. Now then hit the export button, which is kind of hiding here, but you can see it says export. You want to click on that and then hit download. And then you can just save this to your desktop. Okay, so you can see here that I've got the spreadsheet up as a CSV. This feels empty because mowing businesses go to people's houses as opposed to having a set address, but it's got all of the information in here. If I zoom out, you'll be able to see literally everything, so much information, but the important stuff that you want is phone number. Now, these are all of these businesses are franchises. They're gyms, mowing franchises, hence owner name isn't going to be displayed. But it is obviously important that you know the owner of the business that you're about to call, so that you're on a first name basis and not just having a stab in the dark about who owns the business and who you should be talking to. So for that reason, I recommend before you call a business, very quickly go look at their website, and you can, again, most of these are franchises, so their owner name won't be displayed. You can click on the website, find out who the owner is, and then, as I said, you know who you are looking for and who you want to speak to when you actually go ahead and call them. So let's head back into it. So live cold calling. Okay, so I'm going to do some of this now and show you guys how it's done. Welcome to the third lesson here inside of the fourth module. It is tremendous to have you here. In this lesson, I will be walking you through A to Z of how to actually set up a Facebook ads campaign for your own agency to actually help you get clients, and tell anyone you know who you think might be interested in either starting this business model or learning some of the many skills that we teach you inside this course. As you know, everything in here is absolutely free, and I want to provide as much value to as many people as possible at zero additional cost. So please be a G and spread the word. Also, down below this video, you will see links to various social media platforms. I'll be posting updates there regarding this course and the community, so feel free to check them out. Also, watch in 2x speed to save yourself a significant amount of time. Let's get into it. Meta ads for client acquisition. Why run them? When do you run them? So scaling for 3 clients and onwards, it is hands down the best way to scale. You reinvest all the money you're making from your existing clients into ads, and it happens on autopilot. So the reason I'm not recommending running ads before you have 3 clients, the reason I'm not recommending running it from day dot is because at the start, now this won't apply to all of you, but at the start, most of you will have not much cash to invest, but you will have a lot of time, which is why cold calling, I went through that in the previous lesson, is perfect for getting those first few clients. But after you've got those first few clients, you're going to get a bit more cash, but you're not going to have as much time. You're going to be servicing clients, but you're probably doing things that are far more important than dialing, which is why ads are a fantastic option, because obviously they don't actually take a lot of time. There's a little bit of a setup, workload that you have to do, and a little bit of management, changing the creatives, tweaking audiences, etc. But for the most part, you put them up and you leave them and you get clients on autopilot, but obviously they cost a bit, which is why it's important that you have cash flow first. And also, another reason that I'm not recommending you do this before you've got some clients is because those first few clients will actually give you your testimonials, and it's very difficult to get people actually booking calls from your ads if you don't have any social proof, testimonials, things like that, which is obviously why you need these testimonials before you can actually go. You don't need them, but it's going to be much more effective, much more cost-effective way of actually getting booked calls if you have a ton of undeniable social proof on not only your ads, but also on your funnel as well, and VSL. So copy. Let's have a look at this copy document and get to writing the copy for these ads. So link in the description, obviously. So this is the copy document. Now you want to break this down into a few different sections. Now the same principles apply to all ad copy, universal, whether that's B2B or B2C, being business to business or business to customer. You still want to have a call out, identify the problem, offer a solution, briefly explain how you actually work to get that solution, what's involved, the offer, social proof, and then there's a few other small things that go into it, and finish obviously with a strong CTA. Create some urgency as well. So let's go through this list. So this is the call out. So attention business owners in country. So obviously this is going to be, if I'm John's Mowing, this could be attention lawn mowing businesses in Australia. The principle behind this is obviously you want your ad to call out specifically and make it very explicit who you are actually wanting to capture the attention of. Sentence 2, looking to attract more clients to your business in a cost-effective manner without the hassle of dealing with low quality leads and with zero risk involved. So this is the value proposition sentence. And this here frames it in a positive light, looking to attract more clients to your business cost effectively, but you can also frame it in a negative light, which would be
are you unable to attract any customers, and your margins are terrible, or you're spending an arm and a leg on marketing, things like that, right? So you can frame it either positively or negatively, and then have the offer there very briefly. So again, this is the value proposition. You're outlining the main benefits being offered, what it solves, and then quickly mentioning that there's zero risk. It taps into common pain points such as poor lead quality, high costs, having to spend lots of time, manually answering the leads, things like that, right? Sentence 3 is big, bold, strong offer or a guarantee. This could be the free trial. It could be a 30 client guarantee, something like that, right? And you want this on a sentence on its own, nothing in there so it stands out and it's very, very clear. This is a phenomenal offer. Sentence 4, so this isn't essential, but this is a strong one. So visualization and solution highlight, you want them to get them visualizing the dream outcome so that they have a strong attachment to it while they're reading your ad, and associating your ad and the copy and what you're offering with the dream outcome that they want. So this example here, picture this: your mowing company consistently receiving a stream of highly qualified leads, fully informed and eager to book, or the AI automatically books them in. How advanced AI technology screens out unqualified leads, safeguarding your valuable time. So I've said this a gazillion times before, and I'm going to continue to say it. You're going to have to understand your market, understand the customer avatar of the business owner in your market before you actually go ahead and write AI. Are they tech savvy? Do they associate AI with value? Perhaps don't mention AI. Perhaps do mention AI, but only in a specific place after you've already mentioned the problems, and then say how AI solves that problem and how it provides value. I've covered this stuff before. Again, just apply those same principles here. And then again, we've got more ROI, so efficiency and results. This one isn't. It's not super necessary. It's a bit of fluff. And again, you don't need to, I should have made this clear at the start, you don't need to use all of these sentences. You can, but it's going to be a little bit too long at that point, so only use the ones that are the most effective and highest converting for your particular niche and market. Sentence 7, this is a simple create scarcity or urgency. Scarcity would be, we only offer 10 spots. Urgency would be, this is only available for the month of February or whatever the case may be. This is obviously, you may not always actually be having, a limit of 10 clients, or you may be continuing this, offering this even after February's done or whatever, but you can put this in, it works well. Yeah. And then the last sentence would be a really strong, clear CTA, right? So tap find out more below to get started, or click learn more below to get started, or hit learn more below to get on the path to success, or something like that, right? Have a CTA and tell them a bit of a summing up statement about what they're getting. Principle behind that is just giving them very, very clear instructions of what to do next. Don't let it be guesswork. Don't make it all ambiguous. Or what do I do now? Do I click the book a call button? Do I go search up their website? Do I call them? Make it very, very clear with what you want them to do. So what I recommend doing with this is, first of all, just look over it, and then obviously put the parts that apply to your niche and market and make changes. And then always look at ChatGPT to give you some ideas. So if I'm just going to show you what this looks like. I'm going to put this in here, open up a new ChatGPT window, and just say, change this ad copy to suit my niche and service, which is selling AI marketing services to mowing companies. And then you just paste it in there, and then it will spit something out. It's not always going to be perfect. It will probably be pretty good though. And then what I recommend doing once you've got one variation here is look at what angle it's approached from. So this is usually in the pain points. looking to grow your mowing business with more clients, save on marketing costs. So there's 3 things here. So then you can ask ChatGPT to put an emphasis on one or more of these different points, because the people that you're going to be targeting will obviously be mowing business owners, but they may have pain points that are larger than others. So for example, there may be one business owner who is spending a ridiculous amount on marketing, and hence that's their most significant pain point. There may be one who is not getting enough customers, and that's their biggest pain point. So you want to ask ChatGPT to rewrite variations that put an emphasis on each of these different pain points. So I will say, rewrite, or just write 3 different variations that emphasize or that focus on each of these different pain points. And then obviously Meta's tremendous algorithm will push the copy variations to the type of person who will respond to it best. And we're getting emojis in here now. Nice. And this is just very short. So because it hasn't actually used the structure and format that we asked it to, it's a bit short. It does keep it short and simple, but you want to provide more value in there. So you can simply say, rewrite, but keep the same writing style, format, and structure as the copy I provided first. And then it should give me something that's more, similar to what I provided. Nice. Okay, so then you're going to get these variations, put them in a Google Doc, and then when you actually get around to setting up your campaign, again, you should know this because you're doing this for your clients at this point, or you should be, and I've shown you how to actually set up the campaign. So you're obviously just going to copy all of these different variations in a dynamic ad so that you can have copy variations in the one ad, just like that. So that's copy done. Now, creatives. So there's a few different ways you can actually go about doing the creatives. There's one, I won't say necessarily high budget or low budget, they both don't really cost much, sort of just investment of time. The first one, and this is what I used when I was starting out, is doing images created on Midjourney of the image of the niche environment. So say if this was a mowing business, you do a mowing environment. I'm not really sure what that looks like. A better example is a chiropractor business. You'd have a photo, you get Midjourney to generate a photo of the inside of a chiropractic clinic. You'd have a poster on the wall. You'd then remove whatever text or image that puts on that poster, and then you'd put your offer on there. So 30 chiro clients in the next month or whatever the offer is. You'd have that big bold text on the poster, and people would obviously see that offer. They'd see that it is in an environment that looks like a chiro clinic, and it works pretty well. As I said, I use this. It doesn't work as well, or I mean, obviously it depends on the quality and how well you've put it together, but it usually doesn't perform as well as a video. So in this video, you would have, it's a very similar framework to the copy. Basically, have a call out. In fact, you could have a call out, or you could do some of those viral hooks. I'm sure you've seen some of them. If you don't know what I'm talking about, it's the ones where someone gets like flying kicked by a goat or something and goes flying, and then that transitions into you in this instance, rolling and standing up and then doing your pitch, right? They're weird, but they do work because people have the attention span of a fish. So if you can hook them in the first few seconds with something weird, then chances are they're gonna have higher watch retention. But in terms of the framework for this video, call out, viral hook, something like that, just to get their attention, highlight the common pain points, dig into them, follow up with your solution, very briefly how you solve that, value proposition, so obviously problem, solution, and then your offer. You can mention, what sets your agency apart, whether that's, might as well actually just present this, what sets your agency apart, AI, things like that. And again, be careful on
where you use AI depending on your niche, their tech savvy ability, do they associate that with value, etc., etc. And then of course use client testimonials, case studies, things like that, and then finish with a CTA, very strong CTA, but also include professional visuals. If you're going to do the video one, which is why this is actually a bit harder, because some of you may not have access to, I would say, professional recording equipment, but you don't really need that. You can record on your phone, but just a good space, a quiet space, have an all right quality mic, things like that, right? This may not be super accessible to all of you, and maybe it is, but it takes a lot of time to actually get that environment set up, which is why I'd recommend doing the images. Now, what I said before about the videos performing better, it's not always going to be the case. They tend to, but if you actually do images well, they can perform very, very well, just as the videos do. So that is that. Now I'll actually show you creating some images now to give you an idea of what that looks like, because I haven't dug into this in a lot of detail. So first step is going into Midjourney and creating an image of the environment. So I'm going to be using the example of a chiropractor clinic. So let's say my niche is chiropractors. I want to go in Midjourney and create an image of the inside of a chiropractic clinic. So I'm going to go and do that. So I'm in Midjourney here. We've got some handsome looking dudes, but don't look at that. Don't get distracted by them. Look at this prompt here. So you can see, prompt I've put in is a front-on close-up of a large advertising poster for a chiropractor office positioned on the wall of a colorful chiropractic clinic. So started with the poster because, again, with Midjourney, the things you put at the start of the prompt is what's going to have the emphasis put on it, and then giving it the environment. So subject, environment, chiropractor office, colorful. I recommend always doing colorful because that's going to stand out and get you a higher click-through rate. It takes up most of the wall. I want it to be big so that the text and the offer can be big as well. Then you want to include some details so that it actually looks like the inside of a chiropractor office, because Midjourney won't always get that right. So I've said on the left and the right of the poster is a shelf with an anatomical spine model and some small pot plants in front of the poster, but below it in the middle of the screen is a cream Thompson drop table. I just went and searched up what chairs or like tables do chiropractic clinics commonly use. This is a common brand, so that obviously the owners actually see it and go, okay, that actually looks like something I use. You want to have as much familiarity with this environment as possible. The chair doesn't cover any of the poster. I don't want it blocking the view of the poster because I don't want it blocking the view of the text offer. Background features a warm beige color. It's very modern with bright lighting and soft shadows. Canon camera. And then I'm also going to keep it 1:1, style raw, and I might stylize it by 200. I'll go style raw, and that will be that. Okay, so it's come back with some half decent images. This one isn't going to work. I put front on. I need it to be front on because otherwise overlaying the text is going to be too difficult if I have to slant it and then have it on a, weird ascending in size or something like that. So that's why I want front on. This one is okay. That doesn't really look like a chiropractic clinic though. This one kind of looks like a chiropractic clinic. However, what I've actually but this is the main point that will associate this environment being a chiropractic clinic. And if I want my offer to actually be on the poster, this is going to have to be gone. So I'm going to redo these, but have two posters. One of them be the chiropractor poster, and the other one, I don't know what will be on it, but I'll just remove whatever's on there and put the text on there. So I'm going to have to specify that I want two posters. Now, the only other way that you would need two posters, and I actually did this in one of my ads, is I overlaid the text on in fact, I might just be able to show you. So the only other way that you wouldn't need two posters, well, one is if the surrounding area actually makes it very clear that it is a chiropractic clinic, for example. But as I said, if that wasn't there, or that, for example, it wouldn't really be clear. So I'm going to have two posters. The only other way you wouldn't is if you can overlay the text on an image, like I've done in this example. I did this for my own agency a very, very long time ago. You can see that I've made the text work while still sort of having this poster here that somewhat represents a cosmetic clinic. If I was to do the same thing here, it wouldn't really work because I can't really overlay the text while still showing the skeleton, if you know what I mean. So I just wanted to give you an example there of when you wouldn't have to have two posters. Okay, so I did about 2 more generations and I found 2 that I'm happy with. If I was doing this for real and actually running ads, I'd spend a lot more time generating the images, making sure that they're really, really good. However, for demonstration purposes, I don't really care if they are perfect or not. You can see here, I mean, I'm not a doctor by any means, but that does not represent a spine. It looks like it's got jellyfish tentacles coming off it. For chiropractors saw that, they go, this is AI generated immediately. The chair doesn't really look like a chiropractor chair either. This one's also pretty good, but again, it's not perfect, but it doesn't really matter. It's just a demo anyway. So I've upscaled that one and that one. You can see here to upscale images in case you don't know. This is just making them high quality. Just hit upscale and then either subtle or creative. I'll actually show you the difference. So this one was subtle. Oh, that one was a subtle upscale. You can see that it is basically the same. There's not much difference. Whereas this one, when it loads, as you can see, when I upscale it in a creative manner instead of subtle, there are some small variations in here, like how, I'm trying to even spot the variations. I suppose there's some small variations on how that looks. Anyway, you get the point, that's how you upscale. So I'm gonna save these and take these into Canva. Or in fact, I was gonna cut there, but I don't need to. I'm just gonna copy that and paste one in there. And then I'm gonna do the next one. Nice one, dumbass. Okay, so I've got these 2 inside of Canva now, and what I'm going to do is get rid of one of these posters. Not get rid of it, but just remove the spine and put a image, or the text rather, of the offer. I'm going to do the same for this one. So the best way of actually removing one of these is hit the edit button and then go to magic grab. I'm going to click on that spine and I'm going to click, actually, which one would be best to remove? That looks like the spine of a dog. The ribs are like that way instead of up the top, so I might actually get rid of that one. In fact, I'll just do this. Okay, so once I've grabbed this image, I'm simply going to delete it like that, and then I'm going to do the same to this one actually. Go magic grab, and then we're gonna grab that and delete it. Oh shit. Let's try that again.
Okay, so we've got this one here, and I'm simply going to delete it like that. Wonderful. Okay, so once you've done that, you just want to overlay the text on this poster. So I'm going to do that now. Okay, so I've literally spent about 4 minutes. I put some text together and then I copied it and put it on all of these different variations. So we've got 3 different image variations. We've got this one, which probably is the worst. This one, which I'm yet to do, and then this one. Usually what I do is, what I've done in the past is one image, and then I do text, probably 2 or 3 different colors just for variations. So we've got a yellow one, we got an orange one, which this one stands out a bit more. This one looks a little bit more natural. So what I basically did is I put the text in here, and then I just copied it like this, and then pasted it into all of these different ones. It's a very fast way of doing it. Now, another trick that you can actually do to make this text look more natural is you can copy the poster behind, because we removed it earlier. If you copy that, and then you actually make it slightly untransparent, so you do like 20, you can see the text fade slightly, which makes it look a little bit more realistic instead of obviously being drawn on. So if you do it just a subtle, like maybe 10, it looks slightly more, natural than having it 0% transparent. So that's just a cool little trick you can do to make things seem a little more natural. So I like this one, actually looks pretty good. In fact, I'm going to delete that. Okay, so I'm going to do this one now and show you the process that I use. So as you can see, I like this one more. So you can see I've got the text here, so it's very easy to copy and paste. Now I'm going to grab this poster. I'm going to grab that. And you'll see the strat here. Okay, so we've got the poster. Now I'm going to copy it. I'm just going to make it much larger, like this. Now what I'm also going to do is click edit, click magic grab, and then I'm going to grab this chair. So that the chair can be over the poster. Cool little hack. Now I'm going to remove the spine from here. So click magic grab again, and then remove the spine. The reason I'm doing this is because if I was to just put in a basic shape that was this color, it wouldn't have the lighting on it, which makes it look a lot more natural. I'll show you what I mean. If I was to just go like this, just grab this tool, hit that, and go like that, it's one color, right? It doesn't look very natural. Whereas if you actually have the original poster but just remove whatever was on there, it looks a lot better. Now I copy this, I paste it in here, and probably can make it a little bit bigger. Yeah, that's pretty good. Like that. It's pretty good. For 5 minutes in Midjourney and 5 minutes in Canva, that is very, it's pretty good for the amount of time that you spend doing this. So we've got an orange one. I'm also going to do a yellow one. Can that go away? Thank you. So we've got a yellow one now. Adjust that, and I might do another one that is, what other colors do chiropractors like? I could do a soft blue, probably would look pretty out of place. You can do couldn't really do a light green, would probably look pretty awful. Probably not a purple. We'll go a soft blue. This doesn't look great, but we'll run with it anyway.
Okay, and just like that, you have got yourself 10 different creative variations. So we've got image number 1, variation 1, variation 2. We've got image number 2 with 3 different variations, and we've got image number 3 with 2 different variations. So that has taken me about 10 minutes to put together some pretty decent quality images, and believe me, these work. I've used them myself. This is what I used in the early days. I didn't do the video format. I literally just did this, and it worked. It worked, in fact, very, very well. So that's creatives. Let's head back in. So for the video, the framework for this is, I think I went through this before actually. Did I? I went through the first slide. Second slide, clear CTA. That's pretty obvious in the video. At the end, you want to say, do this, do that, click the learn more button, call us, whatever. In this instance, it is click the button below. Keep it short and engaging. So people have TikTok brain. You want to cater to that. So keep it within 30 to 45 seconds. Don't go into a lot of detail about how the system specifically works. People don't care on this ad, whether the AI follows up with the leads in this manner or that manner, or how many texts are sent, things like that. They don't care. You just want to say, here's the problem that we solve, here's the offer, here's what to do next. Obviously personalize it so that it's tailored to your niche. That's a no-brainer. And also leverage urgency and exclusivity in the video as well. So you can say 10 spots available, only for the month of March, whatever the case may be. Now, also something I do actually want to point out about these videos is the images are probably a better option for you if you are super young. Maybe you're still a young teenager and you've got a bit of a baby face, because these videos will obviously require you to record yourself, whether that's in your own house, apartment, wherever you live with a blank wall, or if you actually are lucky enough to know someone who runs one of these businesses, or maybe it's one of your existing clients and you're going in to shoot the content there, you're obviously going to need to be filming yourself, right? But if you're super young, you got to think about the fact that the person who is watching this, the business owner, maybe they're 40, 50, maybe 60, if they see a 17, 18-year-old really young kid pitching them marketing services, they're probably going to think, what does this kid know? They look super young, probably super inexperienced. No, thank you. So you got to keep that in mind. If you are that age and you don't look, very old, and hence they're going to make that association between being inexperienced as well, the images are probably a better option. But you can do both. You can very easily just set up 2 different ad sets or 2 different campaigns, one for videos, one for images. That works as well. Diversify. So targeting. This is very, very easy. Literally all you need to do is head into ChatGPT and say, suggest targeting options for meta ads. My services are marketing for chiropractor clinics and chiro business owners. And then it will literally give you all the targeting options. It's that easy. Just like that. Funnel. Okay, so what I'm going to do first actually is go and set up this campaign, leveraging the creatives, the copy I've written, and also the targeting options, just to show you what that looks like, because it's pretty much the same as when you're doing instant form ads for your clients, but there are a few differences because we're not sending people to an instant form, we're obviously sending them to an actual landing page inside of your funnel. So I'm going to show you that now. I've actually just I'm pausing this now because I'm going to have to go and download these images and also get the copy and stuff. I don't want to waste your time for that. So I'll see you in the ads manager. Okay, so I'm here inside of the ads manager. This is a freshy account, one that I set up ages ago and haven't touched in years. And it says here that I'm restricted from actually advertising. I'm not sure how far I will be able to get with this process and actually creating a campaign. It shouldn't be an issue. I think it just says you can't actually run ads. So I should be able to set this up and show you guys just fine. So with that being said, be inside your own agency's ad account and obviously not the ad account of your client. That wouldn't make sense. So click on leads, because obviously we are optimizing for leads, not anything else. We're not optimizing for traffic. Yes, we want traffic to our landing page, but that's not what we're optimizing for. We're optimizing for leads. As I said before in one of the previous videos when I was in the ads manager, Facebook will give you exactly what you ask for. So if you ask for traffic, you'll get traffic, but you won't get anything past that point. We want leads. We want leads, we want booked calls. Then manual leads campaign, because we know what we're doing. So for the name of the campaign, your own ad account probably won't have that many campaigns. In fact, this will probably be the first one, or it should be the first one. Hence, naming it's not so important, because again, when there's not many campaigns, it's not going to get lost by having a generic name. So name whatever you want, doesn't really matter, but let's just call this one Elevate AI Marketing B2B Ads, and then this will be CBO. And I'm calling this Elevate AI Marketing because I'm running these ads for myself and not John's Mowing, who's my client, remember? So Advantage campaign budget, you're going to turn that on, and you can allocate whatever you want as a daily budget. When I was starting out, I did about $50 per day. I had, what's that equate to? $1,500 in a month. It's a pretty solid investment of money in the initial phases. And then let's say you're doing $50 a day for 2 weeks or something, you'll actually know, you'll have some data to back that. Are these ads working? What's my return on investment like? All things like that. So I recommend starting around that number, $50-ish per day. Any number works. So depending on your budget, obviously, depending on what financial resources you've got available to you. And then for the ad set, I'm just going to call this one Interest Plus. And it's going to be a dynamic ad set as well. And we can call this Web, because that's where we're sending them, or landing page. And then also the targeting options that we're using. So let's just say I'll be working with chiropractors in this instance. I know I've hopped between mowing business and chiropractor businesses. I'm sorry if that's a little bit confusing to you, but get over it. So 35 to 65 is going to be who I'm targeting just for this imaginary chiropractor business targeting option. And we'll also do male and female as well. And then the interests will be, ChatGPT has given me them, but I'll enter them in a second. And then also manual placements. But as I said, I've named it very specifically here. It's not really that important if you do or do not do that. Then hit website, because we're going to send people to our landing page, and select pixel. So have this as maximized number of conversions as well. And then you are going to, I have a pixel called Elevate AI Marketing, or maybe I don't. What's going on here? You can see it here. It's called Elevate AI Marketing. It's because I just changed the name probably. Okay. Just going to refresh this, and then hopefully that pixel name has changed. Okay, so I refreshed it, and then this pixel is updated. Now, again, what we're optimizing for is someone actually scheduling a call. And that's, if you remember from the previous lesson, or one of the previous lessons, we put the schedule event when someone actually clicks on the schedule button on that Facebook calendar, right? If you selected a different event, you should remember what that event is and obviously select it. But if you did do schedule like I instructed you to, obviously select schedule as a conversion event. Now this probably just says set up a conversion because a schedule event hasn't actually happened for me. I haven't actually booked a call. If you have booked a call in your own calendar, just done that as you're testing, then this event will be active and it will show up and probably be green, or this won't be here. But because I haven't actually done any testing on the calendar, I haven't booked a call, the event hasn't registered yet, and hence it's saying this. But once events start coming through, this will get active automatically, and that will work just fine. Click Dynamic Creative on, because we want to test multiple variations in the one ad set. And then for audience controls, so put in obviously your country, and you can have options like minimum age. I'm not sure why you'd need to do that, but that is an option for you. And then for advantage plus audience, so we're going to do so let's say I'm working with Cairo business owners. They are probably age 30 to 65, probably most of them retire at 60. We'll just say 65 plus anyway. And they're both male and female. And then for the targeting options, ChatGPT gave us some suggestions. So chiropractor, clinic owner, healthcare professional are all terms we can use. So chiropractor. Now, when you're actually targeting business owners, you want to hit job titles. I went through this before when we were doing our B2C ads for John's Mowing. You want to be very careful about what you actually are clicking. Is it a job title? Is it an interest? Is it a demographic? In this instance, searching up chiropractor and then clicking job title is obviously what we want. Chiropractor owner, that's great. And then we're also going to put in clinic owner, or just we'll search up chiro again. Chiropractic fields of study. We'll do all the chiropractor options. I spelled that wrong, that's why. Chiropractor education, Bugatti Chiron. Chances of a chiropractor having a Bugatti Chiron, slim. And physical therapy. Physical therapist, job titles. You get the point, right? Go and pick all of the behaviors, interests, job titles, etc. that apply to your audience and to your business owner that you're trying to target. Small business owners, entrepreneurship, they're good ones as well. That will apply to any niche. And then there's not really any point using a lookalike audience at this point because you won't have a customer list to upload. In fact, I will actually show you lookalike audiences and how to do them a different way without having a customer list, because they can actually perform very, very well. I'll show you that at a later stage. So targeting options done. Let me just delete that. We've done the targeting options. And then we're going to do manual placements as well. Get rid of audience network. So that's the targeting pretty much done. Now we can call this interest plus, this is going to be dynamic. We're going to have image 1 through, how many images was it? I think we had 8 or something. So let's just go 1 through 7. We had copy. How many copy variations did we have? I think about 3. And then we didn't actually create headlines yet, but let's say headlines are, we've got 5 different headlines, 1 through 5. And we've got the pixel selected there as well. Fantastic. So obviously select your own page at this point, and your Instagram account should be linked as well if you've got a business Instagram account. One thing that I would actually say about Instagram account, and this is what I did, is because I hadn't actually put anything on my Instagram page. I did have an Instagram account, but I didn't have anything on the page. And obviously when someone sees one of your ads on Instagram, they're going to click on it, click on your profile. And if they click on your profile and it's got, 4 followers and no posts, they're probably going to go, oh, this business isn't legit. So for that reason, I went and disconnected my Instagram account from my Facebook page so that when the ads were shown on Instagram, they were shown from my Facebook page. And if people tried to click on the profile, it would just say, this advertiser isn't on Instagram. And hence they wouldn't see a quiet Instagram profile. Okay, now we're going to upload the images as well. So have single image or video selected, and then we're going to upload those images that we downloaded from before. Let me go and find them. So click select images, and then we're going to upload all of these. And then just select all the different variations, put them in there. And then the primary text, we're going to get the copy that we were generating before. Okay, so I've just got all of the copy variations that I wrote before in ChatGPT and put them in here and formatted them. So it's got the call out, it has the problem, it's got the offer by itself, it's got the visualization, and then it's got a little, I went through this copy. I'm not showing you that now, but I'm going to just show you how it's formatted. So I'm clearly spreading things out so that it's easy to read, easy to digest. Urgency's on its own, CTA's on its own, etc., etc. And then there's the 3 variations there. So for the headline, I'm just going to go back into ChatGPT and just write me 5 different and headline variations for this ad/offer. And then it will do that. And then obviously you probably want to spend more than just one generation. Go through them, tweak them, give some suggestions, finalize them, and then you just, once you're happy with them, just copy them across into the ad. And then you could probably include an emoji in here as well. So I'm not going to do all of them, but you get the point. There's 3 headlines in there. Now for this website URL, you are going to go to your funnel inside of your own sub account, your own agency sub account, and copy the landing page URL, and then simply just paste that in there like that. And then display link, just write elevate invalid. Are you sure? I'm not sure about that. It is clearly valid. Facebook tweaking. Just write your domain. Like that. Okay, we're getting nice. We've got the preview. Okay, so you can see how it's structured there. Some emojis would be nice in the header. So some alarms or something as a call out. We've got the link, just have none, browser add-ons. Call to action can be whatever is in here. So in the copy, we've got learn more, I think. So make sure that the call to action is that same thing. And then for the tracking, just select an app event as well. Just have website events selected. You shouldn't have any offline events. I'm not sure what's going on there, but just, in fact, you may as well have offline events and website events selected. Okay, now that is the ad. Let me just double check and see if there's anything else we need to add. What do we need to add to the ad? I don't think anything. It's pretty much good. It's pretty decent for 20 minutes of work. Okay, now for the funnel, let's go and have a look at this funnel. So open this up in your funnel editor. We were looking at the link before, like that. But essentially what you want to do on this funnel, we went through the tweaking of the funnel in a previous lesson in, I think it was the first module, but just go and change any of this text to ensure that it matches your niche, offer, pain points, all things like that, right? Have this discovery call button link to step. Make sure it should automatically be there. You want it to go to the Facebook schedule page. Do the same for this button down the bottom. We're going to go mobile view because that's what most people view it on. So you've got the text, you've got the headline, how we get specific result on autopilot without pain points, and then you've got your offer there. VSL button if people want to click it and go to the book a call page. A bit of information about, again, pain points, how you solve them, things like that. And then we've got the testimonials down here, which I'll go through in a second. Want your calendar looking like this. Now is your golden opportunity to grow your business, and then just sum up what you said without pain point, without pain point, without pain point, with your offer. Click the button below. They click the button, they go to the book a call page. So go and obviously fill in all of those. For these testimonials, you'll see a link down below that'll take you to a Canva thingo, which you'll basically be able to edit these testimonials and so you'll be able to upload the profile picture of your client, have their name there, what they said, things like that. Okay, now for the VSL, because I think that is the last part of this VSL script. Let's have a look at this VSL script. So the VSL script is pretty straightforward. It's the same principles as your ad copy. It's the same principles as cold calling, all of that stuff, right? How we get desired outcome, how we solve problems, testimonials, slam them with social proof, give them a little bit of insight into how it actually works. Social proof, social proof, social proof, address concerns, things like that, right? It's a very, very similar structure in the VSL format. However, it's just a little bit longer. So it goes a little something like this. Here is how we consistently get 30 booked appointments without discounting your treatments or having you spend hours on the phone, calling leads, etc., on a complete free trial or with a 30 client guarantee, whatever your offer is. In fact, one of our clients said, and then you insert what they said in their testimonial, listen to what she had to say. So you'd say, this is their name, this is what they said, and then you'd actually show them the testimonial. So how do we get our clients' calendars looking like this without niche pain points, without discounting our services, without having to be a slave to tons of leads? Yep, you'd know the pain points for your market by this point. I sincerely hope you do. Well, this is what our clients have tried before working with us. Now here, you want to list traditional methods that businesses in your niche use to solve these problems. And this is really useful because if you say 2 or 3 things that the person who's watching this has actually tried and failed with, and then you explain to them how this system works and works much better, that's really handy because there's, again, that point of familiarity there. You're showing them specifically in their context, why they failed and why this will be much better for them. And then you want to show how the system works very, very briefly, which is we run Facebook ads, or you can just leave this at paid ads. Address the main concerns people have about Facebook ads, whether that is if your niche has a lot of guidelines, like I spoke about before with the injectables niche, for example. We are specialists with this niche. We understand the guidelines very, very well. We won't get you in trouble. We don't discount your treatments. We don't expect you to follow up with all of the leads, things like that, which is where the AI comes in. Again, you may or may not mention AI here. It depends on a number of things. I've said that a million times, though. You should know what those things are by this point. Answers the questions, follows up, and then books them directly into your calendar without you having to lift a finger. Address concerns people would have about AI if you are mentioning it. It is personalized based on what their issues are, what they entered into the form, etc. Here's what our clients have to say about this system. So we've got a testimonial at the start, and then once we've actually spoken about the system, we'll give a testimonial that maybe you've got a testimonial from a client who specifically mentions some features about the system and why they enjoyed it. After that testimonial is done, I'll write in here. So here's the deal. Click the book a call button below, and we will have a discussion and get clear on where you are at with your business and where you want to take it. If we think we can help you on that journey, then we'll get you on your way to consistently dream outcome without niche pain points. I'll talk to you soon. Something like that. This finishing paragraph, you can change this to a number of different things. It could say, click the book a call button and we'll get you set up, or we'll get your business from this point to this point, or we'll get you 30 clients in the next week. You can have sort of anything there, but just make sure you very briefly sum up the dream outcome that these business owners want. What are the pain points that this model doesn't give them, and why you are different to other agencies or other businesses, other marketing channels, things like that. and then again, just say, I'll talk to you soon, and just have an emphasis on, in fact, you could probably say, click the button below. Click the book a call button below on the last sentence. So say it again, just put an emphasis on it. So this is the script here. Now, what I was saying about being, if you're young and have a bit of a baby face, I would not recommend actually having yourself on this VSL script. I mean, you can do it. It's the unfortunate reality. Some business owners will go, hey, this person looks young, probably doesn't know what they're talking about. If that is the case and you really don't want to get on camera, what you can do, and what I've used in the past and has actually worked pretty well, I didn't use it for very long because this is usually much higher performing, but you can simply just do a voiceover of a few testimonials and some campaign results. So you can screenshot your ads manager and say, and you can do a bit of video editing if you'd like, go, this client here is based there, they were in this position, we got them from here to there. You say, this is how much, like with an actual screenshot of stats in the ads manager, once you've actually got some campaign results. So I'll show you what that looks like. So you'd take a screenshot, you'd say, we got them this many leads, and then you'd have something circling the numbers here so that they actually know what to look for. We got them this many leads, and then you'd show them a screenshot of, let me just get out of here quickly. And then you'd show them a screenshot of the client's dashboard so that they could see conversion rate. So you'd basically say something like this: this client spent $1,000 on ads across these 2 weeks, and we got them 50 leads. Now, as you can see in this client CRM here, the AI was able to convert 25% of these 50 leads into a total number of however many booked appointments. And you'd also say this service was $100 per, booked appointment. So with a total number of 20 booked appointments, we got whatever it is, $1,000, $2,000, $5,000 in revenue from just $1,000 in ad spend. That's basically what you'd say. It's pretty straightforward. It doesn't take much work at all. But you just want to be very clear on how much they spent, how many leads the AI converted, and the total revenue they got from the total ad spend. So that, again, the most important thing is they spent this much and they got this much. Because that's obviously what business owners want, is the return on investment. So if you can put the most point of emphasis on that specifically, whilst also showing them leads, cost per lead, things like that, very briefly, this works, and it works very well. So that is the VSL script. Now, actually, there was a last little thing about this script that I did want to show you here, is if you just copy this. In fact, before copying it, you can use this in ChatGPT just to write the VSL script for you. So what you do want to fill in is the desired outcome. So again, this is niche dependent, but let's say for Cairo or lawn mowing businesses or whatever, it's 20 to 30 new clients per month. Niche pain points could be spending thousands on marketing, being a slave to repetitive customer inquiries, ruining business reputation by constantly discounting your services. Again, you should know what your niche pain points are by this point, and then your offer in here as well. So let's say a 2x ROI guarantee, or we could just do a money back guarantee, whatever the case may be, right? Let's just say it's a free trial for now. And then you want to copy this script, or all of these words, head into ChatGPT, open a new window, and just type in, or just paste that rather. And then all you want to do in here in the bottom section is just type in what niche you're in. So we'll go Cairo practice, and then get rid of that. And then click enter, and then ChatGPT will use these desired outcomes, niche, pain points, offer, and your niche, and fill in the placeholders in the script. You will obviously want to go and change some of this though. It won't be perfect. You'll have to change the testimonials, what the client said, all things like that, what they've tried before. But it's a good place to start. You can do some of the thinking for you in just a few seconds, like I did there. And then you can just copy that and then paste it in your own document, something like that. Okay, so after further consideration, I've decided against actually showing you how to set up a lookalike audience without an existing customer list, because it's a lot of work and usually the interest audience just performs better anyway. So I'm not going to show you that, but I did just want to clarify with this VSL script, something I didn't make clear is how you actually record this. So what I recommend doing is, once you've got your script, have the video go through, just transition through just you looking at the camera and talking, showing the testimonials, sharing your screen, or having your camera overlaid on the screen as you go through some very basic visuals or some dot points, things like that. Sort of similar to what I'm doing here, right? So you could have a PowerPoint where at some point you have your full screen, like I do here. That's probably best for just the intro. So at the start, you just want your full face. And then when you get to, as I said, the testimonials, show them. And then when you get to service explanation and, listing the pain points, things like that, you can just literally do what I'm doing here. Have your face as you're talking overlaid on the screen. The tool that I recommend doing for this. All right, boys, as you can see, we're at the end of the video now. Now, this is not the end of the course. I want to make that clear, not by any means. YouTube has a 12-hour video upload limit, so I've had to split this into 2 separate parts. You will see part 2 will pop up somewhere on the screen very shortly, so obviously go and click on that and continue watching. Finish off the final few lessons. Before you go and do that, I just want to quickly say thank you to you, because I assume if you're watching at this point, you've probably watched all the content up until this point, and not only have you watched it, but you've actually taken action. So I want to take a moment to say thank you to you, but I also want you to just become cognizant of your effort. Pat yourself on the back, because getting to this point, watching and taking action is not easy. So if you're here, you're watching this, I want you to genuinely just take a moment to reflect on what you've been able to accomplish so far. Yes, there's still a long road ahead of you, but you're building momentum. Hopefully you've been able to actually see something tangible that you've built so far, and you're feeling proud of yourself. So without further ado, go click on part 2. I'll see you in there.